hills near Henry's Creek on her Idaho property, Jeanette MP captured something unsettling on camera. Later, as she examined the footage, a dark, shadow-like form appeared to hover above a tree. She didn't think it was smoke or light distortion. She believed it resembled a guardian angel watching over the firefighters below. More than 50,000 acres of her land were burning, yet that mysterious figure lingered in her mind far more than the devastation. She eventually named it the Fireman's Guardian. While hiking deep in the Appalachian Mountains, someone stumbled upon something unsettling. In a quiet clearing surrounded by tall trees stood a strange, almost ritual-like structure. Curious, they took a photo. But later, when reviewing the image, they noticed something they hadn't seen before: a dark figure standing among the trees, watching. They were certain no one else had been there. They believed they were completely alone, or so they thought. So who, or what, had been observing them that day? Reddit user IndividualInsect72 received a Ring camera notification early one morning. Expecting to spot an animal, they opened the footage, and instead saw a person dressed entirely in white wandering around their property. They had recently moved to a remote location with no neighbors, no foot traffic, and a fenced home sitting alone on a wooded hill. They had felt uneasy before, but this took things to another level. So who was out there, and how did they manage to get onto the property? Someone staying in a mountain cabin captured something truly unsettling. At first, the footage looked like a spider crawling across a surface, but a closer look revealed something far more disturbing. The spider wasn't alive. It was being controlled by a parasitic fungus known as cordyceps, the same organism that inspired the infection in The Last of Us. Once cordyceps infects its host, it overtakes the body and brain, turning the creature into a puppet until the fungus eventually kills it. The most chilling part is that the spider has no awareness it's being controlled, continuing to move even as it slowly dies. Brand, a solo YouTuber hiking the Appalachian Trail, started his day early after a peaceful night's rest. The terrain was challenging, but the scenery made it worthwhile. Later, he scouted a stealth campsite hidden deep in the woods.
Hey, talk about creepy. I was just down at that stealth site there checking it out, talking about it, and I heard and saw a hiker coming down the trail. And I thought I'd stay at the campsite and wait for the hiker to pass. And the hiker never passed, and there's nobody here, and it's freaking me out right now. I've got chills up and down my spine. And I saw a person with a pack on, wearing hiking clothes. There's no way they passed me. Yeah, this is weird. I'm getting out of this spot. I'm telling you, that's if the animal den wasn't enough. You know, this is the spot where I thought I saw somebody. And, you know, honestly, that's the second time today that's happened. And the first time is when I was sawing that log. And I looked over and I was like, oh, someone's coming up the trail. The log will be sawed for them when they get here. And there was never anybody there. And I think I might have just saw a leaf. I don't know.
He thought he saw another hiker coming down the trail, a person with a pack and typical hiking clothes. He stepped aside to let them pass, but no one ever appeared. The area was empty. The experience sent chills through him, especially because it wasn't the first time that day. Earlier, while cutting a log, he believed someone was approaching the trail, yet no one showed. The second sighting left him unsettled enough that he chose not to remain at the campsite. Whatever he had seen, or thought he'd seen, Brand decided it was best to keep moving. A few weeks ago, 4 friends returned to an abandoned castle deep in the woods, a place where strange things had happened before. They came prepared with lights, cameras, and the air shifted. A heavy pressure, full-body chills, and an immediate sense of unease settled over them. On the stairs, their cameras later revealed a shadowy figure peeking around a corner, something they didn't notice at the time. Still, they pressed on to the attic, where soft whispers began to echo, sounding like a woman's voice. On their way back to the car, they spotted horned, glowing yellow eyes staring from a window. Terrified, they fled. To this day, they still don't know what they saw. A TikToker went on a solo camping trip in the Appalachian Mountains, planning to film content for her followers. But during the night, she suddenly woke around 3:44 a.m. to extremely loud, ritual-like music blasting through the forest.
I had the weirdest experience of my life last night. While sleeping in my tent, I woke up at 3:44 to some extremely loud music playing in the middle of the forest. Spiritual type stuff. It was so loud. It was like a religious stadium had music playing at 3:44 in the morning or something. I don't know how to explain it. It went on for hours and it freaked me the F out. I seriously was like, did I die? Don't go too far.
The sound was strange, spiritual, and far too powerful for a remote mountain setting. It lasted for hours, leaving her frightened and unsure whether something was happening near her campsite. No one wants to hear strange, ritual-like music while camping alone in the dark. Some believe it came from a distant group, while others think it was a ritual or someone trying to scare people. If it were you, would you stay put or get out fast? Katie, a TikToker camping in the Appalachian Mountains, briefly met a couple searching for a lost ring. They declined her help, but the man returned several times, acting strangely. Later that night, he somehow contacted her despite never giving him her number, sending unexpected messages and asking to visit her campsite. Hours after dark, things escalated.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning and I just had the scariest thing ever happen, and I should have gone with my gut on this. This kid and his girlfriend were next to me at the river earlier. They seemed harmless. They were probably like in their mid to late 20s. They didn't say anything to me at all the entire time I was next to them, and then all of a sudden they lost this ring, and the guy kept coming back, like hiking all the way back to where I was, like 3 different times. I asked him, do you want me to take down your number? I'm gonna be here just in case I find the ring. And I asked him this like 3 times, and he kept saying no and like insisted that I hide it somewhere random. And I just had this feeling that something was off. And then 2 hours later, he texts me, thanks for helping us earlier. Do you want me to, can we come over later to your campsite and have drinks? And I was like, literally like, sorry, but like, how did you get my phone number? And he was like, it was on the back of your rig. No, it's not. How did you know what rig I drive? I swear to God, we never talked about it. My phone number's not on the back of my rig. And he's like, oh, I saw your Instagram handle. I called my best friend. Can you get my phone number from my Instagram? She's like, no. I had this gut feeling that something was wrong. He texted me again at like 10 o'clock at night and was like, hey, we're gonna go for a moonlight hike. Do you want to come? And I just had this gut feeling that I needed to leave here, but I was like, they're so young. And then just now, this motherfucker, I literally wake up. I just hear somebody out. I'm in the woods by myself camping. I hear somebody outside of my truck just creeping around, and I look out. There's a fucking figure of a man outside of my window in the woods, and he doesn't have a light on. He's not saying anything. And I was like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, is this Katie? I fell in the river. I need a towel. Why didn't you say anything? Why am I waking up to hearing you creeping around my truck in the pitch black without making yourself known? And he just ran. He like ran away.
While sleeping in her truck, she woke to someone moving around outside. The same man stood by her vehicle with no light, no warning, and tried to get into the cab. His explanation didn't match anything he'd said earlier, leaving her frightened enough to call the police.
Okay, it's now 5 a.m. I just got police escorted out of the woods because there was a man outside of my camper staring into my window in the forest at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Officers escorted her out of the woods at dawn. What would have happened if she hadn't woken up? Some believe the man used the ring story as a cover to watch her. Others think he may have pulled her number from social media. If someone approached your campsite like that, would you confront them or leave instantly? A man went on a solo camping trip in the Appalachian Mountains. The evening began peacefully as he set up his tent and settled into the quiet of the forest. But that calm faded when he noticed a dark, indistinct figure shifting at the edge of his vision.
Astagfirullah, apaan tuh?
He tried to ignore it, yet the unease grew. The shape lingered just long enough to raise the question he couldn't shake. Was it simply another camper in the woods, or something far more unsettling hiding in the shadows? Foul Mitten, a YouTuber known for his hunting and fishing adventures, encountered something far different from his usual outdoor content. One night, unusual sounds, heavy steps and movement in the leaves, echoed from the woods near his home.
They're all over the damn place again tonight. Okay, I'm gonna keep walking towards it. Might actually get to capture something here.
When he went outside to investigate, he spotted a strange figure at the tree line.
All right, whatever you are, you need to leave. Stay out of this place. This is our home. This is our home. You need to leave. You leave now. I don't think it's going to come around for a little bit. I think that'll keep it away for a while. Oh, God. I hope that does it. I really do.
Feeling increasingly unsettled, he tried to drive it away and eventually fired a warning shot to keep it from coming closer. The forest fell silent, but the brief footage he managed to capture only deepened the mystery. The figure appeared partly human, yet its eyes glowed unnaturally in the dark. Nothing further happened that night, but the unease lingered long after the encounter. That's all for tonight's video. Which encounter gave you chills? Let us know in the comments below. Got your own experience? We want to hear it. And whatever you do, don't miss what's coming next.
Lights up the front of the church. Yeah, there it goes.
Valerie is a traveler known for sharing her journeys across Central Asia, focusing on genuine cultural experiences, remote landscapes, and the people she meets along the way. In this episode, she was camping alone in an open field in Kazakhstan. During the night, an unexpected visitor approached her tent, turning a peaceful stop into one of the most frightening moments she had encountered.
Start from the beginning. I was in Turkestan hitchhiking to Aristanbab, and it was pretty late in the evening, 7:30 p.m. I'm just a few hundred meters away from the city center in Turkestan, and it's sad to see, but it looks like a different world. The streets are full of potholes, they're scattered everywhere. The contrast is very big, like the huge buildings and the fountains. Yeah, it's the same city, right?
To understand how it began, we go back to the start of her day. She was hitchhiking from Turkestan toward Aristanbab, hoping to see the historic mausoleum and nearby mosque. A local family offered her a ride, and by the time she reached her destination, evening was already settling in. She urgently needed a place to camp.
Okay, I found a good spot here on the field. I have to be quick now though, because the sun is setting and I don't want to use my light, because then the mosquitoes will bite me. There are always horses here next to me, but we can't see them, I guess. That's so cool. I love this place already. And I'm gonna see the mosque in the morning.
Eventually choosing a quiet patch of open field while the last light faded. Horses grazed nearby, adding a serene atmosphere she immediately fell in love with. As she prepared for the night, the horses drifted closer, curious about her presence. She filmed a few moments, enjoyed the setting, and got ready to sleep. But only about an hour later, she woke to movement outside. Assuming it was the horses again, she checked, only to notice a car approaching across the dark field.
There is someone in the car. I hope he doesn't mind me camping here on his ground. Bye bye. Thank you. Kata Rahmat, thank you. Bye.
A man and his wife stepped out. They seemed to be checking on the horses and soon noticed her tent. Through a translation app, they tried asking her about herself, where she came from, her marital status, and her purpose for being there. The exchange was friendly enough but lasted longer than she expected, and the swarm of mosquitoes made the situation uncomfortable. Eventually, they left. Minutes later, the same car returned. This time, she provided it, and they drove off a second time. Although the interaction had remained polite on the surface, something about it felt off. She tried to rest again, but around 3 a.m., she woke to the sound of someone outside her tent.
I can't believe I just called this man friendly. I'm so disappointed. It's 3 a.m. I heard a noise, someone was saying something. I opened the door of my tent and then he was there again, like very close. And he was like making a kissing gesture. And I said, what? I was still like, I didn't understand what was going on because I just woke up and he really tried to go into my tent. I had to stop him and push him away and he said, what are you doing? No. Like clearly said, no. And he wouldn't understand, like he wouldn't want to understand. I was like in such a shock because I didn't get why, like what was happening, and I kept saying no, and he wanted to still like come inside. Eventually he said, yeah, phone to speak, like Google Translate, and I said, no, leave me alone, no, go. And I think I said this for 2 minutes straight until he finally left. But man, I've never had that before. And yeah, now he went back into his car. I don't know, will he return or not? So it's a bit stupid situation right now. And I mean, so sad because they were friendly and stuff, but this really destroyed it, unfortunately. And it was the first time I didn't really feel 100% safe. I mean, I was sure that one day I will face these kind of...
When she looked out, she found the same man standing extremely close. His behavior was unmistakably inappropriate, and he attempted to enter the tent despite her repeated resistance. She pushed him away and refused to engage, but he continued trying to approach her, insisting on further interaction even as she firmly rejected him. After several tense minutes, he finally stepped back and returned to his car. Even then, she had no idea if he planned to come back. When daylight arrived, she continued with her original plan to visit the mausoleum, trying to salvage something meaningful from the experience despite being visibly drained and shaken. What made the situation particularly disturbing was that nothing in her behavior had invited such conduct. She had simply been polite, answered his questions, and maintained normal social boundaries, none of which could justify his decision to return alone in the middle of the night and attempt to force himself into her space. Although she continued traveling afterward, the incident became a significant reminder of the precautions needed when camping solo in unfamiliar places. By morning, the field seemed peaceful again, with cows wandering by as though nothing had happened. Viewers who want to see more real encounters that make ordinary life feel safer can check out the next video, and subscribing helps support the channel. Some believe the man returned because he misread her politeness, while others think he targeted her once he realized she was alone. The encounter highlights how quickly a routine interaction can escalate into a genuine threat. The unsettling question remains: If she hadn't woken up at that moment, what would he have done next? Viewers are left wondering how narrowly she avoided a far worse outcome, and whether the man ever intended to stop. Hold on a sec. If you're enjoying this so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's continue. The Tiny Nomad channel follows its creator Gina as she travels and lives out of her dependable 4Runner, documenting solo female road trips, car camping routines, and explorations of unusual and often remote places across North America, with a strong love for Alaska. Her videos are known for her resourcefulness and her willingness to stretch her comfort zone, often including eerie destinations and stealth camping challenges. On October 29, 2025, she set out to film a Halloween special. Her original plan was to spend the night at the well-known abandoned igloo hotel near Denali National Park. When she arrived, the entire property was blocked off, forcing her to abandon the idea. The day had already been filled with minor frustrations, a disappointing drive through a quiet, lifeless Denali, and an unsatisfying dinner in Talkeetna, so she redirected her plan toward an even more unsettling location, a haunted cemetery in Anchorage where she intended to stealth camp for the night. After a long drive, she reached the Russian Orthodox cemetery. Its distinctive layout immediately set an unnerving mood, especially the brightly colored house-like grave coverings she later learned were called spirit houses.
So this is a Russian Orthodox cemetery. I've never been to one of these before, but they have the coolest, I shouldn't be saying cool, I'm like surrounded by a bunch of dead people right now, and I'm saying their little tombstones are cool. Oh God.
Despite being intrigued, she felt increasingly uneasy as she stood alone among the structures in near silence, noting that her run of bad luck made the environment feel even more ominous. The unusual activity began almost as soon as she parked. A light positioned in front of the small church within the cemetery repeatedly turned on and off. She confirmed the still weather conditions and briefly considered whether an animal might be triggering it, but the timing quickly became too specific to ignore.
You guys, I'm not making this up right now, but there's a light in front of the church, and when you walk past the light, it turns on. I know, because I walked over there 2 times to look at the cemetery, and now I'm in my car, and it's flicked on 2 times. It's not windy outside. It could be an animal, I guess. I did hear something in the bushes as well when I was looking at one of the tombstones. I don't know if that's what you call them, because they're not stones. But you know what I mean. There's no way I'm gonna be able to sleep tonight here. I'm gonna try though. I do not like how that light keeps turning on and off. I'll show you what I'm talking about. There's a light that lights up the front of the church. And there it goes. It's turned on twice since I've come back. What do you think it is, guys? Do you think it's animals or wind, or do you think it's ghosts or spirits?
The light activated whenever she focused on paranormal topics, when she examined the spirit houses, and again while she read about their symbolic purpose as shelter for a soul in the afterlife. Feeling overwhelmed, she researched the cemetery further and discovered it was widely regarded as one of the most paranormally active locations in Alaska, a fact she hadn't known before arriving.
Just reading a little bit more about the spirit boxes, and they symbolize shelter for the departed soul in the afterlife. Right as I read that sentence, of course, that light turned on again. Of course, it could mean nothing. But you guys let me know. What do you think? Okay, I really haven't researched much about this cemetery until right now. Obviously, our plans from earlier got a little messed up. I was gonna be camping at the igloo, so this was a quick last minute change of plans. Well, I just learned that this cemetery is one of Alaska's most notorious locations for paranormal activity. I cannot make this up. I did not know that until right now. Oh my god. I feel like I have to stay because I committed to it, but your girl is scared. I do not like that light coming on and off. It's not even windy outside. I do not want to be around paranormal activity.
The realization intensified her fear, but she also felt obligated to follow through with the Halloween episode. As a safety measure, she broke from her usual stealth camping routine by leaving her window coverings off so she could move to the driver's seat instantly if needed. She described sensing an uncomfortable presence nearby and mentally prepared for a sleepless night. Despite the fear, she eventually managed to get some rest. Every small noise startled her, and the light continued to flicker throughout the night, but nothing escalated further. When daylight finally returned, the activity stopped. She quickly packed her vehicle, relieved to have completed her spooky Halloween stealth camp, and eager to leave one of Alaska's most haunted cemeteries behind. Some viewers believe the repeated light activation was environmental or animal-triggered, while others think the timing aligned too closely with her actions to be coincidence. The patterns raise questions about whether the location's reputation influenced the experience or confirmed it. If the activity intensified only when she focused on the cemetery's history, what might have happened had she stayed awake longer or investigated further? The encounter leaves an open mystery about what, if anything, was responding to her presence. Josh Life Adventures documents the experiences of a man known simply as Josh, living full-time on the road in his custom van. The channel showcases the practical, unpolished realities of van life: vehicle upkeep, daily organization, cooking, and solo camping in scenic, often isolated places across the United States. His relaxed, candid approach has built a loyal community that follows his pursuit of freedom through minimalist living and constant travel. On November 11, 2024, his journey began near Lake Superior as he focused on a critical task: recharging his batteries after a week of work. He devoted his last day in Minnesota to maintenance, giving his van a deep clean, sweeping beneath the bed, tidying storage areas, and organizing the essentials. He also revealed the equipment kept under the floor, including tools, recreational items, and his LiPo battery and diesel heater setup. Later in the afternoon, he realized the battery charging efforts were failing due to heavy cloud cover and the sun dropping too low behind the trees. He moved to a designated lakeside campsite and, despite choosing the best position he could, was greeted by a familiar nuisance: the wind blowing directly into the van. With the vehicle settled, he turned his attention to his stack of firewood. He built a strong fire to burn through the leftover supply and began preparing dinner. The strange event occurred just as he started evaluating his freshly cooked burger. While he described the meal, an unusual sound drifted in from the darkness.
You guys hear that? Okay, my camera battery just died. I have no idea what that was. It's gotta be a deer, right? Won't be walking through a lake. Is that a bird? Huh. Well, I think I'm gonna pack up and get inside the van.
His camera stopped recording as the noise continued, and he was left trying to make sense of it. The sound seemed to come from the lake and resembled something moving on legs through shallow water. Disturbed, he ended the night early and retreated to the van, noting how unnerving the noise had been. He relied on his diesel heater for warmth and comfort, while the mysterious activity continued somewhere beyond the firelight. By morning, sunlight filled the area, but the unanswered questions lingered. Standing by the lake, he reflected on the previous night's noises and the location where they originated, an area only a couple of feet deep, near a patch of rocks. The way the sound resembled something walking through the shallows caused him to half-jokingly consider creatures associated with wilderness legends. Nothing was ever confirmed. His final night in Minnesota became a blend of productivity and lingering fear. Although he accomplished important maintenance and enjoyed a meal over an open fire, the quiet solitude was disrupted by the presence of something unseen moving through the water. The experience reinforced the unpredictability of camping alone in remote areas. He left the state with the promise of more adventures ahead, hinting playfully at the chaos he might encounter as he continued exploring the West. Some viewers suggested the sounds came from local wildlife, while others noted the depth and pacing resembled something heavier than typical animals. The isolated setting and shallow water make the encounter difficult to categorize with certainty. If the noise truly belonged to something moving on two legs in only a few feet of water, what kind of creature could navigate so confidently in the dark? The unanswered mystery lingers long after the fire went out. Shadow Hollow is one of those obscure channels that surfaces without explanation, offering almost no insight into who runs it. With only 2 uploads, it's far from active, but sometimes it's the quiet creators who capture the most unsettling footage. The video begins like a typical outdoor excursion, the kind you'd expect from a casual walk through the woods. Yet, as many viewers have learned, the forest has a way of shifting from ordinary to alarming without warning. The first signs come as faint noises, subtle at first, then increasingly sharp. These aren't the usual woodland sounds. Sudden bangs and snapping branches break the stillness, creating the sense that something large is moving nearby. When someone is alone in dense woods and hears branches cracking, the imagination jumps immediately to something dangerous, whether animal or human.
All right, guys. I think we'll go on the other path. Let's try. I usually don't go down this path, but I am now. Just gonna ignore that. Cross over this. Just a minute. I saw something. What the f was that? Strange. Definitely hearing things. I'm just gonna go this way. Alright, guys, we gotta go. Yeah, man. Oh, what the f that is. But I ain't trying to find out. clear yet.
The creator chooses a different trail, hoping the tension will fade, but the strange noises follow. He catches glimpses of movement between the trees, brief flashes of something that vanishes before he can identify it. Fear begins to push aside curiosity, and he tries to leave the area. But panic in unfamiliar woods has its own challenges. Paths blur together, the growing darkness hides landmarks, and the sound of something trailing behind becomes impossible to ignore. At one point, the noise escalates into fast, heavy steps moving through the brush.
Come out here. Here's the way out.
He briefly spots a figure in the distance. It resembles a person, yet the proportions and posture feel wrong in a way that's hard to describe. Trying to escape, he reaches what appears to be a main trail, but the situation only worsens.
Maybe I'm just hearing things. No, it's definitely something. Come on, go around this fucking corner. I just hop the fence, go back again. Please tell me nothing's behind this corner. Thank God. Thank God. Shit. Shit. This. Yeah.
A whistle echoes nearby. When he turns toward it, the same figure appears again, this time only a few feet away. What happens next is the most disturbing moment. The figure abruptly leans forward and charges at him on all fours, moving with a speed and motion that no human should be capable of. He flees in full panic and ultimately manages to escape, as confirmed by the video being uploaded afterward. Whether the encounter was staged or genuine isn't clear. With so few videos on the channel, verification is nearly impossible. But if the footage is authentic, it raises a chilling question about what was really lurking in those woods. Some speculate the figure may have been an animal misidentified in low light, while others argue its posture and speed suggest something far stranger. The repeated appearances and pursuit-like behavior challenge simple explanations. If he hadn't run when he did, how close would that crawling figure have actually gotten? And what was its real intention in following him through the trees? Hiro and Tomo, the team behind Omagatoki Film, are known for traveling across Japan in search of haunted sites and unexplained phenomena. For this investigation, they took on one of their most daring challenges yet, camping overnight inside the old Inunaki Tunnel, a location infamous for decades of tragedy and paranormal reports. The tunnel, located in Fukuoka Prefecture, was originally constructed to connect to Inunaki Village. During its development, several workers lost their lives in accidents, and even after it was shut down in 1975 and replaced with a newer tunnel, strange sightings continued. Its darkest association stems from a horrific 1988 crime in which a young boy was attacked and killed inside the structure. With a history like this, the site has earned a chilling reputation.
今もう2時超えてるんですけど、ちょっとね、もう疲れちゃったんで、早速、宿の中に入ってテントを張りたいと思います。宿の中入りましょうか。ちょっと入りづらいんですけど、気にしないでいただいて、入りましょう。はい。
Hiro and Tomo set up their tent in the middle of the tunnel, but almost immediately sensed something was off. As they explored deeper inside, they heard faint noises that didn't resemble water, footsteps, or typical echoes.
ライト全部消したらどれぐらい暗いのか。ちょっと一回電気消してみます。一回これか。ちょっと一回。声聞こえた今。聞こえなかった今。声聞こえなかった。わかんない、なんか女の声。戻ろう。ちょっと今女の声聞こえた。今ちょっと僕以外聞こえなかったみたいですけど、女性らしき声が聞こえました。
One of them clearly picked up what sounded like a woman's voice, while the other heard nothing at all. This difference made the moment even more unnerving, and they retreated to their tent, trying to rationalize the experience. By the time they attempted to sleep, exhaustion had set in, but the atmosphere remained heavy.
倒れた。倒れた。触った？いや、俺触ってないです。ハムさん触ってないですよね。触ってない。倒れた。マジで倒れた。なんでちょっともう寝よう。
At around 3 a.m., their camera abruptly fell over. They dismissed it as accidental, only later realizing the moment held far more significance. When reviewing the footage, they noticed a faint, head-like shape peering from the darkness behind the tent, an unsettling form they never saw in person. Not long after, the situation escalated.
いや、声が聞こえて、飛び起きたんですけど、声のする方を見たら、ここから。もう帰ろうよ。
One of them sensed something outside the tent and saw a figure positioned as if watching them. Fear took over immediately. They packed their gear in a rush and fled the tunnel, abandoning any remaining plans for the investigation. Whether the figure was a spirit, a passerby, or something harder to explain remains unanswered. What is certain is that the tunnel's frightening reputation proved accurate. Hiro and Tomo sought a genuine paranormal experience, and they found one that pushed them far beyond comfort. Some believe the events were echoes of the tunnel's violent past, while others think someone, or something, was physically there with them. And the final question lingers. Had they stayed a moment longer, what would that figure outside the tent have done next? Sort of Interesting is a channel run by Dan, a wild camping enthusiast known for spending nights outdoors in nothing more than his bivy bag. His videos explore stealth camping, bushcraft, and the quiet satisfaction of disappearing into remote corners of the UK. On this particular night, he planned a simple late outing. After having dinner with his family, he decided to head out for another stealth camp, his third bivy adventure in just 8 days, motivated by other extreme stealth camping videos he had recently watched. Dan made his way through tall grass and dense ferns, searching for a small concealed clearing where he could blend into the landscape.
Okay, so I am definitely concealed, although that might only count if I'm about 2 feet from the ground. So I'm just going to have a quick scout around this area for somewhere that's a little clearer to put maybe my basic ground sheet poncho down. But this is already quite amusing and humorous an activity to try and do. Wish me luck.
He eventually found a narrow patch surrounded by vegetation. The cover wasn't ideal. He could barely use his small stool without being visible. but it was enough for a quick overnight stop. He laid down his poncho tarp as a ground sheet, set up his bivy bag, and expected the night to unfold quietly. Almost immediately, the surroundings proved more active than anticipated. Dog walkers passed nearby, chainsaws echoed across the valley, and crows called from the trees. At one point, he even crossed paths with a dog walker on his way back to the hidden camp, undermining any sense of remaining unseen. Still, once darkness fully settled, the environment grew quieter. Dan zipped himself into his bivy bag and relaxed into the familiar low-to-the-ground warmth that makes stealth camping feel invisible. But the calm didn't last.
I swear there's been like a firefly. I'm gonna shut up. I can hear... I think I can hear footsteps. I can't... I am keeping an extreme low profile right now. I think that the laser was coming from the far side of the trees, but I'm not 100%. I don't think it was actually aimed at me. I think it was just shining a laser for the sake of it. But it's certainly woken me up a little bit. But to be honest, it's been quiet for about 10 minutes now, so I'm not too worried.
There's a dog in here!
What the hell is it?
While drifting in and out of sleep, he noticed faint footsteps and saw intermittent lights in the distance, one of them appearing to be a laser beam cutting through the trees. Moments later, bright lights suddenly swept directly toward him. Someone stood extremely close, aiming a flashlight and what seemed to be a laser straight at his tiny shelter. Startled awake, Dan reacted instantly. His minimalist setup allowed him to pack everything in under 2 minutes, and he left the area as fast as he could. What was supposed to be a quiet bivy night ended abruptly. The encounter was especially unsettling because wild campers rely on an unspoken expectation of peace. No one expects to be approached deliberately by strangers using lights and lasers in the middle of the night. Some viewers believe the lights came from curious locals or teens exploring the woods, while others think the deliberate approach suggests something more targeted. The unclear motive behind the intrusion makes the encounter difficult to dismiss. If Dan hadn't awakened at that exact moment, how close would the unknown visitor have gotten? And what were they actually trying to do in the darkness? That's all for tonight's video. Which encounter gave you chills? Let us know in the comments below. Got your own experience? We want to hear it. And whatever you do, don't miss what's coming next.
I'm zooming. It's huge.
Dude, hold! Shit!
That's a big one. Look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. What?
A dedicated Bigfoot researcher from the Squatch Mafia channel ventured alone into the dense wilderness of North Carolina to investigate unusual activity. The tense encounter begins as the researcher hears monstrous, frantic sounds, describing them in the moment as gorillas fighting in the tree.
I hope you can hear this. It sounds like gorillas fighting in the tree. They're breaking limbs bigger around than me. I've never seen anything like it in my life. This is the second time I've come over here. And the first time when I got up under them trying to figure out what it was, they started breaking limbs off and throwing them at me. And I still cannot figure out what it is. Look, they're ruining this freaking place. What in God's name is it? It's bigger than me, whatever it is. Because it's breaking limbs off that it would take me 2 minutes to saw.
The unseen entity immediately exhibits overwhelming, terrifying power by aggressively snapping off thick limbs, many described as bigger around than me. The threat level sharply escalates as the creature, which has a history of throwing objects at the cameraman, culminates the demonstration by violently breaking off half of a healthy tree. The researcher notes this tree was roughly 8 to 12 inches in diameter, proving a strength far beyond any known local wildlife.
Look, see, he's coming right above me right here. He's fixing to throw something at me, whatever it is. Yeah, they don't like you messing with them. Look, what in God's name is going on? Look, that's bigger than me. Look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. What in Jesus' name is doing this? Oh my God, he just took half the tree down. Something, oh my God, oh my God. Oh, it's gotta be a, I don't even think a bear would have a chance in Hades and it doing this. It's something stronger than a bear. And he is pissed. Yeah, that's a healthy tree. About 8 to 10, maybe even 12 inches in diameter that he just broke because he's pissed because I'm getting close to him. I'm gonna hit the ground, which means he's about to face me on foot, and I don't really want to wrestle with somebody that can tear trees down just because they're mad. My God, look at the tree he just freaking broke in half.
Faced with this terrifying display, the researcher concludes the aggressive entity must be something stronger than a bear and, being clearly agitated by his presence, decides to retreat before a physical confrontation can occur. This footage challenges conventional understanding. Is this raw, undeniable proof of a Sasquatch defending its territory with lethal force? Or could there be a rational explanation for the sheer sound and physical destruction of a tree of this size? Tell us what you think in the comments below. A team from the Bigfoot Society channel was filming deep in the remote woods of Prince Edward Island, Canada, searching for evidence of the legendary Sasquatch. Watch this rare footage as a massive dark figure appears and vanishes in the tree line in just a split second.
You ready? Okay. Yeah. All right. Damn it. All right, go. What the? Dude, holy shit. Did you see that?
This clip has ignited a firestorm of speculation across the paranormal community, with many debating if it's genuine rare footage or a clever hoax. This next video comes from someone who doesn't present himself as a Bigfoot tracker or any sort of Sasquatch researcher. Even so, he was understandably rattled one night when his two 200-pound English Mastiffs rushed to the cabin's patio door, urgently wanting to be let back inside. Wondering what could possibly frighten such massive dogs, he grabbed a flashlight and aimed it toward the tree line. That's when he spotted what appeared to be a pair of eyes, positioned roughly 7 to 8 feet above the ground, staring directly back at him from the darkness. He kept scanning the hillside, repeatedly noticing those forward-facing eyes looking straight at him, before shifting slightly as if the head was turning. Even the dogs refused to step outside, clearly uncomfortable with whatever was out there. The man continued checking the slope, trying to keep track of the glowing eyes as they appeared and vanished between the shadows. For someone who had only ever wondered why people in so-called Bigfoot videos never ran toward the creature, he now understood firsthand why approaching something in pitch-black woods wasn't exactly an option, especially when his usually fearless Mastiffs wanted nothing to do with it. There's no concrete proof this figure was a Bigfoot, and the uploader himself doesn't claim that it was. However, he notes that the spot where the eyes appeared sits around 7 to 8 feet high, with no branches, rocks, or structures that an animal could use for elevation. Whatever was out there was tall, and whatever it was managed to frighten two enormous protective mastiffs. That alone makes the encounter unsettling. But if you're looking for a supposed Bigfoot clip offering an even closer look, another video might fit the bill. The uploader says the fruit from his apple and pear trees kept vanishing night after night, so he assumed a raccoon or some other common nuisance was to blame. To figure it out, he set up a camera. When he reviewed the footage the next morning, he was stunned by what he saw. As with most unexplained videos online, this one has sparked plenty of debate. Some viewers insist the face resembles a mask or puppet. Others argue it couldn't be a mask because the eyes appear to blink and respond to the camera light. Then there are those who claim there's no eye reaction at all. Take a look at the footage and decide for yourself. Did this person film a real Sasquatch peering through the window? Or is it nothing more than a staged hoax? Share your thoughts in the comments. A team of dedicated Bigfoot researchers known as Squatch Mafia placed trail cameras deep in the Appalachian Mountains, a region long rumored to hide large primates. The team recovered footage from late 2023 showing a small, dark, bipedal figure darting across the frame. The audio simultaneously captured strange, high-pitched vocalizations that do not match any known local wildlife. The unique combination of the small, upright figure and the unusual cries suggests the footage may have captured a juvenile Bigfoot. While skeptics argue it's a misidentified bear cub, this encounter is now cited as potential evidence that Sasquatch is actively breeding in the American wilderness. In 1974, a researcher near Mount St. Helens captured something unusual in the snow, a massive footprint unlike anything he had seen before. The cast shows an enormous track, far larger than a human foot, complete with deep impressions and shape consistency that sparked immediate debate. The photo of the cast beside a real foot highlights just how oversized this print truly was. Some believe it's compelling evidence of Sasquatch activity in the region, while others argue it's an elaborate hoax. Decades later, the mystery of this footprint still fuels one of America's most famous cryptid legends. During an expedition in Northern California, filmmaker Roger Patterson claimed he captured evidence of a mysterious creature wandering through the wilderness. This photo shows Patterson presenting a plaster cast of a massive footprint he said belonged to an abominable snow lady, with another oversized cast displayed on the table. Some believe these casts prove Patterson encountered something truly unknown, while others argue it was all part of a hoax. What do you think? Genuine discovery or just another legendary Bigfoot mystery? A short but clear clip filmed by tourists on an Amazon jungle tour shows a dark, upright figure moving through the thick foliage.
Oh my God, do you see that? Wait, hold on.
I'm zooming.
It's
huge.
Keep the camera on it. Oh, it's moving. It's going deeper.
I got it.
As their vehicle passes by, its height and steady stride immediately catch their attention, prompting shocked reactions as they try to zoom in. Though only a few seconds long, the footage has reignited debates about the Amazon's long-standing reports of strange humanoid beings, from Mapinguari legends to modern sightings in remote areas of the rainforest. Was this simply an animal seen at the wrong angle, a trick of light, or something science hasn't identified yet? What do you think these tourists witnessed deep in the Amazon? In the quiet town of Bourganeuf, France, an old legend has resurfaced. A frozen, hair-covered humanoid reportedly shown at a rural fair in the 1990s revealed a lifelike figure preserved in ice, drawing comparisons to the Minnesota Iceman and sparking debate over whether it was a hoax or something stranger. The images have returned as AI creators began animating classic cryptid photos, transforming still shots into realistic motion and renewing interest in the mystery. Was the Yeti of Bourganeuf art, taxidermy, or something unexplained? And how do you feel about AI bringing old legends back to life? This video takes a look at a creative experiment by a content creator who used modern AI tools to bring several well-known Bigfoot photographs to life. The original images were taken in different locations over the years, and the AI software simply transforms them into short, animated interpretations of what the photographers might have seen in the moment. What do you think about this AI recreation? Is technology helping us see these moments more clearly, or raising new questions about how we interpret unusual sightings? Share your thoughts in the comments below. A resurfaced video allegedly filmed on January 7, 2003 shows a large snow-covered figure standing near a remote mountain town. The man who recorded it said he spotted the shape blending into the landscape and quickly grabbed his old camera to capture it. Some argue it's just a person in a costume, while others note the visible muscle definition and natural fur movement, details they say would have been hard to fake with early 2000s equipment. The clip has renewed interest in long-standing Himalayan Yeti stories. Is this an unknown creature, a misidentification, or a well-executed hoax? What do you think? Authentic early footage, or a convincing illusion? A tour bus driver named John Vickers was taking passengers through the Everglades when he captured something unusual on the road ahead. The strange silhouette briefly walks across the headlights and disappears into the trees, leaving everyone wondering what they actually saw. Was it the legendary skunk ape, or just a mysterious local wandering the swamp at night? What do you think this figure really was? Just a few days later, another local reported seeing the same type of creature on a quiet morning drive. This time, the witness was a woman named Jan Brock. Jan Brock was driving to work early in the morning when she spotted something unusual crossing the road ahead. At first, she thought it was just a bear, until she noticed the way it moved, almost upright, almost human. The blurry shape disappears into the trees, leaving behind more questions than answers. If it wasn't a bear, then what exactly did she see out there that morning? Do you think this could be a skunk ape or something entirely different? Jan kept quiet about her sighting, worried people would think she was imagining things. But later that same day, her neighbor came across the very same creature during his morning commute. Instead of freezing, he chased after it and managed to snap a quick picture. The image is a dark, upright figure moving through the woods. It's not enough to identify what the creature is, yet it's still more than just a story. So what exactly did both witnesses see lurking in those trees? Workers at a construction site in Alberta, Canada, reported seeing a massive, dark figure emerging from the fog in the nearby woods. One of them pulled out his phone and started recording the looming shape.
Oh yeah, okay, now I see something, yeah. Yeah, he's kind of coming over the... yeah. Oh, just through the tree.
In the original version of the footage, not much is visible. You can mainly hear the workers discussing something moving in the hazy tree line, claiming it was growing a tree. However, YouTuber Thinker Thunker later stabilized and enhanced the clip, producing a clearer look at what they had witnessed in the mist. A large, shadowy form appears to be standing at the forest's edge, and it seems to lift an entire tree with one arm before flinging it an estimated 30 to 40 feet. So does this show a Bigfoot captured on video? Is it a prop, or perhaps just someone in a costume with unbelievable upper body strength? You decide. But if you're looking for a supposed Bigfoot clip offering an even closer look, another video might fit the bill. The uploader says the fruit from his apple and pear trees kept vanishing night after night, so he assumed a raccoon, or some other common nuisance, was to blame. To figure it out, he set up a camera. When he reviewed the footage the next morning, he was stunned by what he saw. As with most unexplained videos online, this one has sparked plenty of debate. Some viewers insist the face resembles a mask or puppet. Others argue it couldn't be a mask because the eyes appear to blink and respond to the camera light. Then there are those who claim there's no eye reaction at all. Take a look at the footage and decide for yourself. Did this person film a real Sasquatch peering through the window, or is it nothing more than a staged hoax? Share your thoughts in the comments. The so-called albino Bigfoot has become a topic of discussion among residents of Carbondale, Pennsylvania, after a series of strange reports and unusual noises coming from the nearby woods. Several witnesses described seeing something resembling a monkey or an ape, even though no such species exists in that area. According to one account, a local homeowner heard odd sounds coming from the forest behind his property late one night. He picked up his video camera and went out to see what was happening. What set this sighting apart from typical Bigfoot encounters was the appearance of the creature itself. It seemed to be covered in bright, completely white fur. As expected, debate across the internet was intense. Many argued that the footage simply showed a person dressed in a costume and mask. Others, who analyzed the clip frame by frame, insisted that the figure's eyes appear to blink, and its mouth seems to move as it shifts away from the light. So the question remains, was this truly an albino Bigfoot captured on camera, or just someone wearing an impressively detailed white Sasquatch suit? The decision is yours. Following the neighbor's blurry photo, the story shifts back to David Sheely, a man who has spent months watching the Everglades in hopes of spotting the creature himself. One afternoon, he drifted off in his chair, only to wake to the sound of something moving through the swamp. Startled, he grabbed his camera and snapped several shots of a dark, upright shape moving in the distance. Wanting validation, Sheely later showed the images to archaeologist Bob Carr, who believed the photos were strong evidence of the creature's existence. But what do these pictures really show? A genuine skunk ape, or just another shadow in the swamp? Squatch Mafia dives deep into one of America's most enduring cold cases, connecting the dots between legendary Sasquatch sightings and the unsettling missing 411 phenomenon in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. They revisit the baffling 1969 disappearance of 6-year-old Dennis Martin, who vanished from Spence Field during a game of hide-and-seek. Despite one of the largest searches in national park history, the boy was never found. The search took a dark turn when a witness reported hearing a massive, sickening scream and seeing a shadowy, man-like figure hiding in the bushes nearby, moving with Olympic-level speed. Is the Dennis Martin case a tragic, unsolved kidnapping? Or does the chilling witness account support the theory that something far stranger, like the elusive Bigfoot, is responsible for vanishings in our remote wilderness areas? What do you think happened to little Dennis Martin in the Smokies? Todd Standing, a controversial Bigfoot researcher, shares what he claims is undeniable photographic proof of Sasquatch, captured deep in the Canadian wilderness. This short features a powerful, highly enhanced close-up of a Sasquatch's face. A photo that Standing states looks like an artist's drawing, but it's not, revealing astonishing details of its eyes, nose, and distinct fur. Standing insists that this kind of detail proves the creature's reality, but critics argue his methods and images are too heavily altered. Is this the real face of the elusive cryptid, or just a sophisticated hoax? You decide. Does this image convince you that Bigfoot is real? Squatch Mafia takes you deep into the remote woods of Litchfield County, Connecticut, a region not commonly associated with the legendary creature, to analyze newly resurfaced footage.
Where is he?
He's coming on. He's gonna pop up in the popping. Deeper berries, lots of berries.
Let's see him.
He's over here now.
Oh shit, he went too fast. I didn't catch him this time. I didn't catch him that time.
This clip features an enhanced version of a mysterious video allegedly captured by a local resident, showing a large, dark, bipedal figure moving quickly and deliberately through the tree line. Is this definitive proof of a Bigfoot presence in Connecticut, or is it simply a large bear or a person misidentified by the camera? A resurfaced video dated January 7, 2003, shows what appears to be a large, snow-covered figure moving near a remote mountain town. Released again on October 13, 2025, under the title Massive Yeti Caught on Camera. The clip was recorded by a man working on his property who noticed the figure blending into the snowy terrain before filming it with his old camcorder. Skeptics argue it may simply show someone in a costume, while others point to the visible musculature and the way the fur seems to contour around the body, details they believe would have been difficult to fake with early 2000s recording technology. The discussion has also revived interest in the long-standing Yeti legends from Himalayan cultures, where stories describe a powerful guardian-like figure inhabiting high-altitude regions. Whether this footage captured something unknown, a misidentified figure, or a well-crafted hoax remains open for interpretation. What do you think? An authentic early encounter or a convincing illusion? A newly circulated photo shows a tall, dark figure standing motionless on a remote forest road, blurry, but distinct enough to spark debate online. The posture, height, and unusual bend in the knees have led some viewers to question whether the figure could be a person, an animal, or something more difficult to explain. Around the same time, a compelling encounter was reported near Plum Creek in Monroe County, Michigan. A father and his 12-year-old son were bow fishing when they heard a heavy thud in the trees and briefly saw a large, upright, dark figure move smoothly between the brush. Both witnesses later submitted their account to the BFRO, which found their descriptions consistent and the environment similar to previous reports from remote, wildlife-rich areas. Whether these incidents point to something unexplained or simply reflect misinterpretations of natural events remains uncertain. What do you think? Coincidence, misidentification, or something truly unusual? A newly surfaced video from Big Hill Pond State Park in Pocahontas, Tennessee, shows a park employee casually recording himself while discussing recent sightings, only for something unexpected to appear behind him.
What this is about. The threat is real in McNairy County. There have so far been 6 reportings. People are getting very close, reporting the smell of burnt tires and dog breath. Brother, that's Bigfoot, and he's coming. So far, we've looked around.
As he speaks to the camera, a brown, upright figure can be seen moving quickly through the tree line in the background, prompting immediate debate online. Some viewers believe the timing is too perfect, suggesting the clip may be staged, while others point to Tennessee's long history of reported encounters dating back to early pioneer accounts of strange calls, wood knocks, and wild, hair-covered figures in the Appalachian forests. The witness insists the moment was completely accidental, and that what passed behind him was real. Whether this sighting was coincidence, a clever setup, or something unexplained remains uncertain. What do you think moved through the trees that day? A misidentified animal, a hoax, or something far more mysterious? A group of outdoor explorers in Oklahoma shared trail camera footage they captured while checking their equipment deep in the forest. Earlier that night, They reported seeing unusual signs in the area, and even believed they briefly spotted a towering figure moving between the trees. When they finally reviewed the camera, it revealed a close-up clip of a large upright shape stepping into frame after another animal triggered the sensor. The figure appears muscular, moves with a slow, deliberate stride, and stays partly hidden behind the trees. Some viewers think the footage shows a Bigfoot-like creature, while others believe there may be a more ordinary explanation. What do you see in this video? A trail camera deep in a remote, snow-covered forest in Idaho captured a strange figure last winter, an image posted online by an unknown outdoorsman. The photo appears to show a large, primate-like shape moving through the cold, though no one has stepped forward to explain how or when it was taken. Viewers have pointed out the creature's heavy build, dark hair covered in snow, and unusually clear facial features, making this one of the more discussed Bigfoot-related images in recent months. Idaho's, from early Native American stories to modern accounts from hunters and hikers. But what exactly are we looking at here? A misidentified animal, a person in harsh winter gear, or something unexplained captured at the right moment? Take a look and let us know what you think in the comments below. Last winter, a landowner in a remote Canadian forest set up an HD trail camera after noticing unusual activity around his property. What the camera recorded has sparked intense debate online. The footage shows a tall, dark, humanoid figure partially hidden behind the trees, its size and movement unlike anything the owner expected to capture. As the creature shifts, it brushes snow from a nearby trunk, offering a clearer view of its full height and the dense black fur covering its body. Some viewers believe it could be one of the clearest Bigfoot sightings ever recorded, while skeptics argue it's simply a person in a costume staged for the camera. With Canada being considered a hotspot for reported sightings, this clip raises even more questions. What do you think? An elaborate hoax, a misidentified animal, or something we still can't explain? A hiker exploring a fog-covered forest in Washington captured a brief but intriguing moment earlier this year. While filming his surroundings, he noticed a tall, dark figure moving slowly through the mist. An upright silhouette that seemed unaware it was being watched. The strange gait, stiff movements, and the way it drifted back into the fog have sparked immediate discussion online. Many viewers believe the thick fog may have helped conceal the figure, allowing it to blend into the trees before vanishing from sight. Others note that Washington has a long history of reported encounters, which adds even more curiosity to the footage. Still, nothing in the clip confirms exactly what the hiker saw. Was this just a figure distorted by fog, a misidentified animal, or something we can't explain? Share your thoughts in the comments below. A recently shared photo from a dim, remote forest has been gaining attention online for its unusual clarity. Although the exact location hasn't been confirmed, the image shows a tall, bipedal, ape-like figure with noticeable muscle definition and a partially exposed midsection. Details that some viewers claim look too natural to be a costume. For decades, Bigfoot sightings have relied on blurry videos, brief eyewitness accounts, and footprint casts. Clear, high-resolution evidence has always been the missing piece, leaving many to wonder what a definitive image would truly reveal. Whether this new capture brings us closer to that answer remains uncertain. Does this photo show something unexplained, or is there a more ordinary explanation behind the scene? Share your thoughts below. That's all for tonight's video. Which encounter gave you chills? Let us know in the comments below. Got your own experience? We want to hear it. And whatever you do, don't miss what's coming next.
Ralph, get back. Out of my way, hey.
This video comes from the wilds of British Columbia, where veteran hunter Ralph joined Trophy West for what he thought would be a routine trip. While searching the forest for game, he was suddenly confronted by a charging black bear, turning the moment dangerously real.
Ralph, get back. Out of my way. Hey.
Just as impact seemed inevitable, the bear abruptly stopped and backed off, as if recognizing the situation wasn't in its favor. Some say it was pure instinct, others think it showed surprising awareness, leaving the question of why the bear changed course still up for debate. This next video unfolds in the untamed swamps where giant hippos dominate the waters. Two hunters entered the area knowing the risks, but a massive hippo suddenly charged from the murky terrain, giving them almost no time to react.
What? Wait. Wait!
With the animal closing in fast, they fired just in time and brought it down. Some credit their quick reflexes, while others point to the sheer unpredictability of hippos, raising the question of how anyone can truly prepare for an attack like this. A homeowner deep in the woods set up a camera to watch wildlife, but instead recorded a faint, fast-moving figure. When slowed down, it clearly looked human. Yet no one should have been in that remote area so late at night. Whether it was a person, a ghost, or even a cryptid remains uncertain, leaving viewers wondering what truly moved through those woods. In the wild terrain of Arizona, outdoorsman Jay Scott set out on an elk hunt that quickly became unforgettable. While moving through the wilderness, he suddenly found himself face to face with a massive bull elk that bugled at extremely close range, nearly stepping over him as it passed. The sheer power and size of the animal left him stunned, a reminder of both the beauty and danger of encountering wildlife up close, and raising the question of how anyone stays calm when a creature of that scale is only inches away. While hunting coyotes, these hunters were surprised when a bobcat suddenly appeared, leading to a brief but tense stare-down between man and wild. After a moment, the bobcat calmly retreated, leaving them with an unforgettable encounter and a deeper respect for the wilderness, along with the question of what other unexpected moments nature might reveal. A Reddit user set up a trail camera near a strange hole in the forest, but when they returned, both the camera and their tools were gone. In their place sat a note inside the hole, written in a cryptic style that only added to the mystery. Other Reddit users began decoding it and uncovered a hidden message claiming the writers had taken something, seen the camera, and nearly been caught, even hinting they might leave a sliver of the cake if the note was properly solved. The disappearance of the gear combined with the eerie message left everyone wondering what actually happened out there, and who or what was watching. Rumors claimed a remote property hid a strange creature, so Tom went out at night with a camera to investigate.
It's like a little bit of illegal dumping. It's like sand.
After finding only scattered trash, he suddenly spotted a pale humanoid figure in the brush. When his flashlight hit it, the creature crawled toward him, thin and unnervingly inhuman. Terrified, Tom ran and never went back, leaving people to wonder whether he caught a rare animal on camera or something far more unsettling. A woman living in the forest noticed her dog suddenly fleeing in fear from something out in the field. Curious, she went to check and saw a pale humanoid figure standing perfectly still, moving in a deeply unsettling way. Moments later, it disappeared, only to reappear in the tall grass, silently watching her. What followed remains unknown, leaving many to wonder if she witnessed a person, a spirit, or something far stranger. While staying at a friend's hunting cabin near Jordan Lake in North Carolina, a Reddit user heard strange sounds outside. He's open to normal explanations, yet finds it eerie that the noises have only happened twice. Some think it was just wildlife, while others suspect something more unsettling, leaving the true source of the sounds unclear. Richard, an experienced outdoorsman, entered the wilderness with his hunting gear, unaware he was about to face a shockingly bold bear. Instead of retreating, the animal walked straight toward him and even tried climbing the ladder he was sitting on, a move that left everyone stunned. The bear then began chewing on his gun, showing an unusual mix of curiosity and fearlessness rarely seen in the wild. Moments like this make people wonder what drives such behavior, and how close is too close when nature decides to test its boundaries. Around 5 a.m., a Reddit user's security camera was triggered by a faint, ghost-like figure that briefly appeared on screen. Viewers debated whether it was a full-body apparition or something more ordinary, but the clip was too short and unclear to settle the question. The moment left many wondering whether there was a simple explanation, or if something genuinely paranormal was caught on camera in the forest. A man in a remote cabin realized something was moving close to his home just out of sight. As he got ready to leave for work,
For whatever reason, they're pretty close to the house this morning. Just out of sight, like usual. I gotta get to the truck, get to work. I don't really want to leave this porch.
a deep, menacing growl echoed through the trees, making him hesitate on the porch. Whatever made the sound never appeared, leaving him unsettled and raising the question of whether it was a predator passing by or something far more mysterious lurking in the woods. A Texas hunter filmed a humanoid figure standing near a forest lake early one morning. He first thought it was a person, but it stayed motionless and didn't respond when he called out. On camera, it appeared human-like, but covered in thick black hair, similar to Bigfoot. Still, the rancher suspected it might be someone in a costume because of its posture and leg shape. With no clear conclusion, viewers are left wondering whether he caught something real, or just a well-executed prank. While testing his GoPro during a fishing trip at sea, a man accidentally recorded something unusual moving beneath the waves. He spotted a small black shape gliding behind him, but it disappeared before he could get a closer look. He wondered if it could have been a great white, an orca, or even something smaller like an otter or seal, yet the creature never resurfaced. The uncertainty left him uneasy, and he chose to leave the water, still questioning what had been swimming just out of sight. Two hunters entered the Missouri woods, searching for a mysterious figure rumored to lurk near their neighborhood.
So Ben, how do you think that thorn pierced your, back?
While moving through a clearing, they suddenly noticed a dark shape kneeling in the trees, silently watching them. The sight terrified them so much that they dropped the camera and ran. Later, they returned to recover the footage and posted it online, noting that one of them had felt a sharp, unnerving gaze just moments before the figure appeared. Their brief encounter leaves viewers wondering what they actually saw in those woods. This chilling video shows a dangerous encounter with a quick and aggressive leopard. A group of hunters set out on a risky expedition, unaware of what waited ahead. As they closed in, one hunter foolishly threw a stone at the leopard, a reckless decision that triggered immediate consequences. In a split second, the animal launched a fierce attack with alarming speed and strength. Moments like this reveal how fast wildlife can react, and leave viewers wondering whether instinct or provocation truly caused the explosive ambush. A man in Ukraine went out to search a field with his metal detector, but stumbled onto something far more unexpected.
Не знаю, що це може бути, хто тут таке, я пішов, що тут таке, купаєм. Привидіння. І ще так світиться іменно, як фосфор, таким зеленим, таким класно, яскраво. Якийсь привид.
As he filmed, he commented on a strange glowing figure ahead of him. and his footage appears to show an eerie, human-like shape illuminated in the darkness. Something he believed might be a roadside phantom. Yet the object could just as easily be a simple roadside marker seen from an odd angle. With the clip offering no clear answer, viewers are left wondering whether he captured something genuinely unexplained, or if his mind turned an ordinary sight into something ghostly. While driving down a lonely country road, a man noticed a deer standing perfectly still ahead of him, its eyes reflecting an eerie despair. Then it began walking in slow, precise circles, almost hypnotic to watch. The strange behavior left him unsettled and wondering whether the deer was sick, disoriented, or reacting to something unseen. A Reddit user described a disturbing experience while spending a night in a wooded area. They first heard faint giggling sounds and assumed it was a coyote, but then noticed a gray figure moving oddly and scrambling up a tree. At first, they thought it was their cat until they went inside and found the cat asleep. What unsettled them most were the figure's bright red eyes, set unusually close together. Hoping for answers, they shared the encounter online, asking if anyone could identify what they had seen in the dark. While visiting a national park, Reddit user Terry Pill captured something unsettling in a photo, what looked like a white figure peeking from behind a bush near the suspension bridge at Pisha Campground. At first, he assumed it was just part of the vegetation, but a comparison with a daytime shot showed nothing similar in the area, deepening the mystery. Some suggested it was light distortion, motion blur, or even an animal, while others believed it resembled something far more uncanny. Was it simply pareidolia, or did his camera capture something genuinely unexplained? In the rugged landscapes of Africa, where powerful buffalo roam, 3 men, 2 professional hunters and their client, found themselves in a terrifying moment. Equipped with their rifles and fully aware of the risks, they pushed deeper into the bush when they suddenly heard the thunderous charge of a buffalo bull before ever seeing it. In an instant, a burst of gunfire rang out as the animal closed the distance, forcing the hunters to react as one. 3 rapid shots were fired in a desperate race against time, a reminder of how quickly danger can erupt in the wild and leaving viewers wondering how often near-miss encounters like this happen far from the safety of camp. While checking his game camera, a hunter found a disturbing photo taken in rural Washington, a strange figure standing between 2 deer. The location once housed a large coal mining operation in the late 1800s, adding to the mystery. The figure appeared in no other nighttime images, prompting debate about whether it was light distortion or something paranormal, possibly linked to the area's past. What do you think the camera actually captured? A Reddit user shared 2 trail cam photos from southwest Ohio that sparked curiosity. The first shows a normal hunting area, but the second, taken 1 minute later, captures a faint human-shaped figure on the right side of the frame, though its features are unclear. Even stranger, the camera logged a sudden 10-degree temperature drop between the shots. Some think the figure might be paranormal, while others believe it's an optical illusion or simply a person passing through. But what could explain such an abrupt change in temperature? In the open hunting fields of Tunisia, where wild boars are often pursued, one trip took a sudden and dangerous turn. The hunter, fully equipped and prepared, never expected nature to catch him off guard. Without warning, a boar charged straight at him, turning the hunt into a life-or-death moment in an instant. The sudden attack dramatically shifted the tone of the day and leaves viewers wondering how even seasoned hunters can prepare for such unpredictable bursts of wildlife aggression. A man used an app to generate a random point deep in the woods and decided to explore it at night. As he walked, unsettling growls began echoing through the trees. growing louder with each step. But when he later reviewed the footage, something even more disturbing appeared. 2 glowing eyes watching him from the shadows at the very beginning of the video before vanishing into the darkness. The encounter raised an unnerving question. Who or what was out there with him in the woods? 2 hunters in a remote forest were startled by a loud, eerie scream echoing through the trees.
I think it's time to go.
Unsure of its source, they considered leaving immediately, wondering whether it was a warning or something far more dangerous. What could make a sound like that? While investigating a cemetery rumored to be haunted, Lux Yi and his team captured something unusual on camera.
Acá pueden corroborar que hay un animal, miren, un animal muerto también, de los gualichos que se hacen acá en esta zona. ¿Lo puede levantar, por favor?
As they documented the graves, their footage briefly showed a small white figure moving slowly through the tall grass.
Allá atrás se puede apreciar, no sé si alcanza la toma de mi celular, porque mi celular es un celular muy bajo en resolución, pero bueno, vamos a caminar. No, esto de no creer, esto de no creer, vamos. Corran.
Startled, they fled, but managed to record one final glimpse of the figure before escaping the area. The strange movement and appearance left many wondering whether they caught an animal.
Ahí se ve. La verdad que está en movimiento. La verdad que Jesús de Nazaret. No, vamos, corran.
A trick of the light, or something far more unsettling hidden within the cemetery grounds. In Mozambique's wild bush, where Cape Buffalo danced, a British hunter named Paul suddenly found himself facing a wounded, cornered buffalo. The injured animal charged with incredible power, giving him almost no time to react. The sheer force of the encounter showed how dangerous these moments can be, and leaves viewers wondering how anyone prepares for a charge that explosive. A Reddit user noticed odd behavior from a trail camera on a Christmas tree farm in Bedford, Pennsylvania. Every night at exactly 12 South a.m., the camera took a photo with nothing visible. After 2 months, a bright red glow appeared in the images, lighting up the trees. On March 5, 2024, the midnight photo finally showed 2 blurry shapes, one above the trees and one on the ground. Switching the camera to video mode didn't help. It worked during the day but failed to record anything at midnight. What triggered the camera each night, and what was the red light above the trees? The mystery remains unsolved. A man entered the forest to investigate a reported Bigfoot sighting, noting broken branches and disturbed ground that hinted at something living nearby. Suddenly,
it almost looked like something's been kind of keeping shelter back here. I mean, that's probably from a fire pit, old one.
A terrifying sound erupted, and the video ended without explanation. The abrupt cutoff left viewers questioning what truly happened in those woods. In a quiet wilderness area where moose often roam, a man's peaceful outing turned dangerous when a moose suddenly charged at him. Realizing he had only seconds to react, he used a burst of adrenaline to climb a nearby tree at the last moment, finding safety among the branches as his heart raced. The encounter left him wondering whether the moose was merely startled, or if something else had triggered its aggressive charge. While driving home from a camping trip, a group noticed something unsettling near the roadside.
What'd you see? What the frick is that?
What? It's behind that tree.
Niana, what is that?
A dark, shadowy figure lingering behind a tree. Its strange movements were unnerving enough that they quickly left the area without looking back, still unsure of what they had just seen. While camping in the woods of Hinton, Canada, YouTuber Essie Styles heard the haunting howl of a lone wolf echo through the night. As darkness deepened, it became clear the animal wasn't alone. A full pack was nearby. The camper began to wonder whether the wolves were responding to their presence or if the first howl had been a warning to stay away. With tension rising and every sound amplified, they were left questioning just how many wolves were watching from the shadows. A man was hunting in the woods when he suddenly heard strange, unsettling grunts echoing through the trees. They didn't sound familiar, leaving him unsure whether they came from wildlife or if something far more disturbing was lurking nearby. That's all for tonight's video. Which encounter gave you chills? Let us know in the comments below. Got your own experience? We want to hear it. And whatever you do, don't miss what's coming next.
Oh my God.
2 hunters notice a bear resting in a tree and decide the moment is right to take the shot. One steadies his aim and fires 3 times in quick succession. The impact finally sends the bear crashing to the forest floor.
Basically, you're going to shoot him right there behind that arm, right here. Aim just a hair high, right there. Bust him in his lungs. Huh? You ready? Do your thing. Immediately rechamber and get ready for second. Ready? Yep. Shoot him again. Shoot him again. Good shot. Good shot. Good shot.
And for a moment they assume the danger has passed. But as they approach, they realize their mistake.
Oh my God!
The bear is still alive and trying to get up, forcing them to react fast. In the chaos, one hunter loses his footing and falls near the wounded animal, and the footage cuts off at the worst possible moment. A wounded bear can be just as dangerous as a healthy one, and assuming the situation is over too soon can turn a controlled hunt into a life-threatening encounter. The scene suggests the hunters underestimated how resilient the bear still was after the initial shots. What do you think unfolded in those last moments after the video abruptly ended? Hold on a sec. If you're enjoying this so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's continue. YouTuber Yappy headed out with Jason for a suburban hunt in November 2023. The two set up together on a tethered platform, hoping to quietly tag a doe within the city limits. It was meant to be a simple evening in familiar woods, nothing more. But after the main incident unfolded, the night took an unexpected turn.
Oh my God. Are you serious?
Dog is
Is he shooting our way? I just wanted to dump a couple of clips. I guess, bro. Where's he at? He's like this way. Dad. This is crazy. Every time I come down here, some crazy crap happens. Some guy's unloading every round he has. Hopefully not towards us, but probably our way.
Me and Jason are currently just trying to shoot a doe. Something always happens to Jason. We are on one tethered platform, so if you didn't know, you should get tethered because it can hold over 500 pounds. Over 500 almost. But what the heck, bro? It sounded, he's shooting his pistol, and then he just got out the old 22 and he's shooting, so we're behind the tree, luckily, but he's less than 100 yards from us. This is suburban. This is in the city limits. I don't know what to do. We should be able to get a deer to come in, but I don't know, man. I'm so sorry, Jason.
It's okay. I still think we're gonna kill him.
Yeah, I do too. This is one of the craziest hunts of my life so far. Hopefully it pays off. We'll see. First Georgia deer. After that guy was shooting, what the heck?
While making his way through the trees, Yappy encountered someone moving through the woods, someone he quickly suspected might have been the same person responsible for the earlier gunfire.
What you doing, brother? What you doing, brother? Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. You love a good poacher encounter. I don't know what he was doing. He was walking, looking for something. He had his car parked up here. I tried to get down and talk to him and confront him, but when I yelled at him the first time, he stopped like he heard it. Then he kept walking, and I was like, "Excuse me, sir, what are you doing?" And he ran to his car. So I got down as fast as I could, tried to get up to see what kind of car it was, maybe get the license plate number, but wasn't fast enough, and I think I lost my phone, so. There's literally a guy hunting right here, right next to my property. I'm calling the game warden right now. Hey, this is Tristan. I talked to you a while back about some hunter harassment stuff, and I have a poacher probably less than 20 yards from me in a stand. He came off an easement right here, and I was just seeing if I could get an officer out, or he's on city property.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Yeah.
That's perfect. We got one for that. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the game warden is on the way. God, do people suck. This property has been rough, and I would have had no idea. I almost didn't even hunt today. So that right there is city property. And he just parked over here and blocked off the street. He just grabbed his bow. This sucks. Once the game warden gets here, I guess we're gonna confront him. Y'all stay tuned. So we're down on the ground right now, reporting to you live. His truck is right there. Is 20 yards in front of me. So this is honestly hilarious. It sucks because it ruined my hunt, but I'm glad I came hunting, because if I didn't, I wouldn't have caught him. Game warden just texted me. Said that she just pulled up to his truck. I think things are about to get interesting. He's going to get down. Alright, he's on the ground. What is he doing? Just pulled back his bow. Excuse me, bud. Excuse me, sir. Sir, excuse me. What are you doing, brother? Do what? I scared you? What are you doing over here? You're with what? No, this isn't public land, bud. We don't have public land over here. Game warden's on the way. She's here. So, yeah. Right, you can't just, it's not a WMA, you can't hunt over here. Okay. Do what? Right. I'm just filming for my protection, make sure that we're good. So you thought this was public ground? Did you walk in it over here the other day? The other night? I said something to you? Says he thought it was public ground. Oh, you love that. No, we're gonna go talk to her. And this is the thing, if it was an honest mistake, I'm okay with that. But
I am in my first 2 years and I'm simply just trying to find urban spots.
right. Yeah, you can't just walk into the woods, bud. You gotta, right, well, you didn't do the right research. You can't just walk off and hunt these urban areas. You have to go and knock on doors and get permission. We will go talk to her. No worries at all.
Good morning.
Taylor, is that the only farming down here?
Excuse me?
Is that the only farming?
Yeah, just one more.
He said he thought it was public ground.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's what they always say. No public land like that in Georgia.
Right.
Like,
You
it's
can't
not,
just hunt
no,
in there.
that doesn't exist in Georgia.
I have the physical one, but do you mind if I just show you on the app?
That works just as good now.
So this was the same guy that walked in here the other night, and I yelled at him and he didn't respond. So I guess he marked him out a good spot. He came in. He said he's just getting into hunting and he thought this was public ground, but it's not. He knows that. And that's what the game warden said. She was like, that's what they all say, so.
Getting access to the hunt here. I've skipped that step because it's not, I don't believe you, I do believe you. My thinking was wrong. My thinking was simply, this is government public land, so I had it wrong from the start.
Right.
Obviously, I would be knocking on doors like you're telling me if my thinking was, now wait a second, this is not what it seems like. I need to talk to these people, build these relationships.
Right.
I admit I was wrong from the start, so.
Yeah, he's just trying to help you out. Whether it's the county or it is Mr. Bob over here who has 30 acres right here, it's called a landowner affidavit. And if they have that signed with the DNR, then they're saying anyone that's hunting on that property, it's because they've had a lot of problems with other people thinking the same way that you've thought. Your court date, they'll probably send you a certified letter, is what they've done in the past. Gwinnett County does it so different than all the other counties.
Sure. Well, that went good. I feel like situations like that, you never know if someone is lying or telling the truth or what, but the guy seemed genuine. I just, you never know these days, but that's Miss Taylor. She's awesome game warden, and
the stranger's behavior made it clear he wasn't following any rules about where he hunted or how he handled a weapon. The entire experience left a knot in his stomach that didn't fade even after a successful harvest. It was the kind of moment that reminds you how quickly things can shift from routine to dangerous in the woods, especially when someone nearby is being careless with a firearm. Urban hunts carry risks that often come not from wildlife, but from other people who ignore regulations or fail to confirm land access. Have you ever witnessed someone in the outdoors acting so recklessly that it changed the entire mood of the day? In this footage, two hunters move in on a moose with their rifles ready. One takes the shot, but it isn't clean, and the wounded animal charges in fury. What follows is a sudden, chaotic struggle as the moose fights back against the men pursuing it.
Вон ребята на охоте.
Блять, стреляйте, ёбаный в рот! Ой, бля.
The video cuts off when the cameraman steps out of his vehicle to assist the injured hunter, leaving the outcome uncertain for both the man and the moose. A humane hunt requires a quick, accurate shot, because a bad one leaves the animal suffering and puts everyone else in danger. In this next video from Jeffrey Muffitt's YouTube channel, he is hunting from a tree stand in Alberta when a bear suddenly appears beneath him. It studies the tree, then begins climbing straight toward his position. The animal reaches his level and sniffs aggressively. Seeming to assess whether he might be a potential threat or a potential meal. The bear hovers uncomfortably close before eventually choosing to climb back down, leaving Jeffrey shaken and trying to process what just happened. When a bear climbs up to investigate you, staying perfectly still is often the only option, because one wrong move can change everything. Encounters like this show how unpredictable wildlife behavior can be in the field. What do you think would have happened if the bear hadn't turned away? Our first video takes us into the wilds of Tanzania, where dense undergrowth and tense silence set the stage for danger. As hunters move through the brush, rustling leaves signal an unseen threat. In a split second, they fire in self-defense, and the leopard's fall brings immediate relief. Moments like this reveal how quickly survival hinges on instinct, and make us wonder how often a single decision in the wilderness determines whether a story ends safely or not. It was November 2024 when YouTuber Homeschool Hunter brought his daughter on her first bow hunt on public walk-in land in South Dakota. They entered early, and a motion-triggered trail camera near the entrance activated, signaling to someone that they had arrived. After quietly setting up, a man suddenly pushed through the brush, claiming he needed to check the batteries on his camera.
First of all, language alert on this one. If you want to see a classic case of hunter harassment, this is it. And you can draw your own conclusions from watching this interaction, but I think he was showing terrible etiquette, and then he was gaslighting me by saying I was showing bad etiquette. And by the way, this is my daughter's first ever bow hunt for deer, and this is public hunting land in South Dakota. It's on a land called walk-in land, which is open to public hunting. And this guy had a motion sensing cell phone trail camera of this public hunting land, and I could see his camera going off early in the morning when we walked in, so he knew we were there.
With a stand already in place, he behaved as though public land belonged exclusively to him, turning the moment into a heated confrontation over hunting etiquette, territory, and who had the right to be there.
What the fuck are you doing? Walking. What you didn't see anything sitting here? You can sit here. Get on the camera. Tree, stand up there.
This is hunter harassment.
No, it isn't. I'm checking my camera because it's getting low. You're harassment because you come in here and are fucking up my hunting area.
This is not your hunting area. This is public land. What are you talking
Well,
about?
this ain't public land. This is private.
This is
but
walk-in land.
Walk-in now.
It's walk-in land.
You're not teaching a young hunter very good etiquette.
You
There's
are
someone else
hunter
that's hunting.
harassing.
No, I'm not.
I was up here hunting.
Yep, and I'm
And
coming
you
here to
came
check
bust. I was up here hunting.
Yep, and I'm
and
coming
you
here to
came
check
busting
my
up
camera.
here. Yeah, you
My
can't come up
camera's
here.
getting low on battery.
I'm sitting next to it. It doesn't,
Yep.
doesn't mean you
And I
can
need
come
to
up and
change
check it. Go ahead and change it. Hop out of here.
I will.
Go ahead.
I will.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Thank you.
Not very good at hunter etiquette. I've been
Exactly.
hunting
You're
here
up here talking in full voice, and
I
you're
don't
complaining
care
about
about-
my hunter etiquette. I'm hunting.
I don't care.
Well, I'm glad.
I've been hunting for so many years. Everybody's doing this to me all the time.
I get it. Well, now it's your turn, I guess, because just because other people do it to you doesn't mean you should do it to other people.
Well, then show a little etiquette. This is hunter etiquette. Look at the camera.
I can sit here.
You want me to take pictures of that? I'll take pictures of you too.
Go ahead.
Doesn't bother me. I'm not doing anything illegal. You're the one who's hunter harassed.
No, I'm not. This is my camera. It was.
You should know that I'm hunting here then. You should know that I'm up here hunting then. I saw it going off. You knew I was here. Yes, you did. I saw the infrared going off in the dark this morning. You know I was here. Just change your batteries and leave. Just change your batteries and leave.
So I will.
Appreciate it.
I'll go ahead and teach a youngster.
Yes, it is. We're hunting on public land.
Yeah.
You're the one who's coming up here messing up our hunt.
There was somebody hunting here with all this stuff.
It doesn't matter if
no,
there's nobody else hunting here this morning.
No, not right now.
Of course not right
But
now.
you know where you're
Just because somebody hunted here in the past means I can't hunt on public land? Give me a break. Get out of here.
In the past, it's not past. And actually, this just went into. Freddie used to have this.
I don't care if it was never public land for 1,000 years. It's public land right now. I'm hunting public land.
And
you came up here and messed with me.
Do you know which way the wind is blowing?
It doesn't matter.
Do you know which way the wind is blowing?
It doesn't matter how I hunt. I can hunt.
Here that's gonna go. They're gonna blow out.
Doesn't matter how I hunt. Doesn't matter how I hunt.
I know. Apparently, you're gonna have fun getting something.
Just reported for hunter harassment. It's illegal to mess with people's hunts, interfere with their hunts. He doesn't see us at all. It's a nice mom. Beauty. It's a decent bug. Getting nervous. Okay, good. Better. Yeah, he's making a scrape. Remember, get your bow back when he's distracted, okay? Just be patient. There's no rush. I got the perfect land. Scraping away like that. Sees the decoy.
Know which way the wind is blowing?
It doesn't matter how I hunt. I can hunt.
Here that's gonna go. They're gonna blow out.
Doesn't matter how I hunt. Doesn't matter how I hunt.
I know. Apparently.
Go ahead. Hit him. Just take me to look high. Wow, buddy. That was like 15 yards. That was a fun run. Holy cow. Should have told you to take your time. Shoot, buddy. I can't believe you got your bow back. Yeah. It's okay, we'll give him some time. I don't think we're gonna recover him, but we're gonna try. We're gonna leave for at least a couple hours here. Probably 5 hours and come back this afternoon. Look at the footage and look at the rushed a shot. That's what happens when your first deer comes out and it's a monster buck. First deer ever. Yeah, we're gonna get out of here so we don't spook anything else. Nice job.
Look at this. He's coughing up blood. He's coughing it. I think we got a lung, buddy.
Despite the tension, a buck eventually came in and his daughter took her shot, transforming an unpleasant encounter into an unforgettable milestone. What should have been a simple first hunt instead revealed how quickly conflict between people can overshadow the experience itself, raising questions about how often public land disputes escalate simply because one person decides to act like an owner, and whether hunter education today should focus just as much on handling human behavior as handling wildlife. This next video unfolds in rugged wilderness, where an experienced hunter faced a moment that tested both skill and luck. He fired 3 rapid shots at a moose, each delivered with impressive accuracy. Hitting the heart is difficult on its own, but having the animal drop instantly from that distance is exceptionally rare. Encounters like this highlight how unpredictable the outdoors can be and make us wonder how much of a perfect outcome comes from expertise and how much comes down to timing and chance. That's all for tonight's video. Which encounter gave you chills? Let us know in the comments below. Got your own experience? We want to hear it. And whatever you do, don't miss what's coming next.
You okay? Yo, hey!
If we take a walk around here, we'll see hers. It's marked by the red ribbon. This might be the swing.
Are you kidding me?
No, did what?
Oh no, we gotta go. We gotta go.
Did
We
what?
gotta go.
Did what?
No, we
Did
gotta
what?
go.
On February 25th, 2022, Tara from Tara Treks looked back on her miles along the Appalachian Trail, where shelters meant to offer safety often carried a different weight. Her channel usually celebrates through hiking and the rhythm of long journeys, yet tonight she revisited the moments when those wooden walls felt uncertain, and trusting them became far more complicated.
Today, I'm going to be telling you guys why you should not be sleeping in shelters on the Appalachian Trail. I'm not here to bash anyone for choosing to stay in a shelter, and I do recognize there are a lot of benefits to actually staying in one. A shelter offers a quick setup and breakdown of sleeping materials, so that means more time on trail and less time at camp. A safe haven from the elements that can include lightning, downpours, really intense wind, or falling trees and branches. One of the top benefits, in my opinion, is that you meet people a lot easier. Every structure is built differently in a different area of the trail with different people who maintain it. I do believe the cons of staying in a shelter heavily outweigh the pros. I'm going to separate the reasons into two categories. We're going to have people, and we're going to have animals or other living things. Walking up to a shelter, you never really know who's going to be staying in it or who's going to come up a little later. If you are a thru hiker, you do have a good idea based on who is hiking around you. Weekend warriors, Boy Scout groups, section hikers, or guys who are a little down on their luck. This means you will be sleeping among strangers, and in my opinion, that makes me feel very vulnerable. Before I committed to a shelter, I usually screen those that I didn't know. Obviously, I would do this in a non-weird or conspicuous way, just ask like a couple questions about their life and their plans of their hike or backpacking trip. There was one time though that asking a couple questions helped us determine that we were not going to be staying in a shelter. In 2019, James Jordan killed Ronald S. Sanchez Jr. at a campsite on the Appalachian Trail. Around 2 weeks prior to that incident, we did meet James Jordan at a shelter. After spending 15 minutes of talking with Jordan, we found him to be very mentally unstable. We decided that we would pack up our things and move along down the trail, even though it was hailing and raining. On a lighter note though, you may meet some seemingly nice people who might snore really loud, might have a really noisy sleeping pad, or who might get up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. And you have a couple people turning and tossing in their sleep on their stuff. Some backpackers on the Appalachian Trail wake up early, or some come to a shelter a little later, which, again, can wake some people up. You also have to worry about a silent virus that is being passed among hikers that haven't washed themselves in days.
She began with the night her group met James Jordan at a shelter. Only weeks before he would later take the life of hiker Ronald Sanchez Jr., they spoke with him for 15 uneasy minutes, long enough to sense something was off. That quiet alarm pushed them back into the hailstorm, choosing their tents instead of staying beside a man whose behavior felt unstable. It was the first sign that a roof doesn't always bring comfort.
During my thru hike, we got caught in a freezing rainstorm in the Smoky Mountains. Luckily, we found a shelter, and there was a couple people in there. By the end of the evening, we were pushing the limits of the shelter's capacity. When we left the shelter the next morning, we were fine, but as the following days progressed, one by one in our tramway, we were getting sick from a common hiker virus called norovirus. Norovirus causes inflammation of the intestines and stomach, which results in vomiting and intense diarrhea. Most everyone in our tramway got norovirus except for Smiley, who is a strict tent camper and did not stay in the shelter that night. Lastly, with a shelter and people is you don't get a lot of privacy, but you can kind of expect that when you're in the shared community space. So that's not a huge one.
Another memory came from the Smokies, when freezing rain forced hikers into a packed shelter. Dozens waited out the storm together, unaware of what was circulating in the cramped space. By morning, nearly everyone who slept inside was struck with norovirus, except for the lone hiker who had stayed in a tent outside. Sometimes the danger is silent, appearing only after the night has passed.
All right, let's move on to the next category, being any other living thing like animals, reptiles, bugs, rodents, or problem bears that live near shelters because they know people will be staying there and there's going to be an amount of food there. We typically try to steer clear of those shelters, but even if you tent camp around the shelter, you're still gonna have those bear issues, so it's not so much a shelter problem. The real problem creatures are not big bears, but instead small mice and rats that live in and around the shelters. Even if you do everything right, like hang your food up in a tree or put it in a bear vault, take every small little crumb out of your pack and put all your smelly things in that bear bag hanging in a tree, they're still gonna bother you. One time during a section hike, a mother mouse and her babies decided my friend's bag, which was hanging, decided that would be a great nesting place for her and her babies. I once heard this horror story. A hiker was about to go to bed, so they put on chapstick, woke up, and a mouse was chewing on her lips. It's so gross. Mice and rats also carry a lot of diseases, and their poop can dry up, becoming dust. That's a really easy way for viruses or diseases to spread in the air. Snakes, spiders, and bugs were a minor issue in shelters.
Then came the nights shaped by wildlife. At Old Orchard, a bear circled for hours, despite food being stored properly. Mice chewed through packs, nested in suspended bags, and seemed to rule the shelters after dark. She recalled hearing of a hiker who applied lip balm only to wake with mice drawn to it. These moments built her conviction. Shelters offered convenience, but the cost often felt too high. Crowded shelters blend unpredictable people, illness, and wildlife, creating risks that comfort and convenience can't fully outweigh. When the trail grows quiet at night, would you trust a shelter's walls or your own instincts to keep you safe? Hold on a sec. If you're enjoying this so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's continue. On September 22, 2025, Dawson Toller entered the abandoned town of Elkmont, deep in the Appalachian Mountains. His YouTube channel documents real paranormal investigations, approached with calm precision rather than theatrics. Joined by Michael, he revisited the cemetery, the cabins, and the fragments of history left behind after the town was emptied decades ago. Nothing unusual had happened yet, but both of them sensed the kind of stillness that often precedes something they can't prepare for.
So inside of this cemetery is Levi Trentham himself. Levi Trentham was known as a prophet, and in Elkmont itself, one of the buildings was his cabin, which I find that super interesting. So we're coming up to his grave to leave a couple offerings. That way tonight, potentially, he will want to have a conversation with us. So right here is Levi Trentham's grave. We're supposed to leave nails on his grave as a sign of respect, to hope that he will communicate with us tonight. So I'll leave it right here. So Levi, if you would be willing, tonight, we're coming back up here and we're gonna try to communicate with you. We would love to hear your story. We'd love to hear a prophecy that you have. We appreciate your time and you allowing us to be here tonight.
They began at the cemetery, where Dawson walked to the grave of Levi Trentham, a man once regarded as the town's quiet visionary. He placed nails and screws on the stone, a gesture meant to acknowledge Levi and invite his presence later in the night. Dawson spoke a simple request, asking him to return to the cabin they would soon visit. It was a small act, almost gentle, yet something in the air hinted that the night wouldn't stay gentle for long.
For this investigation, we're gonna run the Ovilus. We'll set up a REM pod right here on the fireplace, might be a good spot for it. So that right there is calibration. So we got the Ovilus running, we're gonna throw it in dictionary mode. Levi, if you're here, in front of your doorway, I have a music box. All you have to do is step in front of it and it'll go off indicating that you're here. Here on top of your fireplace, I have a REM pod. And if you walk up to it, this little black wire, and you touch it, it'll flash blue. Levi, if you're here, could you give us a knock or some sort of indication that you're here? What is that?
I hear that too, like a knocking sound. Yeah, that was very loud. Actually makes me think maybe there's somebody...
Hold on. Guys, we're being quiet right now because we're trying to sniff out if we can see any sort of light, and I don't. Hello? Could you do that again, please?
If that is you, please speak to us. Is that you?
No. Did you hear
Was
a
that?
voice?
Yeah, yes, I heard that sounded like it was right below our feet.
It sounded like a voice, a man's voice.
Okay, I heard it just a loud dun.
Did you hear?
Was that? Yeah, yes, I heard that sounded like it was right below our feet.
Did you hear?
Was that? Yeah, yeah.
Did you hear?
Was that? Yeah, yes, I heard.
Levi?
Stab.
Good timing.
Kim.
What was the second one?
Kim.
I don't think those noises we heard, if you were speaking to us through that device, and you intentionally... Whoa. Said place?
Place.
Did you mean to say stab?
Lot.
Lot. Stabbed a lot?
Maybe.
Drag.
Couch. Traverse. Row.
It's weird that it's starting to say a bunch of stuff now. It didn't say anything for like 5 minutes.
Channeling. Already.
Channeling already? It's an interesting 2 words to come out like right after the way and, are you here with us? It's like, I'm channeling already.
Inside Levi's old cabin, they arranged their devices with routine familiarity. REM pod on the fireplace, music box by the doorway, the Ovilus active beside them. The first knock came just moments after Dawson asked for a sign, followed by a sound resembling a man's voice from beneath the floor. Then the Ovilus responded with words, stab, place, channeling, each arriving without emotion, yet shifting the room's atmosphere in a way neither could ignore. Their reactions stayed controlled, but something in their eyes suggested they knew the night was turning toward a place they hadn't expected.
Let's head into this dollhouse. My name is Dawson.
My name is Michael.
We're just here to communicate. We're not here to scare you. We're not here to interrupt your playtime. Is there anything you would like to play with?
Cards. After.
Possibly cards after?
Soldier.
Soldier. Did you fight in any sort of war?
Casket. Appetite.
Did we encounter any sort of a casket while we were...
Not a casket.
I think we experienced, death masks and stuff.
At the dollhouse, the device shifted again, offering a new set of phrases. Cards, soldier, and Joe. Then, without warning, the tone changed. Follow. Casket. Appetite. Dawson recalled their earlier visit to a crime museum and wondered if something had attached itself to them. The words carried no explanation, yet both felt the unease settle deeper than before. They didn't say it out loud, but neither of them felt alone as the investigation drew to its quiet close. Viewers noticed how the responses aligned with Elkmont's history, raising questions about whether these messages were random or remnants of past lives. If so many sensed something unsettling in the Appalachians, what else might surface if Dawson ever returns to that abandoned town? On October 11, 2025, Manaswai set out across the Appalachian Mountains, a region layered with folklore and forgotten tragedies. His channel blends humor with cinematic travel, exploring strange places without relying on theatrics or staged fear. This time, he followed a path through 10 locations rumored to hold more history than hauntings. The journey wasn't meant to be frightening, yet each stop carried a quiet weight that suggested the mountains still remember more than they reveal.
We're back in West Virginia, not for the Mothman, but for the abandoned and haunted Lake Shawnee Amusement Park. A lot of terrible things have happened here. And so all the bad things started happening specifically in the 1950s when a little girl really tragically died on the swing ride. It was kind of strange. She didn't die directly from the swings. A truck just backed into her as she was in her seat. And then a second death happened. It was a little boy who died in the lake here when his arm got stuck in a drain pipe. This is actually the second and third children's deaths in a row.
Yeah, dude.
But that's not it. There's actually an even darker story about this place. And it was a story scary enough for me to like kind of second guess coming here. All right, I'll tell you, come on.
I actually want to know.
Yeah, I got you, let's go. So this is the swings where that girl tragically died. It's equally creepy, but also kind of sweet how a lot of people leave these dolls and like toys for her. But pretty much a lot of people report hearing her or seeing her specific swing still swinging as if she's still around here. If we take a walk around here, we'll see hers. It's marked by the red ribbon. So we're not sure, but we think this might be the swing. It's just that the ribbon has lost its color over time. The darkest and most terrifying thing about this place is that they actually built the amusement park on top of a Native American burial site. A tribe called the Shawnee tribe used to live here, and archaeologists that have dug around this area have found over 300 burials. Yeah, here, where we're standing.
Bruh.
But what's super crazy is that before the amusement park was built, there were a couple English settlers that lived here. They kind of took this place from the natives and stuff. The Shawnee tribe came and killed 2 of their children, kidnapped another one, and burned his like 8-year-old son at a stake. So there's like multiple levels of death on these grounds.
At Lake Shawnee, he entered only after leaving a small offering, a custom tied to the site's long and unsettling past. He recalled the stories: a young girl struck during an accident on the swings, a boy who drowned nearby, and the discovery of hundreds of Native American graves beneath the grounds. The place held its history without theatrics, and the silence felt heavier than expected. It was the kind of quiet that follows you, even after you move on.
All right, we're rolling up to the next location, which is called Poinsett Bridge, and it is terrifying. Let me give you some history about this place. Pretty much, it's one of the oldest bridges in the entire country. It was built all the way back in 1820. Poinsett Bridge. When it was being built, all the workers there caught a strange, mysterious disease. Some people think it was malaria, but the fact of the matter is a lot of people died while this thing was being built. Here's the crazy part, okay? Legend has it that one of the workers that died from the mysterious illness, his body was buried within the walls of this bridge itself, and it's still there to this day. A lot of visitors who come here at night report hearing screams, seeing figures. Some people even fall ill. The thing about this bridge is that a lot of people report strange activity when 2 things occur. Right after it rains, which you can see from the ground, it's literally still wet, and when it's midnight.
Dude, come on.
Ah, that was close. Hold on, give it a second. At midnight, there are reports of people seeing on this bridge a headless man. Something I forgot to mention is that sometimes people don't just hear or see a presence, but they actually feel a physical touch. Just with it, dude, these walls are so old. And somewhere buried in here, oh!
What's gonna happen?
You did that! Are you kidding me?
No, did what?
Oh no, we gotta go.
Did what? I don't want to be.
No, we gotta fucking go. We gotta go. My tripod leg came loose, and usually it's this short. It opened and it came out here, and it touched the back of my leg. You were like wrapping your hand around my leg.
No, I thought you were playing a bit because like, but then like the look in your eyes was actually like.
When we were under the bridge, there's nothing around us that could touch me but you.
Yeah, because if there was like trees or something.
Yeah, if there was like trees, I'd be like, okay.
Later, at Poinsett Bridge, he revisited the tales of workers who died during its construction and the rumors of a headless figure appearing in the dark. While filming, the tripod suddenly shifted and struck his leg, startling him in a moment too quick to interpret. He tried to steady himself with humor, but the incident lingered without a clear explanation. Some moments don't reveal their meaning until much later, if they reveal anything at all.
It's time to hit the final location, the not just ghostly, but demonic Pope Lick Bridge. Home. Sightings of a demonic half-goat, half-man entity have been reported since at least the 1960s. There are a few tales about its emergence. The first is that it's the spirit of a circus freak who seeks vengeance after being mistreated. The most infamous story about this place, though, is that it once used to be a local farmer who sacrificed his goats in rituals in return for satanic power. What's very real are the many, many deaths that have occurred on this bridge. What often happens is people looking for the creature end up getting hit by the train that crosses this very bridge. On the tracks, it goes out into just an endless abyss. It's really creepy. I prepared to summon the demon the only way I knew how. Goat Man! I'm here! I am right here, all by myself. Last chance to prove the Appalachians are actually haunted.
Last night, I was lucky to be safe as the train that crosses Public Bridge appears from the black of night surprisingly quick. Many people that walk across the bridge don't end up so lucky, and those that come here looking for the Goat Man do meet their end, but not from finding the demon, but from their very search for him.
At Popelick, he went alone, standing beneath the towering trestle tied to the legend of the Goatman. He repeated the stories of people being drawn toward the tracks, though he stayed below, acknowledging the real danger of passing trains. When one roared overhead, the force of it cut through the stillness, ending the night with a reminder that not every threat is supernatural. He walked away reflecting on the beauty, the weight, and the strange allure of these mountains. Viewers noted how Appalachia's history shapes its atmosphere, suggesting the unease comes less from legends and more from what remains unspoken. If these places feel this heavy in daylight, what might they hold for anyone willing to return after darkness settles in? On May 31, 2025, the creator behind Dead Appalachia stepped into Big Ridge State Park, following the Ghost House Trail, one of the region's most unsettling stretches of history. His channel is known for wandering deep into Appalachian lore, blending old stories with the quiet weight of forgotten places. But on this trail, the past didn't just feel preserved, it felt aware.
I'm essentially going to be hiking the entirety of the Big Ridge State Park, showing you these locations: the grist mill, the ghost house, and the location of an Indian ambush site. Near the trailhead stands the Norton Grist Mill, constructed in 1825. Now this structure here is the Norton Grist Mill. Now this next part may be speculative rumor, but they say that the man who built this mill, his daughter was suspected of witchcraft, and they say the man hung his own daughter because he thought she was a witch. Here's the outside of the mill. Looks quite decrepit. I imagine this was gorgeous back in its day. There's a nice little creek here. We're gonna go check out what remains of the ghost house. We're gonna check out a hidden cemetery. This here's where we're going. The next part of our adventure takes place around 0.4 miles into the trail, the Norton Cemetery. Some tales suggest that photographs taken here reveal silhouettes of the departed standing by their graves.
The journey opened at the old Norton Grist Mill, standing where it has since 1825. Its story lingers in local memory, the tale of a man who believed his own daughter was a witch and ended her life near the mill's path. The creator noted the unease of walking through a place where belief turned into tragedy, a reminder that Appalachia's shadows often come from its people, not its ghosts. And yet, further down the trail, something else seemed to be waiting. As we continue along the trail, we come across the infamous ghost house. Now, only a root cellar, a cistern, and a well casing remain at this place. But many folks have reported seeing different specters and ghosts. Both park rangers and hikers alike have reported a strange specter of a man in work boots, gray pants, and a red flannel shirt hiking off trail in the woods. And he is said to vanish without a trace if you approach him, which just leaves behind an even bigger aura of mystery for me. The remnants of the ghost house appeared next, now reduced to a cellar, a cistern, and the earth that swallowed the rest. This was the site tied to reports of a mysterious man, gray pants, red flannel, work boots, seen by rangers and hikers before vanishing when anyone drew near. It was a different kind of unease, quiet and unexplainable, hanging in the spaces where the house once stood. But the trail still held a story carved much deeper than rumor. I'm about to do about 500 feet of elevation right now, heading up to the top of this mountain where there's Indian ambush site is. See no signs of human activity. We're definitely getting close. These are historical rock walls. Whew. All right, after about an hour of hiking, we're here. November 13th, 1794, hiding between these two huge boulders, Indians ambushed, killed, and scalped Peter Graves, a pioneer settler from the Sharp Station located 1/2 mile to the north. Erected in 1968 by the descendants of the early settlers of this area. Here in the eastern woodlands, back in the frontier days, was very dangerous. I mean, look at all this dense forest. I mean, we're talking Native Americans, bears, disease, bobcats, mountain lions, all kinds of things that roamed around these woods during that time.
Yeah, nice little piece of rocky rock. This was all supposed to be a trail, but no one's come up here in God knows how long.
Beyond the climb, between two massive stones, stood the place where Peter Graves was ambushed in 1794, killed and scalped in an attack that marked the violence of the Eastern Woodlands frontier days. A memorial placed there decades later only reinforces how real the danger once was. Reaching this point, the creator reflected on the harshness of the land and the heavy silence that settles over places touched by blood and memory. Standing between the stones, the past felt closer than anything supernatural. Many viewers noted that Appalachia's unease comes not just from legends, but from the land's layered history, loss, conflict, and stories that refuse to fade. On trails like this, memory often feels stronger than myth. If daylight already felt weighted with old stories, what would the ridge reveal to someone who returned after dark, when the forest holds the trail entirely for itself? On October 5th, 2025, Dan Bell, creator of Dan Bell Film It, a channel known for late-night urban exploration, found himself deep near Seneca Rocks in West Virginia. His videos often unravel forgotten motels, abandoned schools, and eerie backroads, but this night felt different. As he moved farther into Appalachia's quiet darkness, every shadow carried a weight of its own, hinting that the stillness around him might not be entirely empty.
Look at this place. Yoakum Vacationland Motel Restaurant. Here's the motel. Look at this place. I guess this was an early car phone. You could just pull up here and make your call right from your driver's seat. This place is so old. It's like a peek back into the past. Damn, it's creepy. Oh my God. Yeah, this must have been like some elementary school or middle school or something like that. Oh my goodness. Seneca Rocks Elementary School, 1955. Look at this place.
Dan began his night by drifting through the remnants of Yoakum's vacation land, passing its fading signs and the quiet shells of old motel rooms. A little farther down the road, he found the abandoned Seneca Rocks Elementary School, its darkened windows and aging facade frozen since 1955. The stillness of these places felt heavy, as if time had stepped aside but never fully left. Something in that silence seemed to brace him for what waited deeper in the night.
Oh, the curtains are all torn. Looks like an old haunted house. There cannot possibly be people living in there. That is so creepy. Secretly, I want to go and see if the door's open, but I'm worried that there might still be somebody in there. I don't know if going in is a good idea. I just went to get out of the truck to go check this house out to see if the front door is open, and a car rode by and they slowed down. I had already turned my truck off, so the lights were off, and then I sat here for 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes, and the car had turned around and come back, and then I heard something over here. It sounded like something metal, like someone taking like a shovel and hitting it on concrete. Oh, there's a car coming up behind me. People out here don't mess around. I'm gonna just pull into this Liberty station. They'll go past. They're pulling into the Liberty station as well. It's kind of strange. There's a light in the woods. You can see it right there. Right there. What is that light? Oh. That's not a star. What the hell is that? It's not a house. Oh God, why am I on this road? This is so creepy. I can't imagine if my engine died or I had a flat tire. I'd have to really be brave. Call AAA if I even have... I probably don't have cell reception up here. I guess I'd have to walk back to the main road. Oh, that would be horrible. Goddamn Blair Witch House. Jesus, that's creepy looking. There's still seats, chairs sitting on the front porch. A lot of people just die and there's no relatives, there's no kin, next of kin, so they just, their homes are just abandoned. This light, I swear to God, has been following me. I saw it about 10 miles from here, and it was... Anyway, it just seems like it's been following me, I don't know.
Later, when he slowed near a decaying roadside house, unease crept in. A passing car reduced its speed as it went by, only to return minutes later. From somewhere nearby came a metallic thud, a sound he described like a shovel hitting concrete. The tension pushed him to pull away, stopping only when he reached an old Liberty station to break the moment. But even then, the feeling that something was shifting around him didn't fully fade. Farther into the drive, Dan noticed a strange light hovering too low to belong to the sky, following his route for miles. The trail led him past a weathered cabin he half-jokingly called the Blair Witch House, its presence unsettling in the dim glow.
It's like a vintage restaurant. The napkins are still on the tables. Look at this place. Look at the child seat. This is wild. Anyone home? Looks like a shape of a human being standing back there. I think it's an alien, actually. It's an extraterrestrial waiting for me to jump the fence so it can take me up. Look at that face. Doesn't it look like an alien face? Okay, it's like moving. I'm getting out of here. Oh, you can see it, but across the street there's a light from that house. It's like a dim light, and it's a field over there. I don't know. Maybe somebody's having I tried to bring the brightness up all the way on the phone, but it's just not good enough.
Later, near a fenced area, he caught sight of a shape that looked almost human, or something else entirely, before realizing it was only an illusion formed by the angle of the light. The unease lingered just long enough for him to decide he had seen enough for one night. Some viewers believe the drifting lights and uneasy moments reflect how Appalachia amplifies fear, blurring instinct and imagination. If those lights truly moved with him, what might have been standing just beyond reach, watching from the dark the whole time? On September 27th and 29th of 2023, Mo Sargi and Aldo pushed deep into the Appalachia Mountains near Bluefield, West Virginia. Their channel, known for survival challenges and encounters with unsettling legends, set out to investigate claims of feral people. But the deeper they went, the more the forest began answering back.
We just know to be careful now because we've talked to a lot of locals. No one goes out anymore. It's been abandoned. This trail in particular that we're walking is closed down for some reason. Yo, this looks like some weird ass language, dude. What do you think it says? I don't know, but it could be like communication between like the feral people. Like, I'm just speculating here, but it could be.
It also, I mean, it looks like people put their initials too.
Just like how people do that for fun. But here's the thing, for the people that do talk about the feral people, they don't know how they communicate. There's no reception out here.
No, there isn't. I heard that the feral people actually communicate with clicking.
Yeah, clicking, whistling from what I've heard too.
They followed the closed trail toward Pinnacle Rock, passing the faded sign and noticing strange symbols carved into the trees. Mo mentioned the stories tied to these markings, wondering who or what left them behind. The woods felt unusually alert around them, and the unease only grew as they moved forward.
What's wrong? Dude, what? I think we just discovered their base. Look. Do you see that? There's like a house down there. I don't know if I can catch him. I can't. You see it? I thought I seen someone.
And dude, there's also this weird structure here. Usually this means this is like their headquarters.
Oh, I mean, maybe they're living here.
Oh, yeah, yo, there's another house down there. Do you see anyone walking?
There was a weird, like, I thought I seen a weird guy over there.
Dude, you might have just saw a feral person down there.
You would hear that? A faint whistle. I heard that. Should we go down there? Yeah, we should go down there.
Okay, do you see anyone right now?
No.
I think it's safe.
Whoa, look at this structure. This kind of reminds me of like coal mining stuff. There might have been a mine here at one point. There's rails up there from a coal mine. What the heck is all this? It's closed. This trail was closed for a reason, guys. We actually just stumbled upon a feral camp, so keep your eyes open.
I'm glad you have the baseball bat.
I mean, I don't plan on hurting anyone, as long as they're nice to us, right?
Yeah.
Trail closed. So, there's a house there? Oh my god, there's a mine shaft. There's an old abandoned mine shaft in the mountains. I saw a guy going off that way. What? Look at this old mining cart. Oh, they've blocked it off. Well, there's no way he got in here because they blocked us off. I wonder if it goes in deep. Oh, it's a mine shaft, dude. It goes in deep. So there's no way he went in here. I seen somebody in like a camo jacket or a hoodie of some sort. He had what's it called? His face looked different. He was very pale.
Pale?
Yeah, very pale.
Yeah, let's keep looking at it.
There's a chance that he's in this building right now. Tent. There's a tent. Hey, we mean you no harm.
We just want to be friends. In here?
Oh, it's a homemade toilet.
Why would there be a homemade toilet?
Because they're living around here.
Deep in an abandoned trail.
This might be where they come up to the trails to like rob people.
Near the abandoned mining valley, Mo saw a pale-faced man dash across his vision. Soon after, they found a torn-down tent and a crude toilet structure, suggesting someone had been living out there. The feeling of being watched lingered with every step, but things escalated once they left the trail entirely.
Bro, there's a little shack in the middle of the forest near the water.
So I don't know how we're gonna get down.
Really?
Because it's a mountain drop and there's a fence, so we gotta find a way. So we could probably go from here because there's a way out of the fence.
Oh, sweet, okay.
Yeah. Dude, we're literally climbing down a mountain right now, an entire mountain. So we decided we're gonna risk our life to give you guys some more content. By the time we make it down the mountain and down to the river, which we don't know if that's even a guarantee, it's gonna be dark.
It's gonna be quite a while.
Like, I don't mind the darkness, but when it gets dark, the animals come out.
Yeah.
And also the feral people. You know, the worst part is you can tumble down the mountain and this is all barbed wire that you're touching.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm losing my balance. Well, we're almost there. You hold on to trees. Woo. I'm making it look too easy for you guys. Let me show you the angle that this is. This is like an 80-degree angle. Holy shit, this is a 90-degree angle at this point. Careful, careful. Oh my god, he almost died. Please be careful, hold on. Whoa. All there is train tracks. And more mountain to scale down. Okay, as you guys can see, we are almost down by the river. Whoa. Whoa. Aldo. Wait, where'd he go? Aldo. Yo, he disappeared. Aldo. Wait, actually? Aldo. Oh, hey. Oh my god, oh my god. Yo, hey. You okay? Yo, hey. Hey, yo, Aldo, wake up. Yo, hey, Aldo, wake up. Hey, are you okay? What happened? Get up. Did you hit your head? Did you fall? Did you fall? Do you remember what happened? Bro, seriously, are you playing a joke on me or what? Like, are you okay? Why do you keep looking up that way? What happened? Did you slip and fall?
No, something was following us.
Something was following us?
Yeah. I heard something. I heard something. So I turned around and then everything went black. I saw someone. Yes, I think someone hit me.
Does your head hurt? Does your legs hurt?
My head hurts.
Your head hurts?
Right here. Come feel it. There's like a bump. Feel it? Am I bleeding?
No, you're not bleeding. You're good.
While descending toward the river to reach a small shack, the slope became treacherous. Then Mo turned and realized Aldo was gone. He found him moments later on the ground, disoriented, unable to recall what hit him. The forest seemed to tighten around them. Climbing back up brought them straight into something worse.
I'm just happy that we got up here before it got dark. Yeah. Because we still have 1,000 steps to climb, right? Man, worth it though. Worth it. Go, 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 go. Run, 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 run. Go. What's that? That's someone there. There was someone there. There was someone there.
I think they're trying to keep us out of their territory.
There was clicking. There was actual clicking. What if it's following us, dude? Wait, what's that in the window? What's that in the window? There's a face. Dude, look at my screen. Look at my lens. You can't zoom in that far. There's a guy standing right there. Look at his face. Oh. What the f*** is that?
Let's go, let's go.
Dude, I can't run no more. I can't run no more. What is that? A head? Is that a person?
Someone watching us?
Dude, there's something orange over there. Look at that. It looks like a face. All right, so we're officially lost somehow. Yeah. No clue where the hell we are, but we're trying to make our way out. We are literally lost in the Appalachian forest. Let me show you guys how dark it is without night vision. Right now you can kind of see the skyline. There was something chasing after us, and we went like a different trail, and we just kept going and going and going, and we have no idea where we are now. So I'm hoping we're gonna find some safety somewhere.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
Oh!
What?
Yo, shelter. Yes. Yes, we're so exhausted, guys. Bro, this must have been something that was part of the mine shaft.
I think this is literally the best spot. Well, let's just chill here, relax, refresh, and as soon as the sun comes out, we'll be out of here.
Somebody's walking. Hello?
Yeah, somebody was just walking.
Oh my god, what is that? What is that? What is that? What on earth is that?
It's completely red.
It's moving. Look, it keeps going. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? It looks like the moon, but it's not, right?
Yeah, it's really zoomed in. There's nothing else in the I'm so scared to be here right now.
Oh, I see it. I see it. I see it.
It's currently 3:13 a.m.
Dude, we have to make a decision. I don't know if I want to stay here.
Because I keep hearing like howling and stuff.
We're hearing howling and some rustling in the bushes.
We're going on another trail now. Yeah, I missed it. We heard something frightening. That sounded something terrifying. It was like screaming.
Yeah.
I don't know if the camera is picking up on the noises because it's so loud out here. Let's just keep going, dude. Yo, what was that?
Bro,
what is
go, there's something there. There's something there.
What did you see?
Bro, there's something down there.
What did you see? Huh?
Bro, there's a feral person.
You caught something on camera?
Yeah. There's something down there, bro.
You got something. Wait, step away. Where is it? Oh, there's someone there. There was a guy there.
Yeah, you see that?
What the hell? Yo, someone's stalking us. There's a dude there. That was that tree that you saw him, right?
Yeah.
I just walked past that tree. Someone just fired a gun.
Really?
Yeah. I just turned off the camera too. I fucking hate myself for that. I think my flashlight is dying out. Or this camera. Oh my god, I hear clicking. Oh! There's someone down there. Dude, I actually saw him? Let's go. Let's get the fuck out. Back to the cave it is. Back to the cave. Oh! We're being shot at. We're being shot at. Oh!
A clicking sound echoed above them. When Mo lifted his light toward a small cabin, he froze. An orange-toned face appeared in the window, watching silently. Panic pushed them into a breathless retreat down the mountain. But the night was far from over. While sheltering inside a concrete bunker, footsteps circled outside. A red light drifted among the trees. Hours later, Mo spotted a figure hiding behind a tree, followed by a sudden explosive crack that jolted both of them. By sunrise, they were worn down and ready to escape. Comments echoed their fears, warnings of whistles, strange lights, and people who vanish into the mountains long before anyone notices. If this was all they saw, what remained just outside the reach of their lights? That's all for tonight's video. Which encounter gave you chills? Let us know in the comments below. Got your own experience? We want to hear it. And whatever you do, don't miss what's coming next.
Just taking another rest. Can't see anything. The remains of the plane.
Yes. And there it is. Right where I left it.
On September 24, 2024, Madison Clydesdale, creator of a channel rooted in solo hiking and quiet wilderness travel, stepped into the deep backcountry of British Columbia with only her dog, Cairo, beside her. Her goal was simple but unsettling: reach the wreckage of a historic plane crash hidden in grisly territory. The trail itself looked calm enough, but the silence of those mountains carried a weight she couldn't quite name. Madison began her journey driving along rough back roads, pushing deeper into the British Columbia wilderness as she explained her plan to reach the abandoned plane wreck.
I wish I brought my day pack, but we're gonna have to work with what we got. And as usual, into grizzly territory we go. I haven't been in grizzly territory by myself basically all summer, so it is always a little bit nerve-wracking at first. This trail actually has a plane crash. It's a memorial trail at the top. It's one of the largest known plane crashes in the area, or maybe in British Columbia. So we're gonna check out the plane crash. Kiro is so full of energy today. I like the quieter trails so that he can go off leash. These look brand new, these side railings. Okay, I'm coming. This was one of the first, when I first moved to British Columbia, I was with my mom. You guys would have seen her in some of my other videos, but I got really scared. I didn't know enough about bears, so just got in my head and I started like having a little breakdown on trail. I was just certain that we were gonna see a grizzly. And now look at where we are, almost 3 years later. You guys look. A blueberry. Oh, it's really sour. It's so good. A little burst of energy. Just taking another rest. We've got less than a kilometer left until the top. I could fall asleep right here. I'm wearing new hiking shoes and I didn't pre-tape. I always pre-tape my heels. And it's starting to get a little blister, so I'm just gonna do a little first aid on it.
The solitude grew clearer with every mile, reminding her exactly how far she was from safety. Yet the quiet of the mountains felt like the beginning of something heavier. When she finally stepped onto the trail, Madison and Cairo moved into dense forest, and she admitted the fear she carried, hiking alone in grisly territory. She kept her voice steady, making noise to avoid surprising anything that lived there. But the deeper she climbed, the more that fear began to feel justified. As the elevation rose, so did the strain. Steep grades and long stretches of trail drained her stamina, forcing her to slow down and breathe through the weight of the climb. She pushed on, knowing the wreck was somewhere above. Still, the mountain seemed intent on reminding her that she was being watched by more than the trees.
We made it, and I'm a little sad I didn't bring my camping stuff because there's no one up here. There were some people at the monument when I first got here, but they cleared out, and now there's nobody else up here. It is like a playground, an outdoor playground. I could just run through the rock hills. Kira doesn't want to run with me though because he's tired. But I will say, I feel 100% comfortable right now. As soon as it gets dark, there's a memorial right there. I am going to start hearing ghost noises. I already feel like it's weird to like smile and like it's like a place of rest. I don't know. Is it disrespectful to camp here? There are some tent pads, which I caught the camera. Anyways, there are some tent pads, but we have to get the heck out of here. It's been like 4 hours since I started this hike. No, probably almost 5 hours. And it's about 2 hours down and it's gonna get dark in 3. So, and there's no one else on this trail now. is the remains of the plane. That's the propeller there. R.I.P. Grandpa, it would have been nice to have known you. Grandma always thought of you. That's sweet. Hero. There's a little stream for him here. We've got this mountain range on one side, this mountain range on the other. This place is really amazing and it's just all rock. Just love being out here. Oh my gosh, makes me so happy.
At last, the forest opened onto the remnants she came for. Scattered pieces of metal still resting where tragedy had struck decades earlier. Madison stood among them, taking time to reflect in silence. There were no words, only the presence of what remained, and high on that ridge, the stillness carried its own kind of memory. With daylight slipping away, she began her descent, deciding it was safest to leave the mountain before nightfall. She mentioned concerns about her camera, then searched for a place to camp that wasn't known for nightly bear activity. Eventually, she found a spot and settled in, ending a day marked by exhaustion, caution, and quiet reflection. Some viewers noted that Cairo's behavior during the descent resembled reactions dogs have when sensing nearby wildlife, especially in grizzly regions. Others pointed out how remote crash sites often hold an unusual stillness, leaving open the question of what truly lingers in places shaped by tragedy. If she had stayed longer on that ridge, alone with fading light and a silent forest, would the night have unfolded the same way? Or did she leave just moments before something stepped out of the trees? Hold on a sec. If you're enjoying this so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's continue. On September 25th, 2025, a solo hiker from the YouTube channel Hiking Movie stepped onto the Pacific Crest Trail near Sierra City, California. Her channel usually captures quiet landscapes, trail life, and the small human moments along long-distance routes. But on this day, as she moved deeper into the forest, the calm began to thin. Something in the trees seemed to watch her pace, as if the trail wasn't as empty as it looked.
Welcome to Sierra City, population 225. Yes, the bear did this, trying to get into the ice. You comfortable?
I'm comfortable. Yeah, we're chilling. Yeah. We're going to the trailhead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people in a 5-person car.
There's another one over there.
Off to the trailhead.
And Arlo in the back.
I'm in the back.
And all the packs.
She began her morning in Sierra City, surrounded by a handful of hikers packing into a single car headed for the trailhead. While waiting, she pointed out claw marks on a cooler near the cafe, evidence of how close wildlife wandered into town. It was a simple reminder that the wilderness didn't start at the tree line, a quiet hint of what waited ahead. Hours later, the climb began. From 6,100 feet to more than 8,000, the trail rose through dry slopes and pockets of dense forest. Flies swarmed her pack, and the world around her narrowed into the sound of her breathing and boots grinding uphill. The higher she went, the more the forest seemed to listen. But something else was about to break the stillness.
Going through a little logged area. Man, you can sure see the view. Oh wow, look at this. Hope we get a better view of it in that waterfall. I felt like I was being watched again, and I definitely was. What a cutie. There must be another one over there. I hear other noises too. You're cute.
I just saw something large moving through the trees. I couldn't tell what it was.
just saw something walking in the trees, but now I'm hearing this meowing. Couldn't see what it was. It was just a movement, and then it disappeared. Well, it got quiet as soon as I started walking and heard crunching, but it was somewhere up there. I don't see anything now, and it's totally quiet. It was moving away though. I could hear it getting farther and farther away. And here's the view on the other side, getting up near the top of the mountain. Still not there yet. I think it's like 6 o'clock. I'm not gonna make it as far as I'd hoped. Great, the trail's turning, going right over where I heard the meowing. Trip on a rock. Coming closer. What are you? I'm a long ways from where I first heard it. Crap. Better not be a mountain lion following me. What the heck? Hey! It's going farther away now. Now it's closer. Dang, what is that? Can't see anything. No, I'm gonna keep hiking. Good news and bad news. Good news is I haven't heard it in a while. And also good news is cats don't normally meow when they're stalking something, but it's quiet now. Other bad news is my next camping spot has a bear that comes nightly, so I don't think I'm going to camp there, which means I have to go farther.
Near the ridge, she stopped. A large shape shifted between the trees, too big to be the insects she'd been battling and too quick to ignore. She watched the movement slip out of sight, leaving only the feeling that whatever it was hadn't finished with her yet. And the forest soon confirmed it wasn't done. Then came the sound, a sharp, strange meowing that echoed from the trees, sometimes close, sometimes drifting further away. It repeated again and again, unlike anything she'd heard on the trail. She called out, hoping it would retreat, but the sound continued to answer from different angles. And even when the noise faded, the unease stayed. As daylight thinned, the sounds finally stopped. She reminded herself that cats usually didn't call out while stalking, but the earlier movement still lingered in her mind. When she reached the planned campsite, recent bear reports pushed her to keep going. Eventually, she found a quieter clearing and settled under a fading sky, grateful for the silence, though not entirely trusting it. Some viewers insisted the sound was nothing more than a Douglas squirrel's alarm call. Others argued that the silence of the forest, the shifting shape in the trees, and the repeated vocalizations lined up too closely with larger predators, or something less easily explained. If the noise belonged to a squirrel, then what created the heavy movement she saw before it began? And why did the forest fall so quiet in the moments leading up to it? On November 1st, 2025, inside the vast and silent reaches of Kielder Forest near the Scottish border, the creator of 80 Skid Outdoors set out to find a remote bothy before nightfall. His channel focuses on solo treks and overnight shelters scattered across the UK. But as the light drained faster than expected, the forest turned his simple plan into something far more unsettling.
Okay, today I've come back to the Kielder Forest in the north of England, right near the border of Scotland. And I'm a bit tired and I'm racing against the dark again because I actually did my last video earlier today where I went and saw the B-29 bomber in the Midlands. And yeah, it took a bit longer to get up here than I thought. And I've probably got about 35 minutes left before the sun goes down officially. But maybe 40-45 minutes of actual daylight where I can see. We'll see. We've got to head that way, round a bend, further up with the forest on the right hand side, I think, and then we've got to cut through, and that's where it gets a bit sketchy because the satellite image shows a trail that goes to the bothy on one side, but the OS map doesn't show that trail, so not sure about it. We're gonna have to wait and see. There really isn't a great deal of daylight left now, and I don't want to be potentially going through boggy stuff in the dark, so I need to get going. So for now at least, we've got this lovely logging track. But by the looks of it, at some point you've got to veer off of this to go towards the bothy. It's not right on this track. It's kind of in the middle of, you know, a grassy area. So that's why I'm thinking it could be boggy. So I've reached the junction that's a bit sketchy. So I've come up the track. It does continue on down there, but this forks off to the right, and I can hear my voice echoing in the forest. That's really creepy. Hello? Oh my God. Anyway, the satellite image shows this road going all the way to the right of the bothy. But if it goes into the forest now, it's going to be dark down there. So I'm a bit scared about that. Oh, careful not to fall in the ditch down there. There we go. Yeah, hearing my voice echo in the forest then was definitely unnerving.
He started the hike with barely 40 minutes of daylight left, already racing the dusk. The map showed a straightforward route, but the forest canopy felt heavier than expected. Each minute slipped away faster than his pace could adjust, and the pressure to find the bothy grew sharper with the fading sky. But when he reached the first junction, the night began to complicate everything. The satellite map and the OS map refused to agree. One claimed an open clearing. The other insisted on dense young trees. What stood in front of him matched neither. He pressed forward into a narrow corridor of fresh plantation, the ground soft and uneven beneath his feet. In the deepening dark, even his own voice echoed back strangely between the trunks. Moments later, the forest forced him to make a choice in near total darkness.
I found what looks like the trail, but unlike in the satellite image where it's open ground, it's been planted. That looks like the trail, which is bad news, because it means I've got to go up there. I don't know if it looks maybe a little bit more open further down. Nope, I cannot see anything for trees. There's a little burn here, but it's over here somewhere. It's got to be here somewhere. So I'm just hoping that if I follow this track across this little burn, it'll veer right towards it. It's very dodgy, but anyway, I think we're right on top of it, so it's just gonna have to walk around a bit. It's here somewhere. We're a bit higher now. It's not so boggy. There was a couple of moments where I was a bit scared about sinking, but this definitely looks like something or someone has been this way.
The trail grew wetter, the earth turning boggy in patches he could no longer see clearly. The last traces of twilight vanished behind the tree line, and every step became a calculation between moving forward or sinking into terrain he didn't fully understand. Then, through the thick black ahead, a faint silhouette finally appeared. For the first time since entering the forest, relief cut through the tension. The outline solidified into Flittingford Bothy. Inside, the simple single-room shelter felt like a victory. Wooden platform, an open fireplace, and quiet stillness. Later, he stepped back out to mount a wildlife camera on a nearby log before returning inside to settle in for the night.
There we go. We'll have a proper look around once we've settled in, but I found the place. Oh my God, thank goodness. I'm assuming no one's in. I can't see any light coming from the building, but we'll give it a knock anyway. Hello? Oh, here it is, folks. No one's here, nice and cozy, and plenty of spaces to bed down, and there's an open fire there. So I need to sort myself out. That was getting a bit scary towards the end. Well, skin on my teeth there. Thank goodness there was some kind of discernible track there, otherwise I could have potentially just got lost. Well, somebody's left 4 cans of Stella. How cool is that? I'm not going to drink them there. Got to drive in the morning. So the brand new carbon monoxide alarm up there. This whole bunking area looks fairly new. There's some skylights, plenty of washing lines. It's looking quite tidy, I like it. So, Flittingford Bothy used to be a shepherd's hut until it was abandoned after World War II. It then got swallowed up by the forest and forgotten about, and it was only rediscovered when the trees around it were being harvested in 2014. The roof, but the Mountain Bothy Association decided to take the place on, and in 2016 they started the work needed to turn it into the lovely little cabin we see here now. Right, I've finished my food, but it's late now. It's nearly 9 o'clock already. I washed up everything, so I don't have to worry about that now in the morning. Probably isn't going to be as much of a rodent problem in here tonight, and I've had a couple of videos now with mouse footage, so maybe I'm going to see if there's somewhere where I can put my wild cam outside. But yeah, let's go and see if we can find somewhere to attach it, and hopefully we'll get some results in the morning. Ooh. It is very dark. Could attach it to one of these posts, but it's angled, so it'll be pointing up. There are no drain pipes anywhere. Let's go and have a look over here. Yeah, I think there is a drain pipe, but it's on the other end of the building, and I really don't want to wade through that to get to it. Thank you very much. Yeah, I probably could attach it to that, but I don't know if anything's going to come in here. You never know though, it might do. Yeah, I'll put it on there, I think. There we go, I reckon that'll work. Not sure it'll catch anything, but that's not a bad spot. Right, let's go back inside. Yeah, so that felt tight enough on the wood there. Hopefully it doesn't come undone and crash on the floor in the middle of the night and break. But yeah, that's not a bad spot. So if anything comes venturing into the little front yard there, we'll see it, hopefully. So I've turned the main overhead light off now, and I'm just chilling by candlelight and flames from the fire, and it looks so cool, to be honest. Hopefully nothing creepy happens. I am actually going to turn in though. I think it's getting quite late. I'm very tired. I need to get my boots off. Had them on all day long. So yeah, if anything happens during the night, then I'll turn the camera on and let you know as always, but hopefully I'll just get a nice quiet night and sleep like a log, and I'll just see you in the morning. Anyway, good night.
At sunrise, he discovered how tangled and boggy his route truly was, reviewed the camera, catching only a small mouse, and cleaned the bothy before heading toward Fallstone for breakfast. Several viewers noted how disorienting Kielder Forest becomes after dark, and how easily someone could misjudge boggy ground without noticing. The echoing voice and conflicting maps turned his short hike into a narrow margin between confidence and becoming completely lost. If your only guide was fading daylight and echoes bouncing through the trees, would you still push deeper into the forest, or turn back before the darkness made the decision for you? On March 3, 2023, in the frozen depths of the Grand Canyon, a hike meant to test endurance nearly turned into something far more dangerous. Dan Becker, known for his outdoor adventures and backpacking content on his self-titled YouTube channel, set out with 2 friends to cross the canyon in winter. But as daylight faded and exhaustion crept in, the canyon exposed a side even experienced hikers rarely speak about.
We started out at the South Rim at about 7,000 feet.
Welcome to the Grand Canyon, my friend. Wow.
The Grand Canyon is a vertical mile straight down. The trail to get to the bottom of the canyon is 7 miles long, so that's a ton of switchbacks, which I normally hike very well down. I don't really have any issues at all. I'm actually pretty quick hiking downhill.
This is the South Kaibab Trail. It's 7 miles. This is the steeper route. We'll make it to the river, and then we're going to go another 7 miles to camp tonight.
That's pretty much it.
That's pretty much what's going on.
Whoa. I was this close to taking off my jacket and my crampons. The wind is just howling on us. And the sand coming out of the canyon is like crazy too.
We're underground. Oh, wow. I hate to say it, but I really feel like we're at a low point of our trip.
Made it to the Phantom Ranch. That's kind of nice. I was feeling good, but then it was a 7-mile trek to Cottonwood. That was another 7 miles of a steady uphill. Not real huge incline, but 7 miles after coming 7 miles down.
Unfortunately, we're probably going to be hiking into the dark when we get to camp, so that's kind of a bummer.
Emmett, how you feeling? Decent. I got some ibuprofen in my system. Pack still hurting, or? Pack still hurting, but we're making through.
We fit that part of the night. Whew. Darkness has descended upon us. This trail just keeps going on and on. Good freaking work, dude.
They began their descent from the south rim, stepping onto the South Kaibab Trail as powerful winds pushed against them. Dust lifted from the ground and stung their faces, yet Dan felt steady. Descending had always been his strength. Hours later, they reached Phantom Ranch, unaware that the hardest part of the journey still waited above them. But somewhere between confidence and fatigue, the canyon quietly shifted the odds. From Phantom Ranch, the group pushed toward Cottonwood Campground, a stretch of 7 miles that rose gently but demanded more than Dan expected. Pain spread through his legs, slowing him down until every step felt heavier than the last. Darkness settled early, and the final miles dragged into a quiet struggle Dan nearly couldn't finish. And as night swallowed the trail, something inside him had already begun to fail.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. We knew that a week or so prior, there was a huge snowstorm that came through that buried the North Rim in snow and could be anywhere from 5 to 10 feet of snow at the top. And so we started the ascent the next morning, which our ascent over about another 7 miles was going to be about 5,600 feet.
To keep going, we can either traverse down below through here. That snow might be super deep. Don't really know. We can take a look and see if we can get behind there. Woo! That's crazy looking. I think we should get at least one person through first, and then we can pass gear. Good. That was actually very tight.
I think I'm going to try the low route, and then maybe we could shuffle gears somehow that way. Once we got to about, I'd say, I don't know, mile 3.5, that's when we were realizing the depth of the snow that we were getting in. How deep do you think the snow is?
I mean, we're definitely standing at least on top of 5 feet of snow.
There were times we didn't even know if we were on trail. We had to look at a map on our phones to guide us, to tell us if we were even on a switchback, and to find out when the switchback was even going to kick back the opposite direction. So Eric, Jake, and Emmett were probably 5 or 6 switchbacks up ahead of me. This whole trek was, nobody had done this yet. There wasn't a single marking in the snow that gave any sign of anybody else having been there since the snowfall probably a week prior. Started to develop some really serious chest pains. They were coming in waves, on and off. Sometimes they would last 10 seconds, sometimes they would last 10 minutes. And then about 2 miles from the top, it was as if someone had flipped a light switch off in my body, and my body was like, we're done. We're not moving any farther. There's no way we're gonna keep doing this. I was scared to death. It was dark now, pitch black. Temperature was around 20 degrees Fahrenheit, and all of a sudden I see a headlamp coming back towards me, and it was Eric coming back down and was not wearing a backpack. And he looked at me and he says, "Are you okay?" And I said, "No." He said, "Give me your backpack." And it was at that moment I completely broke down. It was humbling because no hiker wants to give somebody else their backpack. They want to finish the hike with their backpack on. But I knew that I was incapable of moving without handing him my backpack. We probably hiked maybe 4 switchbacks, 5 switchbacks up to where he had dropped his backpack. And so obviously I knew at that moment I was gonna have to grab my backpack back. We thought we were gonna make it to the top of the North Rim by about 5 or 6 p.m. We didn't get there till after 10 p.m.
The next morning, they climbed toward the North Rim, breaking trail through snow that rose from 5 to 10 feet deep. No tracks, no guidance, only an endless white slope pulling strength from their bodies. 2 miles from the top, sharp chest pain hit Dan in waves, draining what little he had left. Eric doubled back to help carry Dan's pack as they reached the rim hours later than planned. Yet even on solid ground, the danger refused to let go.
Oh, it's probably getting close to 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't think I've slept at all. I'm having severe chest pains all night long.
So, it's 5 in the morning. Dan's not doing good. He was struggling coming up the trail. Got him into bed. He slept, passed out real. I think we need to call somebody.
Mike, 911, where's your emergency?
Hi, I'm at the North Rim Trailhead, just outside of Jacob Lake. Well, last night, and my buddy is in distress. He's got some pretty severe chest pain. I think we might need to get him out to some sort of help.
Just a moment for me. I'm going to get somebody paged out to you, okay? This is 911.
Yeah.
I'm letting you know that we do have a single ranger on location at the North Rim who is responding.
Okay.
There's no ambulance service out of the park. The only way out of the park from that location would be air ambulance if it's necessary.
Okay.
Take your time, man.
I'm doing a lot better. Yeah, they got an IV in me. They give me like drugs, which is super good.
So, Dan will not be continuing the journey with us here on the Grand Canyon.
At a hospital, and right now they're saying that I have severe muscle breakdown, and it could be affecting my kidneys.
And that's called rhabdomyolysis. It's when you overexert yourself to the point where your muscles begin to break down. They release a toxic protein that then goes and destroys your kidneys.
By 4 a.m., Dan lay in his tent near the North Rim trailhead, unable to sleep, fighting pain that grew tighter with every breath. An hour later, the group used their satellite device to call for rescue. Snow blocked all access, forcing a plow to cut through nearly 20 miles so paramedics could reach him. At the hospital in Kanab, Utah, doctors discovered the cause, rhabdomyolysis, a silent breakdown of muscle that could have shut down his kidneys. Dan remained hospitalized for days, beginning a slow recovery. Several viewers with medical and rescue experience warned that symptoms like Dan's often escalate long before hikers realize it. Former rangers and survivors echoed the same message. Most people push past the moment they should have stopped. And in winter, that hesitation becomes dangerous fast. One comment pointed out something unsettling. Many hikers never notice the exact moment their body begins to fail. It raises a quiet question. If the pain had struck miles earlier in the darkness, would rescue even have been possible? On June 1st, 2024, high in the Inyo Mountains of Eastern California, Brent from Ghost Town Living set out alone on a path almost erased by time. His channel often uncovers abandoned mining camps and forgotten settlements, but this journey along the old Lonesome Miners Trail carried a heavier atmosphere. Each mile drew him deeper into landscapes shaped by people who once worked, struggled, and then vanished, leaving the mountains to hold their stories.
So this hike is hard. I'm at about 3,700 feet in elevation right now. What I'm going to try to get to by tonight is 9,700 feet. And I know it's hard because I actually tried this hike about 5 months ago. And I did this first day. I got up above 9,700 feet and my backpack broke. And my hope, kind of the crux of this whole hike, that those items are still there. The second big issue with this hike is water. Obviously I can't hike in enough water for 4 or 5 days, so I need to rely on these springs. And because very few people do this hike every year, there's not very good information about the status of these springs. So I really need to find these springs, which I don't know exactly where they are, and I need those springs to have water. I'm up near 6,000 feet now, so we're climbing pretty steadily. All right, I'm at about 7,000 feet in elevation now. I am a little concerned about the speed at which I'm going. It has just been a slog up these hills so far. Pack's feeling pretty heavy. All right, I'm closing in on 8,000 feet in elevation, and the trail's getting a little bit harder to find, but I just saw this, also known as a cairn. So a cairn is a stack of rocks that other hikers have left to indicate, hey, this is the trail. There's something a little comforting if you see a small cairn along the way. All right, I am up over 9,000 feet in elevation now. There it is, Saline Valley. This is just stunning. So now, the next step in this process is to find my stuff. If this isn't here,
And this is the end of my hike. Once again. Yeah, this is the rock I thought about putting it in. And then somewhere lower, I ended up throwing it in a tree. There we are, baby. Yes. Yes. And there it is. Right where I left it about 5 or 6 months ago. Oh man, this is so heavy. Yes! The hike can continue.
This is awesome. This is gonna make the whole thing possible right here. All right, we have the Jetboil, a jacket, a tripod, a sleeping bag and a waterproof bag, an air pillow, an air pad, some ginger fried rice with beef.
Brent began his climb from the foothills, pushing upward toward the supply bag he had hidden 5 months before. The ascent from 3,700 feet to nearly 9,700 tested every step he took. When he reached the narrow rock crevice where he had stored his pack, it was still there, untouched, dry, exactly as he left it. It felt as if the mountain had guarded it, waiting for his return. But what waited farther ahead held the real echoes.
And here's one of Pat Key's cabins, and this is where he was spending his days. There's still some remnants of him. There's his canteen, there's a blasting caps tin. We're gonna go peeking into his mine. You can see this is the California Cap Company, XXX.
What remains of his life. There's a bunch of tins, some piping.
On the road again. The path is gonna be much less defined. Each day the path's gonna be harder to find, but each day we're getting to a bigger and bigger mining camp. But right now, I am needing to go down this valley you see in front of me and ideally find a spring as well as the mill site of Pat Key's. And you can see along the bottom of the canyon the bright green trees, which must be where the water is. I'm getting closer to the canyon floor. Ooh, we got ourselves our first sign of humans. Oil. Pat Key's is down here somewhere. I see some wood. We see some signs of humans. Old camp for old Pat down here by the mill. There's a lot of remnants from the past here, like this. I don't know what it is, but is that for some type of mill? Getting myself down here was one thing. Imagine getting all these pickaxes they had to have down here. We got a little knife, a ladle, fireplace, pan. I don't even know what's in there. I don't want to open it. It's so peaceful here. Old saw, books, pans, little trail down to the spring. Look at that. Running water way out here. That is awesome. And here we go. This is Pat Key's mill, otherwise known as an arrastra. It's a primitive mill that's used to grind and pulverize the rock. So imagine flat rocks on the bottom, a circle like this, throw the ore in, and you basically are just dragging around a circle. So something would have walked around here. Sometimes that could be a human, sometimes it could be a mule, sometimes it could be steam powered. Turn the rocks in a circle, and that's gonna grind up your ore. And this is a method that's been done since.
Not long after, he found the stone cabin once used by Pat Key's in the late 1800s. Inside were remnants of the miner's daily life. Containers, blasting caps, worn tools, resting exactly where they had been placed generations earlier. Continuing down a steep valley, he reached a small stream and discovered an arrastra carved into the ground, where ore had once been crushed. The scene felt strangely recent, though no footsteps had touched the dust in decades.
Well, we're not quite all the way down into McElroy Canyon yet.
This, I want to say it's part of a stamp mill. Some type of pulverizer. It's very heavy yet solid. I read reports that Pat Key's would bring his ore over here for refining.
My favorite part of going to these very obscure places is seeing signs of human life and trying to understand why those people were here. You know, there was McElroy Canyon. That is why people knew it. But these days, this canyon is much better known for a beekeeper. A beekeeper way out here, a few days hike from the closest town. So I think in the 1980s, some people started researching the area. They were hiking up from the Saline Valley side, and they found these waterfalls. These were 100-foot, 200-foot waterfalls, and in these waterfalls were these crazily constructed ladders made out of twine and wood that are going right up the waterfall, insanely dangerous. So people started thinking, what is going on here? They made it up further in the canyon, and they found some huts, and these huts had beekeeping equipment in them. It had the helmets, the nets, and the little smokers. What in the world? What is somebody doing beekeeping? And then finally, in the 1990s, they tracked him down, the beekeeper of McElvoy Canyon. And his name was Marion Howard. In the 1960s, he started just coming into this canyon. So this man was determined. And throughout all of those travels, he never used a pack mule. It was just him and a canvas duffel sack.
Over here we have one of his smokers. That is so cool. That's how you smoke out the bees. Oh my God. Oh, one of his beekeeper nets to keep the bees out. I think these would have been for the honeycombs. These would have been the trays that are sat inside of the comb. And some straw. It looks like this was his bed. You can see there's canvas down. He brought in a bunch of straw to act as his bed. And there's his canvas duffel sack, like I read about. The clothes are still in the canvas sack. He wasn't lying. I've read about this story for so long, and now to be out here and see this place is just so cool. That makes the whole trip worthwhile for me.
The trail then dropped into McElvoy Canyon, a deep, rugged corridor. Brent spoke of Marion Howard, the reclusive beekeeper who lived there from the 1960s to the 1990s. At his abandoned camp, tools for tending bees were still arranged in familiar positions, and a canvas bag of clothing remained undisturbed. Nearby, a hidden waterfall fed a lush patch of green, an unexpected softness surrounded by silence that hinted at long-forgotten routines.
We are just starting to get into the Keenot mining district. As we get further down, there was a mining operation that tried to get this going again, I believe in the 70s or 80s. Wow! And look, as we're going down towards that mining equipment, what we have. We got track, and on the track, 4 carts, multiple. That is so cool. Does it move on the track? That would be so freaking... It does! Now where is this coming from? I assume a mine. Sheet metal, easy building material. So all of this more mining equipment here in the Keenot complex was brought in. There's a company called the Far West Exploration Company, and they helicoptered in this recovery plant. So imagine helicoptering all of this in. And they planned on building a road into here and doing all of these things. They lasted less than a year, and then they had to get out of here. The problem was water. But I love the fact that these belts are still on. The things are still here. That is crazy. I don't even know, what is this? I don't know the answer to this, of how a bulldozer like this would get in here. This thing must weigh 20, 30,000 pounds. It's also interesting to think that somebody parked right here almost 40 years ago now. Tiny trails, really hard trails to get in here, and you have this.
Now we're off to Beveridge, the most intact, the most isolated ghost town out there. And here it is, Beveridge Canyon. Before we know it, we're down to one of the tram stations. You can kind of see the little cart up there, all the way down to here, all the way down into the canyon where the water is and the stamp mill is. Once was down at the end of the tramway, way down in the canyon, the beginning of Beveridge. The outhouse to nowhere. Look at what this thing is supported by. It's supported by a branch. That is something else. So this is the stamp mill, and you can see it has those poles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now the bottom are very heavy mallet, basically. These wheels, most were constructed, I believe, probably on site, because unlike the Keenot mine, all this was built in place and lived here. And right next to it is a boiler. So I imagine this is creating steam to power this wheel to crush all the ore they needed to crush. So down in here, and there we go. Home sweet home where the water's flowing. Hello? Is anyone home? Hold back. Old Frenchie's Cabin. A classic where I spent some good days a couple years ago. That's about how I left it. Spent some good nights on these beds. This is your view. Pretty nice.
As Brent continued toward Keenot, he found rusted ore carts still perched on their rails. Beyond them were machines left behind in the 1980s. A bulldozer, a generator container, and heavy equipment placed in locations accessible only by helicopter. Near the furnace and crucible used to process ore, time felt tangled, as if work had stopped suddenly and no one had returned to finish the job. Reaching Beveridge, the largest ghost settlement, he walked beneath tall tramway towers and past the peculiar outhouse suspended over empty space. The towering stamp mill still stood, its heavy chutes rusting in the quiet. Finally, at Frenchie's Cabin, hidden in wild rose bushes, Brent ended his 4-day trek reflecting on the history scattered across these mountains and the strange stillness preserving it. Some viewers wondered how so many artifacts could remain untouched. Carts on rails, tools arranged neatly, clothing left in bags. Their comments raised an unsettling question. Did people leave these places slowly? Or did something make them go all at once? As Brent walked away from the final cabin, the silence seemed to linger behind him. If everything was left exactly where it belonged, who placed the last item down? And why did they never return? On April 11th, 2025, deep in the Tennessee mountains, the creator behind Dead Appalachia set out to locate a long-abandoned prison mining outpost, one worked by convicts nearly a century ago. His channel usually uncovers forgotten structures and Appalachian history, but this place held something heavier. The forest felt unsettled, the trail unpredictable, and the silence lingering around him didn't just belong to the past. It felt like something was waiting.
Howdy critters, welcome back. I'm Mr. Appalachia, and we are here in the mountains of Appalachia exploring an abandoned prison outpost. Yeah, I am getting well and truly soaked right now. Luckily, all the clothes I'm wearing right now should dry quickly in the car. Feral hogs active in this area. Control measures may be in place. Do not approach control devices or animals. This place has changed quite a bit since I've been here. There's some man-made structure, so I think we're getting to the right place. There have been some major washouts and floods since I came here last. The entire trail is just bowled over with trees and debris that I'm gonna have to climb through to get to the prison. All right, we found our first signs of human structures. We got like a concrete kind of box right there, and we got the very first of the mines. Let's go check it out, huh? Oh Lord, I hope there's nothing in here that's gonna attack me. I'm sure I'm gonna have to brighten this up, but yeah, the water's flooded in here in this part of the mine. But am I gonna go in there? Absolutely fucking not. There's a foul smell coming from in there, so I don't know if it's gonna be toxic or if I'm gonna get collapsed on with all this rainwater. Some power lines going down that way towards the penitentiary. Goes further up that way. I'm a little concerned that I'm actually supposed to be up there, because I don't remember that. I think I was supposed to go up that way, so if I don't find the prison down here, I'll just climber up that way. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that I went the wrong direction. Yeah, I reckon what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna climber up that mountain to where I'm pretty sure I was supposed to go, and we'll just continue the exploration from there. Now, let's talk options, all right? What I could do is go all the way back there, get back on the trailhead, and go up the safe way. But I think y'all already know the way that I'm gonna choose. Fuck it, let's do it live. Oh, this is gonna be some steep shit. Halfway up there, there's the other half, the steepest half. Okay. We up here. Oh, we really climbed all that, huh? I think this right here is the trail where we're supposed to go. So we're just gonna keep going. There's another structure up here. This definitely wasn't here last time. So I'm definitely still lost. I can't even begin to imagine what this might have been used for. All right, I have consulted with the GPS guru. I'm not supposed to be up here. I'm not supposed to be down there where I was. I was supposed to be on that third landing way down there. That's the one that leads to the prison outpost. So I just wasted like an hour going somewhere I'm not even supposed to be. All right, we're where we're supposed to be. Check her out. More support beams, more structures. And then right here we have one of the actual mines. The last time I was up here about a year ago, this was metal bars that went vertical. So someone had like hit it and made it to where you could climb through. But it looks like since then they rectified that. There's all this rock and the water dripping off. It's really cool.
He began by pushing into dense Appalachian woods, where the first sign he met wasn't historical. It was a warning about feral hogs. Flood damage had twisted the landscape, scattering debris and erasing parts of the trail. When he finally spotted the first mine opening, the air was thick, wet, and unpleasant. He refused to step inside, aware of how unstable it had become. Yet even turning away didn't ease the feeling that the forest was watching. But the real shift happened when he realized the woods had quietly sent him in the wrong direction. By the time he noticed he had drifted off the correct path, turning back no longer made sense. Instead, he clawed up a steep hillside, an exhausting shortcut meant to reconnect with the old route. Only after regaining the trail did he realize more than an hour had been swallowed by that mistake. When he reached the outpost, the first structure waiting for him was a mine entrance sealed with fresh panels, replacing the loose bars that once stood here. It looked less abandoned and more intentionally hidden, but the most imposing structure was still ahead.
All right, folks, here we are. We are officially at the outpost. Hazardous area. Yeah, I'd reckon. That's the main mine, I'm gonna reckon, because that one's the one that's right by the outpost. That one probably gave them the most coal to use. They'd have some guards down there, and they'd have a guard right there with a rifle. They'd mine there, so that's where the guards were with their guns, protecting the area, making sure none of the inmates tried to run away while they hauled them up here. So just like with the other one, it used to be vertical bars instead of these horizontal, and you could actually kind of get in there. I don't know if you can see it very well with the GoPro light, but up there it looks like they caved it in. They collapsed it using explosives so people couldn't get in there and explore. So that's kind of a bummer, but I guess I can get why they did it. They don't want folks coming in here and getting hurt in a cave-in or something and then having to pay out insurance money. And they got this thing locked down tight. Just look very closely. You see the wall right there? It is bending outwards. I'm gonna be really sad on the day that it finally collapses. We got more stone structures here. I ain't quite sure what this would be used for. It's very low to the ground. Maybe this was just foundation and there was a larger structure on top of it. So, this right here, it's a stone brick structure. It has a very low opening. They theorize that it's designed so when this thing blows up, I just can't remember which it was, but supposedly this structure is designed in a way to where it explodes in a more optimal direction for human survival. All right, here's another structure. Again, this may be for munitions, or maybe this was just their john. Yeah, this has been eroded and risen up here so much you can't even open it correctly.
Near the outpost stood the main mine tunnel, its entrance destroyed with explosives long ago. And perched above everything was the guard tower, locked, wrapped in wire, and slowly buckling outward as its concrete sagged with age. He moved through the remaining foundations, taking in what still survived. When he finally backed away from the site, he carried the same thought many viewers would later share. Everything here looked abandoned, yet strangely maintained. The sealed tunnels and reinforced barriers raise a quiet question. Are they preserving history or preventing access? Comments suggest both possibilities. Some see protection, others sense concealment. In a place once run by force, its silence feels deliberate. If the outpost has been abandoned for decades, who keeps closing it off? And why does every barrier look newer than everything around it? Two women were hiking in a Canadian forest when they found a huge metallic object sitting between the trees.
There's lights on the left. Don't go close. I'm trying to die. That's a metal slate. What?
It shapes like a mushroom.
Why?
You see it?
Oh, it's yeah, because it has trees on top of this.
So you can step underneath.
It even seemed to have lights on one side and trees growing over part of it. They didn't get any closer and left quickly. Later, they showed the footage to friends who went to check the spot themselves. But the object had vanished. No marks, no tracks, nothing left behind. They searched online and asked locals, but no one knew what it might have been. When the story was posted online, many people had the same thought. It looked like a UFO. While digging a grave, a worker uncovered something unsettling.
Hell? So I'm digging this grave, right? I just pulled up the last 2 pieces of grass. And look at this. No freaking way. And there's a photo in there. Dang, man, that is crazy as hell. Look at that nasty goo falling out of there. Ugh, stinks too. Holy smokes. Somebody came and buried this shit. Oh my gosh. You see the sick things people do? This was in somebody's grave that we're digging right now. I pulled that up with the last 2 pieces of grass. Unbelievable. Disgusting. Man, that is creepy as hell.
Beneath the last layer of grass was a small container filled with foul-smelling goo and a photo inside. Someone had clearly buried it intentionally. Shocked, the worker called it one of the creepiest things he'd ever found. Whether it was some form of voodoo or something else entirely, he realized he hadn't just turned up dirt that day. He had uncovered something meant to stay hidden. A young man was snowboarding alone on a quiet mountain when he suddenly noticed something odd. A woman standing perfectly still among the trees. Startled, he stopped and looked back, but she had vanished. The spot where she'd been was empty, with no footprints in the snow. He later shared the video online, but no one could explain who or what he actually saw that day. A man retrieved his trail camera to see if it had caught any wildlife, but while scrolling through the clips, he froze. One recording showed 3 strange figures covered in what looked like fur, branches, or straw. No one knows who or what they were. Were they people dressed for some kind of ritual, or was there another explanation for what his camera captured deep in the woods? In 2009, a climber named Jesus Olivares visited Pico de Orizaba with friends, one of the tallest and most dangerous peaks in Mexico. The mountain felt unusually quiet until he began hearing faint voices carried by the wind. He dismissed it at first as the altitude. Later, after posting his photos online, someone commented, "Nice picture, but who's the kid in the background?" When he zoomed in, a child's face appeared in the fog, even though only adults were on the climb, and none of them were in that spot. Whatever it was, it didn't look like a rock. Kev from Kev's Outdoor Adventures went camping with his dog Chow on Hunter's Hill in Cumbria, near the Old Corpse Road, once used to carry bodies to burial, and home to the drowned village of Mardale. Locals say footsteps and horses can still be heard at night. That night, Kev woke to slow, heavy steps moving around his tent.
Sounds like someone's outside. They're walking about. I know it's windy, but
looks at. I didn't know if you can pick it, you can hear it or not. Hey guys, I'm going to turn this light off. I'm going to try and get some sleep. I know it's windy, but I just sounded those footsteps outside as well. Can't hear it now, like, but knowing you feel like people walking around in long grass, makes it a rustling sound. That's what it was like.
The sound circled him, too steady for wind, too heavy for wildlife. Yet when he checked, no one was there. At sunrise, he packed quickly, uneasy despite joking on camera. Maybe it was just the wind, or maybe something old still travels that road. A group of hikers was deep in the forest when they noticed something moving between the trees. They pulled out a camera and recorded a tall, heavy figure walking slowly through the woods.
Oh my God, do you see that?
Yeah. Keep it steady, keep it steady.
It's huge. I think it's looking this way.
Don't move.
Oh, it's walking. It's leaving.
I got it.
Hold on.
Some people believe it was just someone in a costume, or even an AI-generated clip, while others think the footage is genuine. With no details given, no date, no location, nothing, the video does feel suspicious. And with Bigfoot sightings, you can never be sure what's real. In October 2021, Lomar Menz from Paranormal Discovery explored an old house with a friend. As they moved through the dark rooms, strange noises echoed around them.
Creepy.
And their camera light began acting up. Soon they felt convinced someone else was inside.
Oh shit, someone's here.
You serious?
Be quiet, turn the light off.
When they spotted a figure in the next room, they ran and heard footsteps chasing them.
Come on, I'm getting out of here. Follow me right now.
Where is that coming from? Babes!
I don't know.
Someone's running! Babes!
Whoa!
Thankfully, it turned out to be someone they knew playing a frightening prank. A hiker exploring the Canadian wilderness noticed movement in a gap along the mountainside and began filming. As he got closer, something appeared in the opening, a pale figure with large dark eyes, a prominent forehead, and no visible nose. Startled, he backed away and left. The footage is unclear, leaving viewers to wonder what he actually encountered. While hiking near Shaver Lake, California, a Facebook user found a clump of hair about 15 to 20 feet up in a tree, far higher than most animals could reach. They had to use a truck and a ladder to pull it down. The area had recently burned, so they wondered if the hair came from an animal fleeing the fire, or possibly even a Sasquatch. They contacted the Bigfoot Museum in Felton, but never got a response. Eventually, they threw the hair away, something they now wish they had kept for testing. A woman who drives a remote mountain road to reach her home snapped a photo after noticing something near the roadside one night. The image is dark and blurry, but it seems to show a figure standing in the trees. She wondered if it could have been a ghost, or just a stump she'd somehow never noticed before. Whatever it was, that lonely road already feels like the perfect setting for a horror movie. In the woods near Olympia, Washington, a Reddit user heard strange cry-like sounds echoing through the trees. They tried to get closer but couldn't see anything. Later, people suggested it might have been a goat, a fox, or a coyote. Hopefully, it was nothing more than that. A group of friends went ghost hunting for fun on an old Civil War trail in North Georgia, filming a playful TikTok as they joked around. But when they listened back later, the audio revealed something strange they hadn't noticed.
Okay, is that you? What's our temp reading? Wait, it's still going off like crazy.
Is that you making everything go crazy? Yes.
You heard what?
It's 68 now.
It's rising.
It's rising like crazy.
That's crazy.
Look at the rods. Oh my god. Are you walking around? It said yes.
Their equipment reacted wildly, and faint barking could be heard in the distance. Just before the clip ended, children's voices echoed through the woods. The group insisted they hadn't seen or heard anything at the time, leaving them wondering who or what was making those sounds in the dark. Someone was outside when they noticed lightning and began recording. Suddenly, a disc-shaped object seemed to form in the clouds. No one could say what it actually was. Some believed it was just an odd cloud formation, while others were convinced it was something far more unusual, maybe even something not from this world. A Facebook user shared 2 trail camera photos taken less than an hour apart, both showing the same quiet spot in the woods. The area was once part of a colonial settlement in upstate South Carolina, where most of the settlers were killed long ago before soldiers from Fort 96 escorted the survivors out. In one of the images, a faint figure seems to appear, something that hadn't been there before. The poster ended by saying, "I know what I see, but what do you think?" A Reddit user was hiking through an old 1930s landfill when he spotted something unusual, a jawbone partly buried in the dirt. Unsure if it was human, he posted a photo online. Some thought it looked alarmingly real, while others said the shape seemed wrong. Eventually, a dental student chimed in and identified it. Not human at all, but the jawbone of a pig. A man in Guatemala, known as Elvis Channel, was digging in his yard when he uncovered a smooth, egg-shaped stone.
Miren muchachos lo que encontré. A ver, agarra. Venga a ver lo que encontré. Mire. Rebotó la pioche, mire. Mire. Bien hechecita está, mano. Mire. Oh, la gran puchi como pesa, ¿no? Una piedra bien redonda en la tierra. Mire. Ey, esto hay que ponerlo así como un... ¿Cómo se dice? No, hombre, no. Como... es una roca bien elaborada, ¿no? ¿Sabes quién la dejó ahí? Ahí está, ¿ves? Cómo tronó mi pioche ahorita que le pegué su cuentazo. Hasta me dolió la mano, mira. Miren, muchachos, estábamos escarbando aquí, veo donde va a ir el zanjeado para poner la pared y lo que encontré. ¿Sí? Mira, el tío Ronald me está grabando bien. ¡Ay, cómo pesa, mano! Chicos, vamos a ir a lavar esta piedra a ver qué... Se ve igual, todo sucio.
It looked unusually perfect, almost too round to be natural, so he posted a video online asking what it might be: a fossilized dinosaur egg, a geode, or something else. When he cracked it open, the interior didn't reveal much. Some viewers claimed it looked ancient. Others said it was just a regular rock. Most likely it was only a stone, but no one can say for sure. A woman living deep in the Pacific Northwest woke early at sunrise and noticed something odd near the tree line outside her home. When she zoomed in, she saw what looked like a person in a classic witch outfit standing motionless among the trees. What unsettled her even more was how isolated the area is. No one in costumes should be out there. Then it got stranger. An object nearby appeared to lift off the ground, sending her into a panic before the recording abruptly ended. Was she actually looking at a witch? 2 men ventured into an old uranium mine in Uzbekistan. They kept moving farther inside until they reached a massive vertical drop that seemed to have no bottom. They leaned forward, trying to see how far it descended, when suddenly this occurred. A sharp metallic crash erupted, followed by a shrill, echoing scream rising from the darkness. They froze where they stood for a second before bolting out, abandoning everything they had with them. Later, someone online suggested it might have been shifting air or metal giving way, but others are convinced something still inhabits that mine, something beyond normal explanation. I can imagine it felt very clear they weren't down there alone. Years before Bucks became well known on YouTube for his Omegle content, he recorded a visit to St. Leonard's Forest, a location rumored to be haunted by a headless spirit. He and his friends first checked out an old church surrounded by gravestones, then planned to enter the forest around 2 a.m.
So sketchy. Just is. Like we turn left, I'm assuming. So I'm guessing that's it down there. Do you reckon? Yeah, that's how you get in. That's the entrance. Fuck.
Where's the parking spot?
Around here.
There's a car there.
There's a car there.
Is there actually?
Yeah.
That's not good.
Shit. So that car that you saw was, we don't really know, but we're back in town, we're going to wait for a bit, then we're going to head back out.
When they arrived, they noticed a car nearby, which immediately made them uncomfortable, so they decided to head back into town and return later. An hour passed, and at around 2 a.m., they went back and began their exploration. Before long, unsettling noises echoed through the woods.
That's not a dog. Is there really no houses around? It's a circle. It's like a
shit, like a fire.
Yeah, they put something here, and then they'd all sit around in a circle. Nah, this is not what this. I do not feel comfortable. Like, I don't know about you, but I'm just not getting a good vibe from here at all. Whereas back there, I wasn't that bad, but right here in this place, we're getting to open space. This is like territory for like cults, and you know what I mean. Like, this is danger territory right here. Yeah, if someone's to set up a cult, it would be on like flat, open ground like this, right? I'm getting really hot and uncomfortable.
They found what looked like a cleared area.
I don't know, I'm just out of breath. I don't like this.
Nah, fuck that. No. This isn't even a joke anymore, man. Get
Oh, shit. Oh, it's another car. There's another car there. Get the. There's another car. Get in. Oh, shit. Get in.
Where something had recently been placed, arranged in a circle, giving them a bad feeling. As they moved farther in, the space opened up, and the atmosphere felt even more threatening, like the type of place where people might hold strange gatherings. The group grew more uneasy as the tension built. Then something appeared to peer out from behind a tree. They sprinted toward their vehicle, only to discover another car parked right next to it. It left them wondering whether someone was deliberately trying to scare them, or if something far more unnerving was happening in the forest that night. Late one night, a woman noticed unusual noises coming from behind her home. Assuming it was some kind of animal, she picked up her phone and traced the sound to an old well. That's where she saw it, something that didn't appear human. She sprinted back to her house in fear, never turning around. Whether real or staged, the footage is undeniably unsettling. In 2012, Charles Taylor was hiking near the Norway-Sweden border. When he reached the 200-meter summit, he started recording the scenery, a secluded lake, completely still, with no visible wildlife. But as the camera swept across the water, something unusual showed up.
What's the pace for you guys up front?
Dude, it just broke into two now.
Maybe it's two mating snakes. Do they mate? Yes, everything mates.
No, now it started up again.
Dude, I'm pretty sure it's ice.
Pretty sure ice can move that
That's
quickly.
wait a minute now. What,
No. It's making like S-turns. It's moving pretty quick. And then it disappears. And reappears.
A bright shape moved quickly across the surface, splitting and reappearing in a strange pattern. Charles wondered if it could be drifting ice, a small boat, or even some kind of animal. But no boat could access that lake. The motion was far too fast for ice, and the behavior didn't match anything familiar. Years later, no one has been able to explain what Charles actually filmed that day. This black and white photograph shows Barbara Kent and her friends cooling off in a river near Ruidoso, New Mexico, during the summer of 1945. At first glance, it looks like a carefree moment from a childhood camp, but behind their smiles, a devastating story was beginning. On July 16, 1945, the world's first atomic bomb was detonated at the Trinity site, only 40 to 50 miles away. The explosion lit up the pre-dawn sky and jolted the girls awake in their cabins. Hours later, white particles drifted down across the mountains. Thinking it was snow in July, the campers ran outside in swimsuits, laughing as they tasted the flakes and wiped them across their faces. Barbara later recalled finding them odd, warm rather than cold. Without knowing it, they were standing in radioactive fallout. Officials blamed an ammunition blast and insisted nothing was wrong. No warnings were issued, and no one was moved. Of the 12 girls at the camp, Barbara Kent was the only one who lived into middle age. Most of her friends died young, many before 40. Kent herself faced 4 different cancers throughout her life, and her teacher and mother, who stayed nearby during the camp, also died from cancer. The photo of Barbara and her friends, once a happy moment, now serves as a haunting reminder of innocence lost. Children unknowingly playing in a radioactive snowfall that altered the rest of their lives. A team from the YouTube channel Hunting the Dead decided to try the Randonautica app, the one that directs users to random and sometimes unsettling mounting places. This time it guided them to an empty back road where they came across something disturbing. A doll tucked beneath a rock. Curious, they picked it up and later used a spirit box to see whether anything might be connected to it. The responses suggested something negative was attached.
Is there something evil or demonic attached to this doll, like my friend thinks? What? I say yes?
But even with those warnings, they still chose to take the doll home. It leaves the question, why would anyone bring back a doll that had been intentionally left deep in the woods? While staying at a cabin in the woods, a woman found a strange object.
I have a question. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Right? It's got like little wings or whatever. I saw it. I thought it was like a flower petal, but clearly it's not. What is it? I don't think praying mantis. So if anyone's got a clue, I'm very invested in finding out what that is.
With wing-like shapes that she couldn't identify. She shared it online, but no one seemed to know what it was, leading some to speculate about something mythical. Soon after, another clip surfaced of a hiker seeing something odd that moved too fast to recognize. Whatever these things were, they left viewers with more questions than answers. If you know what they might be, tell us. Late at night on a deserted road, an Uber driver noticed something strange on his dash cam. A small figure stood in the middle of the lane, possibly a child. He slowed down, switched on his high beams, and the shape became clearer. A child-sized figure, wearing only a diaper and holding a stick, standing alone in the dark. The driver insisted the footage was real and shared proof from both his dash cam and his Uber trip log. Just 2 minutes afterward, he was stopped by police for a broken headlight and told the officer exactly what he had seen and where. He later posted the story on Reddit, saying that although the video is unclear, it was unmistakably a child in person. Was the child in danger? Or was it some kind of setup? And what would you have done in that moment? A man was hiking through isolated terrain in the middle of the night when he suddenly encountered something unsettling. He froze, breathing hard, his flashlight shaking as it illuminated a figure in the distance. Then it started to move, crawling backward up the slope. Whether it was an elaborate prank or something far stranger, no one can say, and honestly, some would rather not know. While hiking in Mexico, someone recorded something unusual. A star-shaped object drifting slowly behind the bushes. Some thought it was just a balloon or possibly a drone moving through the air, while others believed it was something much stranger. No one can say for sure what it was, but the sight left the hiker wondering if they had witnessed something extraordinary. This next clip comes from a YouTube user known as Forest Fire Number 21. It was recorded around 2 a.m. in December 2014. The video is nearly pitch black, but the audio is what makes it unsettling. The uploader lives beside a forest, and the sounds came from deep within the trees. It resembles a child screaming, and if you listen carefully, there's also a faint voice of a man calling out, asking where someone is. The child sounds like they're crying, possibly calling for their father, as if something was wrong. In the days that followed, the uploader kept checking the news for answers, but nothing was ever reported. It truly sounded like someone needed help. He didn't mention whether he contacted authorities, so the rest is unknown. All we can hope is that whoever was out there that night ended up safe, and that the real story ended better than the recording implies. A man was wandering through the woods looking for old artifacts, filming his quiet morning as he explored. Everything seemed peaceful until he knelt down to pick something off the ground.
Ringneck. 2 ringnecks. Oh, they're getting away. Oh my goodness.
When the camera shifted closer, a cottonmouth snake appeared, only inches from his arm. Cottonmouths are venomous, and their bite can cause intense pain, swelling, tissue damage, and other serious complications. While it's rarely fatal if a healthy adult receives quick treatment, it still demands immediate medical care. The man had no idea how close he was to real danger. One wrong movement, and his calm search could have turned into a life-threatening emergency, far from help. A Facebook user posted a family photograph that had been sitting on their grandparents' shelf for as long as they could remember. It showed their aunt and uncle's household in Rhode Island. Everything looked normal until one Thanksgiving, when a cousin spotted something odd in the window behind them. A man was standing there. No one in the family had ever recognized him. They started asking about the figure. Uncle Jay said he had no clue who it was. He confirmed no one else had been present when the picture was taken back in 1977, though he did admit that plenty of strange things happened in that house. Their aunt and uncle moved out more than 2 decades ago, and until the cousins noticed the figure, no one realized he was in the picture. Now the photo has turned into a family ghost tale, one that still comes up every time they visit their grandparents' home. He and his friends arrived at their campsite late at night when one of them suddenly leaned on the horn. They turned and saw a strange woman climbing onto the car roof, whispering about the kids, even though none were there.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. We have to move because of this.
She hissed, lunged toward them, and then ran into the woods. The group left immediately. Whether it was a prank or something else, bending a car roof and acting like that didn't feel harmless, and they never figured out who she was or where she came from. These guys were fishing in the forest when they stumbled onto something strange.
We're behind the shooting range and we're like back in the middle of nowhere, and there's like fucking lights and shit up here, and the trees, like, what the hell?
Alright, be quiet. We're going up here. We're going to check it out.
Dude, this is the trippiest
Curious, they went closer and found lights set up deep in the woods, far from anything else. The scene felt bizarre, almost cult-like, yet there was no one around. It might have been some kind of hidden rave, but with the lights still on in the middle of nowhere, the whole thing felt unsettling. During a night investigation in a dark forest, the team left their spirit communication device running as they continued deeper along the trail.
Spirit talker. See what we get on this. I'm going to leave the app running and stick it in my pocket so I can use my torch because it's absolutely pitch black.
Can you come close to us and make these lights go off, please? That's how we know that you're here around us.
You can use the device here in my pocket to talk to us.
Beware of the dark.
Beware of the dark.
Thanks for that. We're in the middle of the forest now.
In the
Could have told
dark.
us down there.
Yeah.
Well, it's on the main road.
Why do we need to beware? Is there somebody here that we should beware of?
The atmosphere quickly shifted. Whispers and distant voices echoed around them, making them wonder if someone was following. Reports of strange sightings in the area only heightened their unease.
Is there somebody following us? A lot of different people have seen strange things in this forest. Are you one of those things? What was that a minute ago? Hello? Hello? I just saw you. We're just here for a walk. We're not going to do anything, just shout back so we know you're there. That was a person. Hey?
I wasn't looking that way.
Oh, there's a car coming down the thingy trail. What's he doing down here? There's been no cars from down here the whole time we've been here.
A sudden movement revealed a figure in the trees, and moments later, a vehicle appeared on a remote road where none had passed all night.
What? That was a scream. Holy shit, David.
What scream?
Did you hear the woman scream?
Yeah.
David, he's walking up. He's walking up the road. He's going to the road. Get in the car. Oh shit. Open the door. Get in the car. Get in the car. A woman's just pissed and screamed and he's just creeping down the road, Law. Look at him, he's there. He's there on the road.
Right, get him, film him.
David, pull off. What do you mean? Start the car.
Then a scream rang out in the distance. Almost immediately after, a man with a flashlight emerged, walking silently toward them. They locked themselves inside their car as he continued approaching, realizing he had likely been watching them long before they noticed. Was he connected to the scream they'd heard? While hiking through the forest early one foggy morning, this man noticed something strange. A dark human-like figure standing just at the edge of the woods. It just stood there, still and silent. There was something unsettling about it. Was it just a natural shape that happened to look human? Or was there something more going on in those woods that morning? Back in 1994, a woman and her family were camping near the deep woods of Columbia County, Ohio, when a long, chilling howl cut through the silence around midnight. It was loud enough to wake everyone and unsettling enough that they packed up to leave immediately. Before they left, they managed to record the sound. It didn't match any known animal. Deep, drawn out, and shifting pitch halfway through, almost as if it were trying to communicate. Some thought it was a wolf, others a person, but wildlife experts had no clear match. The clip later became known as the Ohio Howl, often cited as potential Bigfoot evidence. Then in July 2022, another strange howl was recorded in Ohio. followed soon after by a similar submission from a Reddit user in the same region. So what do you think? Ordinary wildlife or something more mysterious? While spending time in the Appalachian Mountains, a woman was suddenly startled awake by a sharp noise just outside her place. Curious and uneasy, she stepped out to see what caused it, only to find the porch completely empty. As she began to turn back inside, the sound struck again, just as loud and just as close. The repeated disturbance left her questioning what was actually happening. Was someone deliberately trying to scare her, or was it something she couldn't easily explain? While cleaning out an old homeless encampment deep in the woods, Reddit user HollyWhizzle311 discovered something unsettling. Among the scattered trash and abandoned belongings was a worn wooden cross, and attached to it was something that looked disturbingly like a piece of spine. There was no note, no explanation, and no one nearby. Whatever happened there left far more questions than answers. A student at Penn State captured a photo of an unidentified creature in the woods near campus on May 15, 2023. Given the region's history of unusual events, like the well-known UFO incident in nearby Kecksburg, where an acorn-shaped object reportedly crashed and was swiftly secured by authorities, it doesn't sound impossible. Penn State is also associated with several haunted locations, including Schwab Auditorium, where people have claimed to see apparitions and experience unexplained activity. With that background, the strange photo may not be as far-fetched as it first appears. Lizzie, who loved taking remote hikes, had read countless unsettling stories connected to the Appalachian Mountains. Curious, she and her friend Alexandria rented a quiet cabin near the woods.
Mike.
That night around 2 a.m., they were startled awake when someone outside shouted, "Ayuda," the Spanish word for help, followed seconds later by gunshots. They froze, remembering the warnings they'd heard, and stayed silent. Should they have tried to help? Or was remaining quiet the safest choice, following the unspoken rules of the Appalachian Trail? Sydney, a solo traveler, returned to one of her early campsites deep in the Appalachian woods. When she arrived, the area was completely deserted. She set up her gear and started cooking rice and chicken when a strange noise echoed through the trees.
Is that?
Despite the unsettling sound, she chose to stay the night, and fortunately, nothing else happened. In March 2022, two young men ventured into the Appalachian Mountains, hoping for a peaceful night of camping. They chose a remote area near an abandoned train bridge, expecting little more than wind and passing wildlife. But soon after setting up camp, they began hearing unfamiliar noises coming from the darkness.
It's hard to tell with the wind, but it almost sounded like Something definitely made some kind of noises over there. So we're gonna check it out. Occasionally snowmobilers come through here. But other than that, it's pretty remote. This is an abandoned train bridge. Okay. I almost kind of don't want to go back over there. My brother said he heard some weird things. But that's pretty weird. I've never heard a grizzly bear sound like that before. Whew. You got like chills going down your spine? Yup. I hope the camera got that. Oh baby. Okay, I don't even want to go. I don't even want to. What the hell was that?
At first, they blamed the wind or a distant animal, until the sounds grew sharper and closer, nothing like anything they had heard before. Driven by curiosity, they moved toward the source, only to realize the noise belonged to something far more aggressive than they expected.
Okay, go. That's pretty loud. That's close. Okay, it's a little... I know. Oh, go. It's coming. Oh, crap. Wait, don't, wait. Go, wait. Holy, I think I saw it. Go.
As the creature closed in, they chose to run rather than rely on the small knives they carried. Their camping plans ended abruptly as they escaped the forest unharmed. Some viewers later speculated the footage could have been staged, but the raw panic in their reaction suggests otherwise. Whatever the truth, it's an encounter neither of them will forget. YouTuber Joey CTV set out to explore an abandoned house in the forest alone. As he ventured in, he called out, "No response."
Is anybody upstairs? Speak now. That doesn't mean that they'll speak. I just heard something. Hey, if somebody's up there, I am simply taking pictures. If you identify yourself now, I'll leave.
Then out of nowhere, something happened. He heard movement upstairs. Someone or something was definitely up there. As he continued to explore, this happened.
There's somebody walking upstairs. Who's walking upstairs?
Somebody walking upstairs. He decided to check it out, and that's when it happened. A sudden noise that was enough. He ran out of the house, shaken and unsure of what he had just experienced. Was it just a squatter or something paranormal? For 2 nights, a family kept hearing screams coming from the forest. They tried to dismiss it, until the sound moved onto their roof.
Oh, damn. Holy shit. All right. Son of a bitch is one on the other side of the house.
Some suggested skinwalkers, others a wild animal or mountain lion. But things grew stranger when they found an animal skeleton on the opposite side of the house with no blood or clear cause. With no updates since, the mystery remains unsolved. Hiker M.A. Journey set out to reach an old hunter's cabin tucked deep in the mountains. But as nightfall approached, he realized he was still far from it. Fortunately, he came across an abandoned tree shelter just in time and decided to camp there instead. That choice likely saved him. Before long, a pack of wolves began circling the area. Had he continued toward the cabin in the dark, the outcome might have been very different. A Reddit user once posted what seemed like an ordinary forest photo, just dry leaves and scattered twigs. But a closer look revealed a copperhead snake blended almost perfectly into the ground. One misplaced step on that quiet hike could have led to a very different outcome. A girl practicing scream therapy let out a loud yell deep in the woods, and immediately after, a man unexpectedly stepped into view. Clearly startled and caught in the middle of relieving himself. The timing was flawless, and the panic on his face was unmistakably real. While hiking the Appalachian Trail, a Reddit user came across something unusual. A pair of wings, likely from a pileated woodpecker, tied together with fishing line. They were attached to a pine cone that had been wedged into a tree trunk. It didn't seem accidental, it looked deliberately placed. He couldn't help wondering why someone would do that. Was it part of a ritual or a warning? A family snapped a few casual photos, nothing out of the ordinary. But when they reviewed them later, something unusual appeared. In several images, a faint figure showed up, resembling a ghostly bride. No one recalled seeing anyone there at the moment the photos were taken. Some believe it was simply light playing tricks on the camera, while others think the family may have photographed an actual spirit. Xander, an experienced camper, headed out on a solo trip deep into the woods. He found a rare flat clearing and built a basic shelter with a tarp and a few branches. After making a fire and eating a quiet steak dinner, he relaxed under the stars, watching distant lightning flicker on the horizon. Hours later, the night shifted. From the forest came faint, human-like cries. Nothing resembling an animal or the wind. The sounds grew louder and seemed to move closer. At first light, he packed up and left immediately. Even now, he has no idea what shared the woods with him that night. Dustin Frazier, a TikTok creator, and a friend set out to explore Elk Mount in the Appalachian Mountains, an abandoned area known for ghost stories and unsettling legends. But things went sideways quickly.
Now she fucking works, okay. Maybe she's just cold. I'm cold. A closet. Just no. Toilet. That's not a toilet. They don't be turning it like that. Did you see me? Oh, lights out again. Chad, is this where people... there's a hot water heater back there. But also, my question is, what are they trying to keep out? You're like bears. Fucking bears. Fucking black bears, yeah. North American black bears. They're nosy little fuckers.
The building's lights began to flicker without explanation. Odd sounds echoed through the rooms, and the layout raised disturbing questions about what the old residents might have been trying to keep out.
Don't learn just...
As the tension built, a sudden noise sent them into a panic. They bolted for the exit, only to spot a figure watching them as they ran.
What the fuck? Go, 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 go. Where the fuck did it go?
They sprinted to their car, sped off, and still saw the mysterious figure appearing again along the way. Whether it was an elaborate prank or a genuine encounter, They left certain of one thing. They were not alone on Elk Mount that night. A hiker was recording his walk when a bear suddenly began chasing their dogs. Realizing the danger, they acted fast and deployed bear spray, which stopped the animal and forced it to back off. Thanks to the quick reaction, both the hikers and their dogs escaped unharmed. A couple camping near the Carnton Plantation in Franklin, Tennessee, decided to tour the historic grounds and take a few photos, including one that captured something unexpected. In the image, they noticed a faint, transparent figure resembling a woman from the Civil War era. Nothing was in the field at the time that could have caused the appearance. When they asked locals, they learned the field had once been the site where many bodies were placed after the battle. Some believe the figure may be a grieving woman still searching for someone she lost, a tragic and haunting possibility. While hiking in the mountains, a group noticed something unusual moving along a distant ridge. Curious, they began recording and zoomed in with their phones. The figure appeared to walk upright, yet seemed far too large to be a person. Unfortunately, the footage was distant and blurry, leaving no clear answer as to what they actually saw. While watching a wildfire sweep across the hills near Henry's Creek on her Idaho property, Jeanette MP captured something unsettling on camera. Examined the footage. A dark, shadow-like form appeared to hover above a tree. She didn't think it was smoke or light distortion. She believed it resembled a guardian angel watching over the firefighters below. More than 50,000 acres of her land were burning, yet that mysterious figure lingered in her mind far more than the devastation. She eventually named it the Fireman's Guardian. While hiking deep in the Appalachian Mountains, someone stumbled upon something unsettling. In a quiet clearing surrounded by tall trees stood a strange, almost ritual-like structure. Curious, they took a photo. But later, when reviewing the image, they noticed something they hadn't seen before, a dark figure standing among the trees, watching. They were certain no one else had been there. They believed they were completely alone, or so they thought. So who, or what, had been observing them that day? Reddit user IndividualInsect72 received a Ring camera notification early one morning. Expecting to spot an animal, they opened the footage, and instead saw a person dressed entirely in white wandering around their property. They had recently moved to a remote location with no neighbors, no foot traffic, and a fenced home sitting alone on a wooded hill. They had felt uneasy before, but this took things to another level. So who was out there, and how did they manage to get onto the property? Someone staying in a mountain cabin captured something truly unsettling. At first, the footage looked like a spider crawling across a surface, but a closer look revealed something far more disturbing. The spider wasn't alive. It was being controlled by a parasitic fungus known as cordyceps, the same organism that inspired the infection in The Last of Us. Once cordyceps infects its host, it overtakes the body and brain, turning the creature into a puppet until the fungus eventually kills it. The most chilling part is that the spider has no awareness it's being controlled, continuing to move even as it slowly dies. Brand, a solo YouTuber hiking the Appalachian Trail, started his day early after a peaceful night's rest. The terrain was challenging, but the scenery made it worthwhile. Later, he scouted a stealth campsite hidden deep in the woods.
Hey, talk about creepy. I was just down at that stealth site there checking it out, talking about it, and I heard and saw a hiker coming down the trail. And I thought I'd stay at the campsite and wait for the hiker to pass. And the hiker never passed, and there's nobody here, and it's freaking me out right now. I've got chills up and down my spine. And I saw a person with a pack on, wearing hiking clothes. There's no way they passed me. Yeah, this is weird. I'm getting out of this spot. I'm telling you, that's if the animal den wasn't enough. You know, this is the spot where I thought I saw somebody. You know, honestly, that's the second time today that's happened. And the first time was when I was sawing that log. And I looked over and I was like, oh, someone's coming up the trail. The log will be sawed for them when they get here. And there was never anybody there. And I think I might have just saw a leaf. I don't know.
He thought he saw another hiker coming down the trail, a person with a pack and typical hiking clothes. He stepped aside to let them pass, but no one ever appeared. The area was empty. The experience sent chills through him, especially because it wasn't the first time that day. Earlier, while cutting a log, he believed someone was approaching the trail, yet no one showed. The second sighting left him unsettled enough that he chose not to remain at the campsite. Whatever he had seen, or thought he'd seen, Brand decided it was best to keep moving. A few weeks ago, 4 friends returned to an abandoned castle deep in the woods, a place where strange things had happened before. They came prepared with lights, cameras, and a cross. As soon as they entered, the air shifted. A heavy pressure, full-body chills, and an immediate sense of unease settled over them. On the stairs, their cameras later revealed a shadowy figure peeking around a corner, something they didn't notice at the time. Still, they pressed on to the attic, where soft whispers began to echo, sounding like a woman's voice. On their way back to the car, they spotted horned, glowing yellow eyes staring from a window. Terrified, they fled. To this day, they still don't know what they saw. A TikToker went on a solo camping trip in the Appalachian Mountains, planning to film content for her followers. But during the night, she suddenly woke around 3:44 a.m. to extremely loud, ritual-like music blasting through the forest.
I had the weirdest experience of my life last night. While sleeping in my tent, I woke up at 3:44 to some extremely loud music playing in the middle of the forest. Spiritual type stuff. It was so loud. It was like a religious stadium had music playing at 3:44 in the morning or something. I don't know how to explain it. It went on for hours and it freaked me the F out. I seriously was like, did I die? Don't go too far.
The sound was strange, spiritual, and far too... It lasted for hours, leaving her frightened and unsure whether something was happening near her campsite. No one wants to hear strange, ritual-like music while camping alone in the dark. Some believe it came from a distant group, while others think it was a ritual or someone trying to scare people. If it were you, would you stay put or get out fast? Katie, a TikToker camping in the Appalachian Mountains, briefly met a couple searching for a lost ring. They declined her help, but the man returned several times, acting strangely. Later that night, he somehow contacted her despite never giving him her number, sending unexpected messages and asking to visit her campsite. Hours after dark, things escalated.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning and I just had the scariest thing ever happen, and I should have gone with my gut on this. This kid and his girlfriend were next to me at the river earlier. They seemed harmless. They were probably like in their mid to late 20s. They didn't say anything to me at all the entire time I was next to them, and then all of a sudden they lost this ring, and the guy kept coming back, like hiking all the way back to where I was, like 3 different times. I asked him, do you want me to take down your number? I'm gonna be here just in case I find the ring. And I asked him this like 3 times, and he kept saying no and like insisted that I hide it somewhere random. And I just had this feeling that something was off. And then 2 hours later, he texts me, thanks for helping us earlier. Do you want me to, can we come over later to your campsite and have drinks? And I was like, literally like, sorry, but like, how did you get my phone number? And he was like, it was on the back of your rig. No, it's not. How did you know what rig I drive? I swear to God, we never talked about it. My phone number's not on the back of my rig. And he's like, oh, I saw your Instagram handle. I called my best friend. Can you get my phone number from my Instagram? She's like, no. I had this gut feeling that something was wrong. He texted me again at like 10 o'clock at night and was like, hey, we're gonna go for a moonlight hike. Do you want to come? And I just had this gut feeling that I needed to leave here, but I was like, they're so young. And then just now, this motherfucker, I literally wake up. I just hear somebody out. I'm in the woods by myself camping. I hear somebody outside of my truck just creeping around, and I look out. There's a fucking figure of a man outside of my window in the woods, and he doesn't have a light on. He's not saying anything. And I was like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, is this Katie? I fell in the river. I need a towel. Why didn't you say anything? Why am I waking up to hearing you creeping around my truck in the pitch black without making yourself known? And he just ran. He like ran away.
While sleeping in her truck, she woke to someone moving around outside. The same man stood by her vehicle with no light, no warning, and tried to get into the cab. His explanation didn't match anything he'd said earlier, leaving her frightened enough to call the police.
Okay, it's now 5 a.m. I just got police escorted out of the woods because there was a man outside of my camper staring into my window in the forest at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Officers escorted her out of the woods at dawn. What would have happened if she hadn't woken up? Some believe the man used the Ring story as a cover to watch her. Others think he may have pulled her number from social media. If someone approached your campsite like that, would you confront them or leave instantly? A man went on a solo camping trip in the Appalachian Mountains. The evening began peacefully as he set up his tent and settled into the quiet of the forest. But that calm faded when he noticed a dark, indistinct figure shifting at the edge of his vision. He tried to ignore it, yet the unease grew. The shape lingered just long enough to raise the question he couldn't shake. Was it simply another camper in the woods, or something far more unsettling hiding in the shadows? Foul Mitten, a YouTuber known for his hunting and fishing adventures, encountered something far different from his usual outdoor content. One night, unusual sounds, heavy steps and movement in the leaves, echoed from the woods near his home.
They're all over the damn place again tonight. Okay, I'm gonna keep walking towards it. Might actually get to capture something here.
When he went outside to investigate, he spotted a strange figure at the tree line.
All right, whatever you are, you need to leave. Stay out of this place. This is our home. This is our home. You need to leave. You leave now. I think it's going to come around for a little bit. I think that'll keep it away for a while. Oh, God. I hope that does it. I really do.
Feeling increasingly unsettled, he tried to drive it away and eventually fired a warning shot to keep it from coming closer. The forest fell silent, but the brief footage he managed to capture only deepened the mystery. The figure appeared partly human, yet its eyes glowed unnaturally in the dark. Nothing further happened that night, but the unease lingered long after the encounter.
Just taking another rest.
Can't see anything.
The remains of the plane.
Yes. And there it is. Right where I left it.
On September 24, 2024, Madison Clydesdale, creator of a channel rooted in solo hiking and quiet wilderness travel, stepped into the deep backcountry of British Columbia with only her dog, Cairo, beside her. Her goal was simple but unsettling: reach the wreckage of a historic plane crash hidden in grisly territory. The trail itself looked calm enough, but the silence of those mountains carried a weight she couldn't quite name. Madison began her journey driving along rough back roads, pushing deeper into the British Columbia wilderness as she explained her plan to reach the abandoned plane wreck.
I wish I brought my day pack, but we're gonna have to work with what we got. And as usual, into grizzly territory we go. I haven't been in grizzly territory by myself basically all summer, so it is always a little bit nerve-wracking at first. This trail actually has a plane crash. It's a memorial trail at the top. It's one of the largest known plane crashes in the area, or maybe in British Columbia. So we're gonna check out the plane crash. Kiro is so full of energy today. I like the quieter trails so that he can go off leash. These look brand new, these side railings. Okay, I'm coming. This was one of the first areas that I went hiking when I first moved to British Columbia. I was with my mom. You guys would have seen her in some of my other videos, but I got really scared. I didn't know enough about bears, so just got in my head and I started like having a little breakdown on trail. I was just certain that we were gonna see a grizzly. And now look at where we are, almost 3 years later. You guys look.
I just saw something huge up the trail. Hold on. You see that?
Deep within a quiet forest, someone recorded a strange moment near a riverside. A dark figure crouched close to the water, moving in a way that immediately drew attention. Viewers who saw the clip began comparing it to Bigfoot, while others argued it could simply be a gorilla far from its natural habitat. Because the location of the recording isn't known, it's difficult to determine what the figure actually was. Does anyone have more information about this mysterious video? Late one night at the Campsite Brewing Company in Covina, California, a security camera captured something unusual. Near the edge of the frame, a tall, dark figure appeared for a brief moment. When staff reviewed the footage the next morning, no one could explain what they were looking at. Some thought it resembled a person, while others insisted it looked more like Bigfoot. To this day, the mysterious figure caught on camera has never been identified. A quiet morning of turkey hunting turns into a shocking encounter deep in the wilderness.
I'm so startled right now. I'm so startled. Yeah, it looks...
As the sun rises and the hunter waits patiently, he suddenly notices movement in his peripheral vision. Two huge, shadowy figures in the distance.
Bigfoots. I don't know. It looks like he's got a dead deer in his arm or something. I'm not sure. Oh my god, I think he sees me.
Two Bigfoots. One of them seems to be holding a dead deer, though he can't be sure. The creatures appear to be foraging, inspecting the ground, and picking up something with their large hands. As he watches in disbelief, it hits him. They might be feeding on a fresh animal kill nearby. Uber, known as the Woodsmaster, was hiking near a remote ridge when he spotted a large, dark figure.
Up on that ridge, I had seen a black shape walk over to the edge, and then it just vanished that quick. I'm gonna go up there and see what we might see today.
He said he saw a black shape walk to the edge of the ridge before vanishing in an instant. Deciding to investigate, he climbed up to get a better view. That's when he saw it again. A massive figure moving through the trees. Moments later, a loud knock echoed through the forest. He kept recording, his heart racing.
Where'd it go? There's part of it. Where'd it go?
Unsure where the sound came from. Fortunately, whatever was out there never came any closer, and he was able to leave safely. Hikers in Oregon were taking a break beside a river when they spotted a large figure moving along the opposite bank. They grabbed their camera and zoomed in, noticing that one of its arms looked twisted or possibly injured. The creature never reacted to the hikers and quickly vanished into the trees. Many viewers agree the clip looks disturbingly real. A man was hiking through the woods, casually recording his walk, when he suddenly caught sight of something behind him.
I just saw something huge up the trail. Hold on. Do you see that? Right there. Oh my God. It's walking like a person, but that's not a person. Look at the size of it. It's going into the...
Far up the trail, a tall, broad, hairy figure appeared, moving with a human-like gait before slipping into the trees. The shape looked massive, its slow stride visible even from a distance. Many viewers were convinced the clip showed one of the clearest Bigfoot sightings ever recorded. The movement looked natural, and the distance made it seem believable. But when experts analyzed the footage, they noticed inconsistencies. Lighting that didn't match the surroundings, unnatural frame artifacts, and motion patterns that hinted at digital generation. In the end, the impressive Bigfoot wasn't a creature at all, just an AI-created illusion. A man camping with his son at Salt Fork State Park noticed a dark figure moving between the trees and managed to record a short video of it. Frightened, they left the park immediately and didn't return. He later uploaded the footage to his channel, H. Tausig, asking viewers to help identify the creature. The clip was later stabilized, brightened, zoomed in, and enhanced. The shape clearly appeared to be walking upright, but because of the low video quality, its features remained impossible to distinguish. A man and his father were camping deep in northern Michigan when, while gathering firewood, he suddenly felt as though something was watching him. Looking up, he spotted a figure that startled him so badly, he immediately pulled out his phone and took several photos before fear overwhelmed him. He later said the figure looked humanoid but not human, its body covered in short, tangled hair, with a flat nose and a protruding forehead that gave it an ape-like appearance. When he returned to the same spot hoping to see it again, nothing was there. The photos were the only evidence left behind. A basic trail camera set up to monitor local wildlife ends up capturing something far more disturbing. Late at night, deep in the forest, the camera detects movement and records a large, shadowy figure stepping into frame. Its tall shape is barely visible in the darkness. But its presence is unmistakably eerie. The figure lingers for a moment, creating a chilling sense of unease. The footage raises far more questions than answers, making it one of the most unsettling trail cam sightings ever documented. In 1969, Alan Plaster photographed a strange white hair-covered figure near Lake Worth, Texas. Soon after, locals reported seeing a 7-foot creature with a goat-like face, long claws, and a terrifying scream. Cars were found scratched, panic spread, and then the creature disappeared, leaving only stories behind. But in 2025, a new video surfaced from the same region, this time showing a dark, fur-covered figure in broad daylight.
Look at it close up right here. As you can see, it's all black. Massive. Easily a 9-footer. Check it out. Look at his gray beard. You can even see its face. Look at its nose right there. You see it? This was recorded in East Texas. Massive creature.
The close-up footage revealed a massive black shape, easily 9 feet tall, with what appeared to be a gray beard and a visible facial outline. The clip was reportedly filmed in East Texas and showed a creature of intimidating size. Some viewers dismissed it as a hoax, while others argued it was evidence that the Lake Worth monster had returned. In 2019, a man reviewing footage from his trail camera spotted something alarming. A dark figure standing beside a tree, estimated to be around 6 to 7 feet tall. After the image was enhanced, investigators noted it didn't resemble a bear or an ape. It lacked a snout and its arms looked unusually long. No known animal matched the silhouette, leading many to believe the camera may have captured a Bigfoot. This mysterious clip shows a tall figure moving quickly through the woods, bearing a strong resemblance to Bigfoot. There's no available background information about who filmed it or where it was recorded, which makes the footage difficult to verify and less convincing overall. A YouTube channel called Oklahoma Adventures uploaded a video that immediately caught the attention of the Bigfoot community. Their team had ventured deep into a forest known for unusual reports, where they heard heavy movement in the distance, something large, dragging itself through the trees. They soon came across scattered bones and strange footprints that didn't match any known animal. Later, their camera captured a massive dark figure watching from far away. The hikers didn't notice it and continued walking, but that night their trail camera recorded the same figure again, this time silently observing a deer. The group shared another encounter from a separate outing in a dense forest. They spotted movement behind a tree, and when they zoomed in, they saw something they couldn't explain. According to them, the creature let out a growl, almost like a warning. At first it resembled a gorilla, but since no wild apes live in Oklahoma, they believed Bigfoot was the only remaining possibility. The most surprising part? They claimed to have captured the creature on camera twice. A peaceful hike near Port Renfrew takes a frightening turn when a lone hiker encounters something unexpected. While walking through the remote wilderness, he suddenly notices a massive figure moving in the distance. Its size alone sends a chill through him. Yet he keeps recording. Despite the rising fear, he zooms in and captures a closer look at the towering creature. Its imposing presence dominates the landscape, leaving little doubt that this is one of the most unsettling moments he has ever witnessed. This video reportedly comes from near the St. Croix River in Minnesota. The footage is grainy and shaky, typical of many alleged sightings. As the cameraman swings the lens to the left, a large dark figure can be seen moving quickly through the trees before the recording abruptly stops. When stabilized, the clip reveals a tall form with long arms swinging as it walks. A few years ago in West Virginia, a man recorded this clip near his home. He was simply filming a group of cows when he noticed something else in the background. The figure looked human, but much larger, blending into the trees and making it difficult to see. And, as always with these sightings, the footage is extremely blurry. Classic Bigfoot. Deep in the snowy forests of Noble County, Ohio, something powerful seems to move between the trees. A man walks carefully through the cold, his breath visible in the air, when he suddenly notices a large, dark figure in the distance. Something is shaking a tree with incredible strength, producing loud cracking sounds. As he zooms in with his camera, the figure appears to be forcing the tree down. Strange vocalizations and heavy tree knocks echo through the woods, sending chills through him. Some wonder if this could be evidence of Bigfoot. In 2001, a man named Hutch Huffman recorded this footage while hiking deep in the woods. It shows a large, fur-covered figure moving through the trees. The clip is grainy, but the creature's movement looks unnervingly natural, nothing like a person in a suit. For years, experts have tried to debunk it, calling it a hoax or clever editing, yet no one has ever managed to explain it. So what exactly walked through those woods that day? In the snowy wilderness of Lolo, Montana, a couple was snowshoeing when they came across strange footprints near a frozen lake. Each track showed only 3 toes instead of 5. Beside them lay a 5-foot stick, oddly positioned as if connected to the mystery. They followed the prints into the woods, but turned back as darkness set in. So far, no one seems to recognize these tracks. Do you have any idea what they could be? A man was hiking peacefully through the mountains of Peru when he suddenly noticed something unusual on the cliffs ahead. From a distance, it looked like a person, but the figure was far too large to be human. As he zoomed in, the shape became clearer. It moved step by step across the rocky slope like a person would, yet its size didn't match anything normal in the landscape. Many viewers became convinced he had captured something extraordinary, a real giant walking through the Peruvian mountains. This clip from Russia claims to show a real Yeti encounter. A massive figure appears from behind a tree, its body covered in white fur that almost blends into the landscape. It doesn't move like a bear, and it doesn't resemble one either. What makes the sighting questionable is the extremely poor quality of the footage. While hiking deep in the woods, someone thought they spotted a face between the branches. They pulled out their phone to record it and get a clearer look, then left right away, feeling a bit shaken. But when they replayed the footage, the hikers still couldn't tell what they had actually seen. Some viewers insisted a face was clearly hiding in the leaves, while others said it was probably nothing, just pareidolia tricking the mind. Whether it was a real creature or simply imagination, no one knows for sure. In October 2020, Salish Sasquatch shared a thermal video from Grays Harbor. It showed a large, heat-emitting figure lying on a steep slope in complete darkness. The shape appeared to have broad shoulders and a thick chest. It's hard to determine anything from the footage, but it definitely looks unusual. What begins as a simple survival tutorial quickly turns into something unexpected.
This is Man Fish Swap, and I'm going to show you how to survive this beautiful forest. First thing you'll need is some sticks with...
Deep in the forest, a kid confidently films himself teaching basic survival skills, completely focused on his demonstration and unaware of what's happening behind him.
Okay, so now we'll need some leaves and some dry leaves.
As he talks about gathering sticks and leaves, a dark figure briefly moves between the trees in the background, caught on camera for only a moment. The kid continues his lesson, not realizing he may have accidentally filmed Bigfoot, something he won't forget once he sees the footage later. A group of hikers was exploring deep in a North American forest when they reached a quiet clearing. One of them was recording another when something suddenly appeared behind him. A large, ape-like figure covered in dark orange hair. After frightening the man, the creature slipped back into the woods. Later, they captured more footage, showing the figure moving among the trees. And as always with videos like this, the same question remains: real or fake? A hiker was moving through a fog-covered Washington forest when he encountered something he couldn't explain. Somehow he managed to steady himself long enough to record it. The figure shifted slowly before fading back into the mist. Viewers believe the creature used the fog to its advantage, limiting visibility and muting sound, making it easier for something large to remain concealed. But the person filming seemed unusually close, too close. Or was it simply the camera zoomed in? A hiker begins what should be a normal day in the wilderness, unaware that his camera is about to capture something unsettling. As he moves across the grassy terrain, he suddenly notices motion far ahead in the distance. Tightening his grip on the camera, he zooms in and sees a tall, dark figure standing motionless in the open clearing.
I don't know what the f that is. It's not a bear. It stands up.
The suspected Bigfoot stays partly visible, its massive shape blending into the high grass. The hiker's pulse spikes as he realizes what he has just recorded, a moment that will stay with him forever and leave him questioning what he saw. These photos were taken by a trail camera at an undisclosed location. In the first image, a dark figure can be seen positioned behind a tree. In the following frame, the same shape appears to have moved forward. Its outline becomes more defined: a head, a broad torso, and 2 arms. In the final photo, the creature stands fully visible, tall and muscular, resembling what many associate with Bigfoot. The person who posted the images can't explain them, but doubts it's simply a human. The area is said to be extremely private, which is why the exact location wasn't revealed, out of concern that Bigfoot enthusiasts might flood the site. A park employee at Big Hill Pond State Park in Tennessee was filming a simple video, discussing the recent Bigfoot reports in the area. It wasn't intended as evidence, just a casual update. But while he talked, something unexpected appeared behind him.
Threat is real in McNairy County. There have so far been 6 reportings. Nobody is paying attention to the signs. People are getting very close. They're reporting the smell of burnt tires and dog breath. Brother, that's Bigfoot, and he's coming. So far, we've looked around. We keep finding hunting cameras 30 feet up a tree. Let me tell you something. Who puts the hunting cams 30 foot up a tree unless they're looking for something that can get to them? We all know that Bigfoot loves snacking on squirrels, okay? We're not stupid. I think that tower that they have in the middle of this park is just for watching us and playing tricks. And I'm going to get to the bottom of it.
He mentioned that McNairy County had received several sightings, with locals reporting strange odors and unusual sounds near the woods. He also noted that people kept finding game cameras placed unusually high in trees, suggesting someone or something might be the reason they were mounted that way. As he continued speaking, a tall brown figure quietly moved along the tree line in the background. The worker later said residents had already described odd smells, unsettling noises, and shadowy shapes shifting along the forest's edge. Tennessee's history only adds to the mystery. Stories of similar creatures date back to the 1700s, when Appalachian hunters claimed wild, hairy figures watched them from the trees. A trail camera recorded a strange figure moving through the woods. It looked tall and ape-like, hopping along a narrow path. The footage only captured its shoulders and upper body, and with the low resolution, it was impossible to tell what it actually was. The uploader insisted it was Bigfoot, but with so little to go on, it could just as easily have been another animal. In a quiet forest, a group of hikers came across a massive boulder resting on top of a broken tree. It looked as if it had been hurled with tremendous force. There were no cliffs, roads, or slopes nearby, leaving no obvious explanation for how the rock ended up there. The trunk was split cleanly, as though something extremely heavy had dropped straight onto it. Locals suggested it might be the work of Bigfoot, claiming the creature is known for throwing rocks and snapping trees to mark its territory. But with no clear evidence, the strange scene remains an unsolved mystery. A calm fishing trip takes a frightening turn when the fisherman notices something strange near the shoreline.
Holy shit, what's that? Oh my gosh.
He spots sudden movement along the water's edge, and as he slowly steers his boat forward, a massive upright figure steps out from the thick vegetation. Its appearance is immediately unsettling. Before the fisherman can react, the creature drops to all fours and begins moving back toward the wilderness. Then, without warning, it turns its head and looks straight at him. Startled, the fisherman quickly glances away, frozen in place as fear takes over while he tries to make sense of what he just witnessed. This video was shared by a user called MovieGuy2 and was filmed on March 8, 2023 in Yellowstone National Park. His friend spotted 2 dark figures moving across a field and, assuming they were bears, began recording. Later, after zooming in and slowing the footage down, the figures appeared to be walking upright. He showed the clip to park rangers, who said it might be Bigfoot, but the footage is far too blurry to know for certain. Could it simply have been people? In June 2015, a group of hikers headed out for a simple weekend camping trip, unaware that one night in those woods would stay with them for years.
In che facciamo un bello spinello di chi mi posso. Oh, ma che cos'è, ragazzi? Ma che cosa? Oh, ecco. Un Bigfoot! Eu vedo, grazie a vedo! Guarda, no, scappa! Sei qui nudo! Dai che guardi! Guarda! Occhio, guardalo! Sto scappando! Sto scappando! Oh no, è scappato!
The scene was supposed to be peaceful, but the moment they started recording, everything changed. Their footage is grainy and chaotic. As one of them filmed the quiet tree line, a dark figure suddenly moved between the trees, fast enough to startle everyone. Because of the poor quality, it's impossible to say with certainty what was captured that day. But whatever crossed their path in that forest left the entire group shaken and terrified. A group of friends in France was spending the day in the woods, casually recording their time together. They had set up a small makeshift basketball court surrounded by their cars. While filming, a sharp noise suddenly echoed from the nearby forest. Curious, the person holding the camera walked toward the sound, then saw something that made everyone freeze. He tried to get closer, but his friends pulled him back. They left soon after, still unsure of what they had just witnessed. A routine hunting trip takes an unexpected turn when the hunter spots something completely unexplainable in the distance. Trying to capture a clearer shot, he steadies his camera and zooms in. Through the lens, a tall figure appears, covered in grayish fur and watching from the hillside. Known online as Old Gray Beard, the strange creature shows itself only for a moment before vanishing back into the wilderness. Left frozen in disbelief, the hunter struggles to comprehend what he just saw. While exploring the woods, someone stumbled upon something unusual, filmed it, and later posted it on Instagram for others to see. The clip shows a dark, human-sized figure perched high up in a tree. It resembles a gorilla or some kind of ape-like animal sitting on a branch. Online viewers were split. Some argued it might be genuine Bigfoot footage, pointing to the creature's size and posture. Others insisted it looked too human, possibly just a person in a costume trying to pull off a prank. A trail camera in a snowy forest captured something strange early one morning. Its movement looked human, just bigger than normal. Yet when the footage is zoomed in, what appears to be clothing becomes visible. The figure also doesn't seem broad enough to match what people typically associate with Bigfoot, and its walking pattern looks almost too human. Still, the confusion makes sense. Who would be out in the middle of the forest, far off the trail at that hour? A hunter heads into the wilderness expecting an ordinary day, but his camera ends up capturing something far more unsettling. At first, it looks like he's simply tracking wildlife, carefully making his way through thick forest cover. But when he lifts his camera and zooms in, the real shock appears. A massive figure standing in the distance, barely distinguishable through the foliage. In another moment, a man filming nature for his YouTube channel records the colorful scenery around him. As he ventures deeper, he notices something out of place. A huge brown figure blending almost perfectly into the environment, standing completely still, eerily hidden in plain sight. A man was enjoying a quiet day on his property when strange noises began echoing from the woods. Curious, he picked up his camera and started recording. As he slowly panned across the trees, the lens caught something unusual, a dark figure lingering in the shadows. It wasn't the first time the area had made him uneasy. Odd sounds had echoed through those woods before. Some viewers believe the figure may have been Bigfoot passing through that day. A camping trip in Baxter, Tennessee, near the Silver Point area, took an unexpected turn when a camper spotted something unusual.
You see that? I'm afraid.
While staying deep in the forest, they noticed a tall, dark figure moving between the trees, walking straight in their direction. Realizing it was getting closer, they quickly ducked behind thick foliage and began recording, hoping to capture a clear view without being detected.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
From their hidden spot, the camera picks up the suspected Bigfoot slipping behind the trees, its large silhouette visible as it moves through the dense forest. The creature's pace appears slow and deliberate, making its way deeper into the woods until it disappears from sight. While flying over a thick, remote forest, someone managed to capture something startling on camera. Below the aircraft, a large dark figure can be seen sprinting through the trees, its long arms swinging wide, nearly brushing the ground before the shape vanishes into the foliage. The footage left viewers wondering, what exactly did this person record that day? Could it have been Bigfoot? A man was hiking with his family when he decided to film his wife and daughter walking along the road. Everything seemed peaceful until he captured something unexpected. In the distance, a tall, hair-covered figure appears, moving with a human-like stride. At first glance, it looks like Bigfoot, but something feels off. The movement seems almost too natural, more like someone wearing a costume than an actual creature. And strangely, the family doesn't react at all. There's no panic, no fear, no urgency. It makes you wonder, was this a genuine encounter or just a staged moment caught on camera? In 2007, a trail camera in northwest Pennsylvania captured 3 unusual images. The first showed bear cubs, and minutes later, 2 additional frames revealed a crouched ape-like figure sniffing along the ground. Experts analyzed its limb proportions and posture, arguing it resembled a primate more than a bear. Officials dismissed it as a sick or mangy bear, but many disagreed. The camera owner's images, known as the Jacobs photos, ignited one of the biggest debates in wildlife research. Even now, the mysterious Jacobs creature remains without explanation. A calm 4th of July hike takes an unexpected turn when a hiker captures something astonishing on camera. While moving carefully through the forest, they notice a large, dark figure crossing through an opening in the brush. Staying hidden, they continue recording, trying not to make any noise. The figure pauses beside a big rock, appearing to pick up something small before moving on. The hiker zooms in, capturing what seems to be a Bigfoot carrying an infant, moments before it disappears into the wilderness. A hiker was exploring a quiet forest when something unusual caught his attention in the distance. Among the dense trees stood a dark figure, partially hidden behind the foliage. He zoomed in with his camera, but the low quality made it impossible to determine what he had actually filmed. The shape appeared large, covered in black fur, and seemed to shift slightly, as though it might have been watching him. This audio was captured by Norma Trent on her property in Bruno, West Virginia. When people heard it, many believed the sound came from a Sasquatch calling out openly in the night, completely unafraid. Once the recording was shared online, it quickly became one of the most widely discussed pieces of alleged Bigfoot evidence. No one has ever confirmed what made the noise, but for many listeners, the Trent vocalizations remain one of the clearest and eeriest examples ever documented. In Florida's Lettuce Lake Park, a strange figure was captured on video moving through the swamp. As the camera followed, the creature even seemed to reach into the water and pick something up. At first, most viewers assumed it was a bear, but a park ranger later stated that whatever this was, it definitely wasn't a bear. The figure turned toward the camera before slipping farther into the marsh and disappearing beneath the surface, something no bear is known to do. Many believe the footage may show the skunk ape, often described as a smaller, swamp-dwelling relative of Bigfoot. Witnesses claim it stands around 7 feet tall, covered in dark hair, with eyes that appear to glow. A quiet walk through the Ohio woods turns into something astonishing and unsettling. While exploring the thick forest alone, a man records startling footage of a tall, shadowy figure rising from behind a dense wall of briars. The dark form slowly stands, takes a few deliberate steps, and then slips deeper into the trees until it disappears.
Where'd it go?
As his camera keeps rolling, a sharp, distant crack echoes through the still forest. The sudden sound sends a chill through him as he realizes he may not be alone out there. Something else could be hiding close by, concealed among the towering trees. That's all for tonight's video. Which encounter gave you chills? Let us know in the comments below. Got your own experience? We want to hear it. And whatever you do, don't miss what's coming next.
Jesus Christ. And I've seen those eyes before. If you guys see what I think I'm seeing.
Why did it just sound like somebody coughed?
Get away, what do you want? Hello, I can't see you.
What the?
On November 19th, 2024, deep within Snowdonia National Park in North Wales, Heather and his friends began their trek toward Dwllyn Bothy, a solitary stone shelter nestled between steep mountains and the dark, still waters of Llyn Dwllyn.
I'm excited now that we're here.
Where's Luna? We also got Luna today to join us.
The guard dog. You excited?
There's Luna. Yeah, she definitely looks excited. Oh, got everything. So as you can see, the car park where we parked is quite full. So we're a bit worried when we get there. We're going to be sharing the bothy with other people.
Or walking back. Or car camping for the night. The three of us squished in the back.
Spirits were high as they arrived, joined by Luna, their guard dog, whose excitement matched the group's anticipation. The nearby car park was already crowded, raising concerns about how many others might end up sharing the shelter that night. The evening unfolded like a typical wild camping trip. Burritos cooked over an open fire, hands warmed by the flames, and laughter filled the small stone room as the group settled in.
While Sophie's eating her cold burritos, I'm warming mine up in a fire. We don't eat cold food out here. I'm cooking my burrito. Time to try the burrito. Oh, it's good. Oh, look at that. Look at the steam coming out. Oh, Luna's spotted there. Can you smell the burrito, Luna? It's nice and warm.
One by one, more people arrived. Students, hikers, backpackers, until the bothy was packed with warmth, noise, and conversation. The fire crackled constantly, and for a while, the place felt alive and welcoming. As the night went on, the mood began to shift.
Don't that look like a little goblin devil looking out the window? Well, door.
Yeah, it looks like a little goblin, doesn't it?
If I turn the light down.
Maybe
look at that.
I don't like that.
So can you explain again what you just found out about this bothy since we've seen that picture?
According to ChatGPT, locals say that the lake is haunted and claim that sightings of strange lights and figures around the bothy are common.
Oh my god.
Some say these lights are will-o'-the-wisps, spirits that lure travellers to the lake's dangerous waters. So yeah, there's quite a few things.
And you guys want to go up there now? After we've just seen that picture.
Well, we were at Pendle Hill a few days ago.
Luna, literally before it happened, she was running around like being a normal dog. Now, She won't leave us. Well, look on the bright side. There is like 20 of us here. People camping outside.
A pale, motionless face stared in from the darkness, its features distorted and unnatural. Jokes were made about the bothy looking haunted, and someone started reading local ghost stories aloud. The tales spoke of strange lights drifting across the lake, shadowy figures moving through the mist, and spirits said to lure travelers toward the water on foggy nights. What had been playful curiosity slowly turned into unease. For a moment, no one knew how to react. The room fell silent as people tried to make sense of what they were seeing. Explanations were offered, stories pulled from local lore, theories about will-o'-the-wisps, and the idea that the lake itself inspired hallucinations under the right conditions. What unsettled them most was Luna's reaction. Moments earlier, she had been moving freely around the room. Now she stood frozen, hair raised, eyes locked on the window. For the rest of the night, she refused to leave the group's side.
It's been I don't even know how to describe it now. Interesting experience.
My comment.
Interesting experience in this buffet. Yeah, good night.
Good morning. It's a beautiful morning here in the valleys in North Wales. So this is the buffet that we stayed last night. As you can see, it is surrounded by mountains and reservoirs. I highly recommend this one.
No one spoke much after that. The fire continued to pop. The wind pressed against the stone walls, and whatever had been outside never returned. By morning, the valley was calm and bright, the bothy surrounded once again by mountains and reservoirs under clear daylight. The group packed up and moved on, but the atmosphere of the place had changed. Whether what they saw was a trick of light, imagination fueled by stories, or something tied to the lake's long history remains unclear. But the question lingers: when a place carries centuries of stories, are they only legends or echoes waiting for the right moment to be noticed? Hold on a sec. If you're enjoying this so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's continue. Meet the creator behind the YouTube channel The Men's Life, known for conducting solo investigations in some of the most remote and unsettling locations imaginable. His work consistently pushes personal limits in an effort to document unexplained phenomena, from eerie sounds to whispered voices hidden in the dark. But on this night, a return to a notoriously haunted location would test his resolve more than ever before. He arrives once again at the Caribou Mines Wildlands, an infamous ghost town long rumored to be home to a mysterious cryptid-like presence. This time he is completely alone, accompanied only by his dog, Kiki, preparing for a long and potentially dangerous overnight investigation.
We are back tonight at the Caribou Mines Wildlands. This is a location where there is said to be a cryptid beast that resides. And this has been dating back from the early century. And today we're gonna take it on by ourselves. And by we, I mean me and my baby Kiki. 100% abandoned. Now that is the marker that officially brings us into the threshold of this ghost town. For those of you guys who are just peeking in now, never seen my channel, we actually did 2 videos here. I came here solo and then I came here with Chill the other time. But this location is an abandoned gold mining town. There was so much gold produced here. This spot produced the second most gold in all of the province in its time, dating all the way back to the late 1800s.
The site is entirely abandoned, marked by a threshold that signals entry into a forgotten mining settlement. As he explains the history, the location's past becomes clear. Caribou Mines was once a thriving gold mining town, responsible for producing one of the highest gold yields in the region during its peak. Countless workers lived and died here, leaving behind what many believe to be lingering residual energy. Having visited before, the investigator understands the risks, but remains unprepared for what is about to unfold. As dusk settles, he sets up camp, and the stillness is broken the moment he activates a spirit box. What begins as an attempt to communicate with former miners quickly turns disturbing.
May I touch you?
Whoa, no! No, you may not. May I touch
I'm afraid to talk.
you? You may not touch. What the? You may not touch me, man. I'm sorry. May I touch you? I'm afraid to talk.
Clear, disembodied responses emerge from the static, referencing physical contact and ritualistic behavior, immediately shifting the tone of the investigation. The activity escalates rapidly. The device issues warnings, urging caution and referencing nearby burial grounds. Moments later, the tension peaks when an unseen force physically knocks an object at the campsite.
Jesus Christ! What the f was that? What the? You fucking serious right now?
Look, I'm here.
Jesus. Who are you? What the? Yo, something's going on. Somebody just pushed this off the thing. I'm gonna lose it. I'm literally gonna lose it.
Can you see us?
No.
At that point, it becomes clear this is no longer limited to voices or sound. It is something capable of interacting with the physical environment. Seeking safety, he retreats into his tent. But the terror intensifies as violent impacts slam against the fabric, as though something invisible is attempting to force its way inside.
What's up? Literally, what the fuck? No one's there. What the fuck? Yo, no one's there. What the? Guys, I'm literally looking out and no one's there, and it's going on as we speak.
Despite repeatedly checking the surroundings, nothing can be seen. The banging continues without explanation, confirming that whatever is present cannot be visually identified. When the disturbance finally stops, he gathers the courage to investigate. Outside the tent, he discovers a disturbing print pressed into his equipment case. Large, oddly shaped, and unlike anything he can easily explain. It appears to be physical evidence left behind by whatever had been tormenting him moments earlier. Although he eventually leaves the Caribou Mines wildlands, the encounter leaves a lasting impression. Threatening voices, physical aggression, and unexplained marks blur the line between a haunted location and something far more dangerous. Whether this was an intelligent paranormal presence, an unknown creature, or a combination of both remains unclear. But one question lingers. What truly inhabits this abandoned ghost town, and why does it seem determined to drive visitors away? Meet the creator behind the YouTube channel, The Northwest Wind, an avid outdoorsman who documents his stealth camping adventures in secluded off-trail locations. His videos usually reflect quiet nights in nature, simple escapes meant to disconnect from the world. But on this particular outing, he would learn how quickly isolation can turn dangerous when the silence of the woods is broken by an unwelcome human presence. The trip began routinely at a local park, where he planned to leave the marked trails and find a hidden place to spend the night. He knew camping there wasn't permitted, but the challenge of stealth camping was part of the appeal.
It just blows my mind that time has gone by so fast. Tonight, we're camping at a local park, dog park, walking trails, hiking trails. Gonna go off the trail into the woods. We're camping stealthily because everyone's always like, why not stealth camp at a campground or a park or something? So that's what I'm doing. So that was the end of the official trail. There's all kinds of unofficial trails that go all through these woods. It's a couple hundred acres. Don't think you're allowed to camp back here, but I'm not camping. I'm just gonna lay my head for the night in a stealthy way. And it's like humid from all this rain. My sausages are sweaty. Always have to come back for the camera now. Of course, I dropped it in the snow. That's always good too. I love dropping my camera in the snow. We're gonna bushwhack a little bit. We've been walking for about 15 minutes.
After hiking deeper into the forest, he bushwhacked his way toward what seemed like a flat, secluded clearing suitable for a small bivvy tent. Just as he believed he had found the perfect spot, he came across something unsettling, the torn remains of an old tent and tarp. The discovery immediately changed the atmosphere. Someone had clearly camped there before, but the condition of the abandoned gear raised questions about who they were and why the site had been left behind so abruptly.
What do you know? This looks like a tent or a tarp. That kind of sketches me out. So that's the remains of a tent and a tarp. That means somebody's camped back here before. Now, it could have just been some young punks smoking dope, or it could have been like an Asian Tony type character, maybe Asian Tony himself. That kind of sketches me out. I don't like the vibe I got seeing that.
Despite the unease, he continued setting up camp. As dusk fell, a thick fog rolled through the trees, and a persistent feeling of being watched set in. He tried to ignore it while preparing dinner, reminding himself that the park was public, though he was far from the main trails. Still, the sensation followed him, heavy and constant.
I don't know what it is here, but I keep feeling like somebody's watching me, and it's like very, very strong feeling, like hair on the back of my neck standing up. I don't know. I just keep feeling like I'm being watched or something, though. I don't know. There are people around for sure. It's a very public park area, but I'm off the main trails by a ways. It's also very dead back here and foggy too. I don't know if the camera picks up the fog, but there's fog rolling in like everywhere. It's just kind of...
Later that night, inside his tent, the situation escalated. Footsteps approached, very close. He listened carefully and realized there were two people nearby, whispering to each other just outside his shelter. When he called out, there was no response.
There's somebody, hang on. I don't know if they could see it or not through the tent. I don't think so. I'm leaning right up against the light, but somebody's walking around out there very close to the tent. Somebody's out there. I don't know if they're coming this way or just walking around out there. I can't tell. Somebody's definitely walking around out there, though. Hang on. I don't want to leave the light on in case they could see in here. I think the fly is thick enough that they can't see the light, but still, I'm leaning right up against the lantern, so you can only just barely see my face.
Moments later, hands pressed against the tent, followed by forceful pulling that collapsed it on top of him. In panic, he escaped the tent and ran, leaving all his gear behind. Cigarette smoke lingered in the air as he caught brief glimpses of two figures standing over his campsite.
Okay, they're walking away now. What do you want? I have a knife. Get away, what do you want? Hello, I can't see you. Say something, I see you. They collapsed my tent on me. I don't know which way they went. I think they went this way. I see you. Get away! All right, I'm spooked. I don't like this. Get my headlamp on and we're getting out of here right now. They're just standing there. Leave me alone! They collapsed my tent on me and pulled the fly off while I was still in there. Someone's smoking a cigarette too. I smell your cigarette! We're going. I'll come back for this some other time.
He fled through the dark forest, falling repeatedly, until he reached a clearing and saw a light moving toward him. That was enough to send him sprinting back to his car. The next morning, he cautiously returned to retrieve his belongings. His fears were confirmed when he found his campsite disturbed. Tent stakes pulled out and his dry bag opened. This wasn't a coincidence or a harmless prank. Someone had intentionally interfered with his gear. Though he escaped physically unharmed, the psychological impact lingered. Who were those people, and why did they target him? Were they simply trying to scare him away, or was something more dangerous avoided by sheer timing? Encounters like this raise an unsettling question. When stealth camping goes wrong, is the real threat ever the wilderness itself, or the people hiding within it? On March 20th, 2018, during a cold, rainy night at Poco Lake in Indiana, solo camper Austin Armstrong arrived expecting nothing more than isolation, damp air, and the steady comfort of a campfire.
I just went out in the middle of nowhere at this campground at Potoka Lake in Indiana. I'm the only one out here. Obviously, it's kind of cold and it's projected to get colder and it's raining. But I like a challenge whenever I camp, and I've camped in much worse weather conditions than this. So I figured, yeah, why not? So here's my little site right there.
The campground was empty, the weather worsening, But Austin welcomed the challenge, setting up his small site alone and preparing to make the most of the night. Hours passed as the rain eased and the fire burned low. Wearing a headlamp, Austin stepped toward the dark tree line to gather more wood.
So I got these logs here, and they're dry, but you can't just start a fire with just logs, you know? So you have to have all these like small sticks to get started. Well, everything's wet. So I'm trying to get it up and getting these small sticks and stuff burning. And once I can do that, then I can put this log back on, because I had it burning sort of earlier. Oh, this is a task, let me tell you. But the rain is... so it was mostly wet. What the... I don't know if you guys just heard that, but like... something literally just went boom over there. Holy crap. Go check it out. I don't see anything. Hello? I'm trying to find a rational explanation too. Like, maybe it was the wood. But I don't...
The task was routine, checking the ground, breaking down damp branches, and moving between the fire and the surrounding woods while the distant outline of the campground remained barely visible. Everything felt ordinary, even peaceful. That calm shattered without warning. A single explosive boom echoed through the forest, far too loud and heavy to be a snapping twig or falling branch. Austin froze as the sound lingered, deliberate and close. He scanned the darkness with his flashlight, but the trees offered nothing back. No movement, no reflection, just silence. Then came another sound, sharper and deeper, like something shifting its weight or climbing nearby.
Okay, this is better. Come on, surely there's not something out here right now. I will be upset. Hello? Oh my god. I would be so upset if there's something out here right now. But that was a very large boom and snap. It sounded like there was something like climbing through something. So it could have been an animal. I'm praying to God that it was something collapsing in the fire. But it was very, very loud. I guess you guys, maybe you guys...
The noise felt intentional, too fast and forceful to dismiss easily. Austin tried to rationalize it, hoping it came from collapsing firewood, but the scale of the sound didn't match.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go back on my way now. I hope to God something's not out here right now. Alright, so here's an update. Well, the fire's doing really well, or was, up until this point. And then the rain started again. So, it's great. This is why I came out here, I guess, is, you know, challenge the camping and just be away and just, I don't know. It's not be a good idea. Still don't know what the big boom thing was. I've been keeping the music on my phone going, keeps my mind off of it. I don't know. It probably was just a fire, I hope. That's what I keep telling myself.
The forest felt different now, as if it were watching him instead. He searched the area cautiously and found nothing. No animals, no obvious cause, only a fallen sign and a growing sense that something unseen had been present all along. Returning to camp, the rain began again, dampening the fire and his confidence. To steady his nerves, he kept music playing, trying to push away the lingering unease. The night continued, but the question remained unanswered. Whether the sound was a large animal, shifting debris, or something harder to explain is unclear. What is certain is how quickly solitude turned unsettling. So if you were alone in the woods and heard something that powerful moving just beyond the light, would you stay? And would you ever feel truly alone out there again? Meet Franco, the fearless creator behind the YouTube channel Franco TV, known for exploring some of the world's most mysterious and dangerous locations. His content focuses on places most people deliberately avoid, documenting abandoned sites, forbidden areas, and environments steeped in fear through a raw, immersive approach. But during one investigation in an Argentinian forest, Franco and his companion Claudio would learn that some locations are not meant to be disturbed. On a hot, humid evening, Franco returned to a forest infamous for witchcraft, ritual activity, and a troubling number of missing person cases. Claudio joined him to provide backup as they prepared to spend the entire night deep inside the restricted woods. As daylight faded, the forest's reputation weighed heavily on the investigation.
I made it with Claudio. Claudio, ¿qué tal? Right now we're going to be going into the forest and we're going to be going deeper into there. I just waited for him to get back, but it is starting to get nightfall and the time is now 5:52. On top of that, we also found out that there's a bunch of missing people that go on missing through this whole forest. Wow, that's dangerous. The thing is, that's kind of dangerous because at the same time, at night, I probably wouldn't have seen that. I could probably slip in there and fall. But I don't know what that's connected to. So a lot of this just goes to show you that the forest just keeps going on and on. The things that he was finding out about this place as far as missing people go. They are skeptical and thinking that maybe it could have been, what do you call that? They probably used people for like sacrificial stuff. And that's probably why they went missing. This is more like a missing 411 kind of location.
Almost immediately, the terrain revealed its dangers. Just off the main path, they discovered a massive concealed pit, deep enough to seriously injure or kill anyone who wandered into it after dark. The forest felt endless and unforgiving, reinforcing local theories that some missing individuals may have vanished under darker circumstances tied to ritual practices. As they pushed deeper, disturbing signs of human presence became more frequent. Discarded bags, old shoes, and clothing hung from trees, suggesting deliberate activity rather than random litter. The sounds of the forest began to change as well, with distant voices and a sudden loud impact indicating they were no longer alone. At one point, Franco explored a narrow trail by himself while Claudio remained nearby. The deeper he went, the more confined the forest felt, until he witnessed a large black figure moving swiftly between the trees before disappearing completely.
Holy shit. Look what I finally found. I don't know if you guys ever read Reddit stories about creepy stuff, but there's stories about staircases that are found in the woods and you're not supposed to go near them. And if you see the staircases, you are to walk away because weird things will start happening. Could put you in a different place or something. But look at this. This looks like it was just teleported here in the middle of the fucking forest.
Shaken, he could not determine whether what he saw was a person or something else entirely. The night took a darker turn when they encountered a perfectly formed concrete staircase standing alone in the middle of the forest, leading nowhere. The structure appeared completely out of place, echoing stories often associated with unexplained phenomena in remote woodlands.
And then you got this weird stuff. Look at this. There's like feathers. So there's feathers in this cup, and then right inside there is wrapped with string and rope. That could be witchcraft. Could very well be, but this is where they do a lot of sacrifices, is right here.
Shortly after, they returned to a Virgin Mary shrine that had originally drawn Franco to the area, discovering offerings, money, and clear signs of ritual activity, including feathers tightly bound with string. As darkness fully settled, the atmosphere grew heavy. Branches snapped nearby, signaling that their presence had been noticed.
The fire we got going on here. It was really muggy and humid. But the good news is that this fire...
They built a small fire, hoping it would provide some sense of protection. But instead it seemed to draw attention. A piercing scream echoed through the forest, followed by unsettling silence, then whistling and faint singing drifting from deep within the darkness.
You heard a scream? ¿Escuchaste un grito?
Sí.
Oh, sí, yo lo escuché.
¿También?
Sí. So we just heard another scream from the...
See?
See, I'm thinking we're gonna have to turn off the light because the fire, because it might be calling people over here. See, there is someone singing right now out in the dark. You just saw eyes glowing, and I've seen those eyes before. If you guys see what I think I'm seeing, hold on, I'm gonna use my other camera here. Switching to my psionics. If you see eyes glowing, I've seen that somewhere else. ¿Qué es eso? I just heard something to my left here. Oh, this is fucking creepy. Oh, yo lo tengo.
Children want to speak.
Go. Okay.
She's coming.
¿Vio algo? Sí. He just saw something. Hola?
Footsteps began moving closer to their camp, and Claudio reported seeing glowing eyes watching from the tree line. By 4 a.m., with the activity growing increasingly aggressive, they decided to leave. Though they escaped unharmed, the experience left unsettling questions behind. Were the sounds connected to missing people, hidden locals, or something far older tied to the forest itself? In places where human danger and the unknown overlap, survival may be the only victory. On August 25, 2025, deep in the remote wilderness of northern Ontario, a camper named Angelo set up a solo camp beside a perfectly still, mirror-like lake. The location was isolated and quiet, the kind of place where nothing moves unless it has a reason to.
Let me tell you, it's kind of cold now. It's only like 17 degrees Celsius. And what is that? There's something in the road there. Looks like nothing. Yeah, the roads getting in and out are a little bit feisty, so we gotta take it easy. Mind how we drive in here. So we just do gotta be cautious of, leaving food around and stuff like that. And then obviously we gotta be cautious moose, because they're also out here, apparently. Confirmed by the locals. I wasn't expecting that. I've literally... but yeah, it's been pretty quiet. I mean, I've been recording, but haven't really been getting anything.
The night began normally. A small campfire crackled, the bench beneath him creaked, and dinner turned into an overcooked mistake he immediately regretted. The air was colder than expected, and the rough roads leading in and out of the area reminded him to move carefully in such an unforgiving environment. As the evening went on, only ordinary tasks filled the time. He adjusted his tarp, tended the fire, rinsed his plate, and reminded himself to keep food secured. Locals had warned him about wildlife in the area, especially moose, and the forest seemed unusually quiet despite the constant recording. That silence eventually broke. A faint cough echoed from behind him, followed by light movement in the trees.
Why did it just sound like somebody coughed? Hello? That was fucking weird. Somebody back there? Legit sounded like it was behind me. Let me see if I hear some. I'm getting pretty lucky right now. Okay. Somebody just clapped again. Who's there? Bushes.
Leo.
Who the hell is Leo? Alright, I'm gonna go check. Hello? Like, it legit sounded like it was right back there. The fuck could that have been? Like, it sounded...
He turned quickly, shining his flashlight into the darkness, but found nothing. Only cold air drifting off the lake. The sounds returned soon after. Soft knocking, light claps, and a sharp whistle cut through the night. A nearby device suddenly crackled and spoke a single name, repeating it as if carried by the wind. Moments later, rocks shifted nearby, as though something heavy had moved just out of view. Unease took over. Angelo paced near the fire with his rifle, convinced he was being watched from the tree line. The noises felt closer each time, circling just beyond the reach of the firelight without ever revealing their source.
If we have a good connection to Starlink as well. But yeah, I just want to give you one more good view of the lake. It is so foggy this morning. It's crazy, super eerie. I didn't really hear anything else throughout the night, but yeah, this spot is creepy. So what I think I'm gonna do, there's another lake.
By morning, thick fog blanketed the lake. He packed up quietly, shaken but unharmed. Whatever lingered near the campsite never showed itself, and never truly left either. Whether the sounds were wildlife, environmental echoes, or something far more unsettling remains unclear. But if you had heard those noises in total isolation, would you have stayed until dawn, or left the moment the forest answered back? That's all for tonight's video. Which encounter gave you chills? Let us know in the comments below. Got your own experience? We want to hear it. And whatever you do, don't miss what's coming next.
See this deer over here? Oh, I thought it was fake.
You didn't put this here, Ty? No.
Let's get it, lazy. We didn't make it out yet. Come on.
On December 13th, 2025, Sophie from Outdoor Girl Sophie set out on a solo camping trip in a forest near a lake in Denmark, close to where she grew up. Her channel focuses on quiet solo camping and real outdoor experiences. With rain, wind, and darkness arriving early, the familiar setting slowly began to feel uneasy. As Sophie hikes toward the campsite, rain-soaked ground, cold air, and fading daylight make the forest feel heavier than usual. Though this is a familiar area, the silence and early darkness create a growing sense of isolation. Nothing has gone wrong yet, but the environment already feels unwelcoming.
So I'm walking towards the campsite and I see this deer over here. Oh, I thought it was fake, but now it moved. What should I do? Should I go there? Is he gonna be angry? I'm a little bit afraid. Now he's just enjoying himself. I'm gonna try and go a little bit closer. So now it's lying down right behind this table. Maybe this is his spot or hers. So I guess I should find another place. I was planning to stay at this shelter here. It has a nice fire pit. So I'm actually really unsure what to do, because now I'm worried if it's sick. It's just lying so still. I'm wondering if I need to call animal control in Denmark, but maybe it's normal. I don't know. I think I'm gonna try and call someone. I don't want it to be lying there in pain. Ikke når jeg nærmer mig altså tæt på den, eller siger høje lyde. Yes, tak. Lady told me to go close to it and check if I could see any wounds or diarrhea around it. But I was a little bit afraid to go too close and I couldn't see anything. But she thinks that it might be because they're in mating season now, but she also asked me to send some pictures and videos, and then she would get back to me about what to do. But I'm also a little bit afraid to go close to it. If it's a male in mating season, they can be a bit dangerous. Now I've sent the pictures and a video to Animal Protection. Let's see what they find out. Luckily I have my tent, and then I'm gonna put it up over here.
At the lakeside shelter, Sophie notices what she first thinks is a wooden figure. It turns out to be a deer standing completely still. Instead of fleeing, the animal remains there and later lies down near the picnic table. As time passes and the deer doesn't move, concern sets in. Unsure if it's injured, Sophie contacts Animal Protection Services. She's later told the deer is likely exhausted from mating season, but it stays nearby as daylight fades.
The lady from Animal Protection just called me back. She says that even though the deer looks okay, it's very unusual that I can go that close. So she is gonna send out a guy who's gonna have a second look and see if there's anything that needs to be done. I'm gonna keep an eye out for him. Now I really think that it's sick. It has laid its head down into the ground. Even though I'm going very close by it, it's just laying completely still. I hope that that man is coming soon and that he's able to find me. So I just called the Animal Protection and they cancelled the guy who was on his way out here apparently they think, based on the video I sent, that it's just very tired from the mating season. It's just laying there waiting for a new partner. So now I'm gonna find another place to start a campfire. Now I need to get my fire going. I hope that I can, even with this very wet firewood that I found. So I was standing next to the tent and suddenly I saw the deer approaching me. I ran off, or I walked away, and the deer came all the way up to the tent, starting just smelling it. And now it's eating grass right next to the tent. So I went over to the second shelter, and then I saw some eyes light up in the dark behind the shelter. So now I'm a little bit worried that maybe it's a female deer looking to meet up with the deer next to my tent. And yeah, so now I crawled into this shelter. I've always heard that in mating season you should not go near it. It's getting later and later in the evening. I haven't made a fire yet, so I cannot cook any dinner without a fire. Do you see the eyes of the deer? It is just standing right next to my backpack, eating grass. So I have a lighter in my pocket, but my fire starters are in my backpack. And I don't have that much success starting a fire without that support. The food is also in my backpack. Maybe he will go away soon. I don't have any luck with this campfire. I think the wood is too wet. I did manage to get my backpack now. The deer moved a few meters away from the table, so now I have all my stuff except for the tent, where the deer is still standing right next to it. I actually think that I'm gonna go home. Just as I was about to get up and leave, I called my dad and he calmed me down. Probably more afraid of me than I am of it. I have tried for almost an hour to get it going, and yeah, I think the wood is too wet. Now I'm sitting inside my tent. I am really hungry, and I have to try and see what I can cook for my dinner.
After pitching her tent in near darkness, the deer approaches again, coming close to her backpack. Aware of the risks during mating season, Sophie avoids cooking outside. Wet wood prevents her from starting a fire, and she briefly considers leaving, calling her father for reassurance. When the deer finally moves away, she decides to stay.
Good morning. It has been very windy this night, and I actually see that one of the pigs have come out, so the tent is kind of collapsed. Luckily I have all my gear inside of the tent where I'm sleeping, so actually nothing happened.
The night passes quietly, but strong winds partially collapse the tent by morning. With rain returning, Sophie packs up, leaves no trace, and walks back toward the trail, ending the trip safely but unsettled. Some viewers see harmless curiosity, while others note that prolonged, fearless wildlife behavior can be unpredictable. When nature doesn't behave as expected, do you trust explanations or the instinct telling you to stay cautious? Hold on a sec. If you're enjoying this so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's continue. On December 9th, 2025, Gavin from the YouTube channel Groovy Gavin investigates some of the creepiest real animatronics still on display. His channel explores unsettling places and the psychology behind fear. Traveling across locations in the United States and beyond, Gavin sets out to understand why certain human-like machines trigger discomfort, even when no real danger exists.
I'm starting in a little place you've probably never heard of called Billy Bob's Wonderland. As you can see, there's literally no one here. There's one other car that might be the owner. It is open though. Oh my gosh, here they are. There's a ton of animatronics here that all come from an old pizza place called Showbiz Pizza. When I first walked into this little arcade/pizza place, I ran into one of the only people there, one of the workers. Do people come here usually just for this?
Oh yeah, they'll sit there all day and just push the button.
And all the buttons play a show. Back to the animatronics and how creepy I think they are. A lot of the creepiest videos I see of animatronics, it's all like really bad quality. So I think that kind of adds to the creepiness. Here. So starting off with the left of the stage, the Rolf and Earl Show. These two guys don't sing like the rest of them. They're meant to be a side stage comedy act between an alpha wolf and his ventriloquist dummy.
On the 8th day of Christmas, my true love did to me. I got it.
Moving over to the center of the stage is the Rockafire Explosion Band. We got Duke LaRue on the drums. His eyes are tweaked out. He's definitely the most chill out of all of them. We got Beach Bear, who has some really creepy old videos. And Mitzi Mozzarella. She kept winking at me. Next, we got the monkey. That's Geronimo on the keyboard. But the main mascot and star of the show is Billy Bob himself, who is just over on the right. He actually just looked at me. We got Billy Bob, who I know a lot of people say online is one of the most terrifying animatronics that still exists today. He also has this friend Looney Bird, who I do think is a lot more creepy. And I even found some videos of him being made. They all play different shows. I can't play any of the audio, unfortunately, because it will copyright me, but it changes from time to time, and it definitely makes the whole thing a bit more uncanny. I think the biggest reason they're creepy to me is their eyes. That's the first thing I look at people. It really does feel like they're looking at you. So I'll group all of these together and give them an uncanny rating of 7.5.
Gavin begins at Billy Bob's Wonderland, where animatronics from the Showbiz Pizza era are still preserved. These figures were built for live stage performances, but time and modification have altered their appearance. Their faces, particularly the eyes, no longer convey clear expressions, shifting the atmosphere from playful to unsettling as the investigation continues.
We're in San Francisco. We traveled very far here for one thing and one thing only, and this animatronic is called Laughing Sal. People seem to say this is one of the most, like, creepy or uncanny ones, so Musée Mécanique, here it is. Dude, it's so loud, bro. Why did they make this? If I was a kid, I would 100% have nightmares about this. It's the sound that makes it so bad. Like, it actually sounds scary. The purpose of this was to stand outside of rides or attractions and, like, just non-stop laugh. It was to get people's attention. It became standard practice for any carnival or fair to have one of these. I think what makes this one so weird is, like, the movements are so unnatural. And then the laughing, whoever recorded that, it just sounds terrifying. I'm gonna have to give this one an uncanny rating of 6. I just don't think it was that creepy to me. But what was cool about the place that had Laughing Sal is they had a ton of other animatronics. This one's kind of creepier. I'm not gonna lie, this one's so much more, like, uncanny to me. Like, look at the eyes, bro.
Bro, imagine all of them laughing at the same time in the middle of the night.
Oh my gosh, that would be awful.
The next stop is Laughing Sal at San Francisco's Musée Mécanique. Designed to draw attention through loud laughter and constant motion, the animatronic operates on repetition rather than performance. Years of mechanical wear have changed its rhythm, making the experience feel intrusive rather than entertaining.
We're here with the animatronics. They are creepy, but it's kind of familiar, man. It's kind of comfy. Like, I feel like a little kid again. But what's crazy about these that I mentioned earlier is all of these were converted from the ones at Showbiz Pizza to these ones now here at Chuck E. Cheese. First, we got Helen Henny. She was the creepiest. Her eyes are terrifying. Then we got Mr. Munch. This is the man on the keyboard. He kept clocking me, like just staring at me. But I believe this is what the gorilla was turned into. Then we got Jasper T. Jowls, probably the same as Beach Bear, I believe. Pascally P. Pieplate. This is the drummer. This is probably what the dog got turned into from Showbiz Pizza. And then finally, we got the main man, Chucky himself, which obviously, like I mentioned earlier, this is what Rolf turned into. Definitely when you get closer to them, they're all a little bit creepier. I don't know if they were glitching out, but when the curtains lowered when they weren't playing music, they like keep moving after. It's kind of creepy.
Oh shit, that kind of scared me.
Oh my gosh.
We see you.
Is he still moving?
Yeah.
Why is he still moving?
Like down. Look at
this drop. And that was the final animatronic that I visited. And I did feel the most uncanny at this one.
At a Chuck E. Cheese location still using animatronics, Gavin records an unexpected moment after the show ends. Once the curtains close, the animatronics continue to move without coordinated choreography. Although explained as a normal mechanical state, the unscripted movement after the performance marks the most unsettling point of the investigation. Even without danger, unclear eye direction and movement outside expected moments can trigger deep psychological unease. When machines are built to imitate life, where does harmless design end and discomfort begin? On November 20th, 2025, the YouTube channel The Adventurer, known for real camping and survival content, documents a night in a remote forest locals describe as Anchor. A small group sets up camp near a river, expecting a quiet stay. As darkness falls, the forest's atmosphere begins to feel unfamiliar and tense.
Ini sih nanti kena api pula kan. Capek ya. Masih baru lagi waktunya. Masih lama lagi ya. Gas kan. Kayak mau hujan nih. Iya. Takutnya malam hujan nih Pak Ben. Iya. Tapi Pak Ben waktu kami camping sini dulu Pak Ben ini kan pernah nih bekas kami kemarin nih. Iya. Memang angker juga tempat ini Bang. Bukan kayak lagi rasaku iya nih Pak Ben. Iya. Awalnya lain Pak Ben. Auranya beda sama tempat lain. Iya. Dan sekarang kita akan mendirikan tenda. Ini ya kita taruh. Iya, ya. Pinggir sungai ini ya. Iya. Oke. Ini udah terbuka ya? Iya.
After settling in beside the river, the group rests near the campfire. Conversation turns to local warnings about the forest being different from other camping areas. Although everything appears normal, the mention of past stories changes the mood, making everyone more cautious as night approaches. The camp continues its routine, but attention stays fixed on the surrounding darkness.
Apa tuh? Apa itu? Wih, tunggu. Oh, burung malam. Sahabat The Adventure, katanya di sini kita dapat informasi tadi. Katanya daerah ini agak rawan, kita harus hati-hati. Pak Ben udah menghilang dia. Itu dia. Oh itu Pak Ben. Hati-hati Bang Ben. Apa tuh dah? Woi. Oh Pak Ben. Pak Ben. Alah Pak Ben nih. Jadi apa tadi Pak Ben? Manja-manja. Nengok kayu. Mau kayu kering. Kirain apa pula tadi Pak Ben? Kayak ada yang nongol gitu kan? Iya. Wah ada suara tadi. Aku dengar juga suara tadi. Dari sini depan Jo. Ada yang aneh ya. Barang kita ada yang hilang. Tiba-tiba ini bahaya nih Pak Ben. Iya. Jadi dia Mas. Iya. Mana? Di mana Pak Ben taruh ini Pak Ben? Oh, ini dia ada. Oh itu. Alhamdulillah. Pokoknya ada hal-hal yang aneh di sini ya. Lanjut masak.
Jadi suasana di hutan ini sangat luar biasa ya, nyaman ya kan.
Belakang Pak Ben tengok, itu belakang Pak Ben tuh. Tuh dia tuh.
Ada bayangan Mas ya. Ada bayangan tuh, ada bayangan tuh.
Tuh Ben, tuh. Apa tuh Ben? Besar, panjang, tinggi.
Iya.
Wis, oh, taruh sini aja Pak Ben.
Memang sia-sia dia masak Manjul ya. Patir Manjul ya.
As the night progresses, several unusual moments occur. Strange bird sounds are heard. A tool briefly goes missing and reappears, and a tall, dark shadow passes behind the campsite. Later, distant howls echo from the forest. Each event is small, but together they slowly raise tension while the group continues cooking and eating. By the time the fire is rebuilt and coffee is prepared, the forest no longer feels calm.
Nikmat sekali kopi malam ini kan. Cuman kita nggak boleh terlalu apa namanya euforia. Iya. Karena kan tadi kan ada juga pemberitahuan dari warga. Ya pas kita ke sini tadi. Pak Ben. Apa ya?
Apa? Dari sini, Pak Ben. Pak Ben, game Pak Ben. Oh enggak, apa? Astagfirullahaladzim. Allah.
Jangan ganggu kami. Ya
Allah. Pegang Pak Ben, pegang Pak Ben.
Astagfirullahaladzim. La haula wala quwata illa billah.
Enggak usah terlalu takut kali.
Kita banyak berdoa aja, Manjul ya.
Iya. Suara apa itu? Kita keluar dulu, Pak.
Ya, tidur aja langsung.
Kalau keluar
Basmi. Ya, Basmi. Ya, tidur aja, Pak Ben. Ayo.
tidur kita lagi yuk. Yuk.
Udah nongol itu. Apa dia? Apa buangnya? Ya Allah.
Nampak aku Basmi.
Itu dia, Pak Ben.
Tidur lagi Basmi.
Ayo.
Astagfirullahaladzim. Tidur punya mata. Ya. Baca doa apa Ben?
Shortly after midnight, the situation escalates suddenly. Several items are thrown upward and pushed away from the campsite, creating immediate confusion. In panic, the group rushes into the tent, but moments later, the tent itself begins to shake violently. Overwhelmed with fear, they decide to stay inside, praying quietly and closing their eyes to endure the night. Not long after, one person suddenly cries out after seeing what appears to be a human-shaped shadow standing outside the tent, before everything falls silent again. In isolated settings, repeated disturbances can turn uncertainty into fear, even without clear explanations. In places like this, does fear come from the forest, or from the mind trying to make sense of it? On December 14, 2025, two urban explorers from the YouTube channel 2 Swag set out toward the coast of Sicily, Italy, drawn by a massive abandoned ferry known as the Ialolas Canaras. The channel is known for real-world urbex, entering forgotten, restricted, and dangerous locations. What appeared to be a silent ghost ship offshore soon revealed signs of activity, turning a planned exploration into a tense situation with no clear exit.
We are here on the coast of Sicily. This is going to be a fun video. I'm actually excited for this one. We got all the stuff right here. We got an inflatable raft, and I don't know if you see behind me, there's a humongous abandoned ferry, and we're going to take this little dinghy through all this water and see what's on it. It's supposedly really cool and has a lot of stuff on it, so I guess let's see. Ashton, how are you feeling about this?
I'm a little nervous, but I'm ready. Look at this thing. This doesn't even look like it's supposed to be a boat.
It looks like a backpack.
That's what I'm saying.
And I don't know if you guys see right there next to it, there's a whole bunch of sunken, like, I guess, fishing boats that are super rusty and probably a hazard, so we're gonna have to be careful of that. How do we do this?
What the hell?
Let's see. Oh, this is the actual, like, kayak, I think. Oh, my days. Wait, roll it out, roll it out.
Oh, dude, this thing is huge. This is a big boat, bro.
Yeah, get it.
Okay, drop it in. 3, 2, 1. Alrighty. Well, looks like you are getting in first. You think you can get in?
Yeah, I'm gonna just put my feet down.
Be careful. You're about to rub on that rusty plate.
I'm getting in 3, 2.
You in?
Yes, sir.
I'm coming in.
Come on in. Holding. Oh, dude, there's a sunken boat right in front of us. We are approaching. Very close. Oh my gosh.
Straight boat graveyards. Dude, holy crap, look at that. It's like a naval ship over there. This is a huge boat. This looks like it carried thousands of passengers. Yeah, we were thinking about trying to get onto some of these boats here, but that honestly seems like a death trap if we were to do that.
We just pop our boat and we'll be free.
Yeah, holy crap, look how long the boat is. My gosh. Uh-oh. I think that's security, dude. Dude, that's a brand new generator. Dude, that's actually security, I think.
Yeah.
I'm so serious.
Why the fuck is there security here? There's security on this boat. Okay, we just have to be sneaky. We'll be fine.
Alright, I'm gonna try to bring us closer. Start grabbing onto something. Alright, don't let it scrape, don't let it scrape, don't let it scrape. That's definitely security, bro. Dude, we could get, like, fucked for this. I pray we don't get fucked for this. Can you scoot forward and get off?
After reaching the shore, the group inflates a small raft and heads toward the ferry. The water is filled with debris, and once they commit, turning back is no longer simple. As the ship looms closer, its heavy tilt and flooded state make the situation feel increasingly uncertain.
We're barricaded in.
They're all workers. They have headgear on and shit.
You can see them. After seeing that this place was crawling with workers, we decided to try and find a way outside onto the upper levels without being seen.
Let's go out here.
There's a staircase right here to the top. Okay. Look at these ships though. They've probably been rotting here for like decades. How long?
Probably like a few years. Do you think there's anything left on them?
Dude, if we get on that thing, it's like collapsing, instantly sinking as soon as we hop on it.
I don't think a single boat here. Wait, look, that's a boat right there too.
Oh, it's part of this boat. It's completely in the water. This thing is, these boats are absolutely cooked. I don't even know if they're worth any scrap metal because of how rusted they are. Let's go up.
Let's do it. I'll go first. Bags, even a bunch of stuff. What? Oh yeah.
It's the captain's wing. Oh wow, there's another boat right next to us. Look at that. Footprints. It's still all in here, no way.
Holy shit.
Bro, this is so cool. What is this? It's like a little ball. Look at all of the little mechanisms they have. This is crazy. Look at all this. It seems like over the years, birds have gotten in here and pooped on all of this. Wow. It's Greek. It was a Greek boat.
I'm in the captain's seat.
Let's just stay in here for a bit. You guys don't understand. You're in the safe room right now. This is where this, not the safe place.
They've already done most of that work here, so they probably have no reason to be up here. There's a staircase right there that leads down, and then right outside of these doors, there's another staircase that leads down. So they can come up two different ways right here. Really don't have much time here at all. I don't know how much of this we're gonna be able to explore before we risk getting caught. I think we're good, and then we just get the fuck out of here.
So, okay, we're on the 3rd floor right now. The 2nd floor is crawling with workers.
And
The 1st floor as well.
yes, because that's when we came up. It was the first floor workers. Then we went up again. That's right below us. Right now. So, I don't know what to do.
We gotta leave this room. They're starting to come up. They're starting to come up. Go, 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 go. Look at the ship next to it. It's completely falling in the water. It's honestly really cool. It's crazy how they just left all these here. I'm pretty sure the ferry is the newest one out of all of them. But enough dilly-dallying.
There's a worker right up there. I don't know if we're gonna get the seats and shit.
Can we go down a level right here?
Oh, is it the level below is flooded?
Right. Okay, we gotta think about it from their perspective. They're on a boat. They don't expect any people to be here, right?
The second they see us, we're done.
Oh, okay, what if they think we're just workers? Like other workers?
None of them are wearing vests.
Near the hull, they spot a running generator and a man moving below deck, confirming the ship is not abandoned. Still, they secure the raft and climb aboard. Inside, workers are spread across multiple levels, actively dismantling the vessel. It quickly becomes clear this is an active industrial site, not a forgotten wreck.
Ciao. We not be here? Hello. How's it going? English? Tourist. Hello. English?
No English.
Oh, picture.
No. Oh, no?
No? Okay. Will you take pictures? Tourists?
No. Oh, no? Okay. How the fuck you got here? From where they came? Where you? The raft. How you get here? With the raft. With the raft.
We got a raft. We rode on the raft.
But you cannot get on board. Yeah. You're not allowed. United States, sir. Like onto the boat or like? Are you guys swimming, digging, making? Yeah. Have you taken photos?
No.
I have like
a few,
please delete them.
Okay.
They came for filming. So please show me what you have taken as photos.
Okay. He's calling the cops. This is not a good idea. This is not a good idea. We should have just left. Okay, go. Just throw all your shit on, let's go. Alright, we're sorry. Go. Just cut the fucking rope. We're sorry. We're leaving. A knife?
Yeah. No, dude, god damn it.
We're leaving. Sorry. Take the horse. I'm pushing you out.
Come on, I'm good.
We're not. I'm slow. We should have just left. That was bad. They're really fucking mad. They're calling the police. Okay. You row with that one while I get all sit footed. Holy shit. Okay. Start rowing. Go. Okay, I'm gonna get on shore. Put it in there. Get all of our shit in the car. I got Go back. Go. That was so bad. That was so fucking bad. Okay, close it. Close it. Just fly the boat back in the woods. We don't have time. Throw it in the trunk. We can just throw it in the trunk. While I'm rolling up, you take those and put them in the trunk and have the trunk open, okay? Yep. Have the trunk open. Go. Slow down. Hello. Slow down. We didn't make it out yet. Come on.
Yes.
Let's go! Holy shit! Oh my god!
Dude, oh my god. I cannot believe we just actually escaped that. You guys, we were surrounded by like 7 people. Oh my.
When they approach and explain themselves as tourists, several men surround them and demand all footage be deleted, warning of police involvement. Under pressure, the group retreats to the raft. Struggling to untie the rope as voices rise behind them, they finally break free and paddle away, ending the encounter in a rushed escape. The urgency to erase footage, combined with the rapid escalation, raises questions about what activities were truly authorized on the ship. Were the explorers simply trespassing a restricted site, or did they interrupt operations that were never meant to be recorded at all? On October 9th, 2021, professional downhill rider Loic Bruni lines up with more than 150 competitors at the Red Bull Campo Madness. Uploaded on the Loic Bruni YouTube channel, the video is filmed entirely from a GoPro, placing viewers inside a mass start downhill race, where speed and risk collide. What begins as an explosive launch quickly turns unpredictable, as narrow lines, dust, and human error shape every second of the descent. As the course steepens, the race compresses even further. Riders push past one another at close range, each move dependent on timing rather than space. In a single moment, the group is left stunned as something unfolds that no rider ever wants to see.
OTB direct! Oh, ça va, Allez les gars, soudez! Allez, on s'entend bien!
pas le bordel. Oh le Carmen. Allez Popo. Allez Popo, allez, allez. Allez. Allez Popo. Allez. Mec, où tu vas? Allez les gars. Magnifique, magnifique. Laisse-moi aller. Allez, allez, reprends. Merde, pas grave. Baby. Bien mec. Il y a de la casse. Ouais, ça passe. Propre. Je peux pas faire mieux.
On a steep downhill section, the riders enter a sharp right-hand turn from above. One rider ahead commits early and cuts across the line, colliding with another rider who hasn't fully moved through the corner yet. The impact sends the rear rider goes down hard in the dust, bikes tangling as dust explodes across the track. The pack compresses instantly, forcing others to brake or swerve as the race pushes on.
Excuse. Allez, allez mec. Allez mec. Ah, il a cassé la chaîne. Oh, il a déjà brûlé. Putain, laisse-le passer.
Putain, rien, t'inquiète.
Oh, je craque. Ah, je suis mort. Sa mère. C'est horrible.
T'inquiète, c'est bon. Excuse me. Merci, man. Wow. Magnifique.
In the final section, fatigue sets in. Riders still fight for position until the last moments, pushing through the finish as the chaos finally gives way to relief and silence. Viewers repeatedly point out how aggressive the riding feels, wondering how many crashes happen just out of frame as Bruni pushes through without slowing. If this is what the front camera shows, what kind of chaos is unfolding behind him, completely unseen? On December 29, 2024, the YouTube channel Smithereens, known for exploring remote and unsettling locations, travels deep into Utah's rocky backcountry. What begins as a quiet exploration of ancient caves slowly turns uneasy as the environment starts revealing signs that feel anything but natural.
We're currently on a cave that Ty showed us. It's really insane. We found bones inside, which was really weird. We were taking in this absolutely just gorgeous view here for a few minutes, but now it's time to go to a different cave. It's supposedly got artifacts and all sorts of things in it, so we're gonna take a look at that. Carl's talking about the bones right now that we're finding in there. Something about it's weird, guys. It's really weird. I don't get a good feeling.
It doesn't look like human to me. It's like, I don't know. Damn, it's like a little kid or something. Is this a skinwalker cave?
Yeah, now we gotta start asking the question, why did Ty take us here?
Yeah, what is their bones doing up in here, man?
Yeah, Ty's the skinwalker. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, you lured us in here for this. That's creepy, man.
That's pretty creepy.
It's specifically put there for sure. Somebody placed those things.
Yeah. It's weird, just the little alcove. We found these bones in here, which is really bizarre. This is an old Native American cave, and Ty said these were not here, or at least he didn't notice them. So I don't know if I should be touching them, but it's really, really weird. It's almost like makes me think of like an offering or something. Huh. Right? So I took a pee break. I didn't see anything, but man, I feel like something could be watching me on that ridgeline, especially with what we encountered last night. Like, imagine, that's a scary thought. There's bones in the tree. There's a skull, a vertebrae, a pelvis. There's a full skeleton in the tree.
It is all placed in there. The spinal column and the head. Or that's like the... Yeah, that's the deer up top. It's a pelvis. That is the body of the deer.
Why is it in the tree?
6 feet up in the tree.
At the bottom of the cave. And why are the other bones up there?
There's still like... kind of meat on it, dude. This is like as skinwalker as it gets, man. You didn't put this here, Ty? No. You didn't set this up for us?
I wish I thought of it. Yeah, I swear, I wish I thought of it.
That's creepy, man.
That's really creepy.
Inside a shallow cave, the group begins referring to the area as a possible skinwalker cave, unsettled by how unnatural the placement appears. They discover scattered bones along the ground. At first, they question whether some could be human. Nearby, a complete animal skeleton is found positioned high on a tree branch, arranged in a way that feels deliberate. At that moment, they still believe the discovery is the most disturbing part of the day.
Alright, so we're currently in the soot cave. Fire going on. We're putting together some metate pieces. Pretty crazy. Now, Carl did say that he thought he had heard something scurry past outside of the
I'm
cave.
pretty sure that I heard something run past the opening of the cave, but it was like 40 yards out.
Look, one thing I've learned, when Carl says something, it's serious. Carl does not just say things.
I kept quiet for a minute. I just wanted to see, but it's probably just a deer, coyote, or something.
I mean, yeah, we'll just ignore the bones and, you know. Yeah.
Did it sound like something moved through the bushes?
Yeah, it sounded big.
Right.
Dude, I'm telling you, Carl's no joke. Every time I'm with Carl. Yeah, I heard something.
Weird energy up here. Yeah, I didn't want to. I usually keep real quiet about when I didn't want to lead you into it too much, but that way. I know. Let's not project any fear either. Do you see that? That goes way in there, like 20 feet back in there.
I'll go in.
It sounded like a scuff of dirt in there, though. It did. You want to stick your face in that hole, dude? Go ahead. I'll film it. Here we go. It's always me. Why? Oh, I'm the designated cameraman now. Ty, get ready to grab his ankles. Hello? Does it just go straight back?
Yeah, probably about 10, 15 feet and then it dead ends.
Really?
There's nothing in there.
It only got me a little bit. There's a snake in your boots. There's a snake in my boots.
Hello?
See, that's what we get talking about.
Uh-huh.
Like you're chumming for sharks.
Uh-huh. What are you guys? I'll catch up with you guys in a minute. I'm just gonna sit tight for a minute. All right, so Carl and Ty just branched off. They went somewhere over that direction. There's their light. It kind of looks like eyes behind me. That's bizarre. All right, we're gonna ignore it. I kind of just wanted to stay in this meadow just for a minute by myself. I don't want to say make myself bait, but I don't know. I kind of want to take it in and like just be here alone for a minute and see what happens. So if anything happens, I'll obviously put it in the video. If nothing happens, well, yeah. See if we see anything on the mountainside.
While inside the cave, a sudden sound moves quickly past the entrance. It's heavy, fast, and close, like a large body pushing through brush. No movement is visible. The group later discusses skinwalker lore, including the idea that such entities may follow those who intrude, bringing nightmares and unexplained disturbances long after leaving. Only later do they realize this sound may not have been a warning, but a response. Carl chooses to stay behind alone in the open meadow as the others walk ahead. After calling out, multiple pairs of reflective eyes appear on the hillside between them. They don't behave like typical wildlife. He watches silently, realizing this reaction feels different from anything they've encountered before. Wildlife remains possible, but the timing and responses raise uncomfortable questions. If nothing was there, why did something only appear after being acknowledged? That's all for tonight's video. Which encounter gave you chills? Let us know in the comments below. Got your own experience? We want to hear it. And whatever you do, don't miss what's coming next.
What's this?
Sí, es nuevo.
¡Niñas! Son dos niñas, no manches.
While walking through the woods, TikToker Batty with a Belly was live streaming when he came across something that instantly startled him. Lying among the bushes was what appeared to be a body. As he moved closer, he realized it was not human at all. Instead, it turned out to be a silicone inflatable doll, completely out of place, strange, and unintentionally amusing. No one knows how it ended up there or for what reason, and perhaps it's better left unanswered. An investigator was exploring deep within a forest in Vietnam at night when he unknowingly captured disturbing footage. At the time of filming, he had no idea what had been recorded. He continued moving through the area, unaware of a presence nearby. Later, while reviewing the video, he was shocked by what appeared on screen. Whether it was a real person, a ghost, or something else entirely, whatever appeared there should not have been in that place. A hiker was alone at Eagle Creek in Oregon, taking photos along the trail. Later, while reviewing the images with a friend, something unexpected stood out. One photo revealed an unusual blue-white shape. When enlarged, it appeared to resemble an angelic figure. The hiker had no explanation for what was captured, and the unsettling image remained saved on the phone, a strange and unexplained reminder of that day. A group of friends were hiking through the woods at night. Everything seemed normal until they noticed something ahead. At first, they believed it was an animal. As they got a clearer look, it appeared more humanoid. They recorded it as it moved away from them. No matter how quickly they followed, they were unable to catch up. The group continued their hike in fear, remaining tense and on edge the entire way. YouTuber Eder Hernandez and his crew were exploring Devil's Cave at night. From the beginning, the atmosphere felt heavy and uneasy, but once they stepped inside, something unexpected occurred. A figure was suddenly visible, standing motionless in the darkness. Its appearance was unclear, almost as if it had no face. Alarmed, the group quickly fled through the surrounding jungle. As they tried to escape, they encountered another figure along the way. No one could determine whether it was a person, a demon, or something resembling eerie mannequins. Whatever it was, they chose not to stay and find out. While camping in the Appalachian Mountains, someone woke up to an unexpected sight. For a brief moment, fear set in. Soon after, they realized the spider was on the outside of the tent. Even so, it was a chilling way to begin the day. On April 12, 2023, inside the Sol Demonstration State Forest in the Santa Cruz Mountains, a hiker recorded his walk through the area. At first, the forest was quiet and peaceful. Then, unusual sounds began to echo among the trees. Moments later, another noise followed, this one much louder. Soon after that, he heard footsteps coming from behind him and realized it was time to leave. Late at night, a man noticed a wrecked car parked along the roadside. He took several photos before law enforcement arrived. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than an abandoned vehicle. Later, while reviewing the images, he noticed something unsettling. In two of the photos, a face seemed visible behind the shattered windshield, its expression appearing distorted and filled with anguish. When the images were shared online, many believed they captured the spirits of those involved in the crash. Others dismissed the sighting as pareidolia. But the question remains, was it really just that? Deep within an Indonesian forest, a couple claimed they recorded something hard to believe. Hidden among remote waterfalls lies the long-standing legend of the Jurik Kai, a spirit feared for generations. Local stories describe it as a strange blend of human and lizard, said to remain concealed behind the thunderous curtain of water. Patient and silent, it is believed to wait, luring people closer through the beauty of the falls or by imitating the sound of a crying child. Those who approach are said to be dragged into the violent depths, never to be seen again. The couple maintains the entity appeared in their footage, though the image is too unclear to confirm anything with certainty. After a long work shift and heavy traffic, Ariana finally parked for the night, only to discover her water tank had leaked across the floor of her van.
So the water is under here, all over the floor still. And down here. And I have a lot of stuff to clean. And it's not just cleaning up the water, because it's from my gray water tank. So I have to go and bleach this.
Frustrated, she spent hours cleaning the mess thoroughly before finally settling in to rest. But just as she relaxed,
Just finished cleaning up. I bleached the floor 3 times. So I'm pretty sure it's clean, but it just doesn't feel clean enough. You know what I'm saying?
a sudden loud knock struck the side of the van. When she looked outside, no one was there.
Came and knocked on my window and said I'm out here. And I always keep my my pocket, you know, on me. So I'm reaching back. I'm stunned because who the is this? I don't see the person anymore. I don't even want to park here anymore. Yeah, I don't want to park here anymore.
The silence that followed felt unsettling. Fear quickly took hold. She packed up immediately, drove away from the area, and spent the night uneasy and unable to rest, haunted by the unexplained visitor. So what do you think happened that night? Was it a coincidence, a stranger nearby, or something far more unsettling? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. In the Appalachian Mountains, a man and his dog were walking at night when they suddenly heard something unsettling. The eerie sounds carried through the darkness, leaving them frozen where they stood. Hearing noises like this so late at night felt deeply disturbing. And given Appalachia's unsettling reputation, it raises an uneasy question. Was it simply wildlife echoing through the forest, or something far more ominous hiding among the trees? In October 2024, Mike camped on a closed, unrestored section of the Great Wall of China. Mist and low clouds twisted the landscape, turning the surroundings disorienting and unsettling after nightfall.
Dude, I know I'm in the middle of nowhere, but this is so sketchy. I keep hearing voices, like faraway voices, but then I just think like, I don't know, it's just scary. It's scary. Let's just wait for the sun to come up. Try to get a few hours sleep. Wait for the sun to come up.
As darkness set in, he began hearing unusual sounds in the distance.
Okay, brother. Okay. You are sleeping? Sleeping here?
I was lying here, and I could hear voices on the horizon, and I'm like, am I just hearing things?
The noises resembled faint voices, echoing far across the empty terrain, leaving him uneasy and unsure of what he was hearing. With no clear explanation, he decided to wait through the night and rest until morning. Later, he unexpectedly crossed paths with another traveler who was photographing the stars nearby. The encounter proved harmless and helped ease the growing tension. By sunrise, the clouds slowly lifted, revealing the Great Wall stretching endlessly across the surrounding mountains. Groovy Gavin, a YouTuber known for exploring haunted and abandoned locations, documented a trip to the Appalachian Mountains. His goal was to investigate reports of disappearances, ghost sightings, and rumors of feral people linked to Elk Mount Ghost Town. As the exploration continued, the atmosphere began to feel increasingly unsettling.
Oh, shit.
What is that?
The bird, dude.
Oh.
I actually kind of feel bad for the bird now. He was sleeping. Damn. That scared the Jesus. There's the bathroom. You think I could take a shit in there?
Probably.
Hello?
My light's freaking out. My light's going on and off. My light's freaking out, bro. Look at it, it's flickering.
Hello?
Dude, I'm fucking shaking.
Hello?
Bro, I gotta figure it out now.
Yo!
Wait, stop. Dude, I hear something. There's someone 100% in there. There's someone in there. I think so.
Strange moments occurred throughout the site, including sudden disturbances that caused alarm. Lights began flickering unexpectedly, and unfamiliar noises echoed through nearby structures. Despite searching, no one could be found. Even so, the group chose to enter one final building.
Help me out and or just step on that stair right there. Are there feral people out here? Could you just step in front of that, please? Okay, are there skinwalkers or some?
Inside, something unexpected appeared. A face was visible in a window, despite no one standing there. Moments later, Gavin's investigation equipment activated on its own. At the same time, a phone light began switching on and off without explanation. With tension rising, they decided to leave the area. Later, while reviewing the footage, the experience felt even more disturbing than it had in the moment. So what do you think they encountered at Elk Mount Ghost Town? Was it equipment interference, a hidden person, or something far more unsettling? Share your thoughts in the comments below. A group from Pandemonium camped on remote BLM land in the United States. The area was quiet and isolated, bordered by dense woodland and a nearby river. During the night, their sense of calm was suddenly interrupted.
So not sure if y'all can hear, but I'm not sure if he's drunk or he's just mentally unwell. But there's a guy just walking through base camp cussing. I mean, like, severely cussing. You probably can hear him. He's also kind of not making any sense. It's kind of freaky, weird, and creepy.
Someone began walking through their campsite, shouting aggressively and behaving erratically. The behavior felt confusing, unsettling, and deeply uncomfortable, making it difficult to tell whether the person was intoxicated or unwell. Concerned for their safety, authorities were contacted. Officers later arrived with flashlights and worked to remove the intruder from the area.
Thank you for calling us. We appreciate it. She's gonna be leaving there shortly. She's gonna be returning to her campsite for the evening.
Oh, that's a woman?
Yes.
Oh.
I have no idea.
No, well, there was a male subject that was down there with her. Yeah, I guess he left. He's driving a white Jeep. He went into town. So we're gonna see if we can't find him.
That's not true.
No.
That's not true. She's been here by herself the whole time.
Okay.
Screaming.
Well, right. She has a history of drug use.
The situation was eventually brought under control, and the campsite returned to silence. The incident served as a stark reminder that in remote places, unexpected encounters with people can sometimes be more frightening than any wildlife in the surrounding wilderness. During a hike deep in the woods, the person came across something unusual. A dead bird lay on the ground, and a red cloth was tied high among the branches. Disturbed by the sight, they quickly left the area. After the footage was shared online, many viewers offered an explanation. It was likely part of a sacred ritual, not something meant to be sinister. In certain native traditions, red tobacco ties and feathers serve as offerings, prayers left for the Creator. They mark a moment in time, carrying sorrow, hope, and remembrance. To outsiders, the scene may feel unsettling, but to those who placed it there, it was an act of faith and love. On Barnaby Mountain, a young black bear calmly wandered into a gathered crowd. The animal moved slowly and without aggression, appearing curious rather than threatening. At first, the bear continued on its path unnoticed by some. Then the realization spread through the group. Sudden panic followed as people reacted all at once, voices rising as the unexpected encounter became clear. Despite the shock, the bear showed no hostile behavior and continued moving away on its own. It was meant to be a calm night of camping, but by morning something felt off. A camper woke up to discover an unfamiliar man inside his vehicle. The situation was unexpected and deeply confusing.
Hey, think you got the wrong camper. Hey there. Think you're in the wrong camper. Hey, did you stagger into the wrong camper last night? I don't know who you are. Somebody's probably missing you, though. We gotta get up and get ready. You're gonna have to go home. I don't know where home is. Hey, dude. Hey. I don't know who you are. You're in my camper. Whoa. What am I doing in your camper, bro? Well, I don't know. You must have slept a good one off. I am sorry, man.
The camper remained composed, quickly realizing the man appeared disoriented rather than aggressive. He seemed unsure of where he was or how he had gotten there. The encounter was tense, yet strangely quiet. After a brief moment of confusion, it became clear the man had likely entered the wrong camper by mistake. He appeared more lost than threatening. Fortunately, the situation ended without incident. No one was harmed, and the man eventually left. Still, the experience served as a reminder that securing a camper properly is essential for safety. Deep within the forest, far from the main trail, an unusual scene came into view. A group of people stood together among the trees, moving in unison. It did not resemble hikers simply stopping to relax. Instead, the moment felt deliberate, almost ceremonial. Encountering them in the stillness of the woods was deeply unsettling. She remained quiet and continued observing from a distance before carefully making her way back toward her car to leave the area. Hearing sounds like this in the middle of the night was deeply unsettling. Combined with Appalachia's eerie reputation, it raises a troubling question. Was it simply wildlife, or something far more disturbing hiding in the woods? Tim Morozov, a Russian explorer, spent a night inside a house feared for its dark presence.
Так, сейчас нет сигнала. Видимо, пока что еще не стемнело. Получается, друзья, действительно, днем здесь активность паранормальная отсутствует. В этом доме она присутствует только ночью. Эми не пищит, значит, наверное, безопасно. Ой, черт. Смотрите. Все иглы снова вторгнуты. Это мучает кукол. Я сейчас это вытащу все и сломаю эти иглы. Друзья, от кукол идет небольшой сигнал. Это значит, души здесь. Оно здесь. Оно здесь.
During the daytime, nothing unusual seemed to occur. The activity was said to appear only after nightfall. The evening began quietly until he made a disturbing discovery in the attic. There, he found dolls pierced with needles. He believed the objects carried a disturbing energy. Soon after, his spirit box activated, producing a chilling message that implied a threat. The moment was deeply unsettling.
Твоя душа будет моей куклой.
Кто ты? Назовись. Я не боюсь тебя. Гриф погас. Что произошло, я не понимаю.
Shortly afterward, his equipment suddenly stopped working. Heavy footsteps could then be heard moving through the house. He suspected that something, or someone, was present, possibly tied to the objects found earlier.
Бегает. Я подозреваю, что здесь есть какой-то человек, который вставил иголки обратно в куклы и о котором говорили души. Якобы это человек, но не совсем.
Then, without warning, he was forcefully pushed by something unseen. Later, while reviewing the footage, he noticed a shadow moving behind him. By morning, he left the house shaken, convinced he had narrowly escaped a demonic presence. A man traveled deep into the Smoky Mountains, seeking the rumored feral people believed to live, cut off from civilization for decades. Stories have circulated about a group of individuals who remain somewhere within these mountains. These individuals are often referred to as feral people. They are described as people who have lived off the grid their entire lives without any form of true contact with the outside world. They are said to inhabit the remote Appalachian Mountains. This area has long been associated with disappearances. The exact location where he stood is known for people vanishing without explanation. Before long, he began to feel something was not right. As he continued walking along the trail, he became aware of an unsettling sound.
As I'm moving on this trail, I hear some fucking weird-ass sound. It's that clicking sound again that I've heard before. So I kind of want to use this 360 camera to see what I can find. What the fuck is that? That was the fucking scariest sound I've ever heard in my life. You all had to, the camera had to pick that up. I just heard this sound that was like
a strange noise repeating in the distance. It was the same clicking sound he had noticed before, prompting him to activate a 360-degree camera to observe whatever might be nearby. Unusual movement in the trees drew his attention, followed by disturbing clicking noises. Growing closer with each step, an unknown sound suddenly echoed nearby. It registered as the most frightening noise he had ever experienced. The source remained unclear. He hoped the camera had managed to capture it. The sound resembled something unnatural. He prepared the camera to record further, attempting to identify its origin.
The problem is the humidity right now. Oh my god, there it was again. There is something over here making like a dying sound.
Humidity in the air caused equipment interference, making it difficult to determine what was happening above him. Moments later, the sound returned once again. Unidentifiable, something nearby appeared to be producing a distressed noise.
I'm kind of losing my shit right now, because as I was coming down the trail, I just heard this really, really weird sound. I slowed down, I stopped, and my lightning detector started going absolutely crazy. Now, hold on. 27 strikes. I have never had that happen.
Shortly after his lightning detector malfunctioned, his anxiety escalated rapidly as he moved down the trail. He heard another extremely unusual sound, forcing him to slow and stop. At that moment, the lightning detector began reacting at an extreme level, showing 27 strikes, a number he had never encountered before, never once recording 27 previously. And then he discovered this.
That's a fucking footprint. Like a human footprint. I mean, there's no doubt that's a human footprint. Where a human footprint should not fucking be. I've got movement over here.
A clear footprint pressed into the ground, clearly resembling a human footprint. With no doubt it was human, located where no person should reasonably be. Especially not barefoot movement appeared nearby. Terrifying sounds continued throughout the forest, and his equipment suddenly ceased functioning. He escaped, believing he was being observed. On March 17, 2025, Wallace spent his first night camping alone in Batharathy Glen, a remote area in Scotland's West Highlands, long rumored to be haunted by James of the Glen. He set up camp, cooked his food, and gathered firewood before settling in for the night. Several hours later, he woke with an unsettling sensation.
During the night, I had a bit of a spooky experience. I woke up with what felt like a hand on my shoulder. I initially thought it would be the dog or one of the cats. Then I got a stark reminder I was actually in a bothy alone. I then thought it maybe be a mouse or a rat, so I flicked my shoulder to get it off. The weight lifted, but then nothing happened. No squeak or no noise of it landing on the floor.
He felt what seemed like a hand resting on his shoulder. At first, he assumed it was an animal, despite knowing he was completely alone. Thinking it might have been a small creature, he brushed his shoulder to knock it away. The pressure lifted, but nothing followed. There was no sound, no movement, and no sign of anything landing nearby. The sensation disappeared, leaving him alone in total silence.
After nearly 15 years, I finally managed to do my first ever solo bothy night. And would I do it again? Probably not. Last night I just felt a little bit lonely, just wasn't quite for me. During the night I felt that hand on my shoulder. My initial thoughts was it was a mouse. Flicked my shoulder, waiting for the thud of a mouse or a rat or something. And absolutely nothing, not even a squeak. So yeah, that freaked me out a little bit. When I arrived at the bothy last night, there was a couple there just leaving. They were just day tripping with their dog. And she was telling me that James of the Glen haunts the bothy. I don't know, it's all these folklore, isn't it? Do you know what? It's probably just my imagination, but these things do sort of freak you out a little.
By morning, he had made it through the night. However, he admitted the experience had deeply unsettled him. After nearly 15 years, he had finally completed a solo overnight stay, but acknowledged he would likely never attempt another. Camping alone felt isolating rather than comforting, and the unexplained moment during the night only reinforced that feeling. Although he later considered the possibility that it was imagination or folklore, the experience stayed with him. A man was driving home late at night along a remote dirt road when he suddenly sensed that something was watching him. Unusual sounds carried through the darkness around him. He took out his phone and started recording. That was when the footage was captured.
Niñas! Son dos niñas, no manches!
Ahead on the road, two figures became visible. They appeared to be shaped like young girls, but they had no visible faces and were standing in unnatural positions. Filled with fear, he stopped recording and quickly drove away. He became convinced that whatever he saw did not belong to the living world. Was it simply an arrangement meant to scare people away, or was something genuinely unexplained caught on camera? In 2021, a hiker in the United Kingdom came across something deeply unsettling. Baby dolls were found nailed to trees inside an abandoned village. Some were suspended upside down, while others were arranged in disturbing positions. He recorded the scene on video, but the footage revealed more than he expected. Viewers later noticed something lurking in the background. A pale figure appeared briefly before disappearing into nearby vegetation. The village itself held a dark history. It originally operated as a World War I military hospital. Later, it was converted into a pension hospital and then worker housing until the area was left abandoned in the 1950s. Authorities eventually removed the dolls, yet no explanation was ever provided. To this day, the hiker remains unsure who or what was present with him. Tammy Laird and her 9-year-old son, Sterling, were traveling to a Cub Scout camp when their GPS directed them onto a rugged trail in California's Sierra Nevada. Their vehicle later broke down, and with no signal and no clear route out, they became stranded. Thinking quickly, Tammy tore a brown bedsheet into strips and tied them to nearby branches, leaving handwritten messages behind as markers. At the same time, Sterling used his scout whistle to signal for help. After 24 tense hours, a search team discovered one of the notes, followed the marked path, and eventually found both mother and son safe inside their car. Deep in the forest, an explorer came across something unusual. A jar was hidden among the twisted roots of a massive tree. Across many cultures, stories speak of dark entities sealed inside containers to restrain their power. Disturbing the seal is said to risk releasing something dangerous. The discovery felt less like a valuable find and more like a silent warning. Choosing not to open it may have been the wisest decision. In 2014, 3 friends chose a camping trip instead of attending prom. During the weekend, one of them used a Polaroid camera to photograph the other 2. When they later examined the image, they noticed an unusual shadow appearing behind the tent. Nothing out of the ordinary had occurred during the trip itself, aside from distant shouting that seemed to come from intoxicated campers nearby. Yet the photograph captured something that none of them could ever explain. That's all for tonight's video. Which encounter gave you chills? Let us know in the comments below. Got your own experience? We want to hear it. And whatever you do, don't miss what's coming next.
Hey, bear! Look at the water! Oh. Okay, ow! Oh.
I just saw the head. The half missing face? What the?
On June 7, 2025, Madison Clydesdale, creator of the YouTube channel Madison Clydesdale, documents her solo off-grid life at a remote cabin in British Columbia, Canada. Her channel centers on cabin living, homesteading, and wilderness survival. In this episode, routine tasks unfold in an isolated environment where large wildlife regularly passes through her land, far from roads, neighbors, or immediate help.
Hey, bear! There were 3 black bears and a bobcat when I checked the cameras about a week ago. I think they go up into the mountain, then they come back down, walk through my path that's up here. I have to keep Kiro really close because I haven't seen any grizzlies yet, but if there's any cubs, they could charge at Kiro. This is the trail cam that's kind of in the middle of this path. This is a path that kind of cuts across up the mountain a bit, and it goes both ways. So I'm gonna check the screen here. Oh, goodness gracious. That was right there, just a day ago. One took a bite out of my solar panel. It still functions fine, it seems. This solar panel is probably not gonna work anymore. I knew there were bears, but these are 2 together. They're most likely a mating pair. So if this is the middle section, I also have a trail cam down at the other end of my property, and then I have one down this way. It is a bear highway. You know, I will take a bobcat any day over a bear, but I am grateful that they're just black bears that we're seeing. Okay, I took some time to really take in this footage. I recently learned May to July is mating season. These two bears that are together are most likely a male and female. The male will follow around the female for a few days while it's trying to mate with it. It will protect it from other bears mating with it, and it's going to be territorial during this time. It looks like that was just a play fight, or the male was trying to get with the female and she said no, kick rocks. My guess is it's the female that's turning around and going back the same way they came from. The male continues on for a few minutes because if you look at the timestamps, it's all really close together. So the male will be Cinnamon and the female will be Spicy. Cinnamon keeps scratching his back. And what I've learned from looking it up, because I was like, is this bear's back that itchy? Why is only one of them doing it? It is a mating thing. So it's a male letting females know that he's available, and it's also a territorial thing. They have scent glands on their back and they're rubbing their scent on the trees for other females and other bears to know. It also shows how big they are. The higher that the scent goes and the higher the scratches go, the larger the bear. So it looks like he turns around after doing that and goes back after her and then wanders off into the distance. The next day, there's another black bear, and I know this one's different because it's not as red as the other two. Those are the first two cinnamon type bears I've seen. I'm guessing this is also a male because he's rubbing his back on trees. He's doing the same thing. I kind of want to name this one Sid because of his nose. It's honestly really cute, and I am learning so much from seeing this footage.
Madison begins by checking her security cameras, confirming repeated visits from black bears and a bobcat moving through her property. She notes that bear mating season increases activity, and one bear has already damaged her solar panel, affecting a critical power source. In this environment, small damage can quickly become serious. Here, signs appear only after something has already crossed the line.
I'm gonna give you guys a tour of the property by ATV. It's a one-man show over here. There's no cameraman, so I had to show the drone to explain how I'm getting these shots. But I think this is a really cool way to show there is no flat ground on this property. It is going to be hard to build on, but this area up here is where we want the main house to go eventually, hopefully, one day. This area up here is one of my favorites. They cleared it out, I think, for a tiny home, another one, whoever sold it to us. So there's a wood stack up here that I also have to bring down. This is where I want the future sauna to be built, and maybe a cold plunge, but there's no water hookup over here. So a ravine to that side, but no water in it, and a dried up ravine to that side. And I want to build a bridge, and that's kind of the main section where I think the house will go. But yeah, okay, back down we go. One of the reasons Parker and I built a woodshed right away is because there is piles of wood all over the property from trees that have fallen or have been cut down. And when they're just stacked underneath the trees, because it's an interior rainforest, they rot. It's really good wood now, but if it sits out here for over a year, it's gonna be rotten and no good anymore. So we have to transport this wood. This thing is just so much fun. Throw them. Oh, it's gonna take me all day. All right, let's go back. Ooh, there's these beetles in here. They're going. This is the door I could not carry by myself in the last video. Oh. I'm only not wearing my helmet because I'm going about 2 kilometers an hour. That's my store wood pile. In the winter, I'll cover it with a tarp. A lot of people watching this are thinking, oh my gosh, I want to live that lifestyle, but it is work every single day. Work on top of your actual work. And I'm definitely grateful for it. I love it, but it's not for everyone.
She then focuses on work around the land, using an older Yamaha Kodiak ATV to haul wood before seasonal rain arrives. Drone shots reveal steep, uneven terrain, highlighting how difficult access is. Madison continues preparing resources by hand, fully aware that outside assistance is limited and delays carry consequences. Out here, preparation is the only buffer against isolation. Later, Madison hikes into the Kootenay Mountains with her dog, Kuro. Melting snow makes the terrain unstable, with frequent post-holing slowing progress. She shares survival advice about firmer snow in shaded areas and warns against melting red-tinted snow.
Oh. This tree is buried in the snow, so if I release it... Oh, it's really buried. Okay, it's too buried. I'll just go around. Just a gorgeous day. You can see all the snow on the mountain still. We're switchbacking, headed up over there. We're one of the first on the trail this year, it looks like, and there's definitely some fall down from the winter. There's no other footprints in the snow besides Kiro's. Beautiful, beautiful day. Haven't seen any bear scat on the actual trail yet, so that's great. Just got myself on an island here. Post hold my leg went all the way under. So I'm gonna try and get back without hurting myself. Should I try and walk on this or should I go back down? These trees are buried, which means the snow is deep here. I thought this was the trail. Okay. You are as light as water. Oh. Okay, ow. Oh, I gotta get back down there. I'm not as light as water. Oh, it's cold. Whew, that burns the leg. How do I get across this? Okay, it's not as deep here. Oh, ow! Ow! My ankle. Oh, ow, it's stuck. Okay, camera didn't capture it, but that rock, I basically slid and my foot went underneath the rock. This is just the side of a mountain, pretty steep. So that's the trail. This is a hill, but this whole trail is covered in snow. I can't go that way, it's too bushwhacky. It's midday, so all this snow is melting and I don't understand where the trail is. Well, we're almost at the lake, so I think I gotta just go for it. This is the kind of weather that someone can get lost in pretty easily. So it's all snow here, and if someone's thinking that they can follow their footsteps back, by the time you start heading back, even if it's like 15 minutes later, the sun could have melted your footprints and it'll be impossible to retrace your steps. We gotta hop this creek. Kiro, be careful. Be careful, honey. That looks like a trail. Oh! Wow, what a jump! Oh my gosh. I had to work up the courage for that one. Another tip, bring sunglasses. I usually don't like wearing sunglasses, I just wear a hat, but this is snow blindness. When the sun reflects off the snow, it can actually burn your face from below, and it's really hard on the eyes. So a hat isn't enough to keep your face from burning. You also need sunscreen. There's a little lake there, so that must mean that we're close. Hey bear! Hey bear! Oh yeah, it's covered in snow. We made it. Wow. Wow, I'm so happy to be here. Whenever you approach a lake like this, it could be a moose drinking water or... That was beautiful, but it is time to go. One quick thing, so you see this red? It's not blood, it's runoff and it's toxic. And you don't want to scoop up and melt that snow. It's runoff from what? I can't remember. I'll put it on the screen. Okay, let's go get some lunch. First we gotta post hole back. I'm coming back here in a month to go swimming. I'm so excited. I mean, I think it'll be melted in a month.
After reaching a frozen alpine lake, she turns back, knowing conditions can change without warning. Back at the cabin, she treats mold on the ceiling beams to prevent further deterioration. The day ends quietly, but the risks remain. Viewers point out that bears rarely seek conflict, yet warn that quieter dangers, unstable snow, silent predators, and isolation pose greater threats. In places like this, the most serious risks leave little time to react. When danger becomes routine, is the real threat what moves through the forest? Or what happens when one mistake leaves no one close enough to respond? Hold on a sec. If you're enjoying this so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's continue. When the past refuses to stay silent, Exploring places marked by tragedy becomes a dangerous gamble. This investigation follows Angelo, the creator of the YouTube channel, Exploring with Angelo, who is known for traveling alone to some of the world's most remote and paranormally active locations in an effort to document the unexplained. One night, he returned to Mount 7 in British Columbia, a mountain as beautiful as it is deadly, infamous for fatal accidents involving miners, lumber workers, suspicious deaths, and paragliding incidents.
It's also haunted. What we do know is that it's haunted by, probably people who used to work up in that area, which is a very dangerous spot to be in, especially during the winter. I have been up there during the winter time, and it is quite treacherous. So we do know there's deaths from, lumber workers, miners, all that sort of thing. And yeah, there's also something else going on up there. On multiple occasions now, I have seen something, and I don't know who or what it is.
Angelo believed the mountain was haunted and felt a heavy presence there, something he had encountered on multiple occasions and hoped to understand. As he headed toward the summit to camp, he reached a familiar sight and immediately noticed something wrong. The large metal fire pit that had always been a permanent fixture was completely gone.
It smells so good up here. So I don't know if I'm tripping out or something, but I swear the fire pit is missing. What? So the spot is empty and there's no one here, which is good. That means we might be able to camp up here again. I am obviously going to go to the top because you have to. If you come up here, you literally have to go all the way to the top, but kind of confused. Where did it? Yeah, it's literally missing. Unless I'm tripping or somebody moved it somewhere. There is legit no fire pit anymore. That doesn't make sense. Okay. Yeah, wasn't it like literally right there? Either someone stole it. I would not be surprised if that was the case. Yeah, that's weird. Odd. So yeah, there used to be like a building over here, which is gone now. I don't know why.
Unable to find it anywhere, he questioned whether it had been stolen or if something stranger was already unfolding. As night fell and tension built, two loud, forceful knocks echoed from the woods, far too deliberate to be natural. Armed with bear spray, Angelo ventured into the pitch-black forest, where his flashlight revealed the missing fire pit had somehow been moved dozens of feet away and hidden among the trees. As he returned to camp, a sudden crash sent him running back to find his heavy table and tripod violently overturned, with no one around and no logical explanation.
It sounded like something crashed. What was it? I don't see anything. Wait, what the f***? Whoa! How the hell did that happen? What the f***? Something knocked the table over. And my tripod. Okay.
Choosing to relocate, Angelo drove farther down the mountain and confirmed via GPS that he had unknowingly stopped at the exact location where two bodies had once been found in a car under suspicious circumstances. While exploring a narrow, eroding road nearby, the night escalated when a piercing scream tore through the forest, followed moments later by another scream from a different direction.
Holy crap, what the f***? Holy f***, I just saw him again. What the f***? What the f***? Guys? Oh my god, I'm sorry, but... Holy crap, that scared me. Oh my god. I just saw the man up there again. With the half-missing face? What the... What are you?
He then saw the same entity he had encountered before, a man-like figure with half of its face missing, appearing briefly in the darkness before vanishing. Terrified, Angelo fled to his car, only to notice two unexplained handprints pressed into the hood, as if something had leaned against it while he was gone. While skeptics may point to isolation, fear, or environmental causes, the escalating activity, physical disturbances, and repeated sightings suggest something more aggressive, leaving one final question unanswered. Was Mount 7 replaying its tragic past, or was something still there, waiting for its next visitor? On February 12, 2024, Rob Parsons, creator of the YouTube channel Rob Parsons, documents a solo gold prospecting trip on Tasmania's remote west coast. His channel focuses on gold hunting, bushcraft, and outdoor survival. In this episode, Rob works a quiet creek where gold is still plentiful, yet signs of past miners remain scattered, tools left behind in a place that once promised enough value to keep people coming back.
Good morning. I slept in again, 8:45. Oh, day's getting away from me. I'm gonna rush brekkie and get straight down there and start working. So I've got my shovel, pan, classifier. I left the pickaxe, sluice box, and yabby pump. Got gloves, my mask, torch, batteries, and snuffer without the gold in it. Off to work we go. Feel a bit light not carrying the pickaxe. Feel like something's wrong. Anyway, pretty sure I've got everything. I've got a new way to get down to the creek now, and it avoids a massive log jam, which is just in there. There's actually quite a good little track that runs through here all the way to where after that log jam is. And it's only coincidental, it's not because the old timers had it here. That stuff only fell down probably a year ago. It's all very fresh. Oh, no way. Shovel. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's crazy. The old timers shovel. That's mad. What the hell? Can't believe I just saw that. I just saw the face of it. Oh, there's heaps of stuff here. That's a fry pan. See that? Oh, gotta be so careful with it. Look at that. I've never actually properly explored that much inland. I've only really been along the creek because it's pretty easy going. But that's something I definitely need to do, is get in these hills a bit more. This place has got a lot of secrets.
Rob begins the day at his temporary forest camp, explaining his plan to search untouched crevices along the creek. After preparing basic tools, he follows a new route down to the water, avoiding fallen timber blocking the old path. Along the way, he uncovers a rusted shovel and an old frying pan buried in the soil. Rob believes they belong to miners who worked this creek over a century ago, likely keeping the location secret due to how rich it was. The tools remain, but the people who use them are long gone.
Alright, so here we are. Now the trick to running a sluice, so I'm told, is finding the right amount of flow and depth of water to run through it. Because you need the river to do the work for you, but you can't have too much flow running through it, otherwise you will lose all of the material, including the gold. But you can't have too little either, otherwise none of the material works. Now, the rule of thumb is, I think, when you've got the right amount, you get like a little V in the top plate. So I'll have a bit of a play here and see if I can get that happening. See, that there is not looking too bad. It's pretty flat. It's got a nice, you can see the water running over the riffles there. There's some nice clay-like material mixed in with the hard packed rocks. See if we can get some of that out. Get out what we can with the hands first. We're just going to feed the concentrates into the sluice box, and we'll do this about maybe 10 pans full, and then we'll check what we've caught in the sluice. Just take a spoonful and feed it in. I haven't quite got enough flow, so I'm gonna have to help some of it over the lip. There's a nice visible piece of gold right there, so that's a very good start. If we can see gold, it means there might be more gold in here. I'm gonna take this riffle plate off and we'll see what we caught in the mat. And we're gonna gently shake off any material that's caught itself in the mat. You always want to make sure that your footprint of the mat is over the pan, because if you've got any gold, you don't want it falling outside of the pan. So I heard anyway. It's pretty good. Let's see what we got. So any gold we've got from the sluice mat will be sitting in the front part of this pan, and we'll just wash away all the light material to begin. Already got some heavies appearing, which is a great sign. There's what I'm looking at, some nice chunks coming through already. I guess that's the problem when you're working with these heavy sands and ironstone, is the gold isn't that much different to them in weight. So you got to be careful. So this here is 4 pans. That was about half hour sluicing. Oh, I lost a bit. All right, that's enough of that. Not bad. Some good chunks in there. She's all chunky stuff. Nice.
Moving into the creek, Rob sets up a sluice box in a section with steady flow. He explains how natural current separates heavy material, allowing gold to settle. After processing several buckets of gravel, small pickers begin to appear among the black sand. As he continues, the gold becomes more solid and chunky, confirming that this stretch of water still holds significant value. Despite the clear rewards, the creek shows no signs of being actively worked.
So I've just been working my way up towards this waterfall, quite heavy the flow, but managed to find a few bits of gold, and I've just come across a nice little sun-baking nugget.
That's it right there. And if it wasn't so hard trying to film one-handed whilst trying to pry it out of its resting place with a face full of waterfall, you'd have a much better view of me dislodging it.
Nice little shit. Nice little egg. Little speckled egg. Might be a gram there, I reckon.
This spot began to show plenty more sunbakers. Quite evident that the exposed surface of the bedrock was a thoroughfare for what we call a pay streak, a line that defines the path that gold travels in a stream. The small cracks in the bedrock provide the perfect place for the gold to get trapped as it travels over.
Crazy, I've moved up like another foot. Alright, it wasn't 3, it was only 2. I don't know what that other thing was, a yellow rock. Looked like gold, alright.
After working the rapid, I continued collecting the odd piece here and there, not knowing that I was about to find one of the best crevices I've ever found. For whatever reason, this crevice had been completely overlooked. The overhanging fold above it provided the perfect dropout zone for gold to fall into. That's everything from today.
Rob then shifts to sniping beneath a small waterfall, manually clearing crevices under moving water. He discovers exposed gold sitting directly on bedrock and later finds a narrow crack tucked beneath jagged rock that others appear to have overlooked. This crevice produces some of the most unusual and dense pieces of gold from the trip.
Let's kick things off with day one's hole. First up, we've got this beautiful chunk, 6'7". The golden tooth. .42. A nice chunky pickup. 0.43. Still nothing to sneeze at 0.43. Golden rabbit. 0.32. And day one's total 12.69 grams. Next up we've got day two. And day two's total 10.41 grams, which means the 2 days combined 23.13 grams.
Back at camp, Rob weighs the total yield from 2 days, revealing more than 23 grams of gold, roughly matching the video's title. He relaxes by the fire, satisfied with the results. Many viewers praise the beauty of the creek and Rob's skill, but others noticed something unsettling: valuable ground, abandoned tools, and no sign of recent claims. In places like this, wealth alone doesn't explain why people stop coming back. If this creek once offered enough gold to build a livelihood, what made those earlier miners leave their tools behind? And why has no one returned to finish what they started? Meet Brockus, the creator behind the YouTube channel bearing his name. Along with his friends Carlos, Manny, Jonathan, and Eduardo, he investigates some of the most reportedly haunted locations, aiming to uncover the truth behind chilling local legends. One night, their investigation led them to a place known as Haunted Hills in Albuquerque, a location with a dark reputation tied to stories of a hermit who allegedly dragged women up the hill to their deaths. Carlos, who was familiar with the area, explained it was also known for witchcraft, strange rituals, and shadowy figures seen moving through the brush.
In this video, we're going to be exploring mystery of the Haunted Hill here in Albuquerque. One of the reasons why this place is haunted is because a long time ago, there was this guy that killed women. This guy used to drag him up the hill and kill this innocent woman.
When I first started looking into it, it was basically about the main story was about this guy. He basically was like a hermit, from what I heard, and that he would like kidnap like mostly women. He would lure women up like this cave up here in the mountain, and he would fucking, I don't know if he like sexually abused them or anything like that, but he would kill them. Well, I've experienced like just seeing him or hearing him like walking, dragging bodies, stuff like that. You can be on the trail, because this is a big trail. Like in the daylight, it looks completely different, but you can hear things behind you shuffling. So like up in these hills, they talk about those walkers, you know what I mean? Being present, you got to be careful. There's a lot of witchcraft done up here, a lot of rituals. There's a lot of stuff. We were sitting right here, bro. And fucking, I kid you not, bro, we saw something shuffling through this, right through here, bro. See where that trash can is? Yeah. It went right behind that fucking bush right there next to the cactus, dude.
To begin their investigation, the group started a spirit box session, calling out into the darkness in hopes of contacting whatever lingered there.
If there's any spirits here with us, can you connect with us? Can you make any certain sound? The spirit box, you can connect. Is there anyone with us right now? What's your name? L? C?
The device produced fragmented responses and names, including Gerald, Ivy, and Christina, before the session took a sinister turn when a cold, clear voice delivered a direct threat, warning it would make them suffer. Shaken, the group decided the negative energy was too strong, turned off the device, and continued their ascent up the dark trail.
I'll make you suffer.
You're not allowed to do that. You're allowed to stay. You're not allowed to follow us home. You're allowed to stay here at this place.
Said we come with respect. We're not trying to cause any trouble or anything like that.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why, because there's a lot of going on right now. Like them are playing around over there. We're not really being serious about it. Christina, are you still here with us? Oh, let's try somewhere else, I guess. Thank you, Christina.
Goodbye.
All right, guys. So I'm going to start recording. We already got a little bit of some activity going on. We got a name of Gerald, and a woman's name, Ivy and Christina. Remember those names? Heather.
As they climbed deeper into the hills, the tension escalated. A foul, pungent odor they identified as human filled the air, and they constantly heard footsteps trailing close behind. Their unease intensified when a rock was suddenly thrown from the darkness, landing alarmingly close. confirming they were not alone.
Do you guys smell that? Like piss? It's not animal piss though. It's fucking human piss.
The brightest one I have is the one that fucking Brian's using right now. What the fuck was that? Was that you?
No.
That was you.
No.
Don't fuck with me, guys. Was that you or not? Tell me, dude. That's great.
Nah, someone threw a rock.
Oh, fuck you guys.
Hold on, I keep like hearing footsteps.
Nearing the top, one of them spotted something unsettling against the skyline. At first, it looked like a strangely shaped tree, but as they focused their camera, the figure began to move.
What is it?
Yeah. Oh, nah, bro. That thing's like looking at us, bro.
What is it? It's a tree, bro.
It's because don't look at it directly, bro. Look straight up.
Very top, like someone's standing right there, waiting for us. It's a tree, bro.
Oh, nah, bro. Nah, bro. No. That thing's moving, bro.
It swayed unnaturally, then abruptly lurched to the right as a loud sound echoed from its direction. Realizing it was neither a tree nor any animal they could identify, and believing something was waiting for them at the peak, the group abandoned their investigation and rushed back down the hill.
Bro, hey, that shit just fucking moved to the right.
What the fuck? Oh, did you hear that? Dude, something just fucking moved right there, dude. Oh, fuck.
All right, we're in the safe zone. We don't see it no more, bro, because... All right, give me a sec. I'm kind of upset. We didn't get to go up, but the thing that we saw was not really human being. Was not an animal. I think it was something like witchcraft shit. I think it was some witchcraft.
Although they escaped Haunted Hills unharmed, the image of the moving figure stayed with them. What they saw that night remains unclear. Was it the spirit linked to the hill's violent history, something connected to ritual activity, or an unknown presence entirely? They left with more questions than answers, but one thing was certain. Their encounter at Haunted Hills was something they would not soon forget. On August 31st, 2025, Brent Underwood, creator of the YouTube channel Ghost Town Living, enters a working gold mine first opened more than 125 years ago. His channel documents life, labor, and restoration inside abandoned towns and historic mining sites. This time, Brent works deep inside a high-elevation mine near the Canadian border, where access is limited, conditions are harsh, and mistakes carry lasting consequences.
All right, amateur training out of the way. I am officially a miner, and so it is time to get to work. Jason, what we got going on?
Now that you're an official miner, we got 12 hours. We're gonna go underground to the gold vein. Today we're gonna drill it out, we're gonna blast it, and then we're gonna come back in, muck it into bags, and see how much ore we can get for the day.
Up ladder.
So this is the jack leg we're gonna be using to drill this round out. This thing probably hasn't changed much in about 75 years. So this is kind of old technology, but it still works really well.
Before its invention, drilling holes for explosives was done by hand, with a hammer and a chisel. A miner would strike and twist a steel rod into the rock, slowly carving out each hole.
This drill weighs about 120 pounds. That's the point I'm trying to make there. The leg is 2 stages, and it's run by air. So the more air you give the leg will extend and push the drill into the bottom of the hole. And that's what makes it. It's not me sitting here pushing the drill in. It's all pneumatically powered.
The jack leg. It's a 100-pound pneumatic drill that vibrates so violently it shakes your entire body and the rock around you. That's why it's risky. You're not just drilling, you're destabilizing. All right, so we're about 2 hours into it. We got all the holes drilled. And Jason, how you feeling after that?
Oh man, it's always fun getting back on the jackleg, but it really takes it out of you. It's heavy, it's loud, it's just a beast to handle. But we got all 16 holes drilled in 2 hours. I'm pretty impressed with that. We did pretty good.
Inside the tunnel, Brent begins drilling directly into a quartz vein. The jackleg drill pushes back with constant force, demanding full control as noise and vibration take over the space. He explains how earlier miners drilled by hand and how modern tools compress days of labor into hours. As he finishes the drilling pattern, the task feels less like progress and more like endurance. Every movement matters here, because the mine reacts immediately to pressure. What comes next depends entirely on how precise this moment was.
Next step in the process is the explosives. We've got ammo, caps, some boosters, and a zero. We got to go load all the holes that we just drilled, set it up so they time just right so it all blasts out into our muck pile, and then we can make it all go boom. How about this though? 16 holes, correct?
All right, so we're about 4 hours in or so, and this is what the wall looks like. The idea is going to blast out of here, hit that, go down, and that's where the gold will be.
So we've got everything hooked up. The last stage is to connect the battery, which ignites the zero and continues and shoots the whole round.
Oh, well, this is an exciting moment because we did the blast, and now we gotta go up and see the result of the blast and of all the ore.
Well, this is just about the worst case scenario. This is a chunk that was about halfway through our round and came from about 50 feet that way. Now we got a map.
So the first hazard you guys gotta deal with is tripping hazards. The second is all of the spikes are unaccounted for. I don't know where they are. If you step on them, it's gonna go through your foot. Hey, the GoPro's alive.
Hey!
My headlight's alive.
My camera is right around here.
With the holes prepared, Brent helps load ANFO explosives into the rock face. He knows the blast must break the vein cleanly without turning the tunnel into chaos. When the explosion triggers, the force travels farther than expected. Rock flies down the passage, damaging nearby equipment and filling the air with dust. The space grows unstable in seconds, reminding everyone how little margin exists underground. The mine answers effort with power that refuses to be controlled.
A lot of this will be cleanup. We were hoping to come in and just have easy to muck bags, you know, that way you can get this ore out of here, get the gold out. Now we got waste mixed in with ore. All right, so the waste rock mixed in with the ore, so what we're gonna be doing now is just picking up the ore when we can find it, throwing it in a bag. Next came the mucking, probably the most demanding part of mining. It means removing broken rock. In our case, it involved manpower, picking up rocks and moving them. Sometimes you're bagging high-grade ore, other times you're just moving junk, and sometimes you're separating the ore from the waste.
Right there at my fingertip.
Yeah, I can see it.
It's gold. Here's a piece I just pulled out of the muck pile, and there's a nice little gold kind of wire sticking out there. There's gold speckled all across the top here. This is a nice piece.
All right, so in the end, we got 176 bags at about 25 pounds a piece, so about 4,400 pounds or 2¼ tons. And Jason, this stuff's running
about 1 ounce a ton.
So we're about 2 ounces today.
Yeah, a little over 2 ounces.
After the blast, Brent moves into mucking, the most physically demanding stage. He shovels broken rock, sorts ore from waste, and fills heavy bags one by one. Dust hangs in the tunnel as exhaustion builds. Along the fractured quartz, Brent spots visible gold embedded in the rock, confirming the vein still holds value. By the end of the shift, the crew stacks 176 bags, nearly 2 tons of material, estimated to contain about 2 ounces of gold. Back at camp, the result feels earned, but the cost is impossible to ignore. There is gold here, but reaching it takes more than strength. Many viewers admired the skill and payoff, while others focused on quieter dangers, dust exposure, fatigue, and how quickly control disappears underground. If a mine still holds real gold after more than a century, why are so few willing to stay and keep digging? On December 16, 2025, Jasko, creator of the YouTube channel Jasko, camps overnight in Devil's Forest during a snowstorm. His channel focuses on haunted locations and risky nighttime explorations. Joined by Chandler on his first camping trip, he enters a forest known for disappearances, violent history, and an old cemetery with temperatures below zero.
Tonight, we're going to be camping inside of one of the world's most haunted forests. Let me tell you a little bit about this forest. So, there was a man by the name of Bernard Hatch who used to tie his victims to the end of his truck, drag them up dirt roads all throughout this forest, and then dismember their bodies all throughout. But not only that, there was a doctor, Dr. Steuben, who used to perform crazy experiments on his patients, and if he messed up, he genuinely just killed them. It is rumored that he buried them in a cemetery deep in this forest under fake names so no one would question it. Then there's also a lake where it was believed that the mafia dumped bodies into it. Now, apart from that, it is also believed that this forest is haunted by this white-faced shadow figure. Apparently, if you were to come face to face with this thing, it scars you for the rest of your life. There was also a chair in this forest, like a stone chair, and it was believed that if you sat in this chair, it would bring you bad luck. After a high school party, a girl came here with all her friends and she sat in that chair. 24 hours later, she died in a car crash. And yeah, let's show you guys around a little bit. The snow is deep, guys. I mean, look at this, ready? And luckily we have this truck, genuinely made for off-roading and stuff like that. And I will say, I don't know how much we're gonna be pushing it with this thing. We're probably gonna be doing a lot of traversing, a lot of walking. So yeah. What the hell was that? That was behind our tent.
Literally. Someone was like by the tent for a minute.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I have it ready. A
What is
spear
it?
box. Is there anyone here at our campsite right now? I couldn't get my van here, so this is the second best thing, I suppose.
Accidental.
Accidental?
Are we talking about the death that happened to you? What actually happened to you? Can you share that with us? But what was that noise, bro?
I don't know.
Hello? Oh my God, listen to that echo.
I know.
Hello?
Gosh.
Oh, what was that? That was a voice.
How far back does this forest go?
Miles. Like miles and miles and miles. Man.
Holy, bro. Sounds like a little footstep over there. That sounds so weird because it's outside in the snow, but like I heard,
yeah,
it sounded like a crunch, like.
Okay. All right, guys, so we were just walking and we noticed over there's a sign that leads to a trail. Now, we have no idea where this one leads to. However, we were just filming for Chandler's channel and we experienced something so damn terrifying. We didn't go the right way, by the way.
Oh shit, wait.
Yeah, we're supposed to go down the trail.
Yeah, oh my God.
What the fuck?
What was that?
Chandler, that was a laugh. Yeah.
As they walk deeper into the snow-covered forest, the atmosphere changes quickly. Jasko hears distant sounds echoing through the trees, voices that do not belong to either of them. Moments later, a sudden laugh breaks the silence from behind. Chandler reacts immediately, turning his head and scanning the darkness. The forest answers before it reveals anything.
Chandler?
What?
I was walking, I just kept like, something was like moving with me under the snow.
Oh, what the heck?
I mean, bro, they're dirty. I mean, you take a look at them.
Yeah.
So maybe they were just ditched here a while back. Clearly,
They had to go a long time ago, like.
If there's anybody here with us that wants to communicate, can you let us know if you were someone who died here, a victim? Were you someone who went missing here? Was your body ever found? Please use your energy into my device here. It's so like eerily quiet.
Yeah.
So when you do hear something,
Yeah.
it's like, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, something's here. What the hell is that? Okay, this is actually freaking me out right now. Wait a second.
Huh?
I just heard a voice. I just heard a voice. It wasn't yours?
Nope. Wasn't talking.
Someone was here. You see these tracks?
Yeah.
I don't know how long ago, but someone was here. Hello!
All right.
Oh my God. Okay, we are not alone out here. Yeah, let's start heading back.
Cool. What?
Oh, it's like, it's hard as shit.
Oh my God.
It's a hoodie, bro.
Who's taking their hoodie off? in the middle of winter.
Well, we've seen tracks here. Chandler, people go missing in this forest. We just came across some personal belongings here.
Shit, hey, wait, you're right.
Along the trail, they discover abandoned items frozen into the snow. First, a pair of old boots sits partially buried. Later, they find a hoodie from New Hampshire, stiff with ice. The clothing does not look freshly dropped. In a forest linked to missing people, the discoveries feel personal, not accidental. The ground carries reminders of those who never made it back.
I don't think we should fuck with this.
No.
This is like really giving me bad vibes.
Yeah.
Can you give us a sign to let us know you're here? Oh! Oh shit!
Dude, wait, did you see that?
Let's go.
Okay, remember rules.
Yes. That was like a tree knock. Let's see.
From where? I hate the woods, bro. It's so echoey out here.
Spirits, if there's someone here, can you replicate this noise for me?
Okay, bro, like where? From freaking where?
It's just like the echo. God knows where it's coming from.
As night deepens, a sharp whistling sound echoes through the forest. Jasko recognizes it immediately. Local warnings say never whistle in the woods. Chandler grows visibly tense as the sound fades into the trees, leaving no clear direction behind it. Some rules exist because someone already learned the consequence.
Chandler.
What?
They're glow sticks.
What?
Glow sticks. Dude, they've been here for a while. If they're like basically underneath the snow. There's one right there as well. Bro, this one's underneath.
Wait, there's no way that those were there.
They weren't. We would have seen it before we even put the tent up. It was in front of the tent. We gotta make sure.
Hello? Wait, there could be someone in there.
Okay. So Chandler.
Yeah. Like what?
When we were here earlier, I said to you that if anyone else came out here apart from us, it would genuinely be stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Because, well, one, the weather,
Yeah.
two, the driving conditions, but then we've seen footprints, recent footprints.
Yep.
So who would be out here and why? Well, someone clearly knows that we're here, obviously. That's a given. Okay, so guys, you can see it. Police just showed up. So apparently, they got some calls about a lot of weird shit going on in the forest. We just spoke to them a little bit, kind of just cleared up. We have nothing to do with whatever's going on. They really didn't want to tap too much into it. We showed them on our phone like some timestamps we have, like when we first got here, some text messages we sent, and they were like, okay, cool. I thought they were coming back.
Yeah.
But we kind of just cleared everything up, made sure that we were okay, and they were also saying that they don't think it's a good idea to spend the night here.
Yeah.
When they return to camp, glow sticks suddenly surround the tent. Neither of them placed them there. Soon after, police arrive and warn them about unusual activity in the area, advising them not to stay overnight. Despite the warning, Jasko decides to continue. From this moment on, they are no longer alone in the forest.
Chandler, that was a fucking gunshot. That was a gunshot.
What was?
Chandler, that was a gunshot.
What do you mean?
Oh,
wait, turn off the fuck. Turn it off.
I'm trying. Is it the wind?
How the yes.
Wait, hold on. Shh. Wait. What is going on right now, Chandler?
Wait, what the? Is it a car? Was that seriously a gunshot?
That was a gunshot, 100%. 100%.
You're lying. Shh. Do it quiet.
Oh. Dude, what was that? Oh! Chandler's another gunshot. We have to go. We have to go now.
While trying to sleep, unfamiliar noises return. Then, 2 gunshots ring out nearby. The sound removes all doubt. Jasko and Chandler pack up immediately and leave the campsite in darkness, choosing safety over answers. They do not wait to see who fired the shots or why. Many viewers focused on human behavior, marked camps, distant voices, lights, and police warnings, rather than paranormal explanations. If someone marked the campsite in the dark, were they planning to come back once no one was awake? That's all for tonight's video. Which encounter gave you chills? Let us know in the comments below. Got your own experience? We want to hear it. And whatever you do, don't miss what's coming next.
Hello?
This isn't even a joke anymore.
Late at night, a lone motorcyclist rode down an empty road, his GoPro recording every second. Then, the quiet night was broken by a faint, distant sound, someone crying. As he followed the noise, something unusual caught his eye on the right, a figure shaped like a woman standing completely still in the darkness. A woman living deep in the Pacific Northwest woke up early one morning just as the sun began to rise, and noticed something strange near the woods outside her home. When she zoomed in, she saw what looked like someone dressed in a classic witch costume standing motionless among the trees. What unsettled her even more was how isolated the area was. No one in a costume should be out there. Then, things took an even stranger turn. An object nearby appeared to float in midair, sending her into a panic. The video ends shortly after, leaving viewers to wonder, was it a real witch after all? Instagram user MajuSpace was on a multi-day hike to witness a volcano in Chichicastenango, Guatemala. While camping nearby one night, he captured a breathtaking yet haunting sight. Lightning streaked through the erupting volcano, a rare phenomenon known as a dirty thunderstorm. This occurs when particles within volcanic ash collide, generating electrical charges. Similar scenes have been recorded in Indonesia and were even mentioned during the ancient eruption of Mount Vesuvius. It was stunning to behold, yet undeniably eerie to witness so close. One evening, a group of young people were hanging out in a quiet park when they noticed something strange.
Acércale más con la cámara. ¿De este lado? Mándale así, así, así. Uy, vete a la verga. No mames, sí, güey, ahí está. Mira, ahí está. Media cara, güey, es media cara nada más, güey. Mira, sus orejitas, güey. Ahí está, güey. Neta.
From the trunk of a nearby tree, a face seemed to be staring back at them. The faint outlines of eyes, a nose, and even a mouth appeared in the bark. Some people online claimed it looked supernatural, as if something was watching from the woods, while others dismissed it as simple pareidolia. Still, in the dim park light, the sight felt undeniably unsettling. A group of friends were camping deep in the woods when they noticed something truly disturbing. Behind one of the trees, a strange creature could be seen peeking out. It had light-colored fur, small dark eyes, and a nose much smaller than a human's, with thin, almost delicate lips. The person who recorded the footage believes it could be a smaller-sized Sasquatch or some unknown forest creature. Jody Dean and his wife were on an overnight camping trip in a forest rumored to be haunted. They faced bad weather and unsettling noises that only heightened their nerves. After exploring the area, they returned to their tent, and that's when they saw it.
There's somebody by our tent. There's somebody by our tent. Stay behind me. Stay behind me. There's somebody by our fucking tent, bro. There's somebody by our tent. Dude. Bro, there's somebody by our tent.
Stay behind this tree.
A person wearing a disturbing baby mask was standing near their campsite. Jody quickly led his wife to safety, then decided to stay behind and finish the night alone. Throughout the dark hours, strange sounds echoed around him, but he managed to make it through safely by morning. A wildlife enthusiast captured a bear on his trail camera in the Appalachian Mountains, but this wasn't an ordinary bear. It had only 2 hind legs, forcing it to walk upright like a human. At first, the footage looked eerie, especially being filmed deep in the Appalachians, but the trail cam owner soon realized it was simply a disabled bear. It raises an interesting question. Could some of those blurry trail cam clips showing mysterious cryptids actually be deformed animals instead? A YouTuber and his friends went camping deep in the Brazilian forest. They spent the day hiking and filming, then set up camp in a quiet clearing as night fell. While resting inside their tent, a pair of glowing eyes appeared along the tree line.
La puta que lo parió. Se fue. No puede ser, amigo. Agarra un cuchillo.
Desapareció, amigo. Búsquenlo. Sigue estando ahí. Se corrió.
The eyes stared directly at them. Something then moved quickly, climbed a nearby tree, and continued watching. Terrified, The group packed their gear and left immediately. On the walk back, they couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. Those glowing eyes seemed to trail them down the path. The footage resembles an animal, yet the stare and movement felt disturbingly unnatural. While hiking deep in the forest, this person suddenly spotted something unsettling and quickly took a photo. Between the trees sat a strange figure. Its face appeared skeletal, and its body looked as if it were made of branches and fur. No one knows what it was or where it came from. Could it have been connected to some kind of ritual or something far more sinister? A man was camping deep in the forest when he stumbled upon an old camper and captured something strange on video. Someone, or something, seemed to be moving inside. The sight terrified him so much that he ran off immediately. When he later reviewed the footage, it was hard to tell what he had seen. The figure's shape and movements were barely visible, almost ghost-like. In 2017, a man was reviewing footage from his trail camera when he noticed something terrifying. A deer stood in the frame, but its neck appeared unnaturally twisted. Some viewers claimed the image was edited, saying that position was physically impossible, while others believed there was something more to it, suggesting the creature was caught mid-transformation. To this day, no one has confirmed whether the image was fake or real. A man was camping when he heard rustling just outside his tent. Curious, he stepped out to check and noticed movement in the darkness. He grabbed his camera and started recording. It was hard to tell if it was an animal or something else entirely, but it was terrifying. All the camper could do was retreat back into his tent, pray, and wait in silence until it was gone. What happened during the rest of that night was never revealed. Amateur photographer Mark Baker was sitting in his van near Guildford, England, testing his new camera timer. He wanted to capture the morning fog as it lifted, so he set the camera to take photos automatically. When he got home and began reviewing the shots, one image stood out. Right in the center, a faint human-shaped figure appeared, pale and almost glowing through the mist. Mark insisted he hadn't altered the photo in any way. "The black specks are just dirt on my windshield," he explained. "But whatever that is, it's far beyond the glass." The picture was taken at the Mount, one of Guildford's highest points, a site once used for public executions centuries ago. So was it merely a trick of the light, or did Mark's camera capture one of the lost souls said to haunt those misty hills? This black and white photo shows Barbara Kent and her friends cooling off in a river near Rudolfo, New Mexico, during the summer of 1945. At first glance, it looks like a carefree childhood moment from a summer camp, but behind the smiles, a tragedy was unfolding. On July 16, 1945, the world's first atomic bomb was detonated at the Trinity site, just 40 to 50 miles away. The blast lit up the pre-dawn sky and shook the girls awake in their bunks. Hours later, white flakes began falling across the mountains. Believing it was snow in July, the campers ran outside in their swimsuits, laughing as they caught the flakes on their tongues and smeared them across their faces. Barbara later recalled thinking the flakes felt strange. They were hot, not cold. Unbeknownst to them, they were playing in radioactive fallout. Officials blamed the explosion on an ammunition accident and assured there was no danger. No one was warned or evacuated. Of the 12 girls at the camp, Barbara Kent was the only one to live into middle age. Most of her friends died young, many before 40. Barbara herself developed 4 different cancers throughout her life. Her teacher and even her mother, who stayed nearby, also died from cancer. The once joyful photo of Barbara and her friends now stands as a haunting reminder of innocence lost, children unknowingly playing in a radioactive snowstorm that would shape the rest of their lives. Dan Ventures Outdoors usually shares calm camping videos, but this trip was different. He and his friends set up camp deep in the forest, shared a few beers, and settled in for the night. As silence filled the woods, Dan began hearing footsteps circling the tent, followed by faint whistling in the dark.
I don't know if you can hear that. It sounds like someone or something walking around.
Hello?
talking about. Let's have a quick look. Not bad, huh? I think it might just be like an animal or something. Can't hear anything now. But it sounded like human footsteps.
He called out, but no one answered. His friend hadn't moved. Something was out there. Maybe an animal, maybe not. Whatever it was, it turned a peaceful night into something that still haunts him to this day. A man was exploring an abandoned armory alone when he came across something deeply unsettling. A freshly dug, human-sized hole in the ground. The site was remote, fenced off, and surrounded by thick brush. He snapped a photo, called a friend, and quickly ran back to his car. Police later claimed it was likely from someone digging for relics, but the hole seemed far too deep for that. They set up trail cameras and advised him not to return. He never heard back, but that hole still haunts him to this day. During summer camp, a group of kids took this photo. At first, it looked completely normal, everyone smiling and holding tools. But when you zoom in, a face appears between two girls on the right. It looks translucent and doesn't match any of the other kids. Everyone who was present is already in the picture, so who could it be? Some say it's just light and shadows, a simple case of pareidolia. Maybe so, but this one looks far too detailed to be coincidence. What do you think? Outdoor Tom, Luke's son from Outdoor Boys, joined his dad for a 4-day camping and fishing trip along the Togeek River. On the third day, Tom wandered to a nearby spot, and that's when it happened.
There! I was right next to him.
Yeah, he was coming around the corner. You see that? You scared him.
Why is he scared of me?
He saw you and he just came running upstream. Yeah, here, come here. I got a fish on.
Okay, the one I saw him, he was staring right at me. He looked a little bit smaller, so he may have been younger. Oh, I don't.
You want to come hang out with me instead of over there by the bear?
Yeah. Have you had stuff happen to you like that before? Well, we do not tell Mom. We do not tell Mom. Until once we get back.
A bear suddenly appeared just a few feet away from him. Startled, Tom ran back to his dad, visibly shaken. Luke stayed calm, keeping his composure as the bear moved off. They decided to keep fishing, but agreed on one thing. They definitely wouldn't be telling Mom about this until they got home. A couple in Greenville, South Carolina took photos during a day out. Later, they noticed a strange figure in the background. When they zoomed in, it seemed to hover slightly above the ground. They hadn't seen anything unusual at the time. After posting the image to Facebook, a local reached out a few days later to explain what they were seeing. It turned out to be just standing water that had darkened over the years. A little disappointing, but at least now the mystery was solved. YouTuber Pasha went exploring an abandoned village deep in the forest, a place locals claimed was haunted by an old woman who wandered at night. As he walked, he noticed wooden symbols hanging from the trees, some tied with strands of hair and bits of string. Soon, pieces of candy began appearing along the path, leading him to a house filled with the same disturbing symbols. He was just settling inside when he heard movement outside. Rushing out, he found no one there. Shaken, Pasha left the woods immediately, still unsure who or what had been with him that night. A man was filming a river in Pinyon Canyon when he began hearing strange noises coming from the trees above. Curious, he turned his camera to investigate and caught sight of something unexpected. A large creature was moving behind the trees. It walked with a human-like stride, yet its size suggested it wasn't an ordinary person. As he continued recording, its shape became more distinct. The man hesitated to share the footage, afraid people would think he was crazy. Eventually, he uploaded it to YouTube, where it received mixed reactions. The video's authenticity remains debated. Was it a trick, a known animal, or possibly Bigfoot? At first, it looked like nothing more than a damp spot, but knowing the place's history made it feel different. Years before, a man had collapsed and died of a heart attack inside that very barn, and just behind it, the neighbor's father had been buried. Could the strange mark be connected to the barn's past? Or was it really just an ordinary stain? A group of explorers from Pakistan set out to investigate an abandoned village. While searching through one of the old homes, they spotted a dark figure standing on a rooftop. Zooming in, they realized it was a small child, no older than 5 or 6, silently watching them from the shadows. As they moved closer, another child appeared in a nearby building, staring with the same cold, almost inhuman gaze. Moments later, more children began emerging one by one, surrounding the explorers from all sides. It felt as if they were being forced out.
कौन हो? यार यहाँ पे बच्चा करेंगे क्या यार?
Then one of the children picked up a brick and hurled it at the cameraman's back. Panicked, the team fled the village as fast as they could. What happened afterward remains unknown, and who those children were, or why they lived in an abandoned village, is still a mystery. While hiking near Shaver Lake, California, a Facebook user discovered a clump of hair about 15 to 20 feet up in a tree, far too high for most animals to reach. They had to use a truck and ladder just to retrieve it. The area had recently been scorched by a wildfire, so it seemed possible the hair came from an animal fleeing the flames, maybe even a Sasquatch. They sent a message to the Bigfoot Museum in Felton but never received a reply. Eventually, the hair was thrown away, something they now regret, wishing they'd kept it for testing. Wild Happiness is a Russian wildlife channel where the creator often ventures deep into the Siberian wilderness. During one of his winter trips, he decided to camp alone in the snow. He rode his snowmobile far into the forest, set up his tent, and settled in for the night. For hours, everything remained perfectly still, until he began hearing howls in the distance.
Капец, реально волки, друзья. Прям вообще хорошо слышно. Да ну нафиг, я, короче, домой.
Realizing a pack of wolves was closing in, he quickly packed his gear, jumped onto his snowmobile, and sped away into the night. During a family gathering, one relative filmed a lighthearted video, but later, while reviewing the footage, they noticed something unsettling, a pale face peeking out from behind a door. No one had seen it at the time, and no one could explain who or what it was. To this day, it remains a chilling family mystery. 2 women were hiking through a Canadian forest when they stumbled upon a large metallic object resting among the trees.
There's lights on the left. Don't go close. Trying to die. That's a metal slate. What?
It's shaped like a mushroom.
Why?
You see it? Yeah.
Oh, it's yeah, because it has trees on top of it.
They could see a faint light reflecting off its surface and noticed that trees were growing on top of it, suggesting it had been there for a long time. Too frightened to get closer, they quickly left the area. Later, they showed the footage to their friends who decided to visit the same spot. But when they arrived, the object was gone. No trace, no marks, nothing left behind. They searched online and asked locals, yet no one had any idea what it could have been. When the story was shared online, many came to the same conclusion. It must have been a UFO. It was All Saints' Day in Sweden when a woman went to visit her brother's grave. As she walked through the cemetery, she decided to take a few random photos. She snapped a couple of shots, put her phone away, and continued her visit. Later that night, while scrolling through her pictures, one image froze her in place. Next to one of the headstones, a faint, childlike figure seemed to appear. She remembered seeing people nearby that day, but no one had been standing in that exact spot. A hiker exploring the Canadian wilderness noticed movement within a gap in the mountain. Curious, he began filming as he moved closer. Inside the opening, something was watching him. A pale figure with large black eyes, a broad forehead, and no visible nose. Startled, the hiker quickly retreated. The footage offers no clear details, leaving everyone to wonder what exactly he encountered that day. A family was filming a light-hearted vlog while walking through the woods, but later, viewers spotted a dark silhouette moving behind them. Some believed it was a creature, perhaps Bigfoot or even a forest spirit. However, on closer inspection, it looked more like something hanging from a tree, maybe just a large leaf. Did we just solve a mystery? While exploring an old house deep in the woods, Alistair, the creator of the channel, accidentally captured something strange on camera. At first, he didn't notice anything unusual, but later, while reviewing the footage, he saw something that shocked him. As he panned the camera across the building,
This looks like it must have been at one point a pool. And here's the main house. Okay.
a pale, ghostly face appeared in one of the windows, silently watching him. Unaware that anyone or anything might be there, Alistair continued moving closer. But by the time he reached the house, whatever had been watching him had vanished. A woman living deep in the woods woke early for work and noticed a glowing light on a tree in her yard. She had no nearby neighbors, no outdoor lights, and the moon wasn't visible that night. Thinking it could be a hidden camera, she quickly filmed it before leaving. Later, her husband slowed down the video and saw what appeared to be a faint face within the light. At dawn, he searched the entire area but found nothing. No light source, no footprints, no reflection. The glow had vanished as suddenly as it appeared, leaving the couple deeply unsettled and confused. A hiker climbing a remote mountain came across a metal door embedded in the rock. It looked strange. No handle, no markings, just a single hole. Curious, he aimed his camera through it, hoping to see what was inside. But the lens captured nothing, only deep, endless darkness. No explanation was ever found for why the door existed or who might have built it. It stood there silently, as if guarding something long forgotten, or something never meant to be discovered. A strange video surfaced on Reddit, shared by a user named FootageFinder57. It shows a group of friends who decided to sneak away from a guided cave tour and explore deeper into sections where visitors weren't allowed. At first, everything seems fine, until a pale figure in white suddenly appears in the darkness.
So scary.
Brian, don't go so fast. Are you there?
I'm just trying to keep up with you.
We have to go back.
Oh, come on, let's keep going. You're what?
Did you not hear that, Ryan? Where's it coming from? This was not funny. Oh my god, do you see? What is that?
Oh my gosh.
Ryan, we have to go back.
Is this the right way?
I don't know.
Guys, I don't know where we are anymore. Okay, let's keep moving forward. Massery Navy. Oh. Guys, come up here. Guys, I think I found the way out.
Panic sets in as the group argues about where the sounds are coming from and whether they should turn back. Their voices grow frantic as they realize they no longer know which way leads out. The footage ends abruptly after someone claims to see an exit. But what happened next is unclear. Viewers remain divided. Some believe it's staged, while others insist it's real, saying they've seen similar eerie things in those same caves. A young man went snowboarding alone on a quiet mountain. While gliding through the trees, he suddenly noticed something strange. A woman standing completely still among the woods. Startled, he stopped and turned back, but she was gone. The spot where she had been was empty, not a single footprint in the snow. Later, he shared the footage online, but no one could explain who or what he had really seen that day. Late one night, a man witnessed something unusual. A group of people walking in a strange, synchronized way. There were men, women, and even children among them. When he shared the footage, some viewers assumed they were simply drunk, but others, particularly members of the Asian community, suggested something darker, that it could be part of a ritual or cult gathering. They believed the person leading the group might have been their guide, possibly preparing them for a collective act, maybe even a group suicide. Bucks, a YouTuber known for his Omegle videos, filmed a trip to St. Leonard's Forest, a place rumored to be haunted by a headless ghost. He and his friends began by exploring an old church surrounded by graves before heading into the forest later that night. When they first arrived, they noticed a parked car nearby, which made them uneasy. They decided to leave and return later, around 2 a.m. Once back, they started their exploration, but it didn't take long before eerie sounds echoed through the trees.
That's not a dog. Just the no houses around. It's a circle. It's like like a fire. Yeah, they put something here, and then they'd all sit around in a circle. Nah, this is not what this. I do not feel comfortable. Like, I don't know about you, but I'm just not getting a good vibe from here at all. Whereas back there I wasn't that bad, but right here in this place, we're getting to open space. This is like territory for like cults, and you know what I mean? Like, this is danger territory right here. Yeah, if someone was to set up a cult, it would be on like flat, open ground like this, right? I'm getting really hot and uncomfortable.
No, fuck that. No. This isn't even a joke anymore, man. Get
Oh shit. Oh, I smell a car. There's another car there. Get the fuck in. There's another car. Get in.
They found what looked like a ritual circle with burnt marks and objects arranged on the ground. The atmosphere quickly shifted. The group grew tense, feeling watched. Moments later, something or someone seemed to peek out from behind a tree. Terrified, they sprinted back toward their car, only to find another vehicle parked right beside it. Whether it was someone trying to scare them or something far stranger remains unknown. What if you stumbled upon a GoPro in the woods with no owner in sight? That's what happened to a group of campers who discovered one left behind and decided to check the footage. As they played back the final moments, they were shocked by what they saw. A strange figure watching the riders who had filmed it. Moments after the figure appeared, the video abruptly cut off. Despite efforts to trace the people in the footage, no one has ever identified them. Some believe they were tourists, but if they had such a terrifying encounter, wouldn't they have come forward? It raises a chilling thought. Could this have been the last recording of those riders? YouTuber M. A Journey had planned to reach a hunter's cabin before nightfall, but soon realized he wouldn't make it in time. While searching for shelter, he found an abandoned treehouse nearby and decided to spend the night there. After settling in, he noticed a pack of wolves circling below. Staying in the treehouse kept him safely out of reach and likely prevented a dangerous encounter. His decision to stop and wait rather than continue hiking in the dark probably saved his life. That's all for tonight's video. Which encounter gave you chills? Let us know in the comments below. Got your own experience? We want to hear it. And whatever you do, don't miss what's coming next. Two hunters notice a bear resting in a tree and decide the moment is right to take the shot. One steadies his aim and fires 3 times in quick succession. The impact finally sends the bear crashing to the forest floor.
Basically, you're going to shoot him right there behind that arm. Right here. Aim just a hair high right there. Bust him in his lungs. Huh? You ready? Do your thing. Immediately reach aim and get ready for second. Ready? Yep. Shoot him again. Shoot him again. Good shot. Good shot. Good shot.
And for a moment they assume the danger has passed. But as they approach, they realize their mistake.
Oh my God.
The bear is still alive and trying to get up, forcing them to react fast. In the chaos, one hunter loses his footing and falls near the wounded animal, and the footage cuts off at the worst possible moment. A wounded bear can be just as dangerous as a healthy one, and assuming the situation is over too soon can turn a controlled hunt into a life-threatening encounter. The scene suggests the hunters underestimated how resilient the bear still was after the initial shots. What do you think unfolded in those last moments after the video abruptly ended? Hold on a sec. If you're enjoying this so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's continue. YouTuber Yappy headed out with Jason for a suburban hunt in November 2023. The two set up together on a tethered platform, hoping to quietly tag a doe within the city limits. It was meant to be a simple evening in familiar woods, nothing more. But after the main incident unfolded, the night took an unexpected turn.
Oh my god. Are you serious? Dog, is he shooting our way? I just wanted to dump a couple of clips. I guess, bro. Where's he at? He's like this way. Dad. This is crazy. Every time I come down here, some crazy crap happens. Some guy's unloading every round he has. Hopefully not towards us, but probably our way.
Me and Jason are currently just trying to shoot a doe. Something always happens to Jason. We are on one tethered platform, so if you didn't know, you should get tethered because it can hold over 500 pounds.
Over 500 already.
But what the heck, bro? It sounded, he's shooting his pistol, and then he just got out the old 22 and he's shooting, so we're behind the tree, luckily, but he's less than 100 yards from us. This is suburban. This is in the city limits. I don't know what to do. We should be able to get a deer to come in, but I don't know, man.
I'm so sorry, Jason.
It's okay. I still think we're gonna kill him.
Yeah, I do too. This is one of the craziest hunts of my life so far. Hopefully it pays off. We'll see. Should go. Finally got his first Georgia deer. After that guy was shooting. What the heck?
While making his way through the trees, Yappy encountered someone moving through the woods. Someone he quickly suspected might have been the same person responsible for the earlier gunfire.
What you doing, brother? What you doing, brother? Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
You love a good poacher encounter. I don't know what he was doing. He was walking, looking for something. He had his car parked up here. I tried to get down and talk to him and confront him, but when I yelled at him the first time, he stopped like he heard it. And he kept walking, and I said, "Excuse me, sir, what are you doing?" And he ran to his car. So I got down as fast as I could, tried to get up to see what kind of car it was, maybe get the license plate number, but wasn't fast enough, and I think I lost my phone, so. There's literally a guy hunting right here, right next to my property. I'm calling the game warden right now. Hey, this is Tristan. I talked to you a while back about some hunter harassment stuff, and I have a poacher probably less than 20 yards from me in a stand. He came off an easement right here, and I was just seeing if I could get an officer out, or he's on city property.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Yeah.
That's perfect. We got one for that. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the game warden is on the way. God, do people suck. This property has been rough, and I would have had no idea. I almost didn't even hunt today. So that right there is city property. And he just parked over here and walked off the street. He just grabbed his bow. This sucks. Once the game warden gets here, I guess we're gonna confront him. Y'all stay tuned. So we're down on the ground right now, reporting to you live. His truck is right there. And he is 20 yards in front of me. So this is honestly hilarious. It sucks because it ruined my hunt, but I'm glad I came hunting, because if I didn't, I wouldn't have caught him. Game warden just texted me. Said that she just pulled up to his truck. I think things are about to get interesting. He's going to get down. Alright, he's on the ground. What is he doing? He just pulled back his bow.
Excuse me, bud. Excuse me, sir. Sir, excuse me. What are you doing, brother? Do what? I scared you? What are you doing over here? You're with what? Public land. No, this isn't public land, bud. We don't have public land over here. Game warden's on the way. She's here. So, yeah. Right, you can't just, it's not a WMA, you can't hunt over here. Okay. Do what? Right. I'm just filming for my protection, make sure that we're good. So you thought this was public ground? Did you walk in it over here the other day? The other night? I said something to you? Says he thought it was public ground. Oh, you love that. No, we're gonna go talk to her. And this is the thing, if it was an honest mistake, I'm okay with that. But
I am in my first 2 years and I'm simply just trying to find urban spots.
right. Yeah, you can't just walk into the woods, bud. You gotta, right, well, you didn't do the right research. You can't just walk off and hunt these urban areas. You have to go and knock on doors and get permission. We will go talk to her. No worries at all.
Good morning.
Taylor, is that the only farmer down here?
Excuse me?
Is that the only farmer?
Yeah, just about one.
He said he thought it was public ground.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's what they always say. No public land like that in Georgia.
Right.
Like,
You
it's
can't
not,
just hunt
no,
in there.
that doesn't exist in Georgia.
I have the physical one, but do you mind if I just show you on the app?
That works just as good now.
So this was the same guy that walked in here the other night, and I yelled at him and he didn't respond. So I guess he marked him out a good spot. He came in. He said he's just getting into hunting and he thought this was public ground, but it's not. He knows that. And that's what the game warden said. She was like, that's what they all say, so.
It's getting access to the hunt here. I've skipped that step because it's not, I don't believe you, I do believe you. My thinking was wrong. My thinking was simply, this is government public land, so I had it wrong from the start.
Right.
Obviously, I would be knocking on doors like you're telling me if my thinking was, now wait a second, this is not what it seems like. I need to talk to these people, build these relationships.
Right.
I admit I was wrong from the start, so.
Yeah, he's just trying to help you out. Whether it's the county or it is Mr. Bob over here who has 30 acres right here, it's called a landowner affidavit. And if they have that signed with the DNR, then they're saying anyone that's hunting on that property, it's because they've had a lot of problems with other people thinking the same way that you've thought. Your court date, they'll probably send you a certified letter, is what they've done in the past. Gwinnett County does it so different than all the other counties.
Sure. Well, that went good. I feel like situations like that, you never know if someone is lying or telling the truth or what, but the guy seemed genuine. I just, you never know these days. But that's Miss Taylor. She's awesome game warden. And
the stranger's behavior made it clear he wasn't following any rules about where he hunted or how he handled a weapon. The entire experience left a knot in his stomach that didn't fade even after a successful harvest. It was the kind of moment that reminds you how quickly things can shift from routine to dangerous in the woods, especially when someone nearby is being careless with a firearm. Urban hunts carry risks that often come not from wildlife, but from other people who ignore regulations or fail to confirm land access. Have you ever witnessed someone in the outdoors acting so recklessly that it changed the entire mood of the day? In this footage, two hunters move in on a moose with their rifles ready. One takes the shot, but it isn't clean, and the wounded animal charges in fury. What follows is a sudden, chaotic struggle as the moose fights back against the men pursuing it.
Вон ребята на охоте. Блять, стреляйте, ёбаный в рот! Ой, бля.
The video cuts off when the cameraman steps out of his vehicle to assist the injured hunter, leaving the outcome uncertain for both the man and the moose. A humane hunt requires a quick, accurate shot, because a bad one leaves the animal suffering and puts everyone else in danger. In this next video from Jeffrey Muffitt's YouTube channel, he is hunting from a tree stand in Alberta when it studies the tree, then begins climbing straight toward his position. The animal reaches his level and sniffs aggressively. Seeming to assess whether he might be a potential threat or a potential meal. The bear hovers uncomfortably close before eventually choosing to climb back down, leaving Jeffrey shaken and trying to process what just happened. When a bear climbs up to investigate you, staying perfectly still is often the only option, because one wrong move can change everything. Encounters like this show how unpredictable wildlife behavior can be in the field. What do you think would have happened if the bear hadn't turned away? Our first video takes us into the wilds of Tanzania, where dense undergrowth and tense silence set the stage for danger. As hunters move through the brush, rustling leaves signal an unseen threat. In a split second, they fire in self-defense, and the leopard's fall brings immediate relief. Moments like this reveal how quickly survival hinges on instinct, and make us wonder how often a single decision in the wilderness determines whether a story ends safely or not. It was November 2024 when YouTuber Homeschool Hunter brought his daughter on her first bow hunt on public walk-in land in South Dakota. They entered early, and a motion-triggered trail camera near the entrance activated, signaling to someone that they had arrived. After quietly setting up, a man suddenly pushed through the brush, claiming he needed to check the batteries on his camera.
First of all, language alert on this one. If you want to see a classic case of hunter harassment, this is it. And you can draw your own conclusions from watching this interaction, but I think he was showing terrible etiquette, and then he was gaslighting me by saying I was showing bad etiquette. And by the way, this is my daughter's first ever bow hunt for deer, and this is public hunting land in South Dakota. It's on a land called walk-in land, which is open to public hunting. And this guy had a motion-sensing cell phone trail camera guarding the only entrance of this public hunting land, and I could see his camera going off early in the morning when we walked in, so he knew we were there.
With a stand already in place, he behaved as though public land belonged exclusively to him, turning the moment into a heated confrontation over hunting etiquette, territory, and who had the right to be there.
What the fuck are you doing? Walking. What? You didn't see anything sitting here. You can sit here. I don't care. Tree stand up there.
This is hunter harassment.
No, it isn't. I'm checking my camera because it's getting low. You're harassment because you come in here and are fucking up my hunting area.
This is not your hunting area. This is public land. What are you talking
Well,
about?
this ain't public land. This is private.
This is
but
walk-in land.
Walk-in now.
It's walk-in land.
You're not teaching a young hunter very good etiquette.
You
There's
are
someone else
hunter
that's hunting.
harassing.
No, I'm not.
I was up here hunting.
Yep, and I'm
and
coming
you
here to
came
check
bust. I was up here hunting.
Yep, and I'm
and
coming
you
here to
came
check
busting
my
up
camera.
here. Yeah, you
My
can't come up
camera's
here.
getting low on battery.
I'm sitting next to it. It doesn't,
Yep.
doesn't mean
And
you
I
can come
need
up
to
and
change
check it. Go ahead and change it. Hop out of here.
I will.
Go ahead.
I will.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Thank you.
Not very good at hunter etiquette. I've been
Exactly.
hunting
You're
here
up here talking full voice, and
I
you're
don't
complaining
care
about
about
my hunter etiquette. I'm hunting.
I don't care.
Well, I'm glad.
I've been hunting for so many years. Everybody's doing this to me all the time.
I get it. Well, now it's your turn, I guess, because just because other people do it to you doesn't mean you should do it to other people.
Well, then show a little etiquette. This is hunter etiquette. Look at the camera.
I can sit here.
You want me to take pictures of that? I'll take pictures of you too.
Go ahead. Doesn't bother me. I'm not doing anything illegal. You're the one who's hunter harassed.
No, I'm not. This is my camera. It was.
You
up,
should
it's
know
been
that
up
I'm
here since
hunting here
April.
then. You should know that I'm up here hunting then. I saw it going off. You knew I was
No,
here.
I-
Yes, you
I
did. I
heard-
saw the infrared going off in the dark this morning. You know I was here. Just
you've been
change your
here in the
batteries and leave.
past, 'cause I
Just
took a
change your batteries and leave.
So I will.
Appreciate it.
Not a good way to teach a youngster.
Yes, it is. We're hunting on public land.
Yeah.
You're the one who's coming up here messing up our hunt.
There was somebody hunting here with all this
It
stuff.
doesn't matter if
that's
there,
going
no,
around.
there's nobody else hunting here this
No,
morning.
not right now.
Of course not right
But
now.
you know where you're
Just
sitting
because
here?
somebody hunted here in the past means I can't hunt on public land. Give me a break. Get out of here.
In the past, it's not past. And actually, this just went into. Freddie used to have this.
I don't care if it
regular
was
private.
never public land for 1,000 years. It's public land right now. I'm hunting public land.
And
You
do
came
know
up here
which
and
way the
messed with
wind
me.
is blowing?
It doesn't matter.
Do you know which way the wind is blowing?
It doesn't matter how I hunt. I can
There's one
hunt.
up here that's gonna go. They're gonna blow out.
Doesn't matter how
before
I
you
hunt. Doesn't matter how I hunt.
get I know. Apparently, you're gonna have fun getting something.
Just reported for hunter harassment. It's illegal to mess with people's hunts, interfere with their hunts. He doesn't see us at all. Nice one. Oh, what a beauty. It's a decent buck. Getting nervous. Okay, good. Better. Yeah, he's making a scrape. Remember, get your bow back when he's distracted, okay? Just be patient. There's no rush. I got the perfect land. He's scraping away. Like that. See, it's the decoy.
Know which way the wind is blowing?
It doesn't matter how I hunt.
You're
I
gonna
can
come up
hunt.
Here that's gonna go. They're gonna blow out.
Doesn't matter how
before
I
you
hunt.
get
Doesn't matter how I hunt.
them. I know. Apparently.
Go ahead. Good. Hit him. Let's just take pictures. Looked high. Wow, buddy. That was like 15 yards. That was a fun hunt. Holy cow. Should've told you to take your time. Shoot, buddy. I can't believe you got your bow back. Yeah. It's okay, we'll give him some time. I don't think we're gonna recover him, but we're gonna try. We're gonna leave for at least a couple hours. Probably 5 hours and come back this afternoon. Look at the footage and look at the rushed a shot. That's what happens when your first deer comes out and it's a monster buck. First deer ever. Yeah, we're gonna get out of here so we don't spook anything else. Nice job.
Look at this. He's coughing up blood. He's coughing it. I think we got a lung, buddy.
Despite the tension, a buck eventually came in and his daughter took her shot, transforming an unpleasant encounter into an unforgettable milestone. What should have been a simple first hunt instead revealed how quickly conflict between people can overshadow the experience itself, raising questions about how often public land disputes escalate simply because one person decides to act like an owner. and whether hunter education today should focus just as much on handling human behavior as handling wildlife. This next video unfolds in rugged wilderness, where an experienced hunter faced a moment that tested both skill and luck. He fired 3 rapid shots at a moose, each delivered with impressive accuracy. Hitting the heart is difficult on its own, but having the animal drop instantly from that distance is exceptionally rare. Encounters like this highlight how unpredictable the outdoors can be and make us wonder how much of a perfect outcome comes from expertise and how much comes down to timing and chance. In November 2020, 2 hikers on a remote trail were suddenly thrust into every outdoor enthusiast's worst fear when a black bear began trailing them. The situation escalated quickly as the animal refused to leave, shadowing them for nearly 6 tense minutes and leaving them unable to retreat safely.
We're not good. We can't do this. You have to let us go today. For the buffalo, you have to let us go. We got nothing for you. We have nothing. Give it if we had it.
Hey, back. Stay. That's it. That's as far as you're going. Stop. Stop. Right now. Stop.
We can't. We can't.
Get together, Greg. Get us together. We'll look bigger together.
We can't, man. We can't.
Just stay together. Stay together.
We can't.
Stay together. Right, stay together large. Let's back away from them. Let them go actually go by.
Yeah.
I'll smash them in the head with this rock. Hey!
Go on. Go on your way.
Come on. Good.
It'll be your part from now on, okay?
Okay, great.
Yeah?
Look around for a rock. Wait a second. If he hits, I gotta hit him in the head. Back! 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 Get in there. Get away from him.
I can't get around.
I know. We have to do this. Just have to keep doing this. Hey!
We got nothing.
So not make eye contact. That's it, boy. That's it, boy. That's it, boy.
Go on. Let us have our way. Let us go.
Boy. Get up. Get back. Get together, Greg. We gotta look large.
Let us go.
Stay together. As long as we look like that. Good. 2 rocks up.
Let us go. Let us go. Don't be looking like that. It's not nice.
I don't think he's gonna just keep her cool.
Yeah.
It's not that far back, actually. But get ready to hit him in the head. We're gonna have to knock him out. Atta boy. Show us how you do it. Good boy. Good boy. Atta boy. Fuck's sakes, that's cool, buddy boy. You just keep doing that. You're the man. That's it, boy. Stay away from me, though. Stay away. Stay away. Okay, keep together. Sure. This guy will lurch us in a second. Go throw that rock if you have to. It's our lives here. Yeah, look at beware of wildlife. Use at own risk. Holy shit. Hey. Atta boy, big guy. Beautiful. Atta boy. Atta boy. Atta boy.
They attempted to keep the animal at bay, staying side by side and trying not to provoke it as it advanced, circled, and hesitated. The animal eventually began to lose interest and drift away, but only after repeatedly testing their resolve and keeping them moments away from a dangerous confrontation. This encounter highlights the importance of wildlife awareness and safety. Bears can be unpredictable, territorial, and quick to react without warning, which is why rangers constantly advise hikers to keep their distance and remain vigilant. The hikers handled the situation as well as anyone could. They stayed close, made their presence known, avoided sudden motions, and understood basic bear behavior. Their preparedness likely prevented tragedy. What had begun as a quiet hike through scenic terrain turned into a potentially deadly encounter in an instant, simply because they crossed paths with the wrong animal at the wrong moment. Hold on a sec. If you're enjoying this so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's continue. In 2019, a group of mountain bikers on Seymour Mountain set out for their first run on a Black Diamond Trail, unaware that their ride was about to become a frantic run for safety. They had chosen a demanding technical route they had never tried before, with no idea where the sharp drops or hazardous obstacles were hidden. What began as an exciting attempt at a new trail quickly shifted the moment they realized something was coming down after them.
Is that a bear chasing us? I think I'm scared to look back. Yeah, he is. Go. Go. He totally was running down the trail.
So I got a little look back right there. I didn't see the bear and it gave me a little bit of relief. I'm like, all right, I think we lost. As we come around the corner here and go down this rock face and stop, from when I stop to when the bear shows up, it's maybe 7 seconds. So you can see that he wasn't far behind us the whole way down the trail.
Oh. Are we all just gonna stand up, put our bikes up in front of us? Yeah. That's here. Oh. Okay, go, go, go. No. I know we all just stand and put our bikes up. We gotta stay together. We all be big. Get out of here! Good! Ah! Keep it back. Hey! Hey! Oh, he's followed us for a while.
I think that's what he does, something like that.
I just want to walk backwards down the trail. I don't want one. I see him still. We slowly just wait some. Hey! Hey! You out here, bear? No, nothing. He's still there. Now he's taking off. Now he's going around. Now it's at my bow. Still there. It's just to the left now. Oh, he's real tired. Slowly walk. Stay together. No fun. No. Yeah. Oh, he'll do some damage. Bear? He chased us. Run away from a bear. He chased for like a kilometer. Yeah, that was a while. Is he coming yet? Still there. Yeah, maybe we'll just hang out. Yeah. Yeah, I wish we could just like don't give a fuck. No. Oh, I don't see a big black mass. No. Hey, yes, he's coming. Oh, we're gonna pedal? Alright, we gotta pedal or no? If you just say stop, stop. He can run faster, we can ride. I know, that's the problem. We need to get to like the main road. Yeah. Yeah, walk together. you think you can ride down and talk to the So yeah, I have a bar in my backpack, so I just drop it. Oh, it's easy? Yeah. Yeah. I don't see him. Okay. It's not TNT, it's the bear trail. Bear must be listening to AC/DC on repeat.
The bear stayed close behind them the entire way, circling and reappearing no matter how carefully they backed away. After nearly a kilometer of being followed, it finally wandered off, leaving the group shaken and done with that trail for good. This footage is a stark reminder that even skilled mountain bikers can suddenly find themselves at risk when traveling through bear country. The mix of unfamiliar terrain and a determined predator created a dangerous situation, one that could have taken a far worse turn if a rider had fallen, or if they had met the bear in a tighter section of the trail. One winter night, Gary Reed stepped out into the deep snow behind his property with nothing but a camera and a recording dish, no flashlight, after his neighbor reported terrifying screams echoing through the woods. What he initially assumed were children playing turned out to be something far more unsettling. The incident began when his neighbor Tom texted him about a backyard fire. Gary walked onto his deck to take a picture and decline the invitation, but that's when he heard it. Piercing, human-like screams cutting through the cold air. At first, he assumed Tom's kids were outside, but then another message arrived. Tom had heard the sounds too, and he was certain they weren't coyotes. When Gary returned home to review his footage, he discovered something deeply disturbing.
I found one of our old skidoo trails right here, so it's kind of packed. I can walk here. So there's the fire over at Tom's place. They're pretty loud over there, so I don't know if that's going to pollute my recordings. If this thing starts up again, you'll know it was loud. I could hear it from the deck. It was like kids screaming and playing. Or fighting. I thought maybe they were fighting too. So, I'm not sure what this is. It could be an animal. But I would sure love to get a recording tonight. There goes the neighbor's dog. Last time the screaming was happening, the dog was barking as well. I've got the parabolic dish turned on. So it's been 20 minutes. I haven't heard anything. It's been quite a while. I haven't heard the dog anymore. I'm 300 yards behind Tom's house where they're having the fire right now. I've just been sitting here quietly. There goes the dog again now. You don't think the parabolic dish is heavy and this camera is heavy until you hold it for about 10 minutes. My arms were like rubber. I had to set them both down. It's frustrating.
can't believe I heard that from my deck. I just thought because they were having the fire that the kids were outside playing or fighting. I should have known better. I gotta turn the dish back on. I can hear whistling. I can't tell where it's coming from. I can hear it right now.
Half of the video files had vanished. They weren't damaged or unreadable. They were simply missing from the camcorder entirely. In all his years of filming, he had never seen equipment fail like that. Combined with the unexplained screams, the vanishing files, and the inexplicable appearance of previously lost gear, it was clear something strange had occurred in those woods. And to this day, no one has been able to explain what was making those sounds on that cold winter night. In December 2018, Darren from Darren's Northern Life was out hunting on the final day of Manitoba's deer rifle season when another hunter's reckless behavior nearly ended his life. Around 3:30 p.m., he headed to a spot he'd visited many times before. That year, 2 major snowstorms had hit the region, shifting deer movement patterns and pushing them closer to reliable food sources. As Darren walked the field edge before settling into position, he noticed something unsettling. A vehicle parked nearby with its hazard lights flashing. The person inside was clearly trespassing on private land, sitting in a place where thick trees made it impossible to take a safe or clear shot. Darren acknowledged the violation but chose to focus on his hunt. This was his last chance of the season, and he wasn't going to let someone else ruin it. He moved back to his spot about 40 feet from the field and waited. But just before 6 p.m., during the final legal minutes of shooting light, everything went horribly wrong.
Oh my goodness, that bullet just came over my head. Sounded like a hit though. You freaking idiot. Oh. Man, I wish there were some bigger trees here. This guy's gonna freaking kill me. He's shooting right towards me. Oh my goodness. Okay, at least there's some trees between us now. What an idiot. Well, that's exciting.
When legal hunting time ended at 6:18 p.m., Darren made up his mind. He was going to get the license plate and confront whoever had been carelessly shooting toward him. The encounter is a stark example of why hunting safety is absolutely critical. Every year, hunters are injured or killed not by wildlife, but by the irresponsibility of other people.
How much, self?
How much? Taking pictures of the license plate? Is something wrong? Everything all right?
Somebody shot at me. I got on video. Literally, a bullet came flipping right over my head.
Two shots earlier, right?
Yeah.
Around 4 o'clock?
Yeah. Somebody walking down the edge of Huggins Field here.
Yeah, there was a guy walking on the end of the trail here.
I was on the far side. Somebody walked down this side here, and freaking bullet. I seen a deer came out, and I seen the guy walking. And sure enough, boom! You can. It's probably on video too. You can hear the bullet.
Oh shit. Well, we were. It wasn't us. We're over here. No, the first shot wasn't hit because half a mile later it was still way up in the air. It sounded like a hit. I know it sure sounded like it.
Did it ever?
Yeah.
Anyways. It did sound like a hit.
I was like, well, that was a hit. And then not too long after, another shot.
Darren survived, but the sound of bullets cutting the air over his head, the chilling hiss of danger passing by, would likely stay with him. The season ended, but not in the way he expected. Instead of a successful hunt, he walked away with a frightening reminder that sometimes the biggest threat in the woods isn't nature, it's other humans. This footage recounts the ordeal of two indigenous hunters, Frank and Donald, during a trip into the mountains of Alberta, Canada, an outing neither realized would end with only one survivor. At the start of their hunt, the two split up, choosing separate spots along the river valley to watch the game trails from elevated stands. As daylight faded, Frank began noticing strange noises echoing from the forest and started filming what he was hearing. The recording picked up loud impacts and heavy brakes, as if something was striking wood nearby. When Frank climbed down from his stand, the sounds intensified.
Sounds like something's hacking away at a tree. I'm getting down.
Following the noise, he noticed what looked like a downed tree farther ahead. Growing uneasy, he decided to leave on his ATV and meet up with Donald before nightfall. But when he reached Donald's stand, he realized something was very wrong.
Dawn.
Donald was gone, and the same disturbing noises had followed Frank to this new spot, now mixed with an even more alarming tone.
Shit, man. Just heard something again.
Although he briefly wondered if it was a joke, the continuous sounds drove him back toward his ATV, hoping to run into Donald along the way. Instead, things worsened when his ATV suddenly wouldn't start.
Hey! Is that you?
With no working vehicle, Frank had no option but to continue on foot through the dark forest as the mysterious noises kept closing in behind him.
Out of here.
While moving quickly through the terrain, he stumbled upon a chilling scene. Suggesting that something else had been out there with them. Not long after, Frank found additional traces hinting at a deliberate presence. makeshift shelter constructed from snapped branches and woven twigs. He didn't stay to inspect it as the earlier noises began approaching again. For several minutes, he ran blindly through the darkness, unable to increase the distance between himself and whatever was pursuing him. With no clear way to escape, Frank prepared to confront it, an action that nearly cost him his life.
Dang, it's stalking me, whatever it is.
He attempted to defend himself, missed, and was quickly overpowered. Pinned by the unidentified attacker, he could only pretend to be lifeless. The camera then showed Frank's body being dragged across the snowy ridge for what felt like an eternity. Hours later, he regained awareness inside what appeared to be the creature's den. The structure resembled the wooden formations he had seen earlier near the valley, surrounded by smaller versions of the same design. Disturbingly, these were decorated with bones and decaying remains. Nearby, he came across a small display containing what looked like the body of a young creature. He fled the area and eventually made it back toward the river valley where they had begun their hunt. There, he found what was left of Donald. The two had entered the mountains together, but only one came down alive. Donald was never seen again. What exactly confronted Frank and Donald that night? A violent individual hiding deep in the wilderness? A known predator roaming the Alberta mountains? And how Frank managed to escape at all remains uncertain. This story doesn't appear to be finished. Hold on a sec. If you're enjoying this so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's continue. Muskrat, from Muskrat Outdoors, and his wife Cindy were checking their bear bait station when they noticed an old path they'd never seen before. What they found along it raised unsettling questions about whoever left it behind. After following the trail, they discovered a metal container hanging from a tree. At first, it appeared to be a barrel used for trapping, but it turned out to be an old milk can, its lid still sealed.
Come across something here extremely strange. I'm not really sure what to make of this. We found an old trail here. We walked down the trail, and here hanging in this tree here, right underneath that pole, was what I thought was a barrel that was probably used as a martin box. What it turned out to be is an old milk can. And stranger yet, the lid was on it. I pulled the lid off of it, and look at this. What in the world? Why would anybody... That's a pine marten. It's all been skinned and stretched. This is a coyote. Looks like several coyotes.
Inside was a disturbing sight, a stretched pine marten pelt. More fur followed. By the time they emptied the container, they had pulled out the remains of multiple animals: martens, coyotes, a fox, and 2 badgers. All of them had been fully prepared for sale, dried and fleshed, then stuffed into the can and suspended in the woods. The couple estimated the location to be roughly 25 miles from the nearest home or town. Even in a poor season, the value of the furs was significant, making it baffling why anyone would abandon them.
Okay, this is really strange. I don't understand any of this. This old milk can here that was hanging in this tree. It was right here. In fact, there's part of the wire it was hanging on. Just kind of up underneath this tree here. That milk can had a coyote in it, 2 marten that were loose, a fox with a marten that was stuffed inside of the fox. So 3 marten, a fox, a coyote, and 2 badgers. They've been here a long time. They've turned green and moldy, but they're all stretched, flat, dried, ready for sale, stuffed into a milk can tied to a tree in the middle of nowhere. This spot here is probably, I'm guessing, 25 miles from the closest town or house. There's, let's see, 20, 40, 60, 80, there's at least $100 worth of furs there, even on a bad year. And why would you go through that much effort and then just leave it there tied to a tree?
Questions quickly mounted. Why would a trapper leave an entire season's worth of work tied to a tree? Why hide the pelts in a milk can instead of taking them to market? And perhaps most disturbing, what stopped them from returning?
Kinda don't feel right just leaving these critters laying in the woods, but they're not good for nothing, and I don't know. What a waste. The marten were skinned with the feet on. That's kind of time consuming, getting those little toe bones out of there. We don't have that many badger in this area. Almost like he got them someplace else.
The marten were skinned in a labor-intensive way, and the area typically had few badgers, suggesting the pelts might have been brought in from elsewhere. After so many years, they were now worthless, leaving the couple unsure what to do next. Before leaving the site, Muskrat noticed something else that unsettled him even more.
Actually, really kind of strange, but I don't know if I believe in the whole Bigfoot tree structure things, but this one is a little weird. Actually, somebody was cutting some of this up for firewood, but it's a very strange stack, the way they've got it all tangled in this tree.
Nearby logs had been woven into the surrounding branches in a pattern he couldn't explain. Some pieces looked as if they'd been cut for firewood, yet the overall arrangement seemed unnatural. When the video was posted, viewers began sharing similar accounts, stories of trappers and hunters who vanished in remote regions, some eventually discovered by chance, others never found. One detail troubled many who watched. If the trapper had suffered an accident or become lost, why was the milk can hung so deliberately, secured with care? The milk can is now in Muskrat's possession, but none of the questions raised that day have been answered. In this footage, a hunter records an encounter with what he refers to as a zombie deer.
Something is wrong with this doe. She let me get very close. Then I noticed she's losing hair. There's also a sore at the base of her tail. And she's drooling.
Something is clearly wrong with the doe. She allows an unusually close approach, is missing patches of hair, has a wound near her tail, and appears to be drooling. In a wilderness filled with predators, prey animals typically flee instantly at any sign of danger. Yet this one remains motionless, staring blankly as he nears. What's shown here isn't fiction, it's real, and more unsettling than any horror story. The deer displays symptoms consistent with chronic wasting disease, or CWD, a fatal neurological disorder spreading rapidly through deer populations across North America. Other hunters online have reported similar encounters. The condition creates several recognizable signs. Affected animals often lose their instinctive fear, remaining still when they should escape.
Back up.
Some infected deer lose coordination, moving erratically, circling, or stumbling. As the disease advances, they suffer extreme weight loss, deteriorating even when food is available.
Hi.
The speed at which CWD spreads is what makes it especially alarming, transmitting through direct contact and contaminated surroundings. Because of this, wildlife officials have increased monitoring and encouraged hunters to submit samples for testing to prevent larger outbreaks. The term zombie deer may sound like something invented for entertainment, but the reality behind it is far more disturbing. Two hunters notice a bear resting in a tree and decide the moment is right to take the shot. One steadies his aim and fires 3 times in quick succession. The impact finally sends the bear crashing to the forest floor.
Basically, you're going to shoot him right there behind that arm. Right here. Aim just a hair high right there. Bust him in his lungs. Huh? You ready? Do your thing. Immediately reach aim and get ready for second. Ready? Yep. Shoot him again. Shoot him again. Good shot. Good shot. Good shot.
And for a moment they assume the danger has passed. But as they approach, they realize their mistake.
Oh my God!
The bear is still alive and trying to get up, forcing them to react fast. In the chaos, one hunter loses his footing and falls near the wounded animal, and the footage cuts off at the worst possible moment. A wounded bear can be just as dangerous as a healthy one, and assuming the situation is over too soon can turn a controlled hunt into a life-threatening encounter. The scene suggests the hunters underestimated how resilient the bear still was after the initial shots. What do you think unfolded in those last moments after the video abruptly ended? Hold on a sec. If you're enjoying this so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's continue. YouTuber Yappy headed out with Jason for a suburban hunt in November 2023. The two set up together on a tethered platform, hoping to quietly tag a doe within the city limits. It was meant to be a simple evening in familiar woods, nothing more. But after the main incident unfolded, the night took an unexpected turn.
crazy. Every time I come down here,
something crazy.
Some crazy crap happens. Some guy's unloading every round he has. Hopefully not towards us.
Me and Jason are currently just trying to shoot a doe. Something always happens to Jason. We are on one tethered platform, so if you didn't know, you should get tethered because it can hold over 500 pounds.
Over 500 already.
But what the heck, bro? It sounded, he's shooting his pistol, and then he just got out the old 22 and he's shooting, so we're behind the tree, luckily, but he's less than 100 yards from us. This is suburban. This is in the city limits. I don't know what to do. We should be able to get a deer to come in, but I don't know, man.
I'm so sorry, Jason. It's okay. I still think we're gonna kill him.
Yeah, I do too. This is one of the craziest hunts of my life so far. Hopefully it pays off. We'll see. Should go. Alright, go ahead. Go ahead. Finally got his first Georgia deer. After that guy was shooting. What the heck?
While making his way through the trees, Yappy encountered someone moving through the woods, someone he quickly suspected might have been the same person responsible for the earlier gunfire.
What you doing, brother? What you doing, brother? Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
You love a good poacher encounter. I don't know what he was doing. He was walking, looking for something. He had his car parked up here. I tried to get down and talk to him and confront him, but when I yelled at him the first time, he stopped like he heard it. Then he kept walking, and I said, "Excuse me, sir, what are you doing?" And he ran to his car. So I got down as fast as I could, tried to get up to see what kind of car it was, maybe get the license plate number, but wasn't fast enough, and I think I lost my phone, so. There's literally a guy hunting right here, right next to my property. I'm calling the game warden right now. Hey, this is Tristan. I talked to you a while back about some hunter harassment stuff, and I have a poacher probably less than 20 yards from me in a stand. He came off an easement right here, and I was just seeing if I could get an officer out, or he's on city property.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Yeah.
That's perfect. We got one for that. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the game warden is on the way. God, do people suck. This property has been rough, and I would have had no idea. I almost didn't even hunt today. So that right there is city property. And he just parked over here and walked off the street. He just grabbed his bow. This sucks. Once the game warden gets here, I guess we're gonna confront him. Y'all stay tuned. So we're down on the ground right now, reporting to you live. His truck is right there. Is 20 yards in front of me. This is honestly hilarious. It sucks because it ruined my hunt, but I'm glad I came hunting, because if I didn't, I wouldn't have caught him. Game warden just texted me. Said that she just pulled up to his truck. I think things are about to get interesting. He's going to get down. Alright, he's on the ground. What is he doing? Just pulled back his bow.
Excuse me, bud. Excuse me, sir. Sir, excuse me. What you doing, brother? Do what? I scared you? What are you doing over here? You're with what? Public land. No, this isn't public land, bud. We don't have public land over here. Game warden's on the way. She's here. So, yeah. Right, you can't just, it's not a WMA, you can't hunt over here.
I'm pretty sure I can.
Okay.
I don't see.
Do what?
I'm not a
Right. I'm just filming for my protection, make sure that we're good. So you thought this was public ground? Did you walk in it over here the other day? The other night? I said something to you? Says he thought it was public ground. Oh, you love that. No, we're gonna go talk to her. And this is the thing, if it was an honest mistake, I'm okay with that. But
I am in my first 2 years of, I'm simply just trying to find urban spots.
right. Yeah, you can't just walk into the woods, bud. You gotta, right, well, you didn't do the right research. You can't just walk off and hunt these urban areas. You have to go and knock on doors and get permission. We will go talk to her. No worries at all.
Good morning.
Taylor, is that the only farmer you got in here?
Excuse me?
Is that the only farmer?
Yeah, just from one.
He said he thought it was public ground.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's what they always say. No public land like that in Georgia.
Right.
Like,
You can't just
no, that doesn't exist in Georgia.
I have the physical one, but do you mind if I just show you on the app?
That works just as good.
So this was the same guy that walked in here the other night, and I yelled at him and he didn't respond. So I guess he marked him out a good spot. He came in. He said he's just getting into hunting and he thought this was public ground, but it's not. He knows that. And that's what the game warden said. She was like, that's what they all say, so.
It's getting access to the hunt. Here, I've skipped that step because it's not, I don't believe you, I do believe you. My thinking was wrong. My thinking was simply, this is government public land, so I had it wrong from the start.
Right.
Obviously, I would be knocking on doors like you're telling me if my thinking was, now wait a second, this is not what it seems like. I need to talk to these people, build these relationships.
Right.
I admit I was wrong from the start, so.
Yeah, he's just trying to help you out. Whether it's the county or it is Mr. Bob over here who has 30 acres right here. It's called a landowner affidavit. And if they have that signed with the DNR, then they're saying anyone that's hunting on that property, it's because they've had a lot of problems with other people thinking the same way that you've thought. Your court date, they'll probably send you a certified letter, is what they've done in the past. Gwinnett County does it so different than all the other counties. Sure.
Well, that went good. I feel like situations like that, you never know if someone is lying or telling the truth or what, but the guy seemed genuine. I just, you never know these days, but that's Miss Taylor. She's awesome game warden, and
the stranger's behavior made it clear he wasn't following any rules about where he hunted or how he handled a weapon. The entire experience left a knot in his stomach that didn't fade even after a successful harvest. It was the kind of moment that reminds you how quickly things can shift from routine to dangerous in the woods, especially when someone nearby is being careless with a firearm. Urban hunts carry risks that often come not from wildlife, but from other people who ignore regulations or fail to confirm land access. Have you ever witnessed someone in the outdoors acting so recklessly that it changed the entire mood of the day? In this footage, two hunters move in on a moose with their rifles ready. One takes the shot, but it isn't clean, and the wounded animal charges in fury. What follows is a sudden, chaotic struggle as the moose fights back against the men pursuing it.
Ребята на охоте.
Блять, стреляйте, ёбаный в рот!
The video cuts off when the cameraman steps out of his vehicle to assist the injured hunter, leaving the outcome uncertain for both the man and the moose. A humane hunt requires a quick, accurate shot, because a bad one leaves the animal suffering and puts everyone else in danger. In this next video from Jeffrey Muffitt's YouTube channel, he is hunting from a tree stand in Alberta when a bear suddenly appears beneath him. It studies the tree, then begins climbing straight toward his position. The animal reaches his level and sniffs aggressively. seeming to assess whether he might be a potential threat or a potential meal. The bear hovers uncomfortably close before eventually choosing to climb back down, leaving Jeffrey shaken and trying to process what just happened. When a bear climbs up to investigate you, staying perfectly still is often the only option, because one wrong move can change everything. Encounters like this show how unpredictable wildlife behavior can be in the field. What do you think would have happened if the bear hadn't turned away? Our first video takes us into the wilds of Tanzania, where dense undergrowth and tense silence set the stage for danger. As hunters move through the brush, rustling leaves signal an unseen threat. In a split second, they fire in self-defense, and the leopard's fall brings immediate relief. Moments like this reveal how quickly survival hinges on instinct, and make us wonder how often a single decision in the wilderness determines whether a story ends safely or not. It was November 2024 when YouTuber Homeschool Hunter brought his daughter on her first bow hunt on public walk-in land in South Dakota. They entered early, and a motion-triggered trail camera near the entrance activated, signaling to someone that they had arrived. After quietly setting up, a man suddenly pushed through the brush, claiming he needed to check the batteries on his camera.
First of all, language alert on this one. If you want to see a classic case of hunter harassment, this is it. And you can draw your own conclusions from watching this interaction, but I think he was showing terrible etiquette, and then he was gaslighting me by saying I was showing bad etiquette. And by the way, this is my daughter's first ever bow hunt for deer, and this is public hunting land in South Dakota. It's on a land called walk-in land, which is open to public hunting. And this guy had a motion sensing cell phone trail camera guarding the only entrance of this public hunting land. And I could see his camera going off early in the morning when we walked in, so he knew we were there.
With a stand already in place, he behaved as though public land belonged exclusively to him, turning the moment into a heated confrontation over hunting etiquette, territory, and who had the right to be there.
What are you doing? You didn't see anything sitting here. You can sit here. I don't care. Tree, stand up there.
This is hunter harassment.
No, it isn't. I'm checking my camera because it's getting low. You're harassment because you come in here and are fucking up my hunting area.
This is not your hunting area. This is public land. What are you talking about?
This ain't public land. This is private.
This is walk-in land.
Walk-in now.
It's walk-in land.
You're not teaching a young hunter very good etiquette.
You are hunter harassing.
No, I'm not.
I was up here hunting.
Yep, and I'm
and you came bust. I was up here hunting.
Yep, and I'm
and you came busting up here. Yeah, you can't come up here.
Getting low on battery.
I'm sitting next to it. It doesn't mean you can come up and check it. Go ahead and change it. Hop out of here.
I will.
Go ahead.
I will.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Thank you.
Not very good at hunter etiquette.
Exactly. You're up here talking in full voice, and you're complaining about my hunter etiquette. I'm hunting.
I don't care.
Well, I'm glad.
I've been hunting for so many years. Everybody's doing this to me all the time.
I get it. Well, now it's your turn, I guess, because just because other people do it to you doesn't mean you should do it to other people.
Well, then show a little etiquette. This is hunter etiquette. Look at the camera.
I can sit here.
You want me to take pictures of that? I'll take pictures of you too.
Go ahead. Doesn't bother me. I'm not doing anything illegal. You're the one who's hunter harassed.
No, I'm not. This is my camera. It was.
You should know that I'm hunting here. Then you should know that I'm up here hunting. Then I saw it going off. You knew I was here. Yes, you did. I saw the infrared going off in the dark this morning. You know it's. You know I was here. Just change your batteries and leave. Just change your batteries and leave.
So I will.
Appreciate it.
I gotta wait to teach a youngster.
Yes, it is. We're hunting on public land. Yeah. You're the one who's coming up here messing up our hunt.
There was somebody hunting here with all this stuff.
It doesn't matter if no, there's nobody else hunting here this morning.
No, not right now.
Of course not right now.
But you know where you're
just because somebody hunted here in the past means I can't hunt on public land. Give me a break. Get out of here.
In the past, it's not past. And actually, this just went into. Freddie used to have this.
I don't care if it was never public land for 1,000 years. It's public land right now. I'm hunting public land.
And
you came up here and messed with me.
Do you know which way the wind is blowing?
It doesn't matter.
Do you know which way the wind is blowing?
It doesn't matter how I hunt. I can hunt.
Here that's gonna go. They're gonna blow out.
Doesn't matter how I hunt. Doesn't matter how I hunt.
I know. Apparently, you're gonna have fun getting something.
Scrape. Never get your bow back when he's distracted, okay? Just be patient. There's no rush. I got the perfect land. Scraping away like that. Sees the decoy.
Know which way the wind is blowing?
It doesn't matter how I hunt. I can hunt.
Here, that's gonna go. They're gonna blow out.
Doesn't matter how I hunt. Doesn't matter how I hunt.
I know. Apparently.
Go ahead. Hit him. Let's just take it. Look high. Wow, buddy. That was like 15 yards. That was a fun run. Holy cow. Take your time. Shoot, buddy. I can't believe you got your bow back. Yeah. It's okay, we'll give him some time. I don't think we're gonna recover him, but we're gonna try. We're gonna leave for at least a couple hours here. Probably 5 hours and come back this afternoon. Look at the footage and look at my roster shot. That's what happens when your first deer comes out and it's a monster buck. First deer ever. Yeah, we're gonna get out of here so we don't spook anything else. Nice job. Look at this, he's coughing up blood. He's coughing it. I think we got a lung, buddy.
Despite the tension, a buck eventually came in and his daughter took her shot, transforming an unpleasant encounter into an unforgettable milestone. What should have been a simple first hunt instead revealed how quickly conflict between people can overshadow the experience itself, raising questions about how often public land disputes escalate simply because one person decides to act like an owner, and whether hunter education today should focus just as much on handling human behavior as handling wildlife. This next video unfolds in rugged wilderness, where an experienced hunter faced a moment that tested both skill and luck. He fired 3 rapid shots at a moose, each delivered with impressive accuracy. Hitting the heart is difficult on its own, but having the animal drop instantly from that distance is exceptionally rare. Encounters like this highlight how unpredictable the outdoors can be and make us wonder how much of a perfect outcome comes from expertise and how much comes down to timing and chance. In November 2020, 2 hikers on a remote trail were suddenly thrust into every outdoor enthusiast's worst fear when a black bear began trailing them. The situation escalated quickly as the animal refused to leave, shadowing them for nearly 6 tense minutes and leaving them unable to retreat safely.
We're not good. We can't do this. You have to let us go today. For the buffalo, you have to let us go. We got nothing for you. We have nothing. Give it if we had it. Hey, back. Stay. That's it. That's as far as you're going. Stop. Stop. Right now. Stop. We can't. We can't. Get together. Get us together. We'll look bigger together. We can't, man. We can't. Just stay together. Stay together. We can't. Stay together. Right, stay together at large. Let's back away from them. Let them go actually go by. Yeah. I'll smash him in the head with this rock. Hey! Go on. Go on your way. Come on. Good. It'll be your part from now on, okay? Okay, great. Yeah? Look around for a rock. Wait a second. If he hits, I gotta hit him in the head. Back. 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 Get in there. Get away from him.
I can't get around.
I know. We have to do this. Just have to keep doing this. Back.
We got nothing.
So not make eye contact. That's it, boy. That's it, boy. That's it, boy.
Come on. Let us have our way. Let us go.
Boy. Get up. Get back. Get together, Greg. We gotta look alert.
Let us go.
Stay together. As long as we look like that. Good. 2 rocks up.
Let us go. Let us go. Don't be looking like that. It's not nice.
I don't think he's gonna. Just keep her cool.
Yeah.
It's not that far back, actually. But get ready to hit him in the head. We're gonna have to knock him out. Jesus. Atta boy. Show us how you do it. Good boy. Good boy. Atta boy. Fuck's sakes, that's cool, buddy boy. You just keep doing that. You're the man. That's it, boy. Stay away from me, though. Stay away. Stay away. Okay, keep together. Sure. This guy will alert us in a second. Go throw that rock if you have to. It's our lives here. Yeah, look at beware of wildlife. Use at own risk. Holy shit. Hey. Atta boy, big guy. Beautiful. Atta boy. Atta boy. Atta boy.
They attempted to keep the animal at bay, staying side by side and trying not to provoke it as it advanced, circled, and hesitated. The animal eventually began to lose interest and drift away, but only after repeatedly testing their resolve and keeping them moments away from a dangerous confrontation. This encounter highlights the importance of wildlife awareness and safety. Bears can be unpredictable, territorial, and quick to react without warning, which is why rangers constantly advise hikers to keep their distance and remain vigilant. The hikers handled the situation as well as anyone could. They stayed close, made their presence known, avoided sudden motions, and understood basic bear behavior. Their preparedness likely prevented tragedy. What had begun as a quiet hike through scenic terrain turned into a potentially deadly encounter in an instant, simply because they crossed paths with the wrong animal at the wrong moment. Hold on a sec. If you're enjoying this so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's continue. In 2019, a group of mountain bikers on Seymour Mountain set out for their first run on a Black Diamond Trail, unaware that their ride was about to become a frantic run for safety. They had chosen a demanding technical route they had never tried before, with no idea where the sharp drops or hazardous obstacles were hidden. What began as an exciting attempt at a new trail quickly shifted the moment they realized something was coming down after them.
Yeah, they're chasing us. I think I'm scared to look back. Yeah, yes. Go. Go. He totally was running down the trail.
So I got a little look back right there. I didn't see the bear and it gave me a little bit of relief. I'm like, all right, I think we lost. as we come around the corner here and go down this rock face and stop, from when I stop to when the bear shows up, it's maybe 7 seconds. So you can see that he wasn't far behind us the whole way down the trail.
Whoa. We all just have to put our bikes up in front of us? Yeah. That's here. Oh. Okay, go. No. I know we all stand and put our bikes up. We gotta stay together. We all be big. Get out of here! Good! Ah! Keep it back. Hey! Hey! Oh, he's followed us for a while.
I just want to like walk backwards down the trail. I don't want one.
I see him still.
We slowly just. Hey! You out here, bear? He's going up. He's still there.
Now he's taking off. Now he's going around. Now it's at my bow.
Still there. Just to the left now. Oh, his throat's tired.
Slowly walk. Stay together.
No fun.
No. Yeah. Oh, he'll do some damage.
Bear?
He chased us.
Run away from a bear.
He chased for like a kilometer.
Yeah, that was a while.
Is he coming yet?
Still there. Yeah, maybe we're just hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish we could just like don't give a fuck.
No.
Oh, I don't see a big black mass.
No. There he is, he's coming.
Oh, we're gonna pedal?
Alright, we gonna pedal or no? If you just say stop, stop. He can run faster, we can ride.
I know, that's the problem. We need to get to like the main road.
Yeah. Yeah, walk together.
You think you can ride down across the road?
Should we, I have a bar in my backpack, so I just drop it.
Oh, it's up to the easy?
Yeah.
Like following.
Yeah. I don't see him. Okay. It's not TNT, it's the bear trail.
Bear must be listening to AC/DC on repeat.
The bear stayed close behind them the entire way, circling and reappearing no matter how carefully they backed away. After nearly a kilometer of being followed, it finally wandered off, leaving the group shaken and done with that trail for good. This footage is a stark reminder that even skilled mountain bikers can suddenly find themselves at risk when traveling through bear country. The mix of unfamiliar terrain and a determined predator created a dangerous situation, one that could have taken a far worse turn if a rider had fallen, or if they had met the bear in a tighter section of the trail. One winter night, Gary Reed stepped out into the deep snow behind his property with nothing but a camera and a recording dish, no flashlight, after his neighbor reported terrifying screams echoing through the woods. What he initially assumed were children playing turned out to be something far more unsettling. The incident began when his neighbor Tom texted him about a backyard fire. Gary walked onto his deck to take a picture and decline the invitation, but that's when he heard it. Piercing, human-like screams cutting through the cold air. At first, he assumed Tom's kids were outside, but then another message arrived. Tom had heard the sounds too, and he was certain they weren't coyotes. When Gary returned home to review his footage, he discovered something deeply disturbing.
I found one of our old skidoo trails right here, so it's kind of packed. I can walk here.
So there's the fire over Tom's place. They're pretty loud over there, so I don't know if that's gonna pollute my recordings. If this thing starts up again, you'll know it was loud. I could hear it from the deck. It was like kids screaming and playing. Or fighting. I thought maybe they were fighting too. So I'm not sure what this is. It could be an animal. But I would sure love to get a recording tonight. There goes the neighbor's dog. Last time the screaming was happening, the dog was barking as well. I've got the parabolic dish turned on. So it's been 20 minutes. I haven't heard anything. It's been quite a while. I haven't heard the dog anymore. I'm 300 yards behind Tom's house where they're having the fire right now. I've just been sitting here quietly. There goes the dog again now. You don't think the parabolic dish is heavy and this camera is heavy until you hold it for about 10 minutes. My arms were like rubber. I had to set them both down. It's frustrating. I can't believe I heard that from my deck. I just thought because they were having the fire that the kids were outside playing or fighting. I should have known better. I gotta turn the dish back on. I can hear whistling. I can't tell where it's coming from. I can hear it right now.
Half of the video files had vanished. They weren't damaged or unreadable. They were simply missing from the camcorder entirely. In all his years of filming, he had never seen equipment fail like that. Combined with the unexplained screams, the vanishing files, and the inexplicable appearance of previously lost gear, it was clear something strange had occurred in those woods. And to this day, no one has been able to explain what was making those sounds on that cold winter night. In December 2018, Darren from Darren's Northern Life was out hunting on the final day of Manitoba's deer rifle season, when another hunter's reckless behavior nearly ended his life. Around 3:30 p.m., he headed to a spot he'd visited many times before. That year, 2 major snowstorms had hit the region, shifting deer movement patterns and pushing them closer to reliable food sources. As Darren walked the field edge before settling into position, he noticed something unsettling. A a vehicle parked nearby with its hazard lights flashing, able to take a safe or clear shot. Darren acknowledged the violation.
Oh my goodness, that bullet just came over my head. Sounded like a hit though. You freaking idiot. Oh. Man, I wish there were some bigger trees here. This guy's gonna frickin' kill me. He's shooting right towards me. Oh my goodness. Okay, at least there's some trees between us now. Idiot. Oh, that's exciting.
When legal hunting time ended at 6:18 p.m., Darren made up his mind. He was going to get the license plate and confront whoever had been carelessly shooting toward him. The encounter is a stark example of why hunting safety is absolutely critical. Every year, hunters are injured or killed not by wildlife, but by the irresponsibility of other people.
How much, self?
How much? Taking pictures of the license plate. Is something wrong? Everything all right?
Somebody shot at me. I got on video. Literally, a bullet came flipping right over my head.
Two shots earlier, right?
Yeah.
Like around 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
Where
Somebody
were you?
walking down the edge of Huggins Field here.
Yeah, there was a guy walking on the end of the trail here.
I was on the far side. Somebody walked down this side here, and freaking bullet. I seen a deer came out, and I seen the guy walking. And sure enough, boom! You can. It's probably on video too. You can hear the bullet just.
No shit. Well, it wasn't us. We're over.
No, the first shot wasn't a hit because it half a mile later it was still way up in the air. It sounded like a hit. I know it sure sounded like it.
It did ever. Yeah.
Anyways.
It did sound like a hit. I was like, well, that was a hit. And then not too long after, another shot.
Darren survived, but the sound of bullets cutting the air over his head, the chilling hiss of danger passing by, would likely stay with him. The season ended, but not in the way he expected. Instead of a successful hunt, he walked away with a frightening reminder that sometimes the biggest threat in the woods isn't nature, it's other humans. This footage recounts the ordeal of two indigenous hunters, Frank and Donald, during a trip into the mountains of Alberta, Canada, an outing neither realized would end with only one survivor. At the start of their hunt, the two split up, choosing separate spots along the river valley to watch the game trails from elevated stands. As daylight faded, Frank began noticing strange noises echoing from the forest and started filming what he was hearing. The recording picked up loud impacts and heavy breaks, as if something was striking wood nearby. When Frank climbed down from his stand, the sounds intensified.
Sounds like something's hacking away at a tree. I'm getting down.
Following the noise, he noticed what looked like a downed tree farther ahead. Growing uneasy, he decided to leave on his ATV and meet up with Donald before nightfall. But when he reached Donald's stand, he realized something was very wrong.
Dawn.
Donald was gone, and the same disturbing noises had followed Frank to this new spot, now mixed with an even more alarming tone.
Shit, man. Just heard something again.
Although he briefly wondered if it was a joke, the continuous sounds drove him back toward his ATV, hoping to run into Donald along the way. Instead, things worsened when his ATV suddenly wouldn't start.
Hey! Is that you?
With no working vehicle, Frank had no option but to continue on foot through the dark forest as the mysterious noises kept closing in behind him.
Out of here.
While moving quickly through the terrain, he stumbled upon a chilling scene. Suggesting that something else had been out there with them. Not long after, Frank found additional traces hinting at a deliberate presence.
What the hell is this?
A makeshift shelter constructed from snapped branches and woven twigs. He didn't stay to inspect it as the earlier noises began approaching again. For several minutes he ran blindly through the darkness, unable to increase the distance between himself and whatever was pursuing him. With no clear way to escape, Frank prepared to confront it, an action that nearly cost him his life.
Thing is stalking me, whatever it is.
He attempted to defend himself, missed, and was quickly overpowered. Pinned by the unidentified attacker, he could only pretend to be lifeless. The camera then showed Frank's body being dragged across the snowy ridge for what felt like an eternity. Hours later, he regained awareness inside what appeared to be the creature's den. structure resembled the wooden formations he had seen earlier near the valley, surrounded by smaller versions of the same design. Disturbingly, these were decorated with bones and decaying remains. Nearby, he came across a small display containing what looked like the body of a young creature. Understanding the danger, he fled the area and eventually made it back toward the river valley where they had begun their hunt. There, he found what was left of Donald. The two had entered the mountains together, but only one came down alive. Donald was never seen again. What exactly confronted Frank and Donald that night? A violent individual hiding deep in the wilderness? A known predator roaming the Alberta mountains? And how Frank managed to escape at all remains uncertain. This story doesn't appear to be finished. Hold on a sec. If you're enjoying this so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's continue. Muskrat, from Muskrat Outdoors, and his wife Cindy were checking their bear bait station when they noticed an old path they'd never seen before. What they found along it raised unsettling questions about whoever left it behind. After following the trail, they discovered a metal container hanging from a tree. At first, it appeared to be a barrel used for trapping, but it turned out to be an old milk can, its lid still sealed.
Come across something here extremely strange. I'm not really sure what to make of this. It's, we found an old trail here. We walked down the trail, and here hanging in this tree here, right underneath that pole, was what I thought was a barrel that was probably used as a martin box. What it turned out to be is an old milk can. And stranger yet, the lid was on it. I pulled the lid off of it. And look at this. What in the world? Why would anybody... That's a pine marten. It's all been skinned and stretched. This is a coyote. Looks like several coyotes.
Inside was a disturbing sight. A stretched pine marten pelt. More fur followed. By the time they emptied the container, they had pulled out the remains of multiple animals. Martens, coyotes, a fox, and 2 badgers. All of them had been fully prepared for sale, dried and fleshed, then stuffed into the can and suspended in the woods. The couple estimated the location to be roughly 25 miles from the nearest home or town. Even in a poor season, the value of the furs was significant, making it baffling why anyone would abandon them.
Okay, this is really strange. I don't understand any of this. This old milk can here that was hanging in this tree. It was right here. Like there's part of the wire it was hanging on. Just kind of up underneath this tree here. That milk can Had a coyote in it, 2 marten that were loose, a fox with a marten that was stuffed inside of the fox, so 3 marten, a fox, a coyote, and 2 badgers. They've been here a long time. They've turned green and moldy, but they're all stretched, flesh, dried, ready for sale, stuffed into a milk can tied to a tree. In the middle of nowhere. This spot here is probably, I'm guessing 25 miles from the closest town or house. There's, let's see, 20, 40, 60, 80, there's at least $100 worth of furs there, even on a bad year. And why would you go through that much effort and then just leave it there, tied to a tree?
Questions quickly mounted. Why would a trapper leave an entire season's worth of work tied to a tree? Why hide the pelts in a milk can instead of taking them to market? And perhaps most disturbing, what stopped them from returning?
Kinda don't feel right just leaving these critters laying in the woods, but they're not good for nothing, and I don't know. What a waste. The marten were skinned with the feet on. That's kind of time consuming, getting those little toe bones out of there. We don't have that many badger in this area. Almost like he got them someplace else.
The marten were skinned in a labor-intensive way, and the area typically had few badgers, suggesting the pelts might have been brought in from elsewhere. After so many years, they were now worthless, leaving the couple unsure what to do next. Before leaving the site, Muskrat noticed something else that unsettled him even more.
Actually, really kind of strange, but I don't know if I believe in the whole Bigfoot tree structure things, but this one is a little weird. Actually, somebody was cutting some of this up for firewood, but it's a very strange stack, the way they've got it all tangled in this tree.
Nearby logs had been woven into the surrounding branches in a pattern he couldn't explain. Some pieces looked as if they'd been cut for firewood, yet the overall arrangement seemed unnatural. When the video was posted, viewers began sharing similar accounts, stories of trappers and hunters who vanished in remote regions, some eventually discovered by chance, others never found. One detail troubled many who watched. If the trapper had suffered an accident or become lost, why was the milk can hung so deliberately, secured with care? The milk can is now in Muskrat's possession, but none of the questions raised that day have been answered. In this footage, a hunter records an encounter with what he refers to as a zombie deer.
Something is wrong with this doe. She let me get very close. Then I noticed she's losing hair. There's also a sore at the base of her tail. And she's drooling.
Something is clearly wrong with the doe. She allows an unusually close approach, is missing patches of hair, has a wound near her tail, and appears to be drooling. In a wilderness filled with predators, prey animals typically flee instantly at any sign of danger. Yet this one remains motionless, staring blankly as he nears. What's shown here isn't fiction, it's real, and more unsettling than any horror story. The deer displays symptoms consistent with chronic wasting disease, or CWD, a fatal neurological disorder spreading rapidly through deer populations across North America. Other hunters online have reported similar encounters. The condition creates several recognizable signs. Affected animals often lose their instinctive fear, remaining still when they should escape.
Back up.
Some infected deer lose coordination, moving erratically, circling, or stumbling. As the disease advances, they suffer extreme weight loss, deteriorating even when food is available.
Hi.
The speed at which CWD spreads is what makes it especially alarming, transmitting through direct contact and contaminated surroundings. Because of this, wildlife officials have increased monitoring and encouraged hunters to submit samples for testing to prevent larger outbreaks. The term zombie deer may sound like something invented for entertainment, but the reality behind it is far more disturbing. Two hunters notice a bear resting in a tree and decide the moment is right to take the shot. One steadies his aim and fires 3 times in quick succession. The impact finally sends the bear crashing to the forest floor.
Basically, you're going to shoot him right there behind that arm, right here. Aim just a hair high, right there. Bust him in his lungs. Huh? You ready? Do your thing. Immediately rechamber and get ready for second. Ready?
Holy! Stop shooting!
In Romania, a group of friends driving through a forest unexpectedly encountered a bear. One person threw food toward the animal, and at first it appeared calm as it began eating. Without warning, the bear suddenly charged, causing the person filming to recoil in shock.
No.
When the camera steadied again, the bear was already running away. The moment highlights how quickly wildlife encounters can turn dangerous, especially when animals are fed. It raises an important question. Was this a harmless scare, or a warning of how easily such encounters can end much worse? Two friends were fishing when a nearby gunshot echoed through the area. They continued at first, until a bullet suddenly struck their boat and ricocheted across the deck, narrowly missing a foot.
Holy sh! Stop shooting! Hey! Hey! You shot my boat! It hit my boat!
Reviewing the footage later showed just how close it came to a serious injury. If the boat had shifted even slightly, the result could have been far worse, leaving one unsettling question about how quickly a calm outing can turn dangerous. A Reddit user known as Sagfo shared eerie footage from a forest walk after 2 a.m., where disturbing screams echoed through the darkness. sounds were enough to send him running, ending the walk immediately. Whether it was an animal, a person, or something else remains unknown, leaving the question of what was truly making those sounds in the woods. A Reddit user in Switzerland shared footage from a late-night walk through the forest. Moments later, eerie, childlike screams echo through the trees, abruptly breaking the silence. The uploader ruled out foxes as a possible cause, leaving no clear explanation. What made those sounds in the darkness remains an unsettling question. A 34-year-old veteran and hunter shared footage from scouting a hunting area in Kentucky, where he had placed a trail camera to track wildlife. The camera first captured images of a large buck, but the activity suddenly stopped despite the device still functioning. When he reviewed the final image, he noticed a pale, human-like figure standing in the forest shadows, its appearance deeply unsettling. The discovery made him leave the area entirely, prompting speculation over whether it was a visual anomaly, another person, or something unexplained, raising the question of what caused the woods to fall silent so abruptly. A Reddit user was recording a fearless tour guide during a wildlife demonstration when the situation suddenly turned dangerous.
They bring 100% back out here, they only bring 20% back. Boots, shoes, purses, wallets, watch bands, meats at restaurants, things of that nature. Try to drop your GoPro, baby.
As the guide leaned toward the water, an alligator unexpectedly clamped down on his hand. Remarkably, he pulled away calmly, showing no visible injury or panic. Unlike typical attacks that escalate into a violent death roll, the encounter ended almost immediately, as if something disrupted the animal's response. Whether it was the guide's experience, timing, or pure luck, the moment raises a chilling question about what prevented the attack from becoming fatal. While hunting alone in a remote Canadian forest, a man was filming his outing when the calm suddenly broke. A black bear charged toward him as he stood armed with only a bow, but after a tense moment, it retreated. The encounter ended safely, leaving one question: what made the bear stop just in time? While checking a trail camera in the woods, a hunter noticed something unsettling. One image shows a figure with cougar-like eyes and a disturbingly human face. Some believe it could be a cryptid, while others say it's a person distorted by lighting or perspective, leaving the question of what the camera truly captured unanswered. While out in the wilderness, a hunter recorded footage of an unusual and dangerous natural event. The video shows a towering column of fire spiraling upward like a tornado, driven by intense heat, wind, and smoke from a wildfire. Known as a fire tornado, the phenomenon forms when extreme fires create their own rotating airflow, leaving destruction in their wake. The hunter narrowly escaped when the vortex suddenly changed direction, avoiding a potentially fatal outcome. It raises a chilling question. How often do these rare firestorms form without warning, and how many go unseen until it's too late? While hunting alone in the woods at dusk, a man began noticing an unusual atmosphere around him.
I want you to hear this. I'm going to turn the camera around so you can hear a little better. Just a minute. Like I said, I'm quite a long ways away from the gifting rock. So why are we hearing that out here, a mile away? I'm gonna try to ask the farmer that owns this property if he's ever heard this sound before.
Soon after, he recorded a series of strange, continuous noises echoing through the area, sounds unlike anything he had encountered before. Despite his outdoor experience, he couldn't identify the source, and believed the noise may have been driving nearby deer away. With no clear explanation and the sounds never fully understood, the footage leaves an open question. What was making that noise so deep in the woods, and why did it seem so out of place? After spending the day in the forest, a man returned home and began washing his car, expecting nothing out of the ordinary. That's when he discovered a snake hidden inside the vehicle, its patterned skin blending almost perfectly with the interior. Realizing it had likely been there while he was driving made the situation even more unsettling. The moment raises a chilling question. How long had the snake been inside the car, and what could have happened if it had revealed itself sooner? While hunting in the woods at night, a man noticed something unusual in the darkness. He filmed a massive spider dragging a mouse across the forest floor, keeping his distance out of caution. The brief encounter leaves a chilling question about what else moves unseen in the wild after dark. In 2006, two brothers were camping in a remote area of British Columbia when they noticed something unusual moving in the distance.
Quick, stay back!
At first, they assumed it was a bear, but as the dark figure continued walking, its shape and movement didn't match what they expected, prompting them to leave the area immediately.
Okay, this is where we were when we just saw 15 minutes ago a live, I don't know, some sort of humanoid thing, I don't know. We're in the Enchanted Forest at Tofino, right by that tree over there. Over there. Yeah, that one. We saw it. Let's go see if we can, I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, shit. Okay. Come on, guys. Okay, right here. Come check the ground. I don't know. Maybe, God. Wait, come here. Come here. Look at that. This is, he ran backwards, right? Over there. See, that could be a possible footprint. I don't know. Could be. Like, look. Yeah, like any footprint.
When they later returned, they discovered large footprints pressed into the ground, appearing far bigger than those of any known animal. While some believe the figure may have been an unusually large black bear, the size and shape of the tracks left lingering doubts, raising the question of what the brothers truly encountered in the forest that night. A woman living near a forest noticed her dog suddenly fleeing in fear from an open field, prompting her to investigate. There, she saw a pale, humanoid figure standing motionless, its movements slow and unsettling. After briefly vanishing, the figure appeared again, partially hidden in tall grass as if silently watching her. With no clear explanation and the encounter ending as suddenly as it began, the question remains: what was truly standing in that field, and why did it return? While driving home through a remote mountain area, a Reddit user took a photo without noticing anything unusual. Later, a strange figure appeared near a house in the image, sparking questions about whether it was a person or something unexplained. Even with possible explanations, the photo remains deeply unsettling. While hunting alone in the woods, a man suddenly heard strange, eerie grunting sounds echoing through the area. Unable to identify the source, he was left wondering whether the noises came from wildlife, or if something far more unsettling was lurking nearby. While searching for wildlife in the Australian outback, a man noticed something unusual and decided to film it. The footage shows a mysterious figure with glowing white eyes, prompting speculation that it could be a yowie, a cryptid often compared to Bigfoot. Witnesses describe the yowie as having jerky movements, a large forehead, and an ability to vanish when observed. Although the man wasn't certain of what he saw, he couldn't find a logical explanation, leaving the question of what truly appeared in the outback unanswered. Lux Yi was investigating a reportedly haunted cemetery when something unexpected appeared on camera.
Acá pueden corroborar que hay un animal, miren, un animal muerto también. Los guarichos que se hacen acá en esta zona. ¿Lo puede levantar, por favor? Sí. Allá atrás se puede apreciar, no sé si alcanza la toma de mi celular, porque mi celular es un celular muy bajo en resolución. Pero bueno, vamos a caminar a ver.
As the group moved through the area, a small white figure was seen slowly moving through tall grass before fleeing out of sight.
No, esto de no creer, esto de no creer, vamos. Corran.
They managed to capture one final glimpse of it on video, though its shape and movement remained unclear. With no confirmed explanation and the footage offering only brief visuals, the identity of the figure remains unknown, leaving viewers to wonder whether it was an animal, a visual anomaly, or something far more unusual. After hearing strange voices near his farm, a man decided to investigate late one night. Near a tree, he spotted a silent figure standing motionless and staring in his direction, unmoving even when illuminated by a flashlight. Too frightened to approach, he watched from a distance as it remained there until morning, only to vanish without a trace. Whether it was a person, an illusion, or something unexplained remains uncertain, leaving the encounter deeply unsettling. A hunter placed a trail camera in rural Michigan to monitor wildlife in the area. While reviewing the footage, he noticed a peaceful animal in the foreground, but in the background, a large dark figure stood motionless in the shadows, clearly not part of the landscape. In the next frame, the figure was gone without explanation. Whether it was a person, an animal, or something more unusual remains unclear, leaving viewers to question what the camera briefly captured. A Russian YouTuber decided to feed a wild bear through the window of his cabin late at night, turning a casual moment into a dangerous one. As the bear eagerly reached inside, its massive paw and long, sharp claws became clearly visible, showing just how close things came to going wrong. The group waited until the bear finally moved away before closing the window, knowing it could easily return looking for more food. The encounter raises a serious question. How quickly can curiosity turn into real danger when wild animals lose their fear of humans? After driving home from a hunting trip, a man noticed a bear standing by the roadside and slowed down to observe it. Without warning, the startled animal suddenly charged toward him, forcing the man to scramble onto his car for safety. The encounter ended without injury to either side, but the moment highlights how quickly curiosity can turn into danger when wildlife feels threatened. A hunter received a motion alert from a porch camera at his remote cabin and decided to review the footage. What appeared next was unusual, a dark mist drifting out from the cabin, followed by a bright light aimed toward the nearby woods. With no streetlights or obvious light sources in the area, the clip quickly sparked debate. Some believe it could be smoke or a camera artifact, while others question whether something far more unusual triggered the alert. A Reddit user and a friend decided to film their walk through the woods after sensing something strange during a hunt. At the time, the outing seemed normal and uneventful. Later, while reviewing the footage, they noticed a faint, ghostly figure that neither of them recalled seeing. The unexpected detail has left viewers questioning what the camera captured that night. While hiking with his dog in Michigan's Huron National Forest, a man sensed something was wrong when an eerie sound echoed through the trees.
What the hell that is over there?
Moments later, terrifying cries rang out from deep in the woods, growing louder as his dog moved toward the source. Realizing the potential danger, the man chose to leave the area immediately, later questioning what kind of creature could have made such chilling noises. A Reddit user later reviewed a photo taken at Devil's Den in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, captured on July 3, 2022. At the time, Nothing unusual was noticed, and there were no other people or light sources in the area. Only afterward did a strange human-like apparition appear in the image, sparking speculation about a possible paranormal presence at the historic site. What exactly was caught in the photo remains unclear. Hunter Michael Green recorded footage in North Carolina's Uwharrie National Forest that he believes shows Bigfoot captured on a thermal camera. The video reveals a large figure moving between trees, though the low image quality makes identification difficult. Green argues the size and movement support his claim, but without clearer evidence, what the camera truly recorded remains open to debate. While exploring deep in the forest to observe wildlife, a woman noticed something unexpected in the distance and began recording. The footage shows a large, blurry figure that some believe resembles Bigfoot, with particular attention drawn to its unusually white-looking feet. While a few viewers are convinced it's genuine, others argue it could simply be a person in a suit. Without clearer footage, what she actually encountered in the woods remains uncertain. While looking for wildlife in a Canadian forest, a man noticed something unusual and began recording. A strange humanoid figure appeared crouched among the trees. Briefly gesturing as if signaling before vanishing moments later. With nothing else seen that day, the footage leaves an unsettling question about what was really there. YouTuber Big Dill claims something large and aggressive has been moving through the forest behind his cabin, prompting him to document the area late one night.
You see that tree right there, that fern, right there, fern, and then there's a bunch of other ferns all around. And then it gets more dense as you go back. But what happens is this creature comes up against this fence, and it jumps this fence. And it was standing, we think, right in this where I'm standing right now. And my friend's inside right now. I'm getting this footage.
While filming near a fence he believes the creature crosses, a sudden, chilling howl breaks the silence. Moments later, a pair of glowing eyes can be seen watching from deep within the trees.
And did you just fucking hear that? That was fucking it. Oh. Fuck this, I'm out.
Whether the eyes belong to a wild animal, a trick of light, or something far more unsettling remains unclear, leaving viewers to wonder what might be roaming just beyond the fence. While trekking along a high-altitude trail, hikers detected something unusual beneath the snow.
I got a very strong signal. What? What? What the heck is that thing?
What they uncovered appeared to be a strange dead creature, sparking speculation about a possible Yeti. Whether it was real or staged remains a mystery. A hunter shared footage from a trail camera placed deep in the woods, captured late at night. The video shows a faint, human-like shape moving slowly between the trees in complete darkness. If it was a person, it's unclear how they could navigate the forest so easily at that hour. But if it wasn't, the footage raises a far more unsettling question about what was really out there. Christopher was driving through a remote desert in an unnamed Arabic-speaking country when he noticed a solitary figure ahead.
I think that's a German owner or common owner, or is it
As he approached, it appeared to be a woman, leading him to turn back to offer help. Moments later, she had vanished completely, despite the open terrain offering nowhere to hide. Some suggest it was a mirage caused by distance and heat, while others believe it was something far more unusual, raising the question of what he truly encountered in the desert. That's all for tonight's video. Which encounter gave you chills? Let us know in the comments below. Got your own experience? We want to hear it. And whatever you do, don't miss what's coming next.
Oh my god. Look at that! Oh my god!
On July 13, 2025, deep inside the rain-soaked wet woodland of New England, Marlo from Explore With Me. Marlo C. begins what should have been another peaceful solo wild camp. Her channel usually captures calm nights, simple routines, and quiet forest moments. But tonight, the woods feel different, unusually heavy, unusually silent. Before dawn, a series of unsettling sounds will push her to break a rule she has never broken on any trip before.
Today, we're in the Atipa voyage. It's coming up on 7:30. I'm gonna just take a little woodland walk. It's pretty out here. It's coming up on 11 o'clock. Good night, guys. Thought I heard like footsteps or something. I've had an uneasy feeling all night. Hello? You ever get that uneasy feeling and you don't know why? I mean, I feel like I'm in like a safe area, but I don't know.
As the night settles and rain taps steadily against the tent, Marlo winds down after a simple meal and a quiet walk through the woods. Then a sudden crack cuts through the calm, a single sharp sound that freezes her in place. She listens closely, waiting for the forest to offer an explanation. But the silence that follows feels heavier than before. Something in the dark is only just beginning to reveal itself.
Maybe we should just take a walk or something and check it out. I've never bailed on a camp. I mean, it's crossing my mind. I've never bailed on a camp, whether it was a regular camp, a stealth camp, or a wild camp. So, oh man, I don't feel like getting out. Hello? Do you just ever get that feeling that you're being watched? I don't mean by like, you know, animals or wildlife or anything like that, but you just get that eerie feeling. That's the feeling I'm getting. And I could have sworn I heard like, you know that when like a branch sort of breaks from like a footstep? That's kind of what I thought I heard. Yeah, my heart's racing and everything. I don't know, guys. I don't know what to do.
The quiet breaks again, this time deeper, slower, deliberate. Marlo feels the shift instantly, an uneasy sense that something stands just beyond the thin fabric of her tent. The pattern doesn't resemble rain or wind, and every pause tightens the air around her. She considers checking outside, but instinct pushes back harder than curiosity, and that instinct begins steering the rest of the night.
I am out. Oh, sorry I didn't film that. I've never taken down a tent at night before. I've never, ever taken down a tent at night before, and it is not fun, especially a wet one. I've never bailed a camp, but I've just got that like negative energy feel or vibe or whatever it is, and I could have sworn I heard like a crunch of a footstep, or it's just eye shine from an animal right back there. Have you ever gotten that feeling? It's definitely something that you feel like deep in the pit of your stomach. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I'm not sure. I know I heard something, and by the time, of course, when you get the camera on, you know, you hear the tail end of it or nothing at all. I can't, and I wouldn't even be able to fall asleep. You know how you get nervous and stuff like that. You wouldn't be able to fall asleep. If you have that kind of a feeling, or you have a negative feeling or an unsafe feeling, then I think the best bet would be to leave.
Unease finally becomes certainty. Marlo makes the rare decision to break camp in the middle of the night, quietly packing her gear under the rain. The walkout is fast and tense, each step pressed by the feeling of not being alone in the woods. Once inside her car, she sums it up simply: when something feels wrong out here, it's safer to leave than wait for answers that may never come. Viewers believe her instincts reacted to something real, perhaps a person wandering nearby, wildlife moving oddly, or a presence choosing to stay hidden. Most agree the unease was justified. If the forest wasn't empty, then what moved around her tent? And why did it fall silent the moment she decided to leave? Hold on a sec. If you're enjoying this so far, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's continue. On May 18th, 2025, deep inside a remote desert canyon once buried beneath the ancient Sea of Cortez, solo van lifer Lydia Rico set out to document another chapter of her off-grid travels. Her channel follows quiet, ASMR-styled journeys, often peaceful, sometimes risky. But on this trip, far from signal towers and paved roads, a simple mistake would leave her stranded in a place where heat, silence, and isolation become their own kind of threat.
Alright, I just got stuck. 20 psi right now.
She started by airing down her tires manually, trying to make up for the lost tools she normally relied on. As she pushed deeper into the canyon, steep walls and shifting sand reminded her how easily this terrain can turn dangerous. Yet she continued forward, unaware of how quickly the desert would test her patience next. And soon the quiet road narrowed to a costly mistake.
Oh, that's what happens when you're about to get stuck. Alright, I just got stuck. I was trying to camp right here in the back tire. I stopped before it's getting worse. I'm stuck right now. So I'm gonna have to dig myself out and hopefully getting out really easily. Damn it. God, please hit me. Yes, 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 yes. Let's go, baby. Ah.
While searching for a place to camp, the van sank into soft sand, stopping her instantly. One recovery board wasn't enough, and each attempt only proved how badly the ground wanted to hold her in place. Heat, fatigue, and frustration built with every shovel of sand she moved aside. But the desert wasn't finished tightening its grip.
I made that.
She tried again. 2 boards, deeper digging. lower tire pressure, anything that might give the van a chance. After several tense pushes, the wheels finally lifted free, snapping her out of the stress that had followed her since the first slip. Exhausted but relieved, she drove back onto firm ground and allowed herself a moment to breathe, knowing she'd narrowly avoided a much worse night alone in the canyon. Comments reflect how isolation magnifies danger. One wrong move in soft sand becomes a real survival test. If the rescue had failed, how long could she have endured alone in that silent canyon? On August 1st, 2025, the Nevada desert becomes the setting for a journey long imagined by Tyler from Independence Overland, a channel known for overlanding adventures and remote camps across the American West. This time, he and a friend travel toward the edge of Area 51, following old reports, modern rumors, and a childhood curiosity that refuses to fade. Out there, beneath empty skies, they soon learn the desert rarely leaves travelers truly alone.
With at least some of our tourist duties out of the way, we've made it onto the dirt that surrounds the mysterious Area 51.
Did you guys hear that? That was a sonic boom from them testing aircraft. Like I felt it in my chest. Like someone kicked me. You see the truck?
Yeah, that's one of the camo dudes
that are watching, and we can't go past this sign.
Yeah, this isn't the gate I thought it was.
We have made it to the perimeter of Area 51, and this is Groom Lake Road. And if you look behind me, there's an F-150 sitting up on the hillside. And basically they just have people that wait to make sure nobody's crossing lines and stuff, because it does happen quite often. We're not looking to do anything like that. We're gonna respect all the boundaries. I'm not trying to do anything stupid here. We did hear a sonic boom. I'm hoping we don't hear any of those in the middle of the night. They're doing all sorts of testing out here, so who knows what we're gonna see or hear. I think now we're gonna get out here and try to find us a campsite.
As expected, the security that protects the perimeter of the base hasn't lost track of us. We're positioned where they can't see us from their perch, but they're making sure to let us know that we haven't gone unnoticed.
It is funny how they just like nose in and just sit there and stare at you. It's like a weird intimidation thing.
As they approached Groom Lake Road, the landscape shifted from open desert to a place marked only by warning signs and long silence. Then, parked high on a distant ridge, they spotted the white trucks, security personnel known as the Camo Dudes, watching without moving, their presence unmistakable even at a distance. Tyler and his team stayed on public land, but the gaze from above didn't waver. And once night fell, the desert revealed something stranger still.
Intensely bright blue and red stationary lights were shining above these clouds right until I grabbed my camera. We could tell by the intensity of these lights that whatever it was relatively close, but none of us can see it with the naked eye. Zooming in on the footage, however, exposes two what looked to be triangular-shaped craft, and these were making no noise and they were not moving.
The whole thing with this story is that it is obviously not created by us, but it doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't created here. I don't know what it is. I don't think anybody who's watching this video actually knows what it is.
As exciting as this spot has been, we want to see the main gate, so into the climate control of the trucks and on to our next destination, a place that we will absolutely, positively see an alien.
So yeah, we stopped at the Little Alien to eat, and they were not allowing filming inside. There's a bunch of signs everywhere. We're gonna make our way to the other gate.
Perhaps my mind was a little too adventurous when determining where the main gate might be, because our last option is straight down the widest and most maintained dirt road that we've come across. Seeing the main gate of one of the most secretive places in the United States, if not the entire world, was incredible to see. But with how locked off this place is, our time is better spent heading into the trails to see if we can set up for the night to observe the sky.
When darkness settled across Delamar, their cameras captured what their eyes struggled to see. Two colored lights suspended against the cloud line. They hovered without drifting, without pulsing, as if anchored to a point far beyond the ridges. Through zoom, the shape looked triangular, its edges softened by distance, its movement non-existent. Even the skeptic in the group had no quick explanation. But the most unsettling moment came on their final night in the open desert.
Which direction was the base?
It's that way.
Tonight, we are far enough off the beaten path and far enough away from any gates that we don't have to worry about any unexpected visitors. But we're still close enough to the base that we can look up and wonder what kind of technology could be flying around up there.
It started way over here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was like here, and it went like up, and then it stopped, and then it started moving this way.
Yeah, 90 degrees.
You light it up again with that laser?
We all saw glimpses of unconventional lights in the sky on this trip. And whether they're man-made or not, it's exactly what we wanted to see while visiting Area 51.
Camping miles from any town, they watched a lone light rise sharply above the horizon, pause, then shift direction at a precise right angle. Too abrupt for a plane, too controlled for drifting debris. It glided, stopped, and moved again before fading into the star field. When the desert quieted once more, Caleb admitted the trip had changed his perspective, leaving all of them with more questions than answers. Some viewers believe the team was being observed the entire time, citing the camo dudes and the unexplained aerial motion. Others suggest these lights could reflect classified testing, visible only to those camped close enough to notice. If these lights appeared on nights they were watching, how many passed unnoticed on nights they weren't? And beyond those ridgelines, who else was looking back across the desert darkness? On November 9th, 2025, the creator behind Dead Appalachia traveled to a remote off-grid cabin deep in eastern Ohio. His goal was direct, yet unsettling. Break every rule of Appalachia and see what answered back. What began as a folklore experiment slowly shifted into something more instinctive, where darkness, silence, and old stories shaped the night around him.
Bench? Oh man, this is looking cool. All right, here's the cave. Huh. Ah! Oh, thorns, just thorns. I'm jumpy right now, man. Okay. Huh, interesting. Not much of a cave as much as it is an overhang, huh? Let's see down here, maybe there's a bigger opening. I'm honestly kind of worried I'm gonna come across a bear who's just trying to chill. That'd be my luck. Kind of just an overhang, not much of a cave. I was expecting something like Minecraft, I guess. But this is still pretty cool. Maybe I'll come back out here once the nighttime comes and see if anything gets me for breaking the rules. What the? I think I accidentally turned on my spirit box when I was trying to open up my gear pouch. That scared the hell out of me. I'm not gonna lie. That was kind of jarring. There's a lot of weird sounds happening out here. Did you know that Ohio is considered the most haunted state in the entire US? Before I was, really getting into this stuff, I didn't think much of Ohio because only a tiny sliver of Ohio is actually Appalachia. But as I do more research, it really is an interesting state. There's a lot of natural history. There's a lot of ghost towns here, and there's a crap ton of haunted locations here in Ohio, more so than pretty much anywhere else in the country. So I'm actually kind of excited to be here. I've never been to Ohio before. That's what I like about this YouTube channel. It lets me travel to these different states in the Appalachian region that I never would have gone to on my own. I'm gonna go check out this pond that the signs are talking about. Then I'm gonna head back, wait for the sun to go down, and then start my investigations and doing a couple of experiments. Those experiments being breaking every rule of Appalachia that I can. I keep hearing things rustling along this tree line. I think it's just squirrels, but that's gonna do a whole lot. I mean, it's something. Huh. Well, I found a pond. Good looking pond. Very scudsy. some type of A-frame with chicken wire on it. I think that may be a duck house. I bet there's chock full of fish in here. Then again, I don't have an Ohio fishing license, and I really don't want to spend the money just to fish for one day. Again, I keep hearing rustling. There's a lot of squirrels around here. All right, let's head back. I'm gonna take a nap with my wife, and we will wake back up when it's dark, and I'll see if I can entice anything to come and eat us. All right, I guess I'll see you in the nighttime.
He reached the isolated cabin and explored its surroundings. A narrow bridge, an abandoned shed, a shallow overhang, and a murky pond hidden behind the trees. Even the spirit box switching on by itself suggested the property carried its own weight. But the real test would begin only after dark.
She is awake. Hi, baby. All right, since you're here, I don't have to look up sounds. All right, just whistle a couple times for me. Thank you.
That's the best whistle I've ever done in my life, that last one.
I know, I'm quite impressed. All right, well, I'm out here. If you hear any type of weird sounds...
I'm just gonna go back and tuck myself under the blanket if I do.
No. Take a video and try to catch something. Maybe something will look at you through these windows.
If someone looks at me through these windows and it's not a possum, we're gonna have a problem.
Freaking phone. Hopefully you can hear that with the audio turned up. Did y'all hear that rustling? Hello? Any wendigos out here? Any skinwalkers? I ain't afraid of you. I'm a little afraid.
At dusk, he broke the first rule and whistled into the woods. The sound barely faded before something large rustled back, close enough to feel but impossible to see. The reaction was immediate and unsettling. Still, he continued pushing the boundary.
Okay. The little lanterns here are a nice touch. These ones right here, very much so dead though. I'm worried about going out here without a weapon or something, but I doubt that axe would do me much good anyways. It looks super dull. We'll head this way. I saw a trail that heads up the mountainside. I'm gonna follow that. And once we get up top of the mountain, sit down and start breaking some rules. Check out that moon. That is you probably can't see it too well on a GoPro, but that is a gorgeous crescent moon. I will say I am getting a sort of bad vibe feeling out here. I'm sure you hear this a lot from other paranormal YouTubers, but something feels wrong out here. I feel like I'm not welcome. I guess I am out here purposely breaking supernatural rules. Yeah, I'm getting the heebie-jeebies. Something about the Appalachian woods when the leaves start falling. The woods around here just look so ominous and creepy and uninviting. It's like whatever is out here does not want you in here. Here we are, right here. I'm gonna try to not talk very much on the walk up here, and I'm not gonna put any type of like ambient music. I want y'all to hear the sounds of the forest. So I'm gonna turn up the volume here really loud to see if you guys can hear something that I can't. Here we go. What is this? Feed, sawdust, something or other. Weird. We're just gonna keep heading up into this hill, this mountain. See where it takes us. Once we reach the top, like I said, I'm gonna set my pack down and then just see what happens. Look at this gnarled, creepy ass looking tree. Oh, this forest is daunting to say the least. Did I just see something move? I think it's just my eyes playing tricks on me. We're almost to the top of the hill, I think. Oh, man. That incline. Getting the best of me here. All right, this place looks pretty secluded. We're a decent bit away from the cabin. This is as fine place as any. Okay, got the night vision camera going here. This place is terrifying at night. I will tell y'all what. So far, I have not seen anything out of the ordinary. I haven't even seen an animal. Right now I'm just kind of sweeping the area with the IR. If there are any animals or creatures, the IR will make their eyes glow. But right now, I see no signs of animals, cryptids, or whatever else in the vicinity. Yeah, there ain't nothing right now. My name is Luke, and I ain't afraid of you. I'm calling you out. You want to come say hello? I'm right here. Wendigo. 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 Skinwalker. Skinwalker. Come out, you antlered bastard. I ain't afraid of you. I got the Lord on my side, son. Come say something to dear old Appalachia. If you ain't a wuss. Was sent this spirit box by a subscriber of mine. So this will be my first time using it. I honestly don't know how to use it that well. Kind of new to all this, but maybe there's some spiritual energies here I can talk to.
Pay for a vacation later.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Do you hear that shit? Those are coyotes. They are very, very close. Let's go try to see if we can catch them on camera or on the night vision camera. What got them hooting and hollering last time is the spirit box. Maybe if I run it again, I'll get them to start up again. Let's try that. What the actual hell? I think it's about time I head back to the cabin. What the actual hell was that? The spirit box was working fine just a minute ago, getting regular radio signals. Is that normal? I'm sure there's some much more experienced paranormal investigators who have used spirit boxes frequently. Is that normal? For it to make that god-awful sounds? That has set my nerves right on edge. I don't like it. That mixed with those coyotes over yonder, I am more than a little on edge. I think I'm going to continue this investigation in the safety of the cabin. I feel a very, very unwelcoming. All right, let's get back inside my cabin. I'm sure my wife is worried about me. Oh, hi. Boom.
Entering the forest alone, he felt the dread settle fast. Calling out into the dark drew an instant response, coyotes erupting in every direction. When the spirit box cracked with harsh, distorted tones, the mood shifted from eerie to hostile. He turned back. Returning to the cabin, his wife reported scratching on the walls and something dragging outside. By morning, he admitted Appalachia wasn't the nightmare TikTok claimed, yet the forest had unmistakably reacted. Some viewers say it was instinct and wildlife. Others believe breaking the rules simply revealed what listens in the dark. If the rules aren't real, why did everything escalate the moment he challenged them? On March 26, 2025, deep in the gold-bearing rivers of New Zealand, Polly from the YouTube channel Pioneer Polly returns for another long-form expedition. His channel documents real gold hunting, sniping, dredging, metal detecting, and the unpredictable moments that come with searching remote waterways. But on this trip, the river reveals more than metal. It uncovers traces of ancient worlds and hidden pockets that seem to surface only when no one else is around.
All right, so officially doing it again. I got no expectations for today. Like I said, I'm down here for 3 weeks and I don't want to put a lot of pressure on myself like I normally do. I'm just gonna go out, see what kind of gold I can find, and ultimately just have a good time.
I'm using the shovel here to move the overburden out of the way so I can see the bedrock. Once I see the bedrock, I can start working the cracks, and then that's where the gold will be.
So I suck up the gold by using what's called a snuffer bottle. You just squeeze and let go, and it sucks up the gold.
Not a bad chunky little piece. All right.
Now, of course, when you see a crevice with gold in it, you have to finish cleaning it out, which I did, but there was no more gold inside.
All right, more ironstone is leading us to more gold. I just found our second gold nugget. So I went to the very bottom of that hole, didn't see anything else, so let's find a new spot.
I'm just gonna get my gear here, head on downstream a little ways, see if I can't find one more spot, and then head back to camp, have dinner, and then come back out tomorrow morning.
So I just changed spot, and I found a nice little flake in this thin little crack. This one might be hard to fill, but I'll give it a try.
What I'm doing here is removing a bunch of rock so I can access the smaller gravelly material that's on the bedrock. Once I'm there, I can sort of sift through it looking for that heavy ironstone and obviously gold as I come across it.
Okay, so about 10 minutes later, I've been breaking up some bedrock, and now I'm starting to see a bunch of little gold, so let me just film it and see if we can find something else on camera.
All right, so day one complete. I got all my stuff laid out everywhere. Gonna dry my wetsuit still. We're gonna go back to camp and dump out the gold, see what we have, and then just try to beat it tomorrow. Back at base camp, got the snuffer bottle here, and then we're gonna see what we got.
There you have it. A little bit of gold for a few hours that we're in the water. All pretty chunky, which I admire.
All right, so I'm gonna go make some food, and then I'm gonna let this dry, put it away, and we'll get back to it tomorrow.
Soon after reaching the claim, Paulie suits up and enters the cold current, working his way deep into a narrow crease beneath a trapped boulder. The water presses hard against the stone as he clears the gravel, uncovering 2 small nuggets wedged in a dangerous spot where the river folds into itself. It's a reminder that every find here comes with risk. But farther upstream, the river is holding something older.
Just found the first piece of the day, a little piece of fly poop.
So yes, the majority of this trip is to find gold. However, I recently learned that some of the oldest fossils in the world are found right here, so I'm definitely taking my time while searching.
So it's been another hour. I haven't been finding anything, but I just found a pile of ironstone and then one nice little flake. Just using my flashlight to look into deeper crevices, and I found a nice piece of gold.
So this piece was actually hard to get out.
Yeah, a little picker.
I made my way downstream to a spot I passed when hiking up. This spot was where I found the first set of fossils and our first thicker chunk of gold.
Oh yeah. My tweezers are in my bag downstream, so I'll try to get it out, and if I can't, I'll go get my tweezers. Check this out. I just banged out a fossil. The other half of it is still on the bedrock.
Oh, it's another one.
so sure I'll be able to show you this, but I found 2 nuggets. It's in a really tough spot though.
So this spot was sketchy to say the least. Not only was I under a rapid, but there was a huge boulder wedged against the cliffside right above where my body was underwater. Gold is never worth risking your life for, but it's much harder to notice that risk in the moment. I sort of just shadowed Reese and jumped in the water whenever he spotted a bit of gold on the bedrock. And after about 20 minutes of this, they were ready for their first cleanup.
Some gold there, there. Some more gold there. There's gold everywhere. When you find candy, it's a good chance. There could be candy around.
While Reese works the dredge, Paulie drifts along the rock wall and studies the formations beneath him. Embedded in the stone are fossil patterns, remnants shaped nearly 400 million years ago, exposed only where the current has carved away the surface. They aren't gold, but they speak of a world far older than the modern claim, and yet the strongest signals are still waiting in a quieter branch of the creek.
Alright, so I have my flash on because it's sort of dark in here. Reese, Jonesy, and I are at the river, but we all decided to split up and try different tributaries. And funny enough, I picked a tributary off the side of the creek, and my very first target I got was gold. It's screaming, so it should be gold, or it should, oh my god. Look at that! Oh my god! Wow, that was quick. Yep, sure enough. That is a gold nugget. It's actually kind of heavy for that size. Probably about 4 or 5 grams. Let's see if there's any more. Oh yeah.
A big log you move.
I know, I'm strong. Did you see it? Yes.
I thought there was another bit.
Yes, look at that. Woo.
No way.
It's another heavy bit. Probably about 3 grams, 4 grams. That is awesome. So Jonesy saw me kick over this log like the Hulk, but now Jonesy's gonna move these 3 big rocks for No, I'm gonna follow up this crack right here because I think this could be good. Also a lot of work to move it all, but we can work slow. There's obviously gold here. So in the sun, this is what we have so far. That is freaking awesome.
Holy shit.
Hey, I'm kind of, hold on. It does look like that bigger piece we have is a different color. It's almost more white. I don't know if you guys can see that on camera. Heck yeah, baby. Okay, we're back at Reese's house, and it's time to show you some stuff. Now, all the gold I found for this trip is in here, and we don't have a gold pan, so I'm just gonna have to dump this in the lid to weigh it. But before we do that, some show and tell. So this is a piece of ironstone. Now, it is my favorite piece, one of my favorite pieces, because it looks like an asteroid. It's obviously tumbled, and it's been around a long time. And what's interesting is this is exactly the same kind of rock. Now I found this in a pothole, so it's obviously been spinning around and tumbling for a very long time to get that shape. Both the same kind of rock, both different characters, and both are my favorite. Now this is a little fossil I was able to take back. It's a little shell. I don't know how well you can see that, but I think it's cute, and I'll probably just hide that around Reese's house. Now this rock was actually closed like this, and then when I broke it open, I noticed a whole bunch of fossils in here. They're all shells. There might be like a fish or something I saw earlier. The other side, obviously, the imprints to those fossils. I'll wetten these up and see if we can actually see that a little better. It actually made it worse. But anyways, there's some fossils. Now for the candy. We're gonna turn this sucker on, put on the lid. I'm gonna guess, I don't know, 25 grams. 25 grams. 2906, so just under an ounce, or a troy ounce, which is 31 grams, which I believe is around 4,700 Kiwi dollars. I'm not really sure what that would be Canadian or American, but Kiwi is more money, so I just say Kiwi.
Later, Paulie separates from the group and follows his detector into a small side channel. Standing alone between steep banks, he tracks a sharp signal buried beneath a fallen log. Clearing the soaked debris reveals a heavy nugget, 4 to 5 grams. The largest piece of the trip so far. It's the kind of find that anchors the long days in the bush and the moment he later carries into the final weigh-in, where the total climbs to over 29 grams before he heads home. Some viewers believe Paulie may have passed over richer pockets, pointing to ironstone clusters and faint signals he left behind. Others noted unusual frames during the trip, suggesting the river might hold more than he realized. If one large nugget hid beneath a collapsed log, what else lies under the stones he never moved? And in the deeper cuts of that creek, did the camera miss something waiting just beyond view? On February 7th, 2024, the creators of Overnight ventured deep into the Navajo Nation, 6 hours from the nearest city, to investigate the infamous legend of the Skinwalker. Guided by 2 medicine men and bound by strict ritual, they stepped into sacred land where belief and danger merge. What unfolded that night would leave the entire team shaken.
How's it going?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. How's it going, guys?
Nice to meet you.
How's it going? Good to meet you guys.
How you doing, sir?
Pretty good. You?
Good. Bring it in, dog. Good.
Sean Clan.
Okay.
So we're your security, we're your bodyguards, your guide. And sometimes when you go into the spiritual world, especially when you're hanging out with indigenous people, you gotta be prepared. Yeah. When you got into that dirt road, that's when you got onto the Navajo Nation. So now you guys are officially on the res now. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and get ready for you all.
Pretty awesome.
So we're gonna make sure you guys are all safe and have a good time tonight. We're gonna get you guys ready too, so.
I was kind of scared, but then when I saw you do your little buddy hop, I'm like, ah, we're good.
We're gonna be alright.
You're gonna get a little. Wait, do you have a samurai sword? What?
One of our sacred weapons.
Oh, what?
Oh, no.
Just don't touch the blade.
Really?
Yeah, it is poisoned.
What? With what? Like poison to human or poison to
human? I have the herb in here for the antidote. Just
wait, what's on the blade?
Don't touch it.
I know.
Just don't touch the end of the blade.
Dog.
But don't
even open it.
You're about to lick it? In English, it's Black Raven. So it's already earned a name.
Black Raven? What does it do? Wait, what?
So,
have you had to use this for humans before?
Skinwalkers, which are pretty much half human, half spirits.
Wait, have you like struck a skinwalker with that?
Take a look deeper into the blade.
Oh, gosh.
What the?
So, this ash is a blessed ash. The reason for the ash is for protection. You guys are gonna want to go ahead and like dip your fingers in here. And you're gonna want to go ahead and put it on the bottom of your feet. For the males, you do the left side first, and the females, you do right side. So left, you go left, right, then you do your heart, your back, and your palms. Left, right, and you do your forehead. And I will say, personally, if you guys have any relatives or pull out your phones on the wallpaper, I recommend you change that to something that's not a family member or something like that. Would you guys like me to go into the origin story of skinwalkers?
Yeah.
Here. So the borders of the Navajo Nation are based off of 4 sacred mountains. 2 in Colorado, 1 in Arizona, and 1 in New Mexico. These medicinal people, a long time ago, the spirit taught them how to shapeshift to be able to go to these 4 sacred mountains in a matter of hours. So that in that ceremony, they had to gather herbs and learn how to gather those objects for the protection ceremony that they were going to do. Along the way, darkness, to be able to learn how to shapeshift is a long, tedious process that takes years to do it in a good way. Evil came about, and I could teach you how to do it quick and fast. But there's certain things that you have to do, certain sacrifices. And you have to sacrifice your most loved one. The one you hold dearest to your heart, you have to sacrifice. Well, that's just the first step. There's so many other darker steps that I kind of honestly won't go into, but it's very, very gruesome to be able to go into that. The grave robbers, dig them up, get their bones and grind it up, mix it with poisons. Well, that poison takes 4 days. If you don't get a ceremony, then you will die. So they have bone knives, bone darts, everything that they use in their arsenal. The reason why we have these armors things here, swords and all that to protect ourselves.
What'd you give us?
Ash.
So I'm also going to be giving each of you guys another level of protection here. So each of you is going to have an arrowhead. These are your guys to keep.
Oh, thank you.
Heaven forbid anything happened to us and you guys are running for your lives. That's going to be able to at least stand its ground and protect you guys.
The night opened at a remote meeting point where the group entered tribal land under the warning of the medicine men. Protective ash, arrowheads, and a ritual blade were handed out as the men explained the dark path of a skinwalker. But the real shift came once they reached the cave.
Oh my god. Oh yeah?
Oh yeah, that's
oh.
for sure.
Oh my
god.
Hell yeah.
Did anyone just realize that we have like the perfect horror movie stereotype group? We have like the stoner dude who dies like second, we have the funny one, we have the chick, and then we have like the asshole. Like we have like the perfect stereotype of like every horror movie ever. So cool.
Clear. Who's next?
We get to go up there? How you getting down? What? You didn't hear that behind you?
I'll go.
Maybe it's my mind.
What are we doing?
Was that cave inhabited at one point, or does it just happen to be a cave? Skinwalker Cave up there, the old one. You can see the fires that used to burn, and then this is where they would do the sacrifices. This is where they do the satanic rituals. That cave right there. When you get in there, you'll see it opens up a little bit, and you're able to see kind of little areas where they did their stuff.
Oh God, how the frick did you get up here?
Just run, just run.
Oh, there goes all my stuff.
Just think of yourself like a goat.
I'm a goat. I'm a goat. I'm a goat. I'm a goat. Yes.
Yes. Sounds like a low budget Pokemon. I'm a go. I'm a go. I'm a go. I'm a go. Kind of want to go down there. Yeah, try not to fall because these go pretty far. So I'll be first. What the? We're gonna do that. Where do you go? What do you? Careful right here, Corey. There's a hole. What the? I think I hear a woman down there. No. Shh. Guys. Hold it, guys. Shh. Tell everyone. Tell everyone. I heard like a... Ooh. Is anyone down there? I don't know what that was. Guys, go ahead and keep going. Keep on coming in. Try to find a spot that's chill. Alright, we're good. You look comfortable, Corey.
Actually, I am. This is actually really chill.
So if you guys take notice, the black markings that are right here, this is where they had like a fire inside of here.
Oh.
This is where they would do the sacrifices and all those other dark things, and this is where those kids were too. What kids? The ones in the picture.
Oh, shh. Oh, looks like
pictures.
Looks like fingers or like chalk marks. Right behind you. See where I'm shining the light?
Those three right there?
Yeah.
Oh, right here. That's insane.